My Steel Suit 101. My Steel Suit 101. Hundreds of well-equipped and powerful knight regiments committed suicide by smashing the door under his castle, and the entire army was wiped out. This is really a good story. I must be able to make a big splash in the circle of the great nobles. This is even more talked about than the last time I repelled the werewolf invasion. Just as Warren Earl imagined how to adapt this battle to make himself more prestigious, the Black Robe Knight, who was the leader of the knight regiment below, finally rushed into the doorway. A dull impact sounded, and the smile at the corner of Warren Earl's mouth became thicker. He can think of the incredible expression of this knight fiercely when he hits the city gate. Unfortunately, the gate is located in the deep hole directly under the city wall, several meters from the outside of the city wall. Standing, the scene below cannot be seen on the city wall, which makes Warren Earl feel a little regretful. As the headed Black Robe Knight rushed into the city passageway, the knights behind followed closely from behind, rushing in one after another, and soon the expression on Warren Earl's face stiffened. Almost half of the hundreds of heavily armored knights have already rushed into the city passageway. The following knights are still rushing in, but the city passageway below is only a few meters deep. Even the knight in front all crowded together. It is basically impossible to accommodate dozens of celebrities and horses, all wearing heavy armor. Knight. Just when Warren Earl was full of incredible face, a fierce shout of killing suddenly came from the city gate behind him. Warren Earl couldn't see what was happening at the city gate, but the knights who followed Chen Mo could see clearly. At the moment when he was about to hit the city gate, Chen Mo quickly pulled out the long sword from his waist, and moved towards the city gate close to his eyes, cutting out the long sword at his waist. Hack! Silver and bright sword light flashed across the middle of the city gate like lightning. And then the horse under Chen Mo's crotch hit the heavy city gate heavily. Without the blood splattering and broken tendons that Warren Earl imagined, this black horse, which is much taller and more powerful than other horses, gave out a loud neigh. The castration continued, and life would be closed. The door slammed open. The heavy door bolt that was cut in two was hit and thrown away, and fell in front of the soldiers guarding behind the door. This sudden change made them a little overwhelmed for a while. Is the strong castle gate just broken through? The knights behind followed closely behind Chen Mo and rushed into the castle. Before the soldiers standing in front of them had time to counterattack, they were completely submerged by the knight regiment, which was still charging. After a brief screaming and screaming, the knight regiment did not slow down. All through the gate, moved towards the inside of the castle, leaving behind them only a piece that was almost trampled by horseshoes, the messy corpse. Warren Earl quickly turned around and rushed to the direction of the inner wall, watching the heavy armored knight regiment rushing in from below. Warren Earl looked incredulous. He really can't imagine how they broke through the city gate. Looking at the speed at which they rushed in, it seemed that they were simply not blocked by the city gate. Could someone betray him and the city gate simply didn't pass? Warren Earl turned his head with an angry look and looked towards Captain on his side, only to find that he looked at the knight regiment below with a look of shock, unlike he had known in advance look like. Release the suspicion in his heart. Warren Earl looked towards the city wall and started to turn the horse's head, moved towards the knight group that rushed towards the city wall, facial expression grave, and wondered, what are these knights trying to do? Forget about using cavalry to attack the city, don't they still want to attack the city wall? In Warren Earl's incredible gaze, hundreds of knights rushed to the inner city wall with a rain of arrows, and all their horses were all raised, holding up the cold light tried-ahead sword. Killed up the steps towards the city wall. Warren Earl was overjoyed right away. These stupid knights are caught in the city gate. On the war horse, they can withstand the attacks of swords, lances and arrows with the knight armor armed to their toes, and steer the war horses to slash and slash. As soon as knight dismounts, the almost invincible armor becomes a heavy and awkward burden. It can be said to stumble on the ground and become the best target. Infantry can easily the weapon pierce through the gap in the armor, wounding and even killing knight. So generally knight will not wear a full set of heavy armor during foot combat. but only equipped with a breastplate. Seeing that the powerful knight regiment that broke through the city gate and rushed in was stupidly dismounted and attacked directly on the city wall. Warren Earl's mood can be said to be a mountain road. Twists around each new peak, and there is hope of winning in my already desperate heart. Without Anun's command, the archer on the city wall's desperate move towards the upward attacking heavy armored knights pouring arrows. Although they are all blocked by their armor and shields, they still persevere shooting. The soldiers holding lance quickly gathered to the stairs that climbed the city wall, and defended them layer by layer, waiting for the arrival of these heavily armored knights. No one noticed that although these knights in heavy armor had slow steps, they were not stiff or clumsy at all. On the contrary, they were very flexible in their actions. It wasn't until the two parties really got in touch that Warren Earl realized that he was wrong. After these knights left the horse, their battle strength did not drop at all, but they were extremely flexible. Longsword's attack was extremely sharp. When the soldiers at the forefront, the lances in their hands were cut off one after another, and then they were slashed with a sword by a knight who rushed up. The originally confident defense was easily torn by these powerful and incompetent knights. Broken. The next thing is a one-sided slaughter. Even the knight under Warren Earl is not the opponent of these silver-armored knights at all. The long sword slashed on their armor and was directly broken, but it failed to cause any harm to the knight inside. The long sword in the hands of these knights can pierce the heavy armor on them and kill them. The fierce fighting ended soon. After Warren Earl was beheaded by Chen Mo, the remaining knight and soldiers gave up resistance and chose to surrender. The lord of their allegiance is dead. There is no need to fight anymore. Die in vain. Lord Valen Earl was killed, and his vast territory was all occupied by Chen Mo. With a 100-man knight regiment in his hand, Chen Mo became the new ruler of this area. Without giving the vassal aristocrats of Earl around Warren time to respond, Chen Mo made a little repair in Blackstone City Fort and launched an attack on the surrounding territory. Led by Chen Mo, the heavy armored knight regiment attacked continuously. It took half a month to completely regain the territory with a radius of tens of kilometers. Chen Mo officially became more than 2,000 square kilometers. The land, and the owner of tens of thousands of people. Chen Mo's expansion, not at all, stopped here. After quickly integrating this large territory, Chen Mo immediately launched a new battle. 1 year later, Chen Mo has become the most powerful lord within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, ruling a vast expanse of land, and holding an invincible heavy armored knight regiment in his hands. With the expansion of the territory, Chen Mo gradually put the focus of fighting on the elimination of the werewolves, and the knight regiment was used more to protect the security of the territory. The original knight group of more than 100 people has expanded to more than 500 people, but most of them are not in the territory. During this year, Chen Mo formed a caravan. Soap, glass, mirrors and many other people's livelihoods and luxury goods were sold to more than half of Europe under the escort of the powerful knight regiment. Earning him a large number of gold coin supports his military construction and territory development, and it is still developing in other places. Chen Mo, who carries tons of gold in the space, is not short of money. The caravan is actually an intelligence organization he formed. They opened shops in major cities, shuttled between various territories, and collected information for him. A familiar name finally appeared in Chen Mo's sight. Lord Victor. My Steel Suit 102. My Steel Suit 102. Ailun village is located at the foot of a high mountain and backed by the forest. Most of the people in the village are hunters who make a living by hunting. This evening, the hunters who went out began to return one after another. Everyone showed off their prey to each other, compared who had the most harvest today, and discussed a few precious furs that could be surlored in town. Speaking of how many silver coins were exchanged for the shops opened, everyone couldn't help but admire Sir Lord's fairness and generosity, which allowed them to earn a lot more than before, and their lives were no longer so hard and demanding. Just as the hunters returning from hunting gathered at the entrance of the village to relax and chat, a rush of heavy horseshoes suddenly sounded in this quiet dusk. Everyone at the entrance of the village looked up following the sound, and saw the end of the road leading to the village. In the red sunset, 5 majestic and mighty silver silhouettes were driving the tall horses, moved towards the village. Coming at a gallop, when they rushed to the front, through the afterglow of the setting sun, everyone could see their appearance clearly. They are wearing heavy silver knight armors, dyed with a layer of dazzling golden in the golden sunset, and riding high war horses wearing horse armors are strong and vigorous. On both sides of the saddles, hang with weapons such as long sword, shield and long spear. On the exposed spear blade, a little scarlet blood seems to have not dried completely. In the setting sun, it reveals solemn killing aura. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous, and they clenched their weapons, ready to fight to the death at any time to protect their wives and children in the village behind them. Fortunately, someone was the first to see the coat of arms on their armor. "It's Sir Lord's knight." As this voice sounded, everyone looked towards the chest of the front knight, and only saw a long sword stuck in the back. The black shield-shaped coat of arms depicting the 9-headed dragon on the front was impressively printed on the armor on his chest. The eyes of everyone looking towards the knights instantly softened, and the bows and machetes in their hands were also relaxed. Turned to look at these mighty knights with eagerness and reverence. This is the legendary powerful knight regiment that has been following behind their great Sir Lord and fought north and south to lay down the vast territory today and wipe out countless terrifying werewolves. Just how did these powerful and noble knight lords come to their remote village? According to what they heard in the town, only the official knight is qualified to engrave the Sir Lord's aristocratic coat of arms on the chest armor. Even the Black Knight is at least only if the genuine knight of the enemy beheaded on the battlefield will be conferred as knight by Sir Lord and become the most expensive noble lord. People from Chamber of Commerce said that there are only more than 100 Dark Iron Knights in Sir Lord's Knight Regiment, and most of them are soldiers of the Territory Guard that first followed Sir Lord. After the excitement of the crowd, when the suspicion appeared, the Black Iron Knight who was in the front of the 5 knights suddenly turned over and dismounted, striding vigorously towards the crowd gathered together. Go! Under everyone's gaze, the mighty knight stopped in front of the old Jack. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the noble Knight Lord suddenly faced him. Old Jack one knee kneels down. Old Jack was also made a little not knowing what to do by this sudden scene, and then he seemed to suddenly remember something, looked towards the majestic man who was kneeling in front of him with excitement. Knight. After kneeling, the knight raised his hand and slowly took off the helmet on his head, and a cold, determined and somewhat familiar young face appeared in front of everyone. "Father, Oliver is back." The young knight's voice was a little trembling, and the eyes of the old Jack were flushed, but he forcibly resisted not letting the tears flow. "Oliver, my son." "I knew it. I knew it." At this moment, the old Jack was crying with excitement, trying to pull up to the ground. His son found that he couldn't move at all. Fortunately, Oliver quickly stood up when he saw it, and looked at the tall and strong son in front of him, wearing a mighty armor. Old Jack stroked the black coat of arms on the chest of the armor, nodded with excitement. Okay. Only then did the people around reacted and started talking excitedly. "It's Oliver." It turns out that old Jack didn't boasting. His son really became knight. "Our village finally has a great character." Little Oliver was not so strong before, but his arrow skills are the best in our village, even more powerful than his father. The women and children who rushed to hear the sound gradually surrounded the village. The news that old Jack's son Oliver became Sir Lord's Knight soon spread throughout the village. Oliver was the first member of the Territory Guard that Chen Mo chose to form. Although he killed many soldiers in the first battle with Warren Earl, he failed to kill one of Warren Earl's subordinates. Knight. In the next few battles, although his strength became stronger and stronger, he still failed to grab the opportunity to kill the enemy knight. Seeing that the comrades around him became knight one by one, let him keep holding back, until in a battle not long ago, Oliver fought hard to kill the enemy, and finally succeeded in beheading a knight alone. This was finally canonized by Chen Mo and became the glorious Dark Iron Knight under his command. Also has 4 attendants. Knight. He was originally ordered to wipe out a werewolf that appeared nearby. Knowing that the destination was very close to his hometown, he applied to Andrew Captain to complete the task and return home to visit relatives. The knights had never stopped fighting before, and the knights had no chance to go home. This time it was rare to have such a chance to go home and visit, and Andrew would naturally not object. So there is the previous scene. After a year of expansion and construction, the territory under Chen Mo's control has undergone tremendous changes. The economic and military strength of the territory is extremely strong, far exceeding all other territories around it. The promotion of new farming tools and new farming methods has greatly increased agricultural output, while Chen Mo only levies very few taxes. For the first time, the civilians in the territory feel that they have surplus food at home, not for food's sad happiness. In addition, Chen Mo led the Knight Regiment to continuously encircle and suppress the werewolves in the territory, making the werewolves almost extinct in Chen Mo's territory. Without the threat of this terrifying wild beast, the lives of the people are guaranteed. No longer need to live in hunger and fear all day. With adequate food and security, the civilians in the territory live and work in peace and contentment, and their living conditions have been greatly improved. They are far less yellow and thin, ragged, and the spiritual outlook of the civilians in other places. They are all brand new, and their faces are filled with happiness. Many civilians from other territories around have sneaked into Chen Mo's territory, hoping to become his leader, stay away from the threat of werewolves, and fill the stomach of the family. For these civilians who defected, Chen Mo always refused to come. At this time in Europe, productivity is extremely underdeveloped. The output of the fields is limited, and heavy taxes must be borne, plus natural and man-made disasters. The continuous war and the continuous killing of werewolves over the years, the lives of civilians are extremely difficult. The population is always very low. The total population of Europe is less than 10 million. As the most important productivity and source of soldiers, civilians are very important assets to the Lord. All the civilians who admire the strength and stability of Chen Mo's territory, who have defected, Chen Mo allocates all the land, distributes farm tools, food, and seeds, so that they can quickly settle down and put into production. After defeating several surrounding lords in succession, Chen Mo's territory at this time is nearly 10,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of several counties in the UK. In addition to areas such as forests and mountain ranges, there are large tracts of land for development and cultivation. For the population, the more the better. Although with the expansion of the territory, Chen Mo spent a lot of troops on destroying the werewolves, but the pace of expansion not at all stopped. Strong battle strength, sophisticated equipment, right time and place, Chen Mo's troops like a hot knife through butter. One by one, large and small territories are occupied. Many of them are located in Chen Mo territory. The Lord on the Edge took the initiative to acknowledge allegiance before Chen Mo's troops arrived. For these nobles, Chen Mo will ask them to surrender all the territory and power in their hands, and allow them to keep their wealth, and arrange them after Chen Mo inspects them. Those who have the ability will be sent by Chen Mo to serve as consuls in different regions, and those who are incapable can stay in the city and become a leisurely nobleman. As for those with too much public grievance, Chen Mo will order the court to be executed directly after trial in public. As for whether this will cause other nobles to dare not surrender actively, Chen Mo doesn't care. For him, whether they resist or not is not at all very different. In front of his powerful knight regiment, all forces will only fall apart, and he can train more soldiers if he resists more. It is worth mentioning that under the pressure of Chen Mo's army, one of the lords who wisely chose to take the initiative to acknowledge allegiance is Victor. When he really saw him, Chen Mo was even more affirmed by his guess that the world that traveled this time was indeed the world of the movie Underworld, and it was before Victor became a vampire. Prior to this, Victor had personally led the knight forces under him to destroy the werewolves in the territory. The 40 elite knights under his command and himself were all experienced in combat and had good battle strength. For this special and elite team, Chen Mo chose to incorporate it directly. Chen Mo not at all disrupted and reorganized like troops in other territories, but gave them all to Victor again. Chen Mo is not afraid that he will betray, let alone his power cannot threaten Chen Mo. This can actually be said to be a test for him. After an in-depth investigation and a period of personal contact and understanding, combined with the plot in the movie, Chen Mo found that Victor is an extremely principled, stubborn and conservative person. For him, the rules of the nobility and the glory of the family are paramount. Even when his daughter Sonia violated the laws of the vampire family and destroyed the purity of the pureblood bloodline, fell in love with the werewolf slave Lucien, after he became pregnant, even though he was extremely unbearable as the leader of the vampire, he was forced to order her to be executed personally due to racial laws and principles in his heart. The most important thing is that he is not at all too ambitious, unlike Marcus, the ancestor of blood race, who dreams of ruling the world by the undead. Victor has always believed in his heart that people are the masters of this world. Of course, he is still just an ordinary human noble under Chen Mo. My Steel Suit 103. My Steel Suit 103. After a period of rest, Chen Mo plans to continue to expand his territory. His caravan has not found the person he is looking for. He can only continuously expand his power and the scale of the caravan. He believes that the person he is looking for will appear sooner or later. After Super Soldier Serum, Chen Mo, whose lifespan has been greatly extended, has enough time and patience. However, Chen Mo found out that Andrew, the leader of the Night Regiment under his command, was not in the right state recently. Others may not have noticed, but Chen Mo's keen perception can often feel a worry from him. Tangled emotions, especially after knowing that their next target to attack is the Marquis Leonard, who is located on the periphery of the territory. This feeling is more intense and obvious, and even the daily training seems absent-minded. Chen Mo can conclude that Andrew's emotions must be related to the territory of the Marquis Leonard. As the first to follow Chen Mo, and at the same time Chen Mo's strongest and highest-ranking leader of the Night Regiment, the performance of Andrew until now made Chen Mo very satisfied. He is persistent, brave and extremely loyal. All orders to Chen Mo will be executed unconditionally under his leadership. The entire Night Regiment has been extremely loyal to Chen Mo, even if it is when they hit the city gate with flesh and blood. No one was afraid and timid, all with a determined heart, press forward, and of course Chen Mo did not disappoint them. The 100-member Night Regiment had gone through a year's battle, and now it has expanded to more than 500 members, and the original more than 100 members have all passed their own efforts to be truly recognized by Chen Mo conferred Knight. Because of the Knight many people under his command, in order to distinguish different levels and clarify the affiliation, Chen Mo simply divides the formal Knight into 4 levels, distinguished by gold, silver, copper, and iron. The highest gold Knight has not yet been canonized. As the leader of the Night Regiment, Andrew is also the strongest warrior who kills the most enemies. He is currently the highest level of Chen Mo's subordinate. The only Silver Knight is in charge of the entire Night Regiment. The 8 people who were rescued by Chen Mo along with Andrew were shortly after joining Chen Mo, but the outstanding victor was the Bronze Knight, each leading a knight squadron of dozens of people. The Black Iron Knight has a total of more than 100 people, most of whom were originally members of the Territory Guard. Each of their subordinates led 4 knights to form a squad as the most basic combat unit. The more than 400 attendants of Knight were selected by Chen Mo from the original aristocrats Knight who had either voluntarily defected or been captured, and added them to the Night Regiment. When I came to Chen Mo's territory, everything had to start again. The original Knight title was no longer useful. Some of them, through their own efforts, bravely killed the enemy, and became the official Dark Iron Knight again, and the others have all worked hard, hoping to get their own honor back soon. Chen Mo clearly rewards and penalizes his subordinates. Fighters who do meritorious service are never stingy about rewards. Gold coin, land, and even knighthood. As long as you make enough merits, becoming a baron is not impossible. Therefore, the morale of the entire Night Regiment is extremely strong, and they are extremely eager to fight for the Sir Lord, and accumulate merits. Everyone hopes that one day they can gain a piece of their own territory, establish their own knight family, and even become a true hereditary nobleman. and Andrew is the most desperate among them. It is not only fearless and bravely killing the enemy on the battlefield, even though it is already the strongest military force under Chen Mo. I have never relaxed and exercised, seizing every opportunity to improve my own strength. Under his leadership, the Knight Regiment not at all relaxes their daily training because they are equipped with sophisticated armor and weapons. Everyone trains very hard, especially those knights who joined later. It is the supreme treasure of the Holy Cross sword technique, and keeps practicing every day. But now their knight leader is uncharacteristic, absent-minded all day, without fighting spirit. Chen Mo has to ask himself, let his brave confidant love be so abnormal? There must be something in it hidden. Blackstone City Fort, Lord's Study Room. Hanging on the wall is a portrait of a charge of knight, majestic and domineering. The floor is covered with soft and gorgeous wool carpets. All around is decorated with heavy and exquisite solid wood furniture. The whole study is elegant and atmospheric. Chen Mo sat behind the dark solid wood desk and looked at the latest information sent back by Chamber of Commerce. The wood in the fireplace is crackling and lightly burning, and the study is warm and quiet. Suddenly, a heavy footstep sounded outside the door, and then the study door was gently knocked. "Sir Lord, Andrew Knight is here." The announcement of the castle steward came from outside the door. "Come in." Chen Mo's majestic voice sounded. With Chen Mo's consent, steward outside the door opened the door of the study, slightly bent over, and reached out to signal Andrew to enter. Wearing armor and holding a helmet in his hands, Andrew strode into the study room with a serious face and standing straight in front of Chen Mo. With the expansion of the Knight Regiment, the original manor was no longer sufficient to accommodate a large number of knights and war horses. Coupled with a very important secret workshop, Chen Mo simply took the Lord's mansion from the original Baron Manor. Moved to this Blackstone City Fort that originally belonged to Warren Earl. This ancient Gothic castle is made of hard black stone. It has a huge area and a long history. The towering towers and pointed roofs are majestic, mysterious and slightly gloomy. In the study, Chen Mo put down the information in his hand and looked towards Andrew, who stood proudly in front of him. Although he tried to cover it up, Chen Mo could still see the worry in his eyes. Under Chen Mo's sharp and wise, clearly understood eyes, Andrew felt as if he was completely seen through, and there was no more secret. "This attack on the Marquis Leonard. Do you have anything you want to say?" Chen Mo looked into Andrew's eyes and asked slowly. Under Chen Mo's gaze, Andrew's forehead gradually oozes sweat, and finally seems to have made some determination, gritted his teeth, and said, "Sir Lord, I actually come from the territory of the Marquis Leonard. My father was once a knight under the Marquis Leonard. It seems that I completely let go of my heart." Andrew's worries. Andrew said everything in one mind. At the beginning, because Andrew's family could not afford the huge cost of becoming knight for him and his big brother, as a young boy, Andrew resolutely joined the Marquis of Leonard in order to realize his ideal of becoming knight. The guards have fought for him for many years. Relying on his rigorous knight training since he was a child, his strong strength and extraordinary talents, Andrew has repeatedly made great achievements. It stands to reason that even if he can't become knight, he should be appreciated by the Lord, and at least he can become one, the attendant knight or the leader of the guard. However, many years later, Andrew even killed 2 werewolves with his own hands, but failed to get the slightest promotion, and remained an ordinary soldier. The reason turned out to be the daughter of Marquis Leonard. Once, Andrew and dozens of soldiers and 2 knights were ordered to escort the Marquis Sama's daughter on an outing. Who would have thought that they encountered 2 terrifying werewolves? Dozens of soldiers were slaughtered, and the rest fled in all directions. 2 knights desperately killed only 1 werewolf and wounded the other. Just when the 2 knights all died tragically, the soldiers were killed and fled. The noble young lady was about to be buried in the wolf's mouth, and Andrew finally survived and picked up a long sword that knight had dropped. He stood up to stand in front of her, and finally killed the werewolf at the cost of serious injuries, saving the young and beautiful noble young lady. Living in the castle since childhood, young lady, a nobleman who has never been in contact with the outside world, experienced this thrilling crisis and had a secret love for the brave and powerful Andrew. Andrew has a growing affection for this innocent, kind, and arrogant and domineering beautiful girl who is not at all as the aristocratic young lady. The two secretly meet and date. After experiencing the danger of being almost buried in the mouth of a werewolf last time, this weak aristocratic young lady is also full of interest in the sword technique. After seeing Andrew's strength, she often asks Andrew to teach her the sword technique. After learning that his ideal is to become a knight, she said that she would also become a dame in the future and kill the werewolves with him. The two have been dating secretly like this, practicing swordsmanship. The sword technique of the noble young lady is getting higher and higher, and the relationship between the two is getting deeper and deeper. A few years later, this aristocratic young lady reached the age to marry. Although Andrew has been working hard, he is still an ordinary soldier. It is basically impossible to marry the daughter of a noble marquis. In the end, Marquis Leonard made a marriage decision for her, but she was very persistent. She would rather die than marry. In order to show her determination, she even put on armor and mixed into the knight regiment and followed. They went to the battlefield together, fighting the enemy. In the end, the Marquis had to cancel the marriage contract, but then, he found Andrew. It turned out that he had known about the two. It's just until now, both of them didn't overstep the rules. They just chatted, played, and practiced the sword technique. The Marquis Leonard only thought that his daughter was saved by him and trusted his strength. Let him escort him to play, and learn from him only after he likes the sword technique, so he didn't interfere too much. Just let his confidants pay close attention. For Andrew, Marquis Leonard is not at all taking seriously. There are nearly 100 powerful knights under him. In his eyes, the infantry is just cannon fodder. He doesn't pay much attention at all, even if Andrew is better than other soldiers to be much stronger, still not in his eyes. In his opinion, Andrew is just a slave playing with his master. As for saving his daughter's life from the wolf population, this is what he should have done as a slave. If he did not protect the master, they all deserve to be executed. Discovering the relationship between the two, the Marquis Leonard was furious. Due to his daughter's current staunch personality, the Marquis did not directly execute Andrew, but expelled him and asked him to leave her with one letter to make her completely give up. According to Marquis Leonard, "You are not worthy of the noble Marquis young lady at all. So don't think that only nobles can be worthy of his beautiful and noble daughter." Andrew has no hope of becoming a knight consciously, let alone a nobleman. He asks that he can't match her and give her a better life. He is discouraged and leaves a letter in accordance with the requirements of the Marquis. Sadly left the Marquis's territory, and came to live in the small village where Chen Mo had met Chen Mo, intending to forget the past and spend this ordinary life like this. But how could he forget? He will always remember the beautiful girl who wielded the long sword with him. Her name is Amelia. My Steel Suit 104. My Steel Suit 104. Amelia. This familiar name moved Chen Mo's heart. Then, the silhouette of a noble and glamorous female vampire elder appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Is it her? In Underworld, the top leader of the vampire family is 3 great elders. The other 2 are the ancestor of the vampire Marcus, the High Lord Victor, and the only female elder who is equivalent to them. Amelia's life experience has always been a mystery. On this world, Marcus was the only vampire in the beginning. He and his brother William were bitten by bats and wolves due to their special blood within the body. Their bodies mutated and became very powerful, and they will not age with time. And death is the real undead, but they are not perfect either. Marcus became a vampire and must live by sucking blood. At the same time, he was very afraid of the sun and could only appear at night, while William became a werewolf. Different from Marcus, William completely became a wild beast. Without human reason, he became very cruel and bloodthirsty. Many humans were bitten by him, and finally turned into werewolf. The powerful werewolves, like vampires, have a fatal weakness, that is, silver. Silver weapons can bring them huge damage, even fatal. In order to avoid being discovered by humans, Marcus has always been living by sucking blood from animals and domestic animals. Unlike Marcus, who retains his sanity, the crazy William attacked civilians and werewolves everywhere. The increasing number has brought huge disasters to mankind. As William's biological brother, after William lost his mind and turned into a wild beast, the only person who can still remember, Marcus has always wanted to find his brother William. As a vampire, he is afraid of sunlight and cannot act during the day. So, seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, in order to curb the frenzied spread of the werewolves, Marcus found his brother William, who has been leading Knight and the troops to destroy the werewolves and protect the local normal order. Lord Victor. Of course it is not Victor who is now in his prime, but the old Victor who has been lingering and dying after decades of fighting the werewolves. Marcus and Victor became a deal. Marcus told Victor the secret of immortality and turned him into a vampire. Victor promised Marcus to help him find his brother, the ancestor of the werewolf, William, but he could not hurt him. After reaching an agreement, Victor and his powerful army became vampires, and Victor is naturally the ruler of this vampire army. This is also the reason why he was able to become one of the 3 great elders and rule vampires with Marcus, the ancestor of vampires. In terms of status, he must be above the ancestor of Marcus. Most vampires all respect him, and the identity of Amelia Elder has always been a mystery. Now it seems that the Amelia Andrew spoke of is very likely to be one of the future vampire 3 great elders. The strength of the Marquis Leonard is very powerful, and Marcus is likely to use her power to find William and transform her into a vampire. As for why it is not Marquis Leonard himself, Chen Mo is temporarily unknown. Understanding the reason for Andrew's recent abnormality, Chen Mo couldn't help but look at him a little. Didn't expect normally there is such a dramatic story on Andrew, who was taciturn in the house, with the young lady of the Marquis family. Have a relationship experience. With Andrew's relationship, Chen Mo's original plan naturally needs to be changed. After all, he is his confidant and beloved. Until now, he is loyal and meritorious. Now Chen Mo knows about it. Naturally impossible to ignore. If I don't ask today, but go directly to attack the Marquis of Leonard, what are you going to do? Chen Mo is indeed curious about this. Andrew hearing this, a trace of contradictions and entanglements flashed between the expressions, and he immediately became firm. Obviously, he had already made a decision. Looking at Chen Mo, Andrew replied in a deep voice, "I will lay that territory for you, Sir Lord, and then ask you to forgive her and her family." After hearing Andrew's answer, Chen Mo nodded, stood up, ordered majestically, "Assemble the Knight Regiment, and set off in half an hour. The target is the Marquis Leonard." When Chen Mo suddenly ordered, Andrew's expression was shocked, and he quickly took the order. "Yes, Sir Lord." After several days of rapid marching, the Knight Regiment finally reached the territory of the Marquis Leonard. When they were several li away from the castle, Chen Mo ordered the Knight Regiment to stop. At this time, the arrival of Chen Mo and the others had already been discovered in the castle. The alarm bell in the watchtower was sounded, the city gate was closed suddenly, and the heads surged on the city wall, and all the soldiers clenched tightly. With the weapon in his hand, he watched nervously at the neat array in the distance, imposing manner of the heavily armored Knight Regiment. The newly promoted Marquis Amelia wore a gorgeous woman's armor and boarded the city wall surrounded by the knights. The helmet covered her face and could not see her looks. Master Marquis, judging from their equipment, flags and numbers, it should be the heavy armored Knight Regiment of Blackstone City Fort. A knight beside Amelia, after observing for a while, he stepped forward and said, "Blackstone City Fort." Amelia muttered, "This is the name she least wants to hear." Let the knight group wait in place. Chen Mo and Andrew rode out and rushed towards the castle. Get closer, and the person standing on the edge of the city wall is clearly reflected in the eyes of Chen Mo. The vigorous silhouette in a gorgeous woman's armor should be Andrew's former lover, Amelia, the only daughter of the Marquis Leonard. Chen Mo could feel the sudden acceleration of Side Andrew's heartbeat and his emotions became agitated. Seeing that there were only 2 people rushing over, Amelia on the city wall did not rush to order an attack. She wanted to see what they wanted to do. When he came to the bottom of the city wall, Chen Mo stopped his horse and shouted at the city wall in a loud voice, "Open the door and discuss something." Hearing Chen Mo's call, There was a long silence on the city wall. Finally, under everyone's attention, Amelia slowly the opening is ordered. Open the door, Master Marquis. The knights on the city wall quickly discouraged. They have long heard of Chen Mo's powerful legend. It is said that by virtue of the strength of oneself, he can break the thick and strong castle gate. Once he comes in, the consequences will be disastrous. Faced with knights' advice, Amelia looked firm. You must be very clear about the legend of this lord. If the legend is true, don't let them come in. The result is not at all too much difference, maybe, and there will be a turnaround. If the legend is false, it's not better. They only have 2 people, and they don't pose much threat. His knight regiment is so far away. We have enough time to close the city gate and catch the 2 of them. She was very curious about what the mysterious and powerful lord would like to talk to her. My steel suit 105. My steel suit 105. Listening to her, the others were speechless for a while. Indeed, if it is as rumored, no matter how hard they work, they will not be able to resist the attack of this powerful knight regiment. Everyone present no longer said much, but secretly prayed in their hearts that the legend was false, but judging from the invincible record of the opponent until now, this probability was minimal. After ordering the door to be opened, Amelia took a group of knights down the city wall, preparing to meet Chen Mo and Chen Mo personally, which was considered a courtesy. Chen Mo's identity and strength really deserve her to be so courteous, and if something happens, she can react quickly and respond promptly on the spot. The heavy city gate slowly opened. After Chen Mo and Chen Mo rode in, they found Amelia wearing a magnificent bust, leading knight to greet him on horseback. Chen Mo secretly nodded in his heart. This woman has courage and courage. Chen Mo believes that she is the future vampire girl elder. The door behind Chen Mo and Chen Mo slowly closed. During the whole process, the knight regiment in the distance did not change anything. Receiving the code on the city wall, Amelia secretly relieved everyone in their hearts. It seems that this is not a conspiracy, but I don't know what this powerful lord has to discuss. Are you going to talk here? Chen Mo's low and majestic voice came from under the helmet. I was rude. Please come with me. Amelia nodded on the war horse, took the lead in riding towards the castle behind. In the magnificent castle hall, the 2 were seated separately. Andrew, wearing full-length armor, stood proudly behind Chen Mo, while Knight under Amelia stood neatly on both sides, his eyes locked firmly in Chen Mo's body, for fear that they suddenly violent. Sitting on the main seat, Amelia slowly took off the helmet on her head, revealing an elegant, noble, yet calm and determined face. Chen Mo looked at this picture exactly as he had in his mind, but with a younger and more beautiful face. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. It was a coincidence. As he expected, this Andrew's former lover is indeed a movie elder. The glamorous vampire girl in the middle. Andrew standing behind Chen Mo was also very excited. If it wasn't the right time, he really wanted to rush to hug her now and tell her how much he missed her these years. It's just that all these emotions were concealed by the knight armor on his body. No one noticed his abnormality. Chen Mo, sitting on a large chair, is wearing a gorgeous black expensive patriarch gown, but his exposed head and hands are covered by pitch black armor. He actually wears a set similar to Knight in the robe. Black armor of full body armor. It's just that he is very flexible in his actions, without any sense of obstruction. He doesn't look like wearing an armor at all. Everyone can't help but sigh the exquisiteness and magic of this armor. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, and the eyes exposed under the helmet were so deep and sharp that people did not dare to look directly. Where is the Marquis Leonard? Chen Mo asked suddenly, his voice low and majestic. My father passed away 5 days ago, and now I inherit his title. Amelia tried to control her voice, but Chen Mo still listened to it. There was a slight tremor, and it was obvious that she had not fully recovered from the pain of losing her father. Chen Mo hearing this nodded. No wonder he didn't get the news. Except for particularly important information, the transmission speed of General Information Chamber of Commerce is relatively slow. I wonder if Amelia young lady is married? After a pause, Chen Mo continued to ask. No. Although I don't know why Chen Mo asked so, Amelia still replied patiently. I don't know what Sir Lord said before. What is it? They are fighting now. Chen Mo is talking about irrelevant things. Amelia asked directly, a little unhappy. Just when others were worried that Chen Mo would be angry, Chen Mo was just nodded and did not speak. Instead, he raised his hand and slowly took off the helmet of the alloy armored combat suit, a young and cold one. But a face full of majesty appeared in front of everyone. Looking straight at Amelia on the main seat, Chen Mo said solemnly, "Actually, I'm here to propose marriage." Chen Mo's words were like a pebble thrown into the lake, causing an uproar. Amelia's beautiful eyes glared. Cold light pierced in her eyes looking towards Chen Mo. The knights in the hall also changed their colors. Chi pulled out the rider head sword from his waist, and only waited for Amelia's order. They would rush forward and daring to insult their lord. Kill people with chaotic swords. Although Amelia is a woman, her strength is not inferior to that of any knight present. In terms of the sword technique alone, she is even stronger than everyone present. Except for her outstanding combat talent, her obsession with the sword technique and the effort she put in are far behind others. Since a few years ago, in order to resist the marriage arranged by his father for her, Amelia put on armor and mixed into the knight regiment and fought with them. Even if the Lord Marquis resigned her marriage in desperation, she still did not leave the knight regiment, but fought harder than before. Whether it was the enemy knight or the powerful werewolf, she never flinched in countless battles. She has won the respect of all that knights with her strength and courage. And the reason why she fought so desperately, everyone knew it was Andrew who was driven away by Lord Marquis. The two once agreed to become a powerful knight together, destroy the werewolves, and protect the people in the territory from the werewolf slaughter. They are also very aware of Amelia's feelings for Andrew, beautiful, noble and battle strength. The powerful Amelia has many admirers in the noble circle. Many nobles once came to propose marriage, but they were all driven away by Amelia. They know that there is only one person in Amelia's heart, and that is Andrew. The Marquis Leonard has just passed away. Chen Mo came here and asked for marriage, giving people a feeling of persecuting orphans and attempting to seize territory. The knights will naturally not let their masters be humiliated. Seeing below with swords drawn and bows bent, the battle is on the verge of breaking out. After the anger, Amelia in the main position has a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. In fact, why did she ever want to fight against the powerful Chen Mo? But even if she took the initiative to surrender, she could only take all her belongings and move to live in the city under Chen Mo, with all her rights, and all territories must be handed over. This includes their castle, which is unacceptable to Amelia. Here is her home, here are the graves of her parents, as well as the most precious memories she and Andrew have left over the years. She has to wait for Andrew to come back. How can she leave? My Steel Suit 106. My Steel Suit 106. Everywhere in the castle, there are carved happy silhouettes of the two of them. They met, fell in love, secretly met here, practiced the sword technique together, and agreed to become knights together to destroy the werewolves. Although he has left, she believes that he will come back again. She will wait for him here and wait for him to become a great knight and come back to marry her. But now, not only the territory and the castle are difficult to keep, but she herself is coveted by this powerful lord, so she has to fight hard. At worst, it's just one death. Just, Andrew, Amelia may not be able to wait till you get back. Thinking of this, Amelia stood up suddenly, stretched out her hand and drew out the gorgeous rider head sword on her waist. With a determined look of Chen Mo, an imposing manner towards death burst out of her. Chen Mo did not expect that the other party's reaction was so big that he was about to turn his face before he could finish. He was pointed at by nearly 100 knights' weapons, but he didn't seem to feel anything. He still sat calmly on the chair, looked calmly at Amelia, who stood up, and said this directly. The purpose of the line: as the Lord of Andrew Knight, I am here to propose marriage for him. Everyone present was stunned by Chen Mo's words. Andrew Knight, is it? Everyone's eyes are on Knight, who has been standing silently behind Chen Mo's body. Amelia looked over with excitement. Is it really him? Andrew was also a little confused at this time. Chen Mo brought him here alone. He originally thought it was to persuade him to surrender, but he didn't expect Chen Mo to propose marriage. At the time, he only thought it was his Sir Lord. After seeing Amelia's peerless face, his heart was moved, and he wanted to take her as his own. When he was in pain and incomparable contradiction in his heart, but I heard Chen Mo say that he was raising a marriage. It wasn't until this time that Andrew realized that Sir Lord did not come this time to persuade him to surrender, and even the purpose of this expedition was not to occupy the Marquis Leonard, but only to propose him. Thinking of this, Andrew was so excited that he strode to Chen Mo. Take off the helmet. Andrew's one knee kneels, the right hand supports his chest, and moved towards Chen Mo. Meticulously gave a solemn knight salute. Looking at this brave knight who is extremely loyal to him, Chen Mo moved towards him, slowly nodded. Andrew stood up solemnly, turned and moved towards Amelia on the main seat and strode up. After seeing his face, the glamorous and noble Amelia trembles slightly involuntarily with excitement. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly turn red, staring closely at Andrew's vicissitudes of life. Can't bear to move away for a moment. Andrew, who was equally excited, hurried to Amelia and stopped. After an affectionate look at each other, Andrew's eyes were red and he hugged the person in front of him who was yearned for day and night. Child. Amelia stiffened, and she softened completely, and buried her head on Andrew's broad shoulders. Even though they were separated by the cold armor, the two could still feel the share in each other's hearts. Warm and hot. After experiencing the hardship of waiting after the lover left, and the difficult situation of a strong enemy coming after his father passed away, I thought it was Chen Mo who forced the marriage by force, but it was not quite that. His lover became knight and came back to marry yourself. In Andrew's arms, Amelia only felt at ease for a while, as if she finally found support. All kinds of grievances rise in the mind. At this time Amelia put down all her strength and fell in Andrew. 2 lines of clear tears shed on his shoulders. In the end, Amelia took her nearly 100 knights to join Chen Mo's subordinates. Like Victor, Chen Mo still let her continue to lead own troops. Although the territory was still taken back, Chen Mo still kept the castle for her. This time, Chen Mo only took more than 200 people with him, in addition to escorting the caravan, destroying the werewolves, and knight who stayed at Blackstone City Fort. After some refurbishment, the team became much larger. The Knight Regiment with more than 300 people set off again and returned to Blackstone City Fort. A few days later, Knight went to a valley in a group. Unlike when they came, they chose a better path in no hurry. Chen Mo rode a tall black horse galloping at the forefront of the team. Andrew and Amelia walked side by side behind Chen Mo. Although they did not speak, they turned their heads and looked at each other from time to time. In his eyes, there is still a deep love. Behind them were 4 knights with bronze heraldic engraved on their armors, and Victor was among them. After being forced by Bing White to join Chen Mo's command, Victor really understands the power of Chen Mo. In addition to his horrifying power, the secret workshops in the castle have also continuously created various magical and powerful things, some of which are sold at high prices through caravans as treasures and luxury goods, while more kinds of things are only equipped and used inside the castle. For example, their sturdy armor, sharp long sword, the stirrup that allows knight to control the horse more easily, the telescope which can see the distant scene, and the crossbow arrows, pulleys, cement, clocks and many other the magical things they have seen, and these things are all invented by their mysterious lord. The longer he stays under Chen Mo, the more Victor feels Chen Mo's deep and unmeasurable, especially the horrible power of the sword-cutting city gate and the single-handed wolves human race group. It was because he couldn't help being revered, and slowly and completely recognized the status of Lord Chen Mo, wholeheartedly loyal to him. Victor sometimes wonders, what is the origin of their mysterious, powerful and incomparable lord? Had it not been for this era that there were no aliens, Victor would definitely think Chen Mo was an alien. Actually, many people in the territory believe and worship Chen Mo as a god. Before Chen Mo appeared, they had been suffering from wars and the threats and slaughter of ferocious werewolves. They lived in hunger, hardship, and fear, and their lives were extremely difficult. Until Chen Mo appeared, The raging werewolves were continuously annihilated. There has been no werewolf silhouette around them for a long time. Even if a werewolf appeared, they would be quickly wiped out by their Sir Lord. War and hunger are far away from them. Sir Lord's Knight Regiment is extremely powerful, and its territory is expanding outward. The place where the war occurred is getting farther and further away from them, and it will never happen to them again. New farm tools and extremely low taxes have greatly improved their living conditions. They don't even dare to think about life now. For the Sir Lord who brought them all this, everyone is grateful and admired from the heart, especially the various magical legends about Sir Lord that spread from the castle. Let them even Chen Mo became a god. How could an ordinary person be so powerful and the magical? Sir Lord must have seen the sufferings in the world and specially came to save them. Victor rode behind Chen Mo while thinking about whether Chen Mo is a god or not, making him believe that a real human next to him is a legendary god, which really makes him it's hard to accept. But if not, how can you explain the magic of Chen Mo? Chen Mo, who is at the forefront of the team, does not know what Victor thinks behind him at this time. Now, Elder, the three major vampires of Underworld, has appeared 2 people, and all them are under his command. Chen Mo feels that he is not far from the appearance of the true ancestor of vampires, Marcus. He is Chen Mo's first goal in the true sense, and it is also the most important first link for Chen Mo to start his core plan. Stop! Suddenly, after running a loud shout, Chen Mo restrained the seated horse, accompanied by a high-pitched neigh. This horse is better than the others. The horses must be tall and powerful. The black horses quickly moved from extreme motion to extreme silence, and stopped in a short time. This war horse was originally one of more than 200 war horses brought by Warren Earl's Knight Regiment. In order to smoothly open the city gates, Chen Mo specially used an improved serum to treat it in advance. Has been strengthened. Although Chen Mo cut off the door bolt, the 2 gates are still very heavy. At the speed of the horse charge, if it is an ordinary horse, it will definitely hit the ribs and fractures and fall dead on the spot. Bumped open the door quickly. But this warhorse can be strengthened. So although it seems to be much taller than a normal warhorse, its strength, speed, endurance and even intelligence are many times that of a normal warhorse. Chen Mo often rode it alone to the place where a large number of werewolves were found to strangle, and by the way to hone his sword art. When it runs, it can easily exceed 100 km per hour, and its top speed can reach more than 200 km each hour. Once its speed is fully exploded, it can completely explode modern cars. Of course, in medieval Europe, ordinary cars could not run at all, and off-road vehicles were far from reaching such a high speed. It can be said that this serum-enhanced warhorse has surpassed. With all cars, acceleration and flexibility are much stronger. Chen Mo reined his horse, and the horse's 4 strong and powerful thighs quickly exerted force, and soon stopped. Fortunately, Chen Mo and the team behind him had already moved a distance away. In addition, he gave an order in advance, and the knights behind not at all bumped into him. With the neigh of the horses, the Knight Regiment stopped neatly and uniformly behind Chen Mo, and quickly entered a state of alert, drew out its weapons, watched all around vigilantly, showing extremely high combat literacy. I have to say, Chen Mo did not waste their training. After the team stopped, Chen Mo looked up and looked towards both sides of the valley. Numerous tall and dense trees grew on the hillsides on both sides, covered by the luxuriant branches and leaves, and you could not see the scene inside. But Chen Mo's expression is extremely solemn. This is the first time he has shown such solemn expression since crossing over to the world of Underworld. In the visible woods, there must be a huge crisis hidden. My Steel Suit 107. My Steel Suit 107. In the woods on both sides of the valley, there are hidden existences that even Chen Mo must be afraid of. Without human destruction, the trees here grow tall and luxuriant, and the dense branches and leaves hide everything in them. But Chen Mo, with 5 senses, can see clearly through the gaps in the branches and leaves. To the large number of werewolves hidden in the canopy. Many werewolves hide in the depths of the woods. Even Chen Mo cannot see, but their heavy breathing and strong heartbeat are caught by Chen Mo's keen hearing. According to the information he received, there are at least 100 werewolves hidden in the woods. This number of werewolves, even if Chen Mo meets alone, would be very dangerous. Although there is Edman alloy armor that can withstand the attacks of most werewolves, the number of these werewolves is too much. If they are swarmed by them, Chen Mo can't completely rely on the sword of the king block. Once you get close by them, they have 3 or 4 times the power of ordinary people, and a dozen or so of them work together, enough to suppress Chen Mo. When the time comes, he really becomes to be slaughtered. This suit of armor is not Iron Man's armor after all. The partial defense is very strong, and the Edman alloy armor plate is sufficient to resist all attacks. But the connection between the armor plates is the weak point of the entire combat uniform. Although Chen Mo has reduced the gap to a minimum through a special design, and the connection of bulletproof fibers is enough to withstand sword attacks, but it does not have the same supporting defense function as real steel battle clothes. In other words, the pressure from the front and back of the body cannot be offset by the armor support. Once Chen Mo falls into the suppression of the werewolf, he is likely to be bitten by the werewolf's sharp teeth through the armor, breaking his arm, twisting his neck, or directly passing the sharp claw through the only unarmored place, stabbing in Chen Mo's eyes. So these amazing numbers of werewolves can completely threaten Chen Mo's life. As for the Knight Regiment, it is even more dangerous. Although the Knight Regiment has many people, well equipped, and battle strength far higher than ordinary knights, such a number of werewolves are still very dangerous for them. Although their armor is far stronger than the ordinary knight armor of this era, it still cannot completely resist the fangs and sharp claws of the werewolves. Even if they can win in the end, the result will be heavy casualties. Be aware that when Knight is usually sent to wipe out the werewolves in the territory, Chen Mo will send 5 to 10 times the number of werewolves to ensure safety. A Dark Iron Knight leads 4 men who are also equipped with full body armor. Knight's attendant can ensure that a werewolf is destroyed without damage. If this ratio is reduced to 3 times as much as it is today, a lot of damage will inevitably occur, not to mention that they are now in the valley, besieged by the werewolves hiding in the woods, and the speed of Knight, the advantage of the charge, cannot be fully utilized. Once this battle breaks out, it will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Actually, Chen Mo really wants to fight these werewolves alone. In the first rescue of Andrew and the others, although there were dozens of werewolves attacking the village, they were scattered and easily beheaded by Chen Mo. Only a dozen of them were besieged the stone house in the end. The werewolf made him feel some pressure, and his strength improved a little in the short and intense battle. The many battles with werewolves since then have also made Chen Mo feel progress, but in the most of them, the werewolves encountered were only more than 20, which only made Chen Mo feel the pressure, but not at all is too dangerous, so the increase in strength is very limited, and the increase in spirit strength is even minimal. There are more than 100 werewolves gathered here this time. Chen Mo believes that this battle will bring him even greater gains. Although it is indeed a bit dangerous, whether it's fighting skills or the spirit strength directly related to his space-time travel ability, the usual exercise is very slow, and it can only be quickly improved through the tempering of life and death. Furthermore, he is not recklessly taking risks blindly. Even if he really encounters a crisis, he still has something to do. If only Chen Mo himself, he would draw out the long sword without the slightest hesitation and launch an attack. But it doesn't work now. There are 300 knights under his hand. Once the fighting broke out, Chen Mo could not take into account the safety of the Knight Regiment members. Under such a huge number of werewolves, the Knight Regiment would inevitably suffer heavy casualties, which Chen Mo could not accept. In order to cultivate these loyal subordinates, Chen Mo has spent a lot of time and energy, and it has been very effective. Whether it is loyalty or battle strength, he is very satisfied. He has no patience to spend a lot of time retrain a group of subordinates. Moreover, in this chaotic world, there are a lot of werewolves. Even if you miss this opportunity, there will be more werewolves for him to kill in the future. Compared with these, These are still limited. The subordinates are more valuable. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Chen Mo's mind quickly, and he quickly made a decision. Looking at the large number of werewolves hidden on the surrounding trees, Chen Mo shook the head a little regretfully, put his hands into the robe, and took out 2 cool silver pistols from it. There are werewolves, defensive in a circle. Following Chen Mo's shout, the members of the night regiment who were on guard were all surprised. Hearing Chen Mo's tone, the number of werewolves must be quite large, encountering werewolf attacks in the woods, which is very unfavorable for them. The speed advantage of the cavalry cannot be deployed and cannot form a powerful charge, but the agile werewolf can use the surrounding trees to launch a sneak attack, and the agility advantage can be better utilized. Everyone was cast a shadow in their hearts, but under Chen Mo's order, they quickly contracted their formation, gathered together in an orderly manner, and formed a circular defense. The knight on the periphery holds a sword and a shield, ready to resist the werewolf's attack at any time. The knight behind them puts away the long sword, holding the rider head gun in both hands, and the tip of the gun is pointed forward. Above, ready to give a fatal blow to the werewolf. Knight in the middle picked up the strong crossbow hanging on the side of the saddle, quickly set up the arrow and pointed it at the woods on both sides of the hillside. Just as everyone was standing in line, clenching their weapons to concentrate attention, completely observing the surroundings, guarding against werewolf attacks, Chen Mo took the lead in attacking the werewolves lurking in the woods. A dazzling blue beam shot from the muzzle in Chen Mo's hand, instantly crossing several dozen meters, and hitting a werewolf hiding among the dense branches of a big tree. Under the shocking gaze of the knights witnessing God's vestige, this huge werewolf was directly burned into fly ash, and was instantly blown into the air by the wind, disappearing without a trace. After that, a denser beam shot from Chen Mo's hand to the woods on both sides, reflecting the huge silhouette of the werewolf hiding one after another. My steel suit 108. My steel suit 108. Without a pause, Chen Mo's 2 guns continuously fired one after another dazzling blue energy beam. Each beam of light accurately hits a werewolf hiding in the woods. At the moment of hitting, a strong blue light burst out to fully reflect their huge silhouette, and then it was directly turned into fly ash by this powerful energy. Wang! 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 Underscore? In the low sound of emission, one after another blue light beams fly, one after another werewolf's silhouette appears, accompanied by the sky flying away. The ashes of a wonderful sight that has never been seen before appeared in front of all knights. 2 NS2 type energy pistols produced by Hydra exerted a powerful lethality in the hands of Chen Mo. The rate of fire was fully opened and there were no false shots. In a short time, they were latent. The werewolves brought a lot of casualties. The same kind around him were constantly killed by Chen Mo, and the remaining werewolves finally reacted, no longer lurking and hiding. Chi launched an attack, howling and rushing towards the night regiment below. Countless tall and strong werewolves rushed out of the woods without danger land, and many werewolves rushed directly from the tall tree canopy moved towards the night below. They opened their huge mouths, revealing their mouths full of whiteness. With sharp fangs, waving sharp claws in the air, the knights moved towards the lower side, rushed fiercely and bit them. With the momentum of their leaping from a height, coupled with the great power of the werewolf itself, knight's sturdy armor can hardly withstand this fierce attack, and it will definitely be torn apart by their sharp claw. But the knights below were not afraid. They raised the long spear in their hands and pointed their spears at the werewolves who fell. Even if they die, they will follow these nasty werewolves. Perish together. The werewolves rushing in the air are getting closer and closer to the knights below, and they can even smell the strong wild beast smell on them. Just as the knights squeezed the long spear and prepared to fight to the death, a dazzling blue light flashed, and the werewolf with a hideous face in the air instantly turned into fly ash, lightly scattered below night above the armor. Seeing the werewolves launching an attack on the night regiment, Chen Mo turned his gun, and killed the werewolves who fell down from the canopy one after another. None of them could successfully plunge into the night array. All was burned into fly ash in midair. But there were too many werewolves attacking. The werewolves from the air that threatened the night regiment were all resisted by Chen Mo, but they rushed out of the woods in all directions and moved towards the night regiment array. Chen Mo didn't have the energy to resist the werewolf who rushed. After all, the rate of fire of the NS2 energy pistol is limited, and the formidable power of the ordinary pistol is too weak. Unless it is accurately shot into the eyes and destroys their brains, it will be difficult to combine these powerful werewolves. Kill. And these werewolves are different from the ordinary enemies that Chen Mo faced in front of them. Their speed and agility are very strong. Even Chen Mo can hardly ensure that every bullet can accurately hit the eyes of a werewolf in high-speed motion. That's why Chen Mo chose to have a slower rate of fire. But the huge energy pistol with formidable power is more difficult to hit the werewolf's eyes, but it's not a problem for Chen Mo to hit their body. As long as they hit, the powerful energy carried in the beam bursts out. Even if the werewolf's body is extremely powerful, it will only be burned to fly ash. While Chen Mo continued to use energy weapons to destroy the werewolves that were constantly leaping down in the air, a large number of werewolves rushing out of the woods finally rushed to the front of the night regiment array. The werewolf rushing to the front, showing sharp claw fangs, roared and ran into the knights who were blocking the formation. Knight in the first row holds a shield in front of him, and the other hand holds a sharp long sword tightly against the edge of the shield. The tip of the sword points directly at the werewolf who is rushing. There is no fear in his eyes. Keeping a close eye on the key to the werewolf, behind them, Knight set up a long spear. Sen Hun's sharp spear tip crossed the first row of knights and extended out of the formation, forming the first barrier against the werewolves. Just as the werewolf rushed to the front, several long spears stabled out quickly and fiercely into the werewolf's body. Knight holding the gun and the horse made force together, and several people joined forces. Down, can withstand the ferocious impact of the werewolf. At this moment, the knight in the first row launched an attack, and the werewolf who was resisted by the long spear was right in front of them, within reach. And even some werewolves' paws had already scratched theirs on the shield. They raised the shield in one hand to block the werewolf's attack, and the sharp long sword in the other hand quickly cut out. The bodies of these werewolves were stabbed by several long spears, and it was difficult to dodge for a while. They could only quickly wave a sharp claw to resist, and some werewolves' arms were also stabbed. Unable to resist, they could only watching long swords slash towards their necks. The first wave of werewolves rushed up with the cooperation of the previous rows of knights. Even if a few of them were beheaded on the spot, the rest were successfully resisted and did not cause any damage to the knights. Kill. But behind them, more werewolves are rushing from all directions moved towards the defensive knight regiment. The outermost knight of the formation is under their fierce attack, and the pressure is increasing. Big Knight in the rear of the formation is also constantly attacking the werewolves who are rushing up with the crossbow in his hand, but the powerful body and powerful life force of the werewolves make it difficult to be killed by a single blow. The werewolf had several crossbow arrows stuck in his body, and still wielding the sharp claw fiercely, moving towards the knight in front of him attacked. The sharp claws of the werewolves left deep claw marks on the knight's sturdy armor, almost tearing it apart. Fortunately, the knights have a close formation, a tacit cooperation, and cooperation with each other. They still barely withstand the impact of the werewolves. So many werewolves rushed out from all directions at once. Even Chen Mo couldn't kill them all in a short time, and could only give priority to attacking the threat to the night regiment to the big werewolves from the air. Once these werewolves jumping from the tall tree canopy successfully jump into the night group array, the TIE defensive rate type will inevitably be broken. The knight who resists the werewolves in front will face the danger of being attacked by his stomach and back, when the situation will be completely out of control. The wild roar of the werewolves and the angry shouts of Knight echoed in the valley, and the sharp claw waved left one after another deep claw marks on the hard armor, long spear, heavy sword, Between bring up the werewolf, blood scattered in pieces. Boom, boom. A crossbow arrow was shot out by a powerful crossbow. Su. Su. Dot. The sharp arrow pierced the air and shot fiercely into the werewolf's huge body. The Night Regiment and the werewolves are fighting fiercely, and Chen Mo in the center of the formation is not idle at all. All the werewolves that fell from the tree were killed by him. None of them could escape his attack and successfully jumped into the formation of the Night Regiment. Finally, all the werewolves in the woods rushed out, and the trees were also no more. Werewolves jumped down, and Chen Mo turned his gun and began to clear the werewolves surrounding the formation. In fact, the situation of the Night Regiment was a bit precarious at this time. This way of staying in place could not bring out their full strength. As knights, they are now more like a group of heavily armored infantry riding on horses. The speed and the advantages of group charge cannot be used. They only rely on solid armor and sharp weapons, although they temporarily resisted the ferocious attack of the werewolves. But as the battle continued, they had gradually been at a disadvantage. In the previous battle, there were not many werewolves who died in their hands. Most of them were injured. On the contrary, they were inspired to become more violent. Many long spears were bitten by the sharp teeth of the werewolf's amazing bite force. It was gradually difficult for them to completely resist the werewolf out of the formation. Some werewolves were already close to the front of Night in the first row. They can only rely on a heavy shield in their hands to resist the werewolf's sharp claw, but their power is too strong. The knights only feel their arms start to numb, although they still gritted their teeth and worked hard. Persevere, but obviously will soon be unable to hold on. If the stalemate continues, Night at the top will inevitably be damaged. When the time comes, once the formation leaks and the werewolf breaks in, what awaits them will be a thorough melee. How much will they survive in the end? People can only look at the will of God. A huge werewolf has several broken long spears inserted all over his body, and several sharp arrows are inserted on his shoulders, chest and abdomen. Scarlet blood gushes from the wound, and the long hair is dyed red. It opened its red and bloodthirsty eyes and stared fiercely at Night, who was wrapped in steel armor in front of him. A strong arm moved towards Night's head fiercely and patted it. Once the shot is slapped, even if the helmet can block the werewolf's sharp claw, the huge force will definitely break the neck of this Night. Night hurriedly raised the shield in his hand to resist, but the previous several attacks had almost completely lost consciousness of his arm. Although he tried to raise it, it was obviously too late to stop him. This fatal blow. In Night's somewhat unwilling eyes, a bright blue light slashed across his head and directly hit the werewolf's body. A burst of even more dazzling blue light burst out, and this head the huge werewolf turned directly into fly ash. Not only this Night, several knights in danger were rescued by Chen Mo in time. Different from the werewolves who jumped down from the tree at high speed, the werewolves on the periphery of the Night Regiment were all supported by Night's long spear and shield, standing still and unable to move flexibly. Chen Mo could aim more easily and quickly. They are naturally much more convenient to kill. Along with one after another blue light shot out from behind the knights. Dozens of huge werewolves that surrounded them were burned to ashes in the blue light. Night, who was in a desperate battle, soon discovered that they had lost their opponents. Except for the corpses of a dozen werewolves who had been beheaded by them before, all the other werewolves had disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the fantastic blue light beams that have been flashing just now, everyone involuntarily turned around and looked towards Chen Mo in the formation. They clearly saw that the lightning-like blue light that instantly burned the werewolves was emitted from the hands of their Sir Lord. The light beams emitting dazzling blue rays of light can instantly burn concentrated objects to ashes. In their perception, only thunder and lightning possess this characteristic and terrifying power. Together with the deep thunder sound of the beam attack, and the magic of their Sir Lord until now, the name of a great spiritual god in myths and legends appeared in their minds. The one who is in charge of lightning power. Thor. My Steel Suit 109. My Steel Suit 109. There is Thor in both Norse and Greek mythology. In Norse mythology, Thor is the heavenly god who is in charge of war and agriculture. His duty is to protect the safety of the divine kingdom and to patrol the farming in the world. The Nordic people say that whenever thunderstorms at that time, it was Thor who took a carriage to patrol, so he was called Thor. In addition, Thor's bravery and good warfare is also very famous among the gods. His power is very huge, almost no one can rival among the gods, and he is an extremely powerful spiritual god. The thunder god Zeus in Greek mythology is the king of the gods, the head of the Olympus' 12 main gods, and the main god of supreme who rules the universe. People often use the father of gods and mankind, divine king, to call him, is the greatest god among the gods of Greek mythology. He uses thunder and lightning as a weapon to maintain the order between heaven and earth. Although the two Thors are somewhat different, all of their characteristics, Shenmue, almost all match. Shenmue led them to be invincible in the war. The new farming tools and new farming methods promoted have made the agriculture a bumper harvest. Coupled with his tremendous strength and powerful battle strength, the most important thing is that they witnessed the scene of Shenmue firing lightning with his hands, which undoubtedly proved his ability to control lightning. They had already speculated about Shenmue's identity, and at this moment, in the hearts of all knights, Shenmue's identity as Thor has been confirmed. Whether it is Andrew, Amelia or Victor, the gaze looking towards Shenmue is full of excitement and enthusiasm. At this time, there is no doubt or hesitation in their hearts. There is nothing better than witnessing with their own eyes. God's vestige is more able to prove the existence of God. The Sir Lord their allegiance has turned out to be an extremely powerful and noble Thor. Then aren't they the Knight of God? A burst of unspeakable excitement and glory rise in the mind. Everyone unanimously came down from the war horse. Regardless of the fatigue after the war, they moved towards Shenmue and knelt down religiously. Looking at the knights who knelt before him, Shenmue felt a little helpless. Are I destined to be a godstick? In the world of Captain of the United States, it was because Red Skull Schmidt originally portrayed himself as the god of Hydra, and he really firmly controlled Hydra in his hands. He, who replaced Schmidt's identity, picked up a ready-made one, and became Reversal Stick. This time in the world of Underworld, he didn't plan to come again. After all, he was a ready-made god position at the beginning, and he has no experience in this area himself. Moreover, he simply doesn't need it. Absolutely powerful strength and 2-year-old layout allow him to fully control the forces in his hands. There is no need to worry about his subordinates rebelling. Naturally, there is no need to pass religion means to control their thoughts and strengthen their loyalty. Shenmue now has enough power to complete the layout and plan in his mind. What he needs to do now is actually waiting and searching. This time I used the energy pistol only because I didn't want to lose nearly half of my subordinates' elite power. Didn't expect the beams emitted by this energy weapon were turned into lightning by these medieval knights. But they could. The hit object instantly burns into a blue beam of fly ash, which is indeed easily regarded as lightning. And Shenmue, who can control the thunder and lightning, is naturally regarded as the god of thunder in myths and legends. At this time, even if Shenmue denied it, I believe these knights would not believe it. Under a blunder, Shenmue has once again embarked on the path of a magic stick. After the knights went on the road again in a solemn atmosphere, there was movement again in the woods where the werewolves were hidden. A tall silhouette wrapped in a black robe slowly walked out of the woods. He glanced at the dozen or so werewolf corpses left on the ground and the thin layer of ashes covered on the ground. The eyes are full of shock. He originally came after these werewolves, but found that they were ambushing a powerful knight regiment. Although this heavy-armored knight regiment looks well-equipped and well-trained, its battle strength should be very strong. But he knows the werewolves better, and knows these knight bode ill rather than well. Who would have thought that the next scene completely subverted his cognition? Originally, he thought he was already the most special existence in this world, and even said that he was a god. As a result, just now, he witnessed the great power of God with his own eyes. The one after another thunderbolt sent from his hand can easily burn the werewolf to ashes. He believes in this powerful power below. Even if he is himself, it will only end in the same way. This is the real God. Thinking of this, his gaze under the black robe kept flickering. After a long time, he seemed to finally make up his mind. He looked up at the night team that was disappearing in the distance, quietly followed along. In the front team, Chen Mo was riding on the horse, listening to the subtle footsteps quietly following far behind him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As it finally appeared, As the Night Regiment returned to Blackstone City Fort, Chen Mo's legendary deeds began to spread quickly in his territory, even outside of it. Spread his legend. His mysterious, his powerful. He brings harvest to the earth. He brings peace to the people. His longsword can cut through the solid city gate. His hands can control the lightning and burn everything werewolf. The brutal and terrifying werewolves are almost extinct in his territory, and the scene of the werewolves raging is gone forever. He is the hero in the hearts of all the people of the territory, the savior they have been waiting for a long time, and their pious belief God. He will completely end the tragic past. He leads the powerful Temple Knight group under his command, and he will surely spread the glory of God over this continent, so that everyone can get his protection. The development of the matter was completely beyond Chen Mo's expectations. The faith spread too fast and came too violently. In his domain, many people originally regarded him as a god. This time, with the testimony of the entire Knight group, the occurrence of God's vestige is undoubtedly confirmed, and faith in the entire domain is quickly established. And all are extremely pious. Since the belief has been produced, Chen Mo naturally does not need to suppress it. Although it is not necessary, it is not harmful to him. To some extent, it strengthens the cohesion in the territory. His rule and development are still favorable. Of course, necessary supervision and guidance are still needed. He doesn't want his people to be used by some people with ulterior motives. At this time, Europe is in the chaotic and dark Middle Ages. The lords are divided and the royal power is declining. Instead, the bishop will take advantage of the trend to rise and spread the faith. At the same time, the power of the Pope begins to gradually override the royal power, even can interfere with the succession of some kings. As a military force guarantee for the Holy See to maintain its theocracy, the Inquisition and Crusaders are famous throughout the European continent. The heretic was tortured and executed by the Inquisition, and destroyed under the iron hoof of the Crusaders. There are countless heretical territories, and its strength is even higher than that of many kingdom armies. Of course, their main power is still concentrated in the Holy See and the capitals of the major kingdoms. Although the territory ruled by Chen Mo is vast, it is actually a remote place, let alone aloof and remote religion. Inquisitions and Crusaders, not even churches. Inspired by Chen Mo's deeds, most of the pastors have converted their beliefs. After all, the God's vestige that actually exists around them can influence people's hearts more than the God of illusory. Chen Mo did not deliberately set up any churches and set clear canons. After all, he did not intend to rely on faith to achieve rule. He thinks that the way of belief like the ancient China is very good. There is no need to brainwash believers all day long. How fanatical they are to train them, and they are willing to dedicate themselves to God, as long as they have their spirit's sustenance in their hearts. Just be in awe. The matter of faith is just an episode for Chen Mo. He does not spend too much time to deal with it. After all, his purpose is not to rule the world, but just to get what he wants and form whether the Knight Regiment or expanding the territory. The ultimate goal is to obtain it. So, after weighing and making sure that this matter will not affect his plan, he didn't intervene too much. On the third day after Chen Mo returned to Blackstone City with Amelia and the others, the person he was waiting for finally came. Looking at the tall man standing in front of him, Chen Mo sat on the main seat, spitting out 3 words gently. Marcus. Standing below the tall, handsome man with a young face is the first vampire in this world, Marcus. Years not at all left any mark on his face. He does not know how old he still looks like a young man in his 20s, but the sharp light in his eyes is telling he is out of the ordinary. When Chen Mo called out his name, Marcus was shocked. In this world, no one except his father should know his name. How did this mysterious lord know? Is he really an omniscient god? In the past few days, he also learned about Chen Mo. He learned a lot about Chen Mo from the people in the territory. The more he knew, the less he could see Chen Mo, but from the bottom of his heart, he still doesn't want to believe that Chen Mo is a god. Perhaps, he is a person with special abilities like himself? In any case, he still decided to find Chen Mo. Until now Marcus is looking for his twin brother who has become a werewolf. William. After turning into a werewolf, William completely lost his mind and bit people everywhere, and all the humans he bitten were turned into werewolves, bringing great chaos to this world. As a vampire, Marcus was afraid of the sun and couldn't act in the daytime. In addition, there were always a large number of werewolves around William, which made him unable to successfully retrieve him. The appearance of Chen Mo gave him hope. He wanted to borrow Chen Mo's hand to help him find his brother, the ancestor of werewolves. William. My Steel Suit 110. My Steel Suit 110. Marcus took the initiative to approach the door and became Chen Mo's new subordinate. He asked Chen Mo to help him find his twin biological brother, the source of the werewolf disaster, William the ancestor of the werewolves, and hoped that Chen Mo would provide them with shelter and space for them to live. For many years, although he and brother William have an immortal body and powerful strength, they have always been regarded as aliens by humans, and they want to get rid of them. He himself was also a white heavenly prison. He was firmly hidden, and he dared to come out quietly at night, and always avoided the sight of human beings for fear of accidentally being discovered by humans. This kind of cautiously life he lived for many, many years. In Marcus's view, werewolves and vampires should be the real masters of the earth. They are powerful and immortality. They are the most perfect creatures in this world, and they should rule this world. Now, he sees Chen Mo's opportunity to rule the world. With the huge power in Chen Mo's hands, once they are transformed into vampires, sooner or later the entire world will be under their rule. When the time comes, he, the ancestor of the vampire, can stand on top of the world, no longer need to hide from Tibet like before, live carefully. All human beings will become their slaves. Vampires will become the true ruler of this world. The reason why Marcus did not wait until Chen Mo was old and dying before tempting Chen Mo to agree to his request with a long life is because Chen Mo's strength is too strong, let alone him the amazing power he showed. The Knight Regiment in his hands was far more powerful than Victor in the movie several decades later. Marcus is worried that he will not show up again. His brother William is likely to be killed directly by Chen Mo or his Knight Regiment. At the same time, he also needs Chen Mo to help him control the growing population of werewolves. Otherwise, this group of wild beasts will destroy this world. At the beginning, he witnessed the shocking scene of Chen Mo sending out a thunderbolt and burning a werewolf. At the beginning, Marcus was shocked to regard Chen Mo as a god. But after the initial horror, he calmed down and carefully analyzed everything that happened at the time, but doubted again. If it is really a god, you can completely destroy all the werewolves in a single blow. There is no need to kill them one by one. It almost makes the Knight of the Knight Regiment appear to be damaged. Through this, the Horskers concluded that Chen Mo is definitely not a spiritual god. At best he is an alien with magical powers like him. To some extent, they are the same kind compared to the ordinary person class. Whether it is for the safety of brother William or the ambition in his heart, Marcus finally took the initiative to find Chen Mo and successfully joined him. As for Chen Mo calling out his name, Marcus guesses that Chen Mo probably learned from his father. After all, people who know his name in this world only the father who gave him and William a special bloodline, immortality like them. Marcus didn't know that Chen Mo had never seen his father, but he was always looking for him. The first undead in the world, Alexander Corvinus. Alexander Corvinus, a Hungarian warlord in the 5th century, a plague that swept Europe and destroyed the area he ruled. In the end, he was the only one who survived. It turns out that he is a born alien with perfect blood. His perfect blood within the body can fuse any gene to strengthen himself. But his perfect blood is originally recessive until the plague virus awakens his ability. He successfully survived the plague and evolved, becoming the first immortality in history. His 3 children inherited his special physique. Among them, Marcus and William were bitten by bats and wolves respectively. After fusion of bat virus and rabies virus, they evolved and became the ancestor of vampires and werewolves. Vampires and werewolves are immortality, but they both have fatal weaknesses. Vampires are afraid of sunlight, while werewolves are afraid of silver. At the same time, his two sons have become extremely bloodthirsty. The difference is that Marcus must rely on blood to maintain his life, while Marcus has completely lost his mind and became wild beast, become crazy bloodthirsty. After discovering that his two sons had become aliens, Alexander Corvinus, the father, was unable to kill his own son personally, and finally had to drive them out. At the same time, he has been hiding behind the scenes, silently watching everything about his two sons. Alexander Corvinus always believes that the world is human, not something his son should conquer, so he has been secretly helping them clean up the mess and keep everything under control. In the entire underworld world, the most valuable thing for Chen Mo is the perfect blood on the ancestor of the undead. Although vampires and werewolves can also make people obtain immortality and greatly enhance their strength, their shortcomings are too obvious, and the changes to the body are also unacceptable to Chen Mo. I don't want to become a monster by myself, and the purest perfect blood does not have these problems. This is what Chen Mo really needs. Chen Mo has been searching for him until now, but he has not found anything. On the one hand, Chen Mo's caravan has a limited number of places to reach, and the collection of intelligence is not comprehensive. In addition, it has been hidden in the dark. Alexander Corvinus, who has wiped his two sons' ass for hundreds of years, is not so easy to find. But Chen Mo knew that as long as he found his two sons, he would not be far away. This is also the main reason why Chen Mo left Marcus. But in addition to being used to elicit Corvinus, Marcus is not entirely useless. Although Chen Mo doesn't need it himself, his knights can all be transformed into vampires. When the time comes, the strength of the entire knight regiment will be greatly improved, whether it is dealing with werewolves or secular strength, or dealing with Alexander Corvinus who is hidden behind the scenes, will be much easier. As for the fatal weakness of vampires fearing the sun, Chen Mo naturally has a way to deal with it. After using Marcus to turn hundreds of knights in the knight regiment into vampires, when Marcus was about to bite him, Chen Mo unexpectedly chose Marcus. Refuse. This made Marcus a little unexpected. According to his original plan, he used the temptation of becoming stronger and longevity to transform Chen Mo and his knight regiment into vampires. When the time he then tells the carefully prepared lie, which makes Chen Mo feel jealous and prevents him from killing the donkey. It's just that now Chen Mo has not at all transformed into a vampire plan. This completely disrupted Marcus' plan and made him feel a little embarrassed. If the lie is thrown out now, will Chen Mo simply abandon the transformation? And after some trade-offs, Marcus still made a prepared statement according to the plan. He believes that Chen Mo is impossible to resist the temptation of longevity. Now that he is still young, he will be prepared for himself before he refuses to turn into a vampire. When he feels time and life's deterioration, sooner or later he will ask himself to treat him. Who would not want to become a vampire? Eternal life. After hearing what Marcus said, if the ancestors of vampires and werewolves die, then their offspring will also die. Chen Mo is just nodded indifferently, not at all too much reaction. It made Marcus even more confused about what Chen Mo was thinking. However, Marcus believes that Chen Mo will still be affected by this lie and dare not move himself easily. After all, even if he does not say that he will always rely on him for longevity in the future, it is only the knights under him. It is impossible to give up easily, so you should be safe. In the movie, Marcus lies to deceive Victor. In order to protect himself, his men and werewolf slaves, Victor has always been jealous of Marcus. Even if he controls most of the vampire warriors and can easily kill Marcus, who is lonely, Victor still makes him an elder, and takes turns ruling the entire vampire family with him. Marcus' ultimate goal has always been to make the undead the ruler of the earth, and he himself becomes the eternal master of the undead, God. Although he failed to rule the world, Marcus did achieve his plan to transform all the humans in a dominant position at the time, Victor's faction, into vampires, from enemies to them power to rule the earth. Chen Mo will not be fooled by this lie, but he will not move Marcus for the time being. he still needs to rely on him to find William and lead Alexander Corvinus. The Knight Regiment now has more than 600 people, and it takes a lot of time to transform one by one. While Marcus transformed them one after another into vampires, Chen Mo also started to solve the vampire fear, the problem of sunlight. Chen Mo had a plan for this. After Andrew was first converted into a vampire, Chen Mo conducted experiments on him. Just as Chen Mo had guessed, after becoming a vampire, Andrew has a special bat ultrasound positioning ability. After a period of deliberate training, Andrew has mastered this ability very easily. He does not need to see with his eyes, but with his hearing, he can perceive the surrounding environment, and it is all round, even more precise and comprehensive than what the eyes can see. Confirmed the conjecture in my heart, then the biggest problem was solved. Under Chen Mo's order, the secret workshop was fully efficient, accompanied by the continuous reverberation over the entire castle. With the sound of knocking, new and exquisite armors were made. Wearing Chen Mo's redesigned full-body armor that covers even the eyes, you can go out to fight even in the daytime. As long as the armor is not torn, the vampire knight inside will not suffer the slightest sun damage. A powerful vampire knight legion, fearless of the sun, was born. My Steel Suit 111. My Steel Suit 111. The problem that has plagued Marcus for many years was easily solved by Chen Mo. While this armor provides a strong defense, it completely blocks the deadly sunlight for vampires from the armor. Furthermore, under Chen Mo's meticulous design, the whole set of armor is extremely flexible and will not affect the flexibility of the action. A vampire has 3 times the strength and endurance of ordinary people, even if it is not worn all day. Any problem, in other words, after wearing this new armor, vampires can move freely in the sun, and no longer have the weakness of hiding during the day. It is precisely because of this solution that Chen Mo dared to transform all that knights into vampires. Knight, who has become a vampire, has become stronger, but no one dares to challenge Chen Mo, the only one who has not become a vampire. Not to mention their firm loyalty and beliefs. They have followed Chen Mo for many years. They know better than anyone how terrifying Chen Mo is. Even if they become vampires, they are stronger than before. Times, it is still impossible to be an opponent of their war god-like powerful lord. Not to mention Chen Mo's horrible ability to manipulate Thunderbolt. Even if they are several times stronger than the original, they will definitely not be able to accept the horrible thunderbolt that can instantly destroy everything. All knights have a deep awe of Chen Mo in their hearts. They don't even have any other thoughts. Not all knights can become members of the knights. Otherwise, the number of knights would be long ago more than 1,000. Under Chen Mo's keen perception, their minds have nothing to hide, and only the most loyal knight is qualified to join the knight group. In the entire knight group, the only person with a different mindset is Marcus. Although for some purpose, Marcus joined Chen Mo's subordinate and recognized him as the master, how could Marcus, who has always have the ambition to rule the world, be willing to live in Chen Mo forever? Now, with the power of Chen Mo, he has jumped from an alien hiding in Tibet to the founder of the powerful Vampire Knight Regiment, although the Knight Regiment is not under his control. But he finally put the vampire on the stage of history and took the first step of the vampires' rule of the world. When the vampire truly steps on the top of the world and becomes the race that dominates the earth, his position as the ancestor of the vampire will surely rise as the tide rises, the boat floats, and even kill Chen Mo to seize the dominance impossible. Of course, Marcus still behaves very honestly now. After all, the strength gap between him and Chen Mo is too big, but he is not depressed. The power of vampires will become stronger and stronger over time. Although Marcus' strength is not very strong now, and he is not Chen Mo's opponent, the most important thing about vampires is time. As time goes by, Marcus will become stronger and stronger, and as the ancestor of vampires, the first pure-blooded vampire in the world, Marcus's power also grew much faster than other vampires he transformed into. Marcus has never exposed his true strength in front of Chen Mo. In fact, after hundreds of years, Marcus's strength is far higher than that of ordinary vampires. After Andre and the others are transformed into vampires, their strength is basically equal to that of werewolves, about 3 times that of ordinary person. Compared with werewolves, the power of vampires is slightly inferior, but the speed is stronger. Coupled with solid armor and sophisticated weapons, as well as superb fighting skills, the battle strength of a single vampire knight is above ordinary werewolves. In the case of a group charge, it can crush the same number of werewolves. And Marcus is much stronger than these newly transformed vampires. His power is about 4 times that of an ordinary person, and his speed is 5 times that of an ordinary person. In terms of physical fitness alone, Marcus' strength is very close to Chen Mo. To some extent, he can already pose a threat to Chen Mo. Of course, Chen Mo does not wear alloys. Under the premise of armored combat uniform, Marcus can be said to be the most powerful existence Chen Mo has encountered in the world of Underworld so far. In addition, Marcus has lived for hundreds of years and accumulated combat experience. Without using energy weapons, Chen Mo may not be able to easily defeat him. Of course, Chen Mo is not clear about Marcus's true strength, but he is still aware of it. Although Marcus deliberately concealed his strength, Chen Mo could still feel the faintly powerful breath of Marcus, plus a clear understanding of Marcus' personality and ambitions. Chen Mo he has always been on guard. After the complete establishment of the Vampire Knight Regiment, Chen Mo did not rush to use this powerful force to open up territory. Instead, he temporarily stopped expanding outside and focused entirely on the werewolves in his territory. Search and suppression. Now Chen Mo's territory is very broad. Although the Knight Regiment will dispatch to clean up once a trace of werewolves is found, there are still many hidden werewolves in sparsely populated places. They are everywhere, floating, threatening the safety of the people in the territory. The human race group of giant wolves with more than 100 heads that Chen Mo encountered last time was not discovered because it was hidden in the remote forest. The appearance of these werewolves is actually very unreasonable. According to the habits of werewolves, they will move around aimlessly, attack all the creatures they encounter, and continue to kill. And this huge number of wolves human race group did not at all leave a trace before. This group of werewolves have been hiding in the forest all the time, and Chen Mo's search for the werewolves in the territory, they are also impossible to come from other places, because they will inevitably stay traces, early on will attract the Knight Regiment's suppression. Then there is only one possibility left. This group of werewolves just spawned in the vicinity. The culprit behind them is the biological brother Marcus has been looking for, the ancestor of the werewolves, William. The results of the night investigations sent by Chen Mo also confirmed Chen Mo's guess that a village that was slaughtered was indeed found near the valley where the battle took place on that day. Judging by the traces left on the scene, the time of occurrence basically coincided with the time of their attack. Chen Mo guessed that Marcus should have followed William's trail. After discovering the slaughtered village, he followed the traces left by the large group of werewolves to the woods. After that, I witnessed the scene of Chen Mo greatly showing divine might. As for William, he did not join the ranks of attacking the Knight Regiment at that time. He probably left early, so not at all discovered the arrival of Chen Mo and the others. And the wolf behind him people found the Knight Regiment and launched an ambush, which was completely wiped out by Chen Mo. William is probably still in Chen Mo's territory, hiding in a deep mountain jungle, or slaughtering Chen Mo's people. A campaign to wipe out the werewolves and find William is in full swing. As the action progressed, Chen Mo found that the number of werewolves in his territory greatly increased. The previously difficult to encounter groups of dozens or hundreds of werewolves began to appear in large numbers, and many villages were slaughtered. Except for those who were eaten, all the other people who were bitten became werewolves. In order to quickly wipe out the large number of werewolves that appeared everywhere, Chen Mo divided the Knight Regiment into 5 teams, led by Andrew, Victor, Amelia, Marcus, and himself. The territory moved quickly. If these werewolves are not eliminated as soon as possible, Chen Mo's territory is likely to be completely slaughtered by them. This shows the terrifying destructiveness of the werewolf ancestor William. If it hadn't been for Alexander Corvinus to wipe his ass all the time behind, and lead the people to destroy the corpses that were killed by William but had not been transformed into werewolves in time, the whole of Europe might have been werewolves have taken over, and humans are likely to have died. He didn't show up this time. It was probably because he was afraid of the powerful force in Chen Mo's hands. He chose to keep hiding and watch from the sidelines. For these werewolves, Chen Mo's approach is to eliminate them all, not at all. Like Victor in the movie, they use iron chains to lock the werewolves as the guards of the vampire castle during the day and protect them during the day. Very vulnerable vampires, because they don't need it. Even in the daytime, the vampire knight is still chasing the tracks of the werewolves around and destroying them. The strength of the fully armed knight regiment of vampires is extremely powerful. The werewolves that popped up in Chen Mo's territory were quickly wiped out, but they were never able to find William. I have to say that as the twin brother of Marcus and the ancestor of the werewolves, William's strength should not be underestimated. The powerful strength coupled with amazing speed and agility makes it difficult to trace. However, as the clearance operation progressed, the Knight Regiment became more and more aware of its habits and methods of action, and slowly it was able to discover the clues it left behind, and it was getting closer and closer to its silhouette. Following its traces, 5 teams came together to a village at the foot of the mountain. They are still a step late. The village has been completely destroyed. The wood house has been torn apart by Sharp Claw. The corpses of villagers and livestock are scattered everywhere. There is no living creature in the whole village. It was peaceful. The peaceful village has completely become a dead place. Looking at the miserable situation in the village in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel angry. Here is his territory. Those who have died are his people, but now they have been slaughtered by a wild beast, and this is the first village destroyed by it. Chen Mo feels that his patience has reached its limit. This scourge must be resolved today. The sharp eyes swept across the village. Chen Mo's face was like ice, and everyone in the group moved towards Knight commanded coldly. It just left here. Amelia, you brought people to stay and burn these corpses. Others. Right now. Expand the search. Tonight. This must be ended. My Steel Suit 112. My Steel Suit 112. Another village was destroyed by William, the ancestor of the werewolf, completely turned into ruins. After Chen Mo's order was issued, the Knight Regiment moved quickly. Andrew and Victor and the others led the knights to follow the traces left by William, and launched a search in the vicinity. Miria led her knight to burn the dead civilians killed by William. Divide into 2 teams and pour the oil on them. Before they deform, they must all be burned. If these corpses are not processed in time, they will all be transformed soon into a werewolf. Marcus drove his horse to Chen Mo's side. We can't hurt him. Looking at Chen Mo's posture, Marcus is very worried that Chen Mo will directly kill William. I promised you, didn't I? But William must be controlled. I will never allow this to happen again. Chen Mo's voice is cold and decisive. Marcus stopped talking, and was about to lead his knights to find William. But Chen Mo stopped him. Marcus, stay with me. Chen Mo doesn't believe that Marcus will obey his orders. Marcus didn't dare to disobey Chen Mo's orders, so he stayed unwillingly and watched Amelia's knight search the corpses from house to house, and poured them all into oil and burned them. This village is not large, with a population of less than 100 people. Hundreds of knights under Amelia's command quickly searched the village for half of the time. All the bodies found were set ablaze and soon burned. A pile of coke. But as time went by, the remaining villagers' bodies began to undergo corpse transformation, and quickly turned into hideous and tall werewolves. However, they have not been able to make too many waves. These newly transformed werewolves are not the opponents of the powerful vampire knight at all. At best, they just added a little trouble to their cleanup operations, and they still can't escape being caught. The fate of beheaded and burned. Just as the knights under Amelia killed these newly transformed werewolves, a knight who was searching for William suddenly rushed back. We found him. Chen Mo, hearing this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. and he glanced at the dilapidated village with flames everywhere, coldly said, "Go." After speaking, Chen Mo pulled on the reins and drove the horse to follow the knight moved towards where he found William rushed over. Marcus's eyes flashed with deep concern, and he quickly followed along. Chen Mo followed the knight to a forest not far from the village. In the circle of dozens of knights, one of them was covered in white hair, which was stronger than the ordinary werewolves they had encountered before. The taller and stronger werewolf was roaring constantly, only facing the fully armed vampire knight. For a while, it couldn't escape their surroundings at all. Special crossbow arrows specially made to capture werewolves with chains attached to the back. This kind of crossbow arrow is launched by a powerful crossbow. Once it penetrates the werewolf's body, the arrow part will automatically open and be firmly stuck on the werewolf's body. Knights only need to pull the iron chain can control the werewolf shot from a long distance. Now this huge werewolf has several such crossbow arrows stuck in his body. Several iron chains are pulled by Knight, and several iron chains are tied to the trunk of the big tree. Being firmly controlled in place, there is no way to break free. Marcus, who was following Chen Mo, also saw the scene in the field, and quickly jumped off his horse and rushed up. "No, don't hurt him." Marcus' face was full of anxiety. He stopped him loudly, but the knight didn't at all pay attention to what he said, and still pulled hard on the chain in his hand. The werewolf roared in pain, struggling constantly, trying to break free from the shackles of his body. Marcus was furious when he saw this. "Stop, you will kill him." Marcus rushed forward, pushing away a vampire knight who was pulling the chain hard, and then he pulled out the long sword from his waist and looked towards the other knights on the side. The other vampire knight next to him immediately turned the crossbow arrow in his hand to point at him, and the knight pushed away by him also pulled out the long sword and stared at him with a murderous aura. Victor, who directed the scene, glanced at Marcus and waved the long sword in his hand. "Strengthen." The two knights on the side stared him firmly, and with Victor's warning, Marcus didn't dare anymore to act blindly without thinking, can only watch the field anxiously. Under Victor's order, the vampire knights pulled on the chains in their hands. A knight raised the crossbow arrow in his hand and aimed at the calf of the giant werewolf. In Marcus's worried gaze, the knight buckled the crossbow, and the sharp crossbow bolt flew out with a long chain, accurately hitting the werewolf's ankle. After the crossbow bolt passed through the ankle, the mechanism of the head bounced away instantly and stuck firmly on its leg. The other knight next to him hurriedly stepped forward to help. Together, they finally pulled the chain and pulled the giant werewolf to the ground. "William!" Marcus yelled in a heartache. This huge white werewolf is the twin brother he grew up with and has a very good relationship. William, the ancestor of the werewolf. Marcus. Chen Mo walked from behind Marcus with a calm face and scolded him sternly. Marcus, hearing this, turned and looked towards Chen Mo and said angrily, "You shouldn't hurt him. According to our agreement, give him to me, otherwise, you will break your promise and pay the price." Hearing Marcus's threat, Chen Mo flashed a fierce light in his eyes, staring at him with murderous aura, and said, "Then you will know your fate. Your sympathy for this wild beast is simply stupid. Your brother is completely out of control. Things have to proceed according to my method." Seeing Chen Mo so determined, Marcus is afraid that he will kill William directly. "You know exactly what the outcome will be if you kill me or William." Marcus once said that once he or William die, all their descendants will die. Although Chen Mo had always killed the werewolves before, but since some time ago, the crossbow bolts specially used to capture the werewolves were made, Chen Mo also began to take the rest after the battle was set. The werewolf captured it back. Of course, Chen Mo's capture of these werewolves is not like in the movie, to protect vampires who are afraid of the sun and can only hide in the dark during the day. With armor that can completely block the sun, there is simply no need for this. Chen Mo captures the werewolves to hone his fighting skills. These werewolves are very powerful and fast. They don't have any reason and only know how to kill wildly. Every time they attack, they do their best. A sufficient number of werewolves can bring some pressure to Chen Mo and play a fighting skill effect. Furthermore, The werewolf physique is strong and has a strong recovery ability. As long as it is not fatally injured, it can recover quickly. It is the best partner for training. When Chen Mo finally started to capture the werewolves, Marcus was very excited. As long as the werewolves are useful to Chen Mo, then he would not want all the werewolves to die, and William's safety would be guaranteed. If you dare to mention his name again, then you have chosen the ending for him. Chen Mo's deep words carried a deep chill. The trifling werewolf is not in Chen Mo's eyes, let alone Chen Mo already knows Marcus's lie. Even if it is true, Chen Mo will not allow anyone to threaten him. As his voice fell, the surrounding vampire knights raised their crossbow arrows and pointed them at Marcus. Being pointed at by so many formidable power and huge crossbow arrows, Marcus is also under great pressure. Even if he uses his hidden strength, it is difficult for him to retreat under the coverage of so many crossbow arrows. Looked towards the knights who were always holding crossbow arrows on both sides and pointed at him. Marcus was forced to move towards Chen Mo helplessly, lowered his head and whispered, "Master, what shall we do next?" "Lock him up forever. The farther away you are, the better." Chen Mo led the Knight Regiment back to Blackstone City Fort. Grabbing the source of the werewolf disaster, the ancestor of the werewolf William, Chen Mo intends to call craftsmen to build a dungeon to imprison him, and the best craftsmen in the territory are all in secret workshops. It happened that Chen Mo hadn't been to the workshop for a while, so Chen Mo was going to go there in person. At the beginning, the workshop also moved into the huge Blackstone City Fort along with the knights. Chen Mo has set aside an area for these craftsmen and their families to work and live. They are here work and life, so the whole workshop looks more like an independent town in the city. Although the territory has expanded many times, the original workshops with dozens of people are not at all. The number of artisans has only increased to less than 100, and their families only have 300 people. After all, Chen Mo manufactures mostly luxury goods or exclusive equipment items. The quantity in demand is not large and does not require much productivity. These people are already enough, and there is no need to expand too much. Riding through the gate guarded by a 50-man knight squadron, Chen Mo rode slowly into the workshop area deep in the castle. The new workshop area is much more spacious than the original manor. The living area and work area are completely separated. Many children are playing on the street. While Chen Mo was looking around the situation in the workshop area, a little girl with pink jade was suddenly playing with her companion, giggling and moving towards the middle of the road, and the running position is in front of Chen Mo's horse. The black horse under the seat of Chen Mo is tall and strong, with 4 strong and powerful legs. Even a powerful werewolf can kick a hoof and cause serious injuries, and an ordinary adult can kill him in one shot. Once stepped on by this tall and heavy horse, her small body is definitely bowed ill rather than well. Someone behind her little friend discovered her dangerous situation and hurriedly shouted, "Selina, come back soon." My Steel Suit 113. My Steel Suit 113. Seeing that the little girl was about to be trampled on by the horse's iron hoof, many people shouted anxiously, and many closed their eyes unbearably. Fortunately, Chen Mo has slowed down since entering the workshop area. The horse is only jogging in small steps, not at all sprinting at high speed. Seeing the little girl's headless move towards the war horse ran over, Chen Mo quickly took the reins. The black horse under the seat of Chen Mo has been strengthened by serum, reacts swiftly, and moves quickly. It feels Chen Mo's instructions, even though his limbs start to slow down. He stops in time before stepping on the little girl. Selina received the news that Chen Mo was coming over in advance. The workshop chief in charge Kane arrived slowly, but happened to see it. In this thrilling scene, I didn't even bother to salute Chen Mo, hurriedly shouted the little girl's name and ran forward and hugged her. Checked up and down carefully and found that the little girl was not at all injured, and finally sighed in relief. Only then did he remember that Chen Mo was still here, and quickly put the little girl down, moved towards Chen Mo, bowed and saluted. "Sir Lord." Chen Mo looked at the little girl standing next to old Kane with some doubts, carrying a white linen in her left hand for sewing at this time. She was biting the finger of the other hand with a face of not knowing what to do, tilting her head and looking at Chen Mo riding on the high war horse. Seeing Chen Mo's doubts, old Cain quickly explained. "Sir Lord, this is my granddaughter, Selina." His father Bert also works in the workshop and is responsible for the manufacture of watches. Nodded. Chen Mo, I have some impressions of Bert, that he successfully created the clock drawings he drew. He is a very talented young man. Release the doubts in his mind for the time being. Chen Mo explained his intention to Cain. He came here this time to build the dungeon where William was imprisoned. William's damage was too great and he must be held tightly. When Chen Mo said that the source of the werewolf disaster was successfully captured by the Night Regiment, Cain was excited and quickly said that his son Bert was the best candidate. Bert likes to study sophisticated mechanisms and traps. He is very obsessed with the clock drawings given by Chen Mo. He tried to study neglect sleep and forget about food, and finally successfully produced it. At the same time, he is proficient in forging, locks and construction, and is currently the most suitable candidate for dungeon construction. Chen Mo has no objection to Cain's recommendation. Chen Mo can still trust his words. Bert was responsible for the construction of the prison where William was held. He just decided on a candidate. Chen Mo looked towards little girl's match. Lina's eyes were even more strange. It seemed that there was something inexplicable. Looking at Selina, Chen Mo suddenly thought that vampires need not only powerful fighters but also scholars and scientists. The craftsmen in the workshop have been working hard for him. He has made a lot of contributions to the territory, and his loyalty has not said that he should be rewarded. Just do it if you think about it. Chen Mo immediately ordered Cain to gather all the craftsmen and family members of the whole workshop together. He had something to say. Chen Mo's order was quickly executed. Soon, the entire workshop with more than 300 people, men, women, and children gathered on a clearing in the center of the workshop, looking excitedly Chen Mo riding on a tall war horse in front of him. Feeling the admiration and eager gaze of everyone below, Chen Mo said slowly while he was secretly nodded. "You have been in the workshop all these years, working for me. I know what you have done. Now, I ask you, would you like to work for me forever and never see the sun again in your life?" Faced with Chen Mo's question, the craftsmen below did not at all think too much, shouting together, "Tao!" "Yes, we do." Everyone present remembers very clearly what they were like before. It is Sir Lord who protects them from the killing of werewolves and allows them to live a comfortable life without worrying about food and clothing. Compared with the sun, they are more afraid of hunger, cold and death, and can work for Sir Lord. It is even more of an honor for civilians like them. This kind of opportunity is not available to anyone who wants it. The tens of thousands of people in the entire territory, apart from hundreds of powerful and noble Lord Knights, only these people are qualified to work for Sir Lord. We are willing to be loyal to Sir Lord as soon as possible. Chen Mo's gaze swept across everyone's face, only to find that everyone agrees with him from the heart, and his eyes are extremely sincere. Even the children, although they don't quite understand Chen Mo's words, but under the precepts and deeds of their parents, the gaze looking towards Chen Mo is full of gratitude, awe and strong worship. They know that it's all because of Sir Lord that they don't need to be hungry and cold anymore. Every day all can eat and wear warmth. It's also because Sir Lord killed all terrifying werewolves that they can every day have fun playing. Seeing everyone's willingness, Chen Mo slowly nodded. "Very good, then today, I will deprive you of the right to live in the sun, but at the same time, I will give you strength and eternal life." Following the Night Regiment, Chen Mo ordered Marcus to transform everyone in the workshop into a vampire. The workshop was moved into the huge cave on the mountainside of the castle, which was safer and more concealed than before. Now that both Marcus and William are in the hands of Chen Mo, Alexander Corvinus is likely to be hidden in his territory, or even near the castle. After all, after hiding in the dark and wiping the ass of two sons for hundreds of years, Alexander Corvinus's method of hiding is still very powerful. When he arrested William before, Chen Mo always paid attention to the surrounding movement, but never found anything. It can be seen that either his concealment method is strong enough to escape Chen Mo's perception, or he was far away to avoid it. The former is not very probable. After all, he doesn't know that Chen Mo has abnormal perception ability. Impossible prepares in advance to avoid Chen Mo's perception. Then there is only one possibility. The sophisticated Alexander Corvinus has long discovered Chen Mo's horror, and he is unwilling to have direct contact with Chen Mo and chose to take the initiative to avoid it. I don't know if he has left Chen Mo's territory. If he has left Chen Mo's territory, it will be very difficult to find him again. Without delay, Chen Mo mobilized all the power in his hands and began a comprehensive search in the territory. The power of the Knights of Vampires and Chamber of Commerce were all mobilized. Every piece of land in the entire territory was searched through a dragnet, but they were never found, even a little bit. No traces were left. Chen Mo is certain that Alexander Corvinus has definitely been to his territory, but it is very likely that something was found after the search operation started, and he quickly evacuated Chen Mo's territory. Even possibly he had discovered the powerful power in Chen Mo's hands a long time ago, and has already left. Although Alexander Corvinus didn't have the heart to kill his two sons after they became monsters, he let them go, and kept solving the mess they left behind for them, but he was actually most of them do not want them to destroy the human world. In the movie, William was locked up by Victor. He did not save him, but chose to hide and wait. Actually, Chen Mo didn't expect him to appear. He just wanted to lead him into the territory, and then use his hand to find him out, but he didn't expect him to be so alert and cautious, and his ability to hide it is also so strong. Silently escaped the dragnet search, disappear without a trace. But Chen Mo is not discouraged. Since this method has not succeeded, he will continue with other plans. Anyway, he has time. It is only a matter of time to find him. He is not in a hurry. The territorial expansion, which had been stagnant for a long time, started again. Under the direction of the soldiers of the incomparable Vampire Knight Regiment, new territories were captured, and the lords who had just been sighed in relief could not help but become everyone is in danger. Many lords who claim to love their people actively surrender to Chen Mo in exchange for the preservation of life, freedom and wealth, and become rich with peace of mind, and those who are capable are also reused under Chen Mo, joined the management and construction of Chen Mo's vast territory. As for those who have ghosts in their hearts to choose to resist, without exception, they are directly and strongly destroyed by the Vampire Knight group, and they can't stop the slightest progress of Chen Mo. The entire territory expands in all directions at a very fast speed. Time passed quickly in the Battle of the Knight Regiment. With the roar of the horses' iron hooves, 3 years passed in an instant. 3 years later, Chen Mo has occupied most of the European continent, but he has never found a trace of Alexander Corvinus. At this time, the European continent, except for the British, Irish, and Icelandic islands located on the surrounding sea, the entire western part of Europe is almost completely under the rule of Chen Mo, and now only the last one is located in Europe. The westernmost part of the mainland is still fighting. The location here is the future of Portugal. It is located at the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula and also the westernmost point of the entire European continent. To the west of this territory is the endless Atlantic Ocean. When Chen Mo's Knight Regiment broke through the last castle blocking them, and wiped out the last lord who persisted in resistance, after occupying the last piece of land, Chen Mo took after the battle. The Knight Regiment passed through the castle and came to a cliff behind the castle, adjacent to the sea. This narrow cliff is more than 140 meters high from the sea. Standing here, you can see the infinite and vast ocean in the distance. The entire continent seems to be behind you. This is the westernmost part of the European continent. Roka from the side. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Chen Mo and the others moved towards the sea, and saw a huge sailing boat sailing towards the depths of the sea to the west. Alexander Corvinus. My steel suit 114. My steel suit 114. On a huge sailing ship a few kilometers away from the coastline. A tall beard with a white face, A middle-aged man with a majestic expression is standing on the stern deck, looking far away at the fading mainland behind. He is the undead that Chen Mo has been looking for, Alexander Corvinus. As he looked at the land that was about to leave, a flash of silver light suddenly came into his sight. On the towering cliff by the sea in the distance, suddenly a team of majestic silhouettes of silver-clad knight appeared, staring at the tallest and only black-robed knight. Alexander Corvinus' eyes were full of dignity, anger, and at the same time a deep puzzlement. Since the plague that swept Europe hundreds of years ago awakened his perfect blood within the body, he was not afraid of all diseases, and at the same time his strength became very powerful. The most important thing is, he has gained eternal life. But he does not feel that he is superior to humans. He always thinks that humans are the masters of this world, and he is always an alien. So after that, in order not to be found out of his difference, he resolutely gave up his territory, tried to hide himself, disguised as an ordinary person, until his two sons were vampire bats and a wolf bite. The two who inherited part of his perfect bloodline both evolved after being injured, but compared to him, the evolution of his two sons is more like a mutation. Not only the appearance has occurred changes, even habits and temperament have undergone tremendous changes. Marcus grows long fangs in his mouth. He becomes afraid of the sun, but he is full of uncontrollable desire for blood. All the livestock in the house are sucked up by him and turned into corpses, and finally stopped in time when he wanted to attack humans. William has completely become a wild beast, crazy, brutal, bloodthirsty. Even his father doesn't recognize him, and he wants to attack him madly. Alexander Corvinus believes that it is God who is punishing him, because he has the power and ability that humans should not have. Although his two sons were completely alien, they were his own fleshes and blood. In the end, Alexander Corvinus did not have the heart to hurt the killer, but expelled them. They fend for themselves, until the werewolf disaster began to spread. Alexander didn't know how terrifying his son's destructive power was. But he still didn't have the heart to attack his son, but kept following behind to clean up their funeral. But his power is limited after all. Even if there are many elite fighters for him, the werewolves are still raging across the European continent. Even if he knows that the source of all this is his son William, as long as he is killed or even imprisoned, all this can be ended. But he can't be cruel, just keep following behind William. He cleaned up the chaos he caused and tried to control the damage within a certain range until Chen Mo appeared. In the valley, Chen Mo and the Knight Regiment encountered a sneak attack by hundreds of werewolves. In order to avoid Marcus hiding in the woods, Alexander and his men were hiding further away. Observed, because the distance is too far, it exceeds Chen Mo's sensing range, and they are well concealed, so not at all was discovered by Chen Mo. But they witnessed Chen Mo greatly showing divine might from a distance, launching one after another blue thunderbolt and killing all the werewolves in a shocking scene. The shock caused by this scene to Alexander's heart is extremely strong. This is the power that spiritual God can possess. At that time, there was a feeling in his heart that Chen Mo was sent from heaven to take back his ability that should not be controlled by humans. But he is unwilling to be obediently surrender. He is used to longevity and has experienced countless ordinary person growth, aging, and death by his side, but he can ignore the passage of time and fear the coming of death. Life is regarded as a game, and he does not want to change back to an ordinary person who can be born, aging, sickness and death. Even if this is an arrangement from heaven, he will not accept his fate. If you want to regain his power, let him catch him himself. So, after Chen Mo led the Knight Regiment to leave, Alexander Corvinus didn't care about the departing William and Marcus, but directly led the way and left Chen Mo's territory. After leaving, Alexander Corvinus has always followed Chen Mo's movements. Having been operating in continental Europe for hundreds of years, Alexander Corvinus has his own information channels. He learned about Marcus' allegiance and William's imprisonment shortly afterwards. What other thoughts did he not at all think about this? William has been raging on this land for hundreds of years, killing countless people and killing countless villages, causing too many killings, and he should be imprisoned. William is his son, he can't do it himself. But if others imprison him or even kill him, he may be a little sad, but he won't stop it. He deserves everything. The large-scale search followed closely from behind also confirmed his guess that Chen Mo was really directed at him, but how did he know his existence? On this world, only Marcus knows his existence, but he doesn't know that he has been behind them all the time. How did Chen Mo know about it? If he hadn't had that inexplicable hunch when he saw Chen Mo, he didn't get out in time, maybe he would have been surrounded by Chen Mo's night group. Although his strength is strong, his soldiers are all experienced elites, but compared with the large number and well-equipped night regiment of Chen Mo, he is still far from an opponent and cannot compete. Fortunately, he has left Chen Mo's territory. Europe is so big, Chen Mo should never find him again. Who would think that the later development completely exceeded his expectations? After searching fruitlessly, Chen Mo turned to expand without stopping. His powerful night regiment continuously conquered the territories on this continent for him. No matter how powerful the Lord Army, how strong the castle is, can't stop Chen Mo from expanding. The Temple Night Regiment in the mouth of the Chen Mo leader, like an unstoppable torrent of steel, swept across the earth. Wherever their iron hooves stepped on, they were all inserted into the representative Chen Mo, the ruling nine-headed evil dragon banner. Faced with Chen Mo's crazy expansion, in order to avoid Chen Mo's strong soldier forward, Alexander Corvinus led his elite fighters to move away from Chen Mo's territory, always avoiding with the night regiment. There was no direct contact with them, let alone being discovered by them. But what he absolutely didn't expect was that Chen Mo's expansion would be so violent. His territories grew bigger and bigger, and eventually he directly occupied the center of Europe, and expanded north and south to the coastline. Cut off everything in Europe completely. At that time, Alexander, who was on the west side of Chen Mo's territory, had no room for detours. Chen Mo's territory completely occupied him in the direction of retreat to Eastern Europe. The castles on the edge of the territory, a large number of closely guarded troops and the heavily armored knight patrolling back and forth completely blocked him from the west. As Chen Mo's army continued to advance westward, Alexander took his soldiers step by step back to Cape Roca, the westernmost point of the European continent. Here, Alexander Corvinus, as an exiled nobleman, joined the frightened local lord's castle, providing him with a lot of wealth, helping him repair the city wall and reorganize his arms. Prepare to resist Chen Mo's attack together. This aristocratic lord, who originally tyrannically abused power in his own territory, fell into deep fear and despair after learning about Chen Mo's handling of the aristocracy. What he did would inevitably not escape the end of being executed, so it is better to fight to the death. The appearance of Alexander Corvinus, a nobleman who had the same illness with him, and who had the same experience but escaped by chance, strengthened his determination to resist. Alexander has the experience of resisting Chen Mo's attack, and he generously gifted him a large amount of wealth to strengthen his armament. He is still very happy to help him resist Chen Mo's attack. Alexander also trusted and valued very much. And Alexander did help him a lot, making his castle's defensive ability much stronger than before, and his confidence in resisting Chen Mo was also much stronger. But secretly, Alexander began to give himself prepare to retreat. Under the cliff behind the castle, they secretly prepared a huge sailboat, and secretly stored enough food and fresh water for him and his men to consume, and finally rushed to Chen Mo's night group before arriving. All preparations were completed. As soon as his retreat was prepared, Chen Mo's night regiment came outside the castle. While his partner, the lord he used as a shield, was busy resisting Chen Mo, Alexander Corvinus quietly left the castle with his men and completely occupied Chen Mo. Before this last piece of land, I boarded the prepared sailboat and set sail. In the past 3 years, Alexander Corvinus took his men to hide, and kept retreating westward under the pressure of Chen Mo. In the end, he was forced to leave to the European continent, but this time I finally escaped Chen Mo's clutches completely. With the navigation technology of this era, It is impossible to transport a large number of knights and horses to cross the sea. What he was afraid of before was the powerful heavy-armored knight regiment in Chen Mo's hands. If Chen Mo really dared to take a group of knights without horses across the sea to chase him, then he would let Chen Mo know that Alexander Corvinus would not only escape and run away coward. He will use his strength to tell Chen Mo that his name, the earliest undead, is not a vain name. In these hundreds of years, he did not live in vain. My Steel Suit 115. My Steel Suit 115. On the turbulent Atlantic coast, on the towering cliffs, a team of fully armed and majestic knights, wrapped in silver armor, stand proudly on their tall horses. On the edge of the cliff, following their line of sight, you can see that a few kilometers away on the sea, a huge sailing ship is sailing in the wind, gradually going away, towards the depths of the ocean. Alexander Corvinus on the boat looked at the majestic silhouette on the cliff, and he no longer had his previous fears. They are now far above the sea. Even if Chen Mo wants to chase, he has to have a boat. Since he was ready to flee by boat, Alexander Corvinus was already fully prepared. Except for the sailing ship they rode in, all the ships in the entire territory were destroyed and burned by them. In a short time, it was impossible to have ships for Chen Mo to pursue. Waiting for him to transfer ships from other places, they had already escaped disappear without a trace. The vast sea, boundless, Chen Mo would never know where he went. Just as Alexander Corvinus sighed in relief to finally escape Chen Mo's pursuit, a stunt scene happened on the distant cliff. Above the towering cliffs, Andrew, Victor and the others riding on the standing horses, watching the sailing boats farther and farther on the sea, gritted their teeth and hated them. In the past 3 years, in addition to the expansion of the battle, they are looking for the trail of Alexander Corvinus, or more accurately, their expansion is to find Alexander Corvinus. Now he has finally been forced to the end of the continent, stuck in this land blocked by the ocean, and finally he ran away, but they can only hear. I watched their boat drift away. Just now they found a winding stone path on the side of the cliff, which spiraled down the steep cliff wall and extended to the sea below the cliff. Alexander Corvinus and the others must have quietly descended from here to the beach while they were attacking the city, and boarded the prepared ships to escape in advance. It's just that they also discovered at the same time that there are simply no other ships under the cliff, and even if they go down, they will not be able to chase them. Chen Mo stared at the burly middle-aged man on the sailing boat in the distance, standing alone on the tail section deck, but there was no irritation on his face, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, like a hunter finally caught the prey. Looking at the winding path on the side of the cliff, Chen Mo secretly shook the head. This path is too steep, narrow and winding. If he goes down from here, even he will cost a lot. At the time, the long 100 prey is right in front of him. Chen Mo has no patience to climb the mountain slowly now. Turning over and getting off the horse, Chen Mo stepped forward and came to the edge of the cliff. The fierce sea breeze blew the hem of his robe backwards and swayed in the air. The exposed legs were covered with angular black armor full of power. In the sun, flashing moving the mysterious black luster. Because this cliff is slanting out into the sea, looking down from here, there is a deep sea directly below, not at all reefs. Nodded in his heart, Chen Mo turned around, and commanded in a deep voice to the crowd behind him. "You are waiting for me here." After that, before Andrew and the others could react, they stepped forward in their incredible eyes and jumped down. This huge cliff is more than 140 meters high. Chen Mo's body fell rapidly down the cliff, and his black robe was blown by the strong wind, like a cloak, dancing with the wind behind him, hunting. Chen Mo's sudden cliff jump made the knights turn pale with fright. Andrew and the others quickly got off their horses, ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down anxiously, only to see Chen Mo's silhouette straight up move towards falling in the sea. In the worried gaze of Andrew and the others, Chen Mo quickly crossed a height of more than 100 meters and fell straight into the sea, causing a large surging white wave, and then completely disappeared under the sea. When they were disturbed, the silhouette of Chen Mo Black quickly surfaced. The knights crowded on the edge of the cliff had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief. A boat with several meters long suddenly showed no signs, suddenly appeared on the surface of Chen Mo's side. No one can see how it appeared there, as if it had been changed out of thin air. This small boat that appeared suddenly is actually an assault boat that Chen Mo put in space. It was originally designed to deal with the air disaster in the real world, so as to have a foothold after a forced landing at sea. Didn't expect comes in handy here now. In order to save space, Chen Mo chose 2 assault boats that can quickly and automatically inflate. As long as the pull ring is pulled, the compressed gas stored in the cylinder can quickly expand the boat in a few seconds. And the hull and the motor before inflating are only less than 1 cubic meter in volume, and will not take up too much space. Quickly turned on the boat from the sea, Chen Mo started the engine, and a low and loud rumbling sound rang. The high-speed rotation of the propeller in the water produced a huge thrust, pushing the assault boat, like a sharp arrow from the string, pierced the sea and rushed towards the distant sailing ship. Alexander Corvinus, standing in the tail section of the sailing boat, witnessed Chen Mo jumping off the cliff. He was still shocked by Chen Mo's amazing actions, and then suddenly appeared ships and no sails. The weird scene of speeding forward without oars made his eyes widen and he was completely horrified. He is very sure that all the ships in the entire territory that are hundreds of kilometers in size have been destroyed by them, and this ship that suddenly appeared was definitely not the before. What surprised him even more was the performance of this ship. The speed of this ship was very fast, far beyond any kind of ship he had seen before, and it had neither sails nor no one can paddle, but can travel through the waves faster than a horse on the sea, which is somewhat beyond the scope of his understanding. Under the incredible gaze of everyone, the assault boat driven by Chen Mo quickly chased the sailing boat in the distance, and soon approached a place less than 100 meters behind the sailing boat. Until this time, Alexander Corvinus, who was in horror, finally came back to his senses, looking towards driving the divine boat with unparalleled momentum. He rushed to Chen Mo. At this time, Chen Mo stood proudly on the boat, exuding a powerful imposing manner, and a pair of sharp eyes locked him firmly. Alexander Corvinus hurriedly pulled out the gorgeous and ancient longsword from his waist. His eyes were fixed on Chen Mo who was rushing in. His face was full of solemnity. As an undead who has lived for hundreds of years, Alexander Corvinus has experienced all kinds of complicated and bizarre things, but he has never encountered a mysterious body like Chen Mo, a powerful existence with all kinds of incredible magical abilities. The great Alexander Corvinus has never feared anyone, but he has to admit that he has always had deep fears, for Chen Mo, deep in one's heart. This is a more mysterious and more powerful existence than him. Chen Mo on the assault boat did not know what Alexander Corvinus was thinking at this time. Seeing that the distance from the sailing boat was less than 50 meters, Chen Mo turned off the engine and let the assault boat use it. The inertia continued to move towards the sailboat rushed away at high speed. Coming to the bow of the ship, Chen Mo drew the sword of the king, holding the sword in his hand, and his sharp eyes fixed on the stern deck, who also held the long sword, fully guarded by Alexander Corvinus. Seeing that the assault boat was less than 10 meters away from the stern, and when it was about to hit, Chen Mo exerted his feet and stepped heavily on the boat, and the whole hull sank down. A big chunk. Huge power burst out from his legs. Chen Mo leapt high from the assault boat, and with the blessing of inertia, moved towards Alexander Corvinus on the tail section of the sailing boat. Past. The distance between the two quickly shortened, getting closer and closer, and they could even see the cold light in each other's eyes. Just when Chen Mo was about to fall on the deck, Alexander Corvinus had moved suddenly. He took a few steps forward quickly, approaching the position where Chen Mo was about to fall, and at the same time raised the long sword in his hand, and quickly moved towards the chest position of Chen Mo who was still in midair, stabbed straight in the past, trying to take advantage of Chen Mo's body in the air and unable to take advantage of the strength to dodge, by surprise, to seize the opportunity in one fell swoop. If Chen Mo can't stop him from this sudden blow, he will be pierced by his sharp sword, and if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured. He will definitely be unable to fight again. And if Chen Mo swung his sword to block this sword, he would be in midair with nowhere to borrow. His balance would inevitably be broken. When the time comes, he will completely take advantage of the opportunity. Chen Mo launched a series of fierce attacks based on the instability and defeated Chen Mo in one fell swoop. I have to say that Alexander Corvinus is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years after all. He has extremely rich combat experience and immediately put Chen Mo into an extremely disadvantaged situation. If it is an ordinary person, he will inevitably lose the opportunity under his plot against, fall into a disadvantage, and can only be beaten by him. Unfortunately, his opponent is Chen Mo, a return from the world of American captain with 6 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, and an impervious to sword and spear, indestructible Edelman alloy armored combat suit, and from Norway where Tesseract is hidden. It was accidentally obtained from the Royal Mausoleum. The sword of the king is unparalleled and no stronghold one cannot overcome. For Chen Mo, there are many ways to deal with the ultimate move that cannot be dealt with by others. Alexander Corvinus' exquisite plot against made Chen Mo shine. From this simple trick, it can be seen that his fighting skills and experience are far above Chen Mo. Only sometimes, skill does not mean everything. My Steel Suit 116. My Steel Suit 116. Alexander Corvinus is the strongest opponent Chen Mo has encountered so far. His sudden forward attack before Chen Mo fell on the deck, the super speed he burst out was not below Chen Mo, and his precise grasp of the battle timing, and sword arts subtle and very ruthless, but also above Chen Mo. In normal times, Chen Mo would definitely be tempted to fight a good fight with him, using his hands to hone his fighting skills, but at this time he didn't have such thoughts. It took him 3 full years to conquer more than half of Europe. He finally caught up with him here. If he missed this opportunity, he would want to get the perfect blood and he would not know how many it would cost him. Years, so Chen Mo didn't want to take risks. The most urgent task is to completely take down Alexander Corvinus in front of him. Other things can be said later. Faced with Alexander Corvinus' tricky, very ruthless sword, Chen Mo did not evade, letting the sharp point of the sword swiftly approach his chest, and the sword of the king in his hand inclined forward, cut out, moved towards the long sword in Alexander's hand. Looking at Chen Mo's response, a hint of joy flashed in Alexander Corvinus' eyes. Chen Mo did not evade the long sword that pierced his chest, but he swung his sword to miss him. Long sword. Only at this time, the tip of the sword is very close to his chest. At this distance, his block is already a bit late. Even if he can miss his long sword, it will not be complete. Avoid it. Even if it can't pierce his chest in one fell swoop, it will definitely hit him in the chest and abdomen, and still can't escape the serious injury. Alexander Corvinus held the sword tightly. Judging from the performance of Chen Mo jumping onto the deck, his power is absolutely very strong. He must go all out and be ready to dissolve Chen Mo. To block, try to stab the long sword into the vital part of Chen Mo's body. As the two swords intersected, the imaginary power from Chen Mo long sword did not appear. Puff. Along with a sharp and short metal rubbing sound, Alexander Corvinus only felt light in his hands, and then he was shocked to find the long sword was completely cut off from the root by Chen Mo. The entire sword body lost its connection, and the deck under the feet fell down obliquely, leaving only a short section of the sword body connected to the hilt in his hand, originally sharp. The long sword has thus become a piece of scrap iron, without a trace of lethality. Alexander Corvinus couldn't help but feel a little confused. This sharp sword that has accompanied him for hundreds of years and followed him to kill countless werewolves was so easily cut off. The fallen blade pierced into the deck under his feet diagonally, and the sound made him sobered up. Looking at the mysterious lord standing with a sword in front of him, black-clothed, black armor, sharp eyes like a knife, and an amazing imposing manner all over his body, Alexander Corvinus just felt a deep sense of powerlessness swept away. Out. With the speed that Chen Mo showed in the short match, and the amazing power that jumped onto the deck before, his own strength is already not under him, plus Chen Mo's hands, he is simply not an opponent of a sword that cuts like iron. Recall the scene where Chen Mo sent out a thunderbolt with both hands and burned a large group of werewolves. Alexander Corvinus completely lost the will to fight. Chen Mo possessed the powerful power, which was simply not something he could contend. Furthermore, after Chen Mo cut off his long sword just now, he could be killed with a single sword, and his resistance was meaningless. Waving his hand to stop the men behind him who wanted to step forward and busy Chen Mo, Alexander Corvinus took a deep look at Chen Mo with cold light and dazzling long sword in his hand, and turned. He looked up and looked towards Chen Mo, who stood quietly in front of him. This powerful lord who had been following him for several years and even conquered the entire continent of Europe in order to capture him. It's been 3 years, and finally you found it. Alexander Corvinus threw away the hilt in his hand and said somewhat sullenly, "Are you a man or a god?" Chen Mo, Alexander, who is covered in black-clothed black armor, seems to be covered in mystery. Vinner's voice was filled with doubts. Asked out the question that had troubled him for several years, Alexander Corvinus looked towards Chen Mo expectantly, waiting for his answer. Chen Mo, hearing this, thought for a while, looking at Alexander Corvinus, who was full of expectation in front of him. A low and majestic voice slowly came from under the helmet. "I am a man and a god." Chen Mo is a man, but he has a powerful force beyond ordinary people. He knows the secrets hidden in this world and can travel through in the world of each movie. It keeps getting stronger. For the people in this world, it is not wrong to say that he is a god. For the people under his rule and the knights, Chen Mo is their god. Chen Mo's words made Alexander Corvinus fall into thinking. Is it a man or a god? Could it be, as a human being, a god who descended into the world? Chen Mo's answer and Alexander's own brain replenishment made him finally solve the doubts in his heart. It seems that God is really coming to recover those powers from him. These abilities were originally bestowed by heaven. Since he can't escape, let him take it back. Hundreds of years more life than others, experienced all the wonderful, beautiful and surging forward with great momentum. He should also be content. Maybe it is time to experience the process of ordinary person birth, aging, sickness and death. The 2 sons are now in Chen Mo's hands. With his ability, he will certainly not let them continue to do harm to the world, and he no longer has to follow them to clean up the mess. There is no need to hide in Tibet, every day in fear, for fear that Chen Mo's night regiment will suddenly appear in front of him. Release all the burdens in his heart. Corvinus felt lightened all over, and seemed to finally be relieved. Looking at Chen Mo, Alexander Corvinus' eyes became calmer and calmer, and he said slowly with the calmness of letting go of everything, "I'll go with you." Chen Mo, who conquered most of the European continent, and his Temple Knight regiment returned to Blackstone City Fort. The people in the territory rushed to both sides of the road to welcome the triumphant return of their great lord. The majestic black 9-headed dragon banner is waving in the wind, and the team composed of hundreds of heavily armored knights is dignified, neatly formed, and the distinctive armor, like a rainbow-imposing manner, makes the crowds of men, women, and children all exposed. Respect. Looking at the powerful, handsome, noble and majestic knights riding on tall horses, wearing silver armor, the eyes of young girls are full of admiration, while youngsters their eyes shone, and after worshipping, they all wished that they could put on that handsome armor and become the knight of Sir Lord's temple. In this imposing manner magnificent team, there are dozens of slightly depressed silhouettes. It is Alexander Corvinus who was captured by Chen Mo and his elite subordinate. On the same day, Corvinus was instantly defeated by Chen Mo by virtue of the sharpness of the sword of the king. Frightened by Chen Mo's strength, he wisely chose to surrender, and did not let his men continue to resist, and do nothing more. Sacrifice. Since he was so acquainted, Chen Mo didn't embarrass him. After confiscating their weapons, they did not bind or imprison them. They allowed them to ride their horses on their own and return to Blackstone City Fort with them. It's not Chen Mo's support. Surrounded by hundreds of fully armed vampire knights, they will never win even if they have weapons. In addition, Chen Mo's own perception is always watching their movements. They are simply impossible to escape. Back to Blackstone City Fort, Chen Mo ordered Knight to take Alexander Corvinus's men in to withdraw and take him into the castle. Would you like to see Marcus and William? Marcus was previously sent by Chen Mo to conquer the Eastern Territory, and he has just returned to the castle within a few days. William was locked in a dungeon already built. No need. Alexander Corvinus walked slowly behind Chen Mo, hearing this gently shook the head. I have watched them secretly for many years, and it is time to rest. From now on, these all are your business. One of them is Chen Mo. Now one of his staff is Chen Mo's prisoner. He really doesn't need to worry about cleaning up the mess for them and taking care of the funeral. Chen Mo, hearing this, did not say much, and took Corvinus directly to the hall inside the castle. This hall occupies a large area and has a huge space, which can accommodate hundreds of people without making it crowded. Ordered to fetch 2 sabers used by the Knight Regiment, Chen Mo picked up one and threw it at the opposite Alexander Corvinus. Corvinus reached out and caught the long sword, looking towards Chen Mo in confusion. Shua! Chen Mo gently drew out the long sword, the eyes in his eyes sharpened sharply, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of the body. Sharp! The imposing manner moved towards Alexander Corvinus, fiercely pressed over. Let's play a good fight. Alexander Corvinus glanced at Chen Mo's long sword with the same standard as him, and a rays of light flashed in his eyes. The sword, he used for hundreds of years, soldiers, robbers, knights, werewolves, countless lives died under his sword. He asked himself, the sword technique is unparalleled in the world, no one can beat. Before Chen Mo cut off the long sword on the ship, and Chen Mo's terror ability to manipulate Thunderbolt made him lose the will to fight. But what Chen Mo means now is to try the sword technique alone with him, which rekindled the desire to fight in the heart of the proud and unparalleled sword technique Alexander Corvinus. As the fighting intent rises, Alexander Corvinus' imposing manner also begins to rise continuously. The 2 eyes collide in the air, and the air seems to have ripples. With his eyes firmly locked on Chen Mo, Alexander Corvinus took out the long sword in his hand, without saying a word, moving towards Chen Mo and rushed straight up. The 2 most powerful people in this world finally ushered in the peak battle. My Steel Suit 117. My Steel Suit 117. The ruler of the entire European continent, in the ancient and magnificent Blackstone City Fort's Conference Hall, is the peaks battle between the 2 most powerful houses in the world. Alexander Corvinus rushed to Chen Mo at an astonishing speed. The long sword in his hand pierced the air with unparalleled momentum, and moved towards Chen Mo's chest. Past. The powerful force and astonishing speed that broke out in this move instantly made the presence of Andrew and Victor and the others' complexion greatly changed. The battle between Chen Mo and Alexander Corvinus on the sailing ship ended very quickly. They didn't know how strong Corvinus was. They didn't know until then. This Chen Mo has been searching for a goal for several years, but he is so powerful. Faced with Alexander Corvinus' unparalleled swiftness, Chen Mo saw rays of light flourishing in his eyes, and he only felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and his mind was clear and focused like never before. This is the feeling of fighting. With both eyes firmly locked on the swift sword in front of him, Chen Mo's legs, waist and hips are strong, while the upper body rotates to the left and swings the sword to block. The center of gravity of the whole body moves towards offset to the right, avoiding the attack track of Alexander Corvinus' long sword. The rotation of the body drives the shoulders and arms. The strength of the whole body rises from the feet, and the strength of various parts of the waist and back, shoulders and arms are constantly superimposed and accumulated, reaching peak during the rotation. The long sword in Chen Mo's hand carries a tremendous amount of power, and with the force of wind and thunder from the side, it slashes heavily on the long sword stabbed by Alexander Corvinus. Boom! Along with the sound of an extremely loud long sword clash, Alexander Corvinus' unparalleled sword was missed by Chen Mo. At this time, Corvinus has already rushed to Chen Mo's body. Without waiting for him to return his sword to launch the next attack, Chen Mo directly took a step forward, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand borrowed the rebounding force of a blow, from left to right, moved towards Alexander Corvinus and cut across. A swift stab attack was opened by Chen Mo. Facing Chen Mo's swift change of the sword, Alexander Corvinus was not at all panicked. He kept in shape, still rushing forward, and at the same time twisting his body. The long sword in his hand, which was missed by Chen Mo, withdrew to block almost at the same time as Chen Mo. Before he could let his hair out, he blocked Chen with his sword. Mo's sword came across. Boom! Kai! Exclamation mark. The crisp long sword symphony resounded throughout the hall. The blade of Chen Mo slashed across the sword of Alexander Corvinus, bringing out a burst of flickering sparks, but he failed to cut off the long sword as before. The two men's attacks were blocked by the other party. Without a pause, the two wielded their swords to fight together again. Suddenly, the intensive long sword clashing sounded in the entire hall, and the silhouettes of the two moved around the hall at a very fast speed, surpassing them by a crowd of vampires. Night. The eyesight of ordinary people can't fully keep up with the speed of the two, let alone see the details of their battle. At this time, in this magnificent castle hall, in addition to Chen Mo and Alexander Corvinus who are fighting, there are also Andrew, Victor, and Amelia and dozens of guarded vampire knights. Just as the battle between Chen Mo was going on fiercely, when all that knight's eyes were attracted by the two people in the field. One was only 8-9 years old and dressed in pink and jade. A little blonde girl in a cute princess dress stumbled in from an entrance that connected to the inside of the castle. After the little girl heard the news of the triumphant return of the Knight Regiment, she hurried over. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw Sir Lord and a majestic middle-aged man with a white hair, white beard, holding a sword to confront, hurriedly ran behind Amelia, pulled her cloak with both hands, quietly leaned out from behind her, looked towards the two fighting in the field. Amelia had long heard the small footsteps coming from behind her, and she couldn't help but smile. When the little girl ran behind her and pulled cloak out of her head, Amelia slowly stretched out her right hand, and lightly stroked her small head against the side of her thigh. "Selina, look at it with your heart." When Amelia spoke, the two people who did not leave the field in the battle, could witness this kind of supreme powerhouse. The battle for each of them is a very valuable experience, enough to benefit them a lot. The little girl Selina is hearing this gently nodded, letting Amelia's slender fingers touch her head. Her small face on Amelia's thigh, a pair of big blue eyes staring at the two fiercely fighting in the field without blinking. Their faces were serious. This little girl is the little girl Chen Mo met in the workshop who was almost trampled by a war horse, the granddaughter of Chief in Charge Kane of the workshop, and her father Bet responsible for the construction of the dungeon where William was held. When Chen Mo first heard her name, he guessed in his heart. When he learned that his father happened to be a craftsman proficient in dungeon construction, Chen Mo had basically concluded that this lovely the little girl is the heroine in the movie Underworld, the vampire warrior, Selina. For the valiant and formidable-looking, glamorous and charming heroine in the movie, Chen Mo was very impressed, but he didn't expect the future protagonist of this world in his territory, and her grandfather is still chief in charge of the workshop where he personally admits his fate. After confirming Selina's identity, Chen Mo was naturally more concerned about this cute little girl. After Marcus converted all the people in the workshop into vampires, Chen Mo took the game Lina took it into the castle and gave it to Knight Amelia, the only female in the Knight Regiment, to teach on her behalf, and she was allowed to enter and leave the workshop and castle freely. Amelia also likes this very beautiful and cute little brat. Normally, she always takes her by her side when she is in the castle, teaches her carefully, and treats her like her own daughter. Selina also likes this beautiful and noble master who treats others very coldly, but is very gentle to her. Although Amelia teaches her the sword technique very harshly, she still I like to be by her side very much. Although they are not related by blood, they are like a real mother and daughter. Not only Amelia, none of the knights in the entire castle dislikes the innocent and cute little Selina. They killed the enemy in an expedition and returned to the castle to see this lively, the beautiful little brat. The baleful chi in his heart will dissipate instantly, and it feels like returning home. With Selina, The solemn and dull Blackstone City fort has become a lot more vivid and beautiful. Sir Lord's special treatment, Amelia and other knights' favors, made Selina the little princess of the entire castle. No one is willing to bully her, and no one dares to bully her. However, Selina is not at all because of the love of the crowd and becomes arrogant. She is still as innocent and kind as before, cute and cute. At this time, Selina was hiding behind Amelia, watching the battle between the two in the field seriously. Her big eyes were wide. She had never seen such a fierce and violent battle. The previous competition between knight uncles and this comparison was far worse. Looking at Chen Mo wearing a black robe and wielding a sword like the wind, Selina's big bright eyes are full of admiration. It turns out that Sir Lord is so powerful. As the battle progressed, Chen Mo also had a certain understanding of the strength of Alexander Corvinus. His power and speed were about 6 times that of ordinary people, which was equivalent to Chen Mo in basic aspects. Skills and experience are still above Chen Mo. Chen Mo can barely cope with it with stronger perception and reaction. The two are equal in strength. Each has its own strengths, and they were evenly matched for a while, and Alexander Corvinus still has the upper hand. It's just that Chen Mo's learning ability is too strong. In the fierce battle, Chen Mo quickly accumulated experience, learned Alexander Corvinus' superb fighting skills, and turned it into used. The skill gap between the two began to narrow, and soon became evenly matched. Alexander Corvinus went from being cautious at the beginning, to the ease and doubts after gaining the upper hand, and then to now, gradually being suppressed by Chen Mo. The expression on his face has become more and more surprised. The longer you fight, the greater the pressure you will feel from Chen Mo. Alexander Corvinus was still wondering how Chen Mo, the spiritual god skill, is weaker than himself. After discovering Chen Mo's terrifying learning ability and speed of improvement, Alexander Corvinus was shocked and relieved. Perhaps, God did not need to fight with a sword before. As long as he controlled the thunderbolt, he could easily burn the enemy, but now, once he uses the long sword, he can quickly learn various fighting skills. The sword technique quickly became stronger in a short time, and even soon surpassed the most powerful powerhouse of his sword technique. The battle between the two continues, and Alexander Corvinus no longer has the ease at the beginning of the battle. Even if he tried his best, spent hundreds of years and experienced countless battles to the extreme of his powerful fighting skills, he still couldn't reverse his disadvantages. Instead, Chen Mo, the suppression is getting more and more severe. At the end, there is only the power to parry. Chen Mo's continuous and fierce attack retreats after training, hurriedly waving the long sword in his hand and barely parrying. Clang! 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 After a series of intensive long sword clashes, Alexander Corvinus finally couldn't stand it. The long sword in his hand, he was knocked out by Chen Mo, and then Chen Mo's long sword was put on his neck. Looking at Chen Mo, who is holding a long sword in front of him and exuding a strong sharp aura, Alexander Corvinus is not disappointed and discouraged. On the contrary, he is surprised and shocked, and only feels magical in his heart. Chen Mo's sword technique has made such an amazing progress in such a short period of time. My Steel Suit 118. My Steel Suit 118. Chen Mo's speed of improvement is startling. Alexander Corvinus personally felt that Chen Mo's sword art has undergone tremendous changes during the previous battle. In such a short period of time, Chen Mo's sword technique has improved a lot more than him. 100 years of accumulation is even more. Slowly retract the long sword on Alexander Corvinus' neck. Chen Mo is also very satisfied with the gains in the battle this time. It can be said that this is the improvement of his fighting skills so far. The biggest one. I have to say here that Alexander Corvinus has not lived in vain for hundreds of years. In order to deal with the damage caused by his son William, he has been talking to werewolves for hundreds of years, fighting. The werewolves who died under his sword are really hard to count. During the continuous battle with the mighty werewolves, Alexander Corvinus' sword art continues to improve, and his moves have become more and more sophisticated over the long period of time. After hundreds of years of hard work, His sword art has long been extremely powerful, with simple and direct moves, fierce and very ruthless, and it often results in the life of a werewolf in one blow. Different from the battle between ordinary person fighters, it gradually summarizes the completion of the Saint Cross sword technique. This kind of human knight sword technique opens and closes, with swift moves. But whether it is creators, users, or enemies targeted by sword art, they are all ordinary human knights and soldiers. Although Chen Mo's improvement is much stronger than the original, it still can't compare with the sword technique created by Alexander Corvinus in the battle against the fierce and powerful werewolves. Alexander Corvinus' sword technique is a sword technique created and used by a powerhouse that surpasses humans. The object choose to deal with is also a powerful werewolf whose strength is far superior to ordinary person soldiers. This sword technique is more suitable for Chen Mo than the Holy Cross sword technique, and can give full play to his strength. So in the battle with Alexander Corvinus, Chen Mo kept absorbing and learning his sword technique, and at the same time verified and integrated with his original fighting skills. After all, the various techniques he originally learned, and the sword technique also have their merits. Chen Mo will not completely abandon them and learn directly from Alexander Corvinus' sword technique. Then some neglect the root and pursue the tip. The truly powerful fighting skills are the result of continuous learning, improvement, integration, and tempering in the battle. After all, one person's power is limited, and the created sword technique, boxing technique and other techniques are impossible, perfect and without blemish. Not only impossible covers all the skills, but there are always loopholes and shortcomings. Collecting the best of 100 experts, learning from each other, adjusting and evolving according to your actual situation, can finally create the strongest sword technique that suits you! Now, Chen Mo feels that he is one step closer to this goal. After the competition, Chen Mo did not treat Alexander Corvinus, a hundreds-year-old elder, harshly, and did not put him in a yoke, the dungeon, but arranged to the room next to him, treated like a VIP. Compared to being locked in a dungeon, it's actually safest for him to stay with Chen Mo. With his strong strength, ordinary chains can't trap him. There are dozens of guards outside the dungeon. Night is not his opponent at all. The only one who can suppress him is Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo worked hard and spent several years to find him, not just to invite him to the castle as a guest. Alexander Corvinus himself knew this very well. Chen Mo was polite. He was also very cooperative. Obediently and honestly asked Chen Mo to draw several test tubes of blood from him. Afterwards, Chen Mo called Andrew to the study and started a preliminary experiment on him. Andrew did not hesitate about Chen Mo's orders. After drinking a drop of perfect blood, Andrew felt something changed in his body, but he couldn't tell. After telling Chen Mo his feelings, Chen Mo carefully observed his skin. It seemed that it was not as pale as before. After thinking about it for a while, he took him to the curtain. Because all the castles except Chen Mo are vampires, in order to prevent damage from the sun, most of the windows in the castle are closed with thick wooden boards during the day. Candles and oil lamps are used for lighting. In an entire castle, only the rooms that Chen Mo often visits are not closed with wooden boards, but only thick curtains that can completely block the sun. When there are no other vampires, Chen Mo you can enjoy the brightness and warmth of the sun alone. Bringing Andrew to the curtain, Chen Mo opened the curtain slightly, and a ray of golden sunlight came in from the gap, adding a hint of light to the originally dark and cold study. And warmth. Stretch your hand into the sun. Facing Chen Mo's order, Andrew did not hesitate, although he knew that the sun would burn his hands and bring huge painful, but as long as Chen Mo ordered, he would not disobey. Andrew took 2 steps forward, raised his right hand, and slowly leaned into the ray of golden sunlight. When the sun shines on his hand, Andrew, who was prepared to endure the great pain of the sun's burning, unexpectedly finds that there is no pain in his hand. On the contrary, a long-lost warm feeling it came from the place where the sun was shining, but he hadn't experienced this ordinary feeling for several years. My lord. Andrew kept flipping his hands in the sun, and found that there was really nothing at all, he couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo in surprise. The blood of Alexander Corvinus can free you from the fear of the sun. Chen Mo not at all conceals the existence of Andrew's perfect blood. Chen Mo is still very satisfied with this result. It only takes a drop of perfect blood to make the vampire immune to sunlight. From then on, they no longer have to hide under the thick and cold full-body armor all day long. They can live normally in the sun like an ordinary person. Little Selena no longer has to be confined in the castle all day. You can run and play outside at will. During this period of time, the lively Selena was almost suffocated. Since she was transformed into a vampire, everyone has not allowed her to go out. She returned to the workshop through a secret passage connecting the castle and the workshop cave. Only at night can she run to the castle on the square outside, play alone under the moon for a while. She hasn't seen the blue sky and white clouds for a long time, the green grass and green leaves and the dazzling warm sun hanging high in the sky. She wants to bask in the warm sunshine and run and play among the grass and flowers with her friends. She wants to roll on the grass, wading in the creek, and rest under the big tree. Little Selena's desire for the world outside the castle, Andrew and the knights who often play with her know best. Little Selena will be very happy. After Andrew said with a smile, after discovering that he could not be afraid of the sun, his first thought was to want to go outside the castle all day long. Little Selena running. Whether he can see the sun? He doesn't care that much. He has lived an ordinary life in the sun for several decades. Now he has become a knight, with great strength and wearing his cherished armor every day. I didn't think there was anything wrong. But it is good to be able to lose one fatal weakness. If you can move freely in the sun, who wants to hide in the dark all day long? Amelia will be very happy too. Chen Mo looked at Andrew and said playfully. Chen Mo's words made Andrew, who was normally stiff and serious, suddenly became sorry, scratching his head silly and smirking. But indeed, they will be outside during the day, no longer need to be separated by two heavy armors. They can directly look at each other's faces, hold each other's hands, and walk in the sun together. Amelia would indeed be very happy. He is also very happy now, but how did he didn't expect just now? Don't be known by Amelia, or you should call yourself a fool again. Looking at the deep love for Amelia in Andrew's eyes, Chen Mo couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He has been busy fighting for the past few years, and the marriage of the two of them has been delayed. Now it's time to give them back a wedding. Thinking of this, Chen Mo looked towards the entrance of the study, with a smile on his mouth. Amelia. Chen Mo's sudden sinking in a low voice shocked Andrew, who was aside, and quickly turned his head and looked towards the closed door of the study. There was a flustered footstep from a distance outside the door, and then the door of the study was gently pushed open, and Amelia walked in from the outside with her head down. Sir Lord. It turned out that when Chen Mo called Andrew to the study to conduct an experiment, Amelia happened to hear it, and she quietly followed along when she was worried. Because of the big relationship, Chen Mo not at all allows people to guard outside, but monitors the surroundings with his own perception, which is more reliable than anyone's guard. However, although Chen Mo not at all arranged for someone to guard outside the study, Amelia did not approach the study for fear of Andrew, but waited anxiously on the side of the corridor. Chen Mo is still very pleased with this. For whatever reason, eavesdropping on his conversation is absolutely not allowed. Amelia did a great job. Andrew glanced at the somewhat restless Amelia. He also didn't expect her to hide outside secretly. He was worried that Chen Mo would punish her, but he heard Chen Mo softly instructed, "Go and get a cup of blood." Yes, the nervous Amelia didn't think much about it, and quickly took her order. Going down, Andrew looked at Chen Mo in a puzzled way, not understanding what Chen Mo meant. Because vampires cannot eat ordinary food and can only survive on blood, Chen Mo deliberately set up a breeding farm to raise a large number of cattle and sheep and provide blood to the vampire knights. As for the role of perfect blood, Chen Mo still has a guess that needs to be verified. My Steel Suit 119. My Steel Suit 119. In order to meet the vampire's need for blood, Chen Mo has established a farm to provide fresh blood for the Knight Regiment and workshop. Of course, Vampires do not need blood like humans do. They need to eat frequently. As long as the body is not injured, there is no problem even if they do not drink blood for several days. But once injured, the vampire's need for blood becomes very urgent, and enough blood can also allow the vampire to quickly recover from the injury, and soon become intact. There was fresh blood just delivered in the castle. It didn't take long for Amelia to return to Chen Mo's study with a cup of bright red blood. Chen Mo waved to her and motioned to her to hand over the blood to Andrew, who was standing aside. Receiving the glass containing animal blood from Amelia, Andrew looked at Chen Mo with some doubts. "Taste it and try how it tastes." Andrew, hearing this, glanced at the blood in his hand and didn't think much about it. He put the cup to his mouth and gently took a sip. As the blood entered his mouth, Andrew's brows suddenly frowned, and then he vomited the blood out of his mouth. "How?" When Chen Mo saw the eyes shined, he quickly asked, "It's too bad to drink. There is a strong fishy smell. Is this blood not fresh?" Andrew turned his head and looked towards Amy, who got the blood. Leo asked uncertainly. Amelia is also showing doubts. She shouldn't. The blood is obviously just collected from the livestock and it is very fresh. She believes that people on the farm would never dare to send stale blood to the castle. Besides, she also smelled it when she took the blood before. It was indeed fresh blood. 2 steps forward, Amelia reached out and took the wine glass in Andrew's hand. First put it under her nose and smelled it, and found that not at all is wrong, so she took it to her mouth and took a light drink. "Take a sip." The expression swallowed the blood down her throat with enjoyment, and Amelia looked a little strange towards Andrew. "Very fresh blood, no questions. What's the matter with you?" Andrew did not answer her question, but turned his head and looked towards Chen Mo. "Sir Lord, is this? It seems that your shortcomings have been completely made up. I think you should be able to enjoy the food as before." Originally converted into vampires, their food is only blood. All the delicious food before becomes hard to swallow in their mouths, and even if they try to eat them, in the end, they would vomit all of them out of control. Chen Mo speculates that this is due to changes in their sense of smell, taste, brain perception, and the entire digestive system after being transformed into a vampire. Just like sheep eating grass, wolves eating meat, different creatures have different needs and feelings for food. The stomachs of carnivores can no longer digest crude fiber plants, and vampires can no longer eat them. Foods other than blood. Blood that smells bad for ordinary person is delicious and fragrant for vampires. Compared with the monotonous blood, Andrew is still very happy that he can continue to enjoy human food again, which makes him feel like he has become a person again, not a blood-sucking monster. "Any other changes?" A question from Chen Mo interrupted Andrew's reverie about food. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Andrew carefully felt the changes in his body, then pulled out the long sword and waved it in place, but he didn't notice any other changes. Putting away the long sword, Andrew said to Chen Mo sternly, "My lord, no other changes have been found." Chen Mo, hearing this, nodded. It seems that the effect of a drop of perfect blood is limited to the shortcomings of the vampire. In terms of strength, not at all has been enhanced. Amelia on the side was made a little unfathomable mystery by the words of the two, and looked towards the two with a blank face. Chen Mo slightly smiled, not in a hurry to answer the doubts in her heart, but picked up the test tube containing Alexander Kovinus' blood and handed it to Andrew. "Drink them all." This time Andrew was not as straightforward as the first time, and Fownes drank all the blood in the test tube. This time he can clearly feel that there seems to be a huge change in his body. "Sir Lord, my body seems to have changed." Without waiting for Chen Mo to ask, Andrew clenched and loosened his fists, feeling the changes in his body. One side spoke with some uncertainty. "It seems that the feeling is not very accurate." Andrew pulled out the long sword again and prepared to dance the long sword for a trial. Amelia on the side finally couldn't help it. With a shoo, she pulled out the long sword from her waist and strode forward and stood beside Andrew. "Let me help you see what has changed in your body." As Amelia turned her head and looked towards Chen Mo seriously, waiting for his approval, Chen Mo couldn't help being amused when he saw it, and recalled that in the castle of the Marquis of Leonard, after hearing Chen Mo said that he was here to propose a marriage, Amelia got up angrily, sword, ready to lead Knight and Chen Mo to the death battle. Obviously, Amelia, who is arrogant and frank, is angry because of the relationship between the two. There is no way to take Chen Mo, so she is ready to cast her anger on poor Andrew. Chen Mo glanced at Andrew, who was somewhat unfathomable mystery, and smiled and nodded lightly. With Chen Mo's permission, Amelia turned to Andrew, gave him a pair of beautiful eyes fiercely, and then tenderly shouted, and rushed up with her sword. When Andrew saw this, he quickly raised his sword to block. Amelia, ruthless and Longsword, kept cutting off at him, and the two fought against each other in Chen Mo's spacious study. Originally, Andrew's strength was slightly stronger than Amelia, but he has always lost in the previous two trials. Because of being afraid of accidentally hurting her, Andrew never dared to use his full strength and kept carefully letting Amelia down. This time is no exception. Andrew still chose defense as the mainstay, but after a few moves, they both found the difference. Although Andrew deliberately kept her hand, Amelia still felt the tremendous pressure. In the short-lived match, Andrew's strength and speed far surpassed her. When the longsword fights, Amelia only feels a huge force that is far superior to the previous one from Andrew's sword, and her hands are a little numb if it's not for Andrew to stop in time and say the longsword in the uncertain hand will be knocked into the air. The two stopped fighting after a while. Amelia looked at Andrew in surprise, not understanding how his strength suddenly became so much stronger. But it was Amelia, her brain was not stupid at all. She instantly thought of the conversation between the two and the blood in the test tube that Andrew drank. What was the blood just now? Faced with Amelia's question, Andrew did not answer, but turned his head and looked towards Chen Mo. Although he asked it as his love, but without Chen Mo's permission, he would never tell the secret privately. Amelia also reacted when she saw it, turned her head and looked towards Chen Mo. She knew that this must be very important, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. I wonder if Chen Mo will allow her. No. Chen Mo naturally had nothing to hide from his loyal subordinates, and told them all about the identity of Alexander Corvinus and the secret of his blood. He saw the battle between the two just now. Although Andrew deliberately gave in and didn't use his full strength, Chen Mo still accurately judged his current level of strength. After drinking the perfect blood in the entire test tube, Andrew's strength has been greatly improved. He originally had more than 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person, but now he has improved to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Similar to the American Captain Steve modified by the enhanced super soldier serum. I also wanted to see how perfect blood can strengthen the vampire. Chen Mo asked Andrew to drink a perfect blood, but this time, besides making him feel more energetic and full of enthusiasm, did not continue to enhance his strength. It seems that the perfect blood has already been the limit for vampires to strengthen before. Drinking more is of no use, and it may even exceed the body's ability to withstand it and directly burst the body. After the initial experiment was successful, Chen Mo ordered Victor to be called to the study room. These 3 were Chen Mo's most capable men and the most loyal and powerful knight to him. Looking at the 3 confidants standing in front of him, Chen Mo took 2 test tubes filled with bright red blood from the shelf on the table. Amelia was full of excitement, and Vic with much confusion on his face. He gave them 2 test tubes. Andrew, you can explain to Victor. Chen Mo turned around and sat down on the chair, and waited for Andrew to finish the story of Alexander Corvinus. With the effect of the blood in the test tube in their hands, Victor and Amelia, who were also excited about the expression, raised their fingers and motioned for them to drink the perfect blood. Soon, Victor and Amelia also absorbed the blood of perfection, completed the strengthening. The strength double breakthrough reached 5 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Of course, due to the characteristics of vampires, the speed is still slightly stronger than the strength. The secret of Alexander Corvinus and perfect blood Chen Mo only told their 3 people and did not intend to let more people know. In fact, after several years of fighting, All the knights in the Temple Knight Regiment have become more and more loyal to Chen Mo. Chen Mo is not worried that they will betray or reveal the secret of perfect blood. The reason why the secret of controlling the blood of perfection is only known to Andrews is not to guard against the knights, but to guard against the ambitious people who may appear in the future. After all, no one will say no to the future. Yes, some secrets are better to be blocked tightly. The more people you know, the more likely problems will arise. Now, you go outside and guard for me. Without my permission, you are not allowed to let anyone in. The effect of perfect blood has been verified. Down, it's his turn. My steel suit 120. My steel suit 120. Let the three Andrews guard outside the study just in case. Chen Mo is finally about to officially start to strengthen himself with perfect blood. He has planned and worked hard for several years. That's this day. Close the door of the study. Chen Mo returned to the large desk and sat down. Before starting, Chen Mo first mobilized his perception and closed his eyes to carefully feel the surrounding situation. All the fine and small voices entered Chen Mo's ears. 3 steady and powerful heartbeats came first. The 3 Andrews were guarding outside the study room, closing the study door behind them tightly. Protected. Except for their 3 people, there is no other life around the study. Alexander Kovinus, who was originally arranged next to Chen Mo, was lying weakly behind the castle in a separately built, extremely strong room after being drawn a lot of blood. With the reinforced concrete walls and the thick and sturdy special steel gate, even Alexander Kovinus in the peak period cannot easily escape. In addition, there are hundreds of fully armed Knight Regiment members, except for half of them guarding the Castle Lord building in the city where Chen Mo is located, and all the rest are guarding here. Even if he could escape successfully, he would definitely not be able to break through the 3 barriers formed by the knights, especially the 3 Andrews who had been strengthened by the perfect blood. With the current strength of the 3 people, under the siege, even Alexander Kovinus can hardly deal with it. The layout outside was foolproof, and there was no abnormality around him. Chen Mo opened his eyes and finally began to strengthen himself. At first, like Andrew, he drank a drop of perfect blood. After swallowing, Chen Mo waited quietly for a while, but found that there was no response at all. It seemed that he was drinking a drop of ordinary blood. The first attempt failed. Chen Mo was not at all angry, but fell into focused thinking. After a while, Chen Mo looked thoughtful and nodded. After Andrew and the others drank the perfect blood, they quickly completed the evolution, but he did not respond after drinking it. The problem should be their physique. Andrew is a vampire. They can directly absorb the blood they drink and use them for their own use. They can even get the memory of the blood owner from the blood. It's just that as the blood of perfection eliminated their dependence on blood, this ability also disappeared. And Chen Mo is not a vampire. Although he is stronger than them, he is still a human being, unable to directly use blood as a vampire. In this way, we can only change the way. Fortunately, Chen Mo was prepared for this. Opening the drawer under the table, Chen Mo took out some glassware and a set of needles, which he ordered the workshop to make specially, so that it might be used today. At this time, the medical knowledge in Chen Mo's mind from the school library came in handy. First, Chen Mo took a drop of blood from his fingertips and dripped it into a glassware, and then dripped a drop of Alexander Kovinus blood into it. 2 drops of blood touched in the container. Fusion became a bigger drop of blood. After a while, Chen Mo picked up a glass rod and tried it. The blood drops were scattered by the glass rod and refused into a ball, lying quietly on the bottom of the vessel. Confirmed that the 2 drops of blood did not coagulate, Chen Mo finally relaxed. In fact, in terms of blood type alone, Chen Mo's blood type is AB, which is a universal recipient and can accept blood of any blood type, but the perfect blood of Alexander Kovinus is very special. After all, Chen Mo didn't dare to try it lightly, so he had to test it before insurance. Since the blood contact between the 2 people will not coagulate, Chen Mo can safely proceed to the next step. Sucking the perfect blood with a needle, Chen Mo rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing the blood vessels inside the elbow. Finding the correct position, Chen Mo slowly pierced the tip of the needle into the blood vessels, paused for a while, and then Chen Mo slowly injected the perfect blood into the blood vessels with firm eyes. Chen Mo injected very slowly, ready to stop immediately if something goes wrong, but obviously, his worries are unnecessary. With the injection of perfect blood, Chen Mo feels a hot warm current flowing into the body along the blood vessels, and quickly into the heart. Then, his heart began to beat faster, and his body slowly became hot, but it didn't feel bad at all. The injected perfect blood follows the blood in the blood vessels. Under the impetus of the strong heart, it quickly flows through every part of Chen Mo's body. Wherever the perfect blood flows, all the cells that began to change. Under the action of perfect blood, the genes in the cell begin to reorganize and evolve towards a more perfect direction. It's just that this tube of perfect blood is injected into the body, and after a while, this feeling starts to weaken. Chen Mo knows that this is because of the perfection of the body. There is not enough blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mo continuously injected a large amount of perfect blood into the body that he had prepared. The scorching sensation before came back and became stronger than before. Chen Mo feels that his blood seems to have boiled. It seems that the blood flowing in the blood vessels is not blood, but lava. Everywhere the blood flows through, the body seems to be caught in the lava. During the roasting, it was melted in the scorching blood, and then solidified again, becoming a completely new substance. The drastic changes in the body also brought Chen Mo great pain, even more severe than the pain when he received Super Soldier Serum enhancement. After all, this is an evolution from the genetic level. Every nerve and every cell is undergoing heaven and earth turning upside down changes from the inside out. Chen Mo, who has had similar experience, barely stayed awake by relying on the extremely powerful willpower, sitting on a large chair, sweating down like rain. With the continuous injection of perfect blood, this severe pain finally reached peak. Before Chen Mo was about to be unable to hold on to his coma, the evolution of his whole body cells was finally completed. Chen Mo's bone marrow began to continuously produce new blood, replacing the original normal blood in blood vessels, which is somewhat similar to the feeling of the previous injection of perfect blood, but it is much gentler, the feeling of surging through Chen Mo. In the end, all the blood flowing in Chen Mo's body was replaced by his own new blood. These new blood are his own perfect blood. Incorporating the perfect blood of Alexander Corvinus, Chen Mo's body has undergone tremendous changes. The physical fitness that had already reached bottleneck has finally broken through and gained another improvement. Although the magnitude is not large, it only grows to 7 times that of ordinary person. But Chen Mo can feel that his current physical fitness is far from reaching the limit, and the blood of perfection has made his potential huge. As time goes by, his strength can continue to improve. As for what the limit is, Chen Mo is not clear. The blood of perfection does not merely strengthen Chen Mo's physical fitness. The blood of perfection injected into the body has been completely integrated into his body, and the transformation strengthened his genes and his entire body. The body is different from before, and his potential has become extremely huge as a result. Now Chen Mo has not only accepted the blood of perfection, but really has the blood of perfection. His genes and cells have changed. The blood continuously produced from his bone marrow is perfect blood, like Alexander Corvinus, even powerful perfect blood. In addition to strengthening his body, the blood of perfection gives him great strength and unlimited potential. The most important thing is that Chen Mo has gained the ability of immortality. The Super Soldier Serum enhancement previously accepted in Captain World in the United States only greatly slows the aging rate of Chen Mo and can live much longer than the ordinary person, but it will still age and die. So Chen Mo only then will Colonel Phillips and Howard Stark freeze their bodies and take turns in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. The blood of perfection is different. Chen Mo truly has immortal life. For him, time will completely become a set of numbers. He no longer has to worry about spending too much time in the movie world. Long will consume lives and age quickly. From then on, Chen Mo has a true immortal body. After several years of management, layout, search, and battle, Chen Mo finally got everything he wanted. The strengthened Chen Mo pushed open the door and walked out of the study. The three of Andrew, Victor and Amelia who were guarded outside the door quickly turned and saluted. "My lord, remove the alert and bring little Selina to see me," Chen Mo was instructed by the three. "Yes, my lord." After the three people left, Chen Mo turned around and went to the bathroom. In the enhancement just now, Chen Mo was soaked in sweat, and his robe was uncomfortable to stick on his body, and he had to wash it well. Under the service of the maid, Chen Mo took a comfortable bath. When he refreshed back to the study, Amelia was already holding the hand of Selina there. Andrew and Victor went to mobilize the night regiment, lifted the guard, and rearranged various tasks, but they have not yet returned. The two in the study saw Chen Mo coming back and hurriedly bowed to salute. "Sir, Sir Lord." Little Selina stared at Chen Mo with big eyes, wondering if Sir Lord was looking for her. "What are you doing here?" "Little Selina, come here." Chen Mo beckoned to Selina, and the little girl walked to Chen Mo's side with her short legs and leaned hard head, looked towards Chen Mo who is so tall for her. "Open your mouth." Little Selina hearing this thought Chen Mo would give him something delicious, so she opened her mouth obediently. The candy made in the workshop is sweet. It is one of the few things she can eat except blood. It's just that Sir Lord said that the little child can't eat too much sugar, which will cause tooth decay. She is only allowed to eat one piece a day. No one can defy Sir Lord's order, so no matter how she acts like a baby to Amelia, she will not give her an extra piece. My Steel Suit 121. My Steel Suit 121. Tilda. Little Selina leaned back her head, closed her eyes and opened her mouth vigorously, waiting happily for Chen Mo to give she eats a piece of candy. It's just a pity that she guessed wrong. A drop of bright red blood dripped from Chen Mo's fingertips into Selina's opened mouth. Selina felt something entered her mouth, and quickly closed her mouth and licked her tongue, just in her mouth. The familiar taste told her that it was not sugar, but blood. With eyes opened suspiciously, Selina saw Chen Mo's hand being retracted, and there was a trace of red blood on the tip of a finger. Little Selina, who felt she was cheated, pouted and looked towards Chen Mo with anger. Chen Mo, who was stared at by Selina's big eyes, ignored her dissatisfaction, but lowered her head to observe her changes carefully. After drinking a drop of Chen Mo's blood, Selina's puffed face turned from pale to ruddy at a speed visible to naked eye, and restored Chen Mo's original the natural state when I first met her in the workshop. Obviously, the perfect blood from Chen Mo has worked. For the little Selina, Chen Mo didn't dare to let her experiment with the sun first, but stretched out the bloody finger that had just been pierced to her mouth. "Open your mouth." Little Selina doesn't buy the Lord Chen Mo's account this time, pouting her mouth and turning her head, ignored Chen Mo. A piece of candy. The temptation of her favorite candy made little Selina lick her lips gently, but little brat was still a bit angry, stubbornly snorted. Still he turned his head and refused to pay attention to Chen Mo. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing when he saw this. "Yuan." The little Selina was a little tangled now, turned her head and looked at the fingers in front of her hesitantly, but still refused to open her mouth. "10 yuan." Chen Mo's voice carries a confidence that he is winning. With his knowledge of little brat, she can't resist the temptation of so many sweets. Sure enough, Chen Mo did not expect it. When Chen Mo offered the sky-high price of 10 candies, little Selina fiercely swallowed her saliva, without the slightest hesitation raising her head and opening her mouth. The two big crescent eyes that were narrowed were full of joy. 10 pieces of candy. Is it better to eat one piece a day, or eat it all at once? Too many. So happy. On one side, Amelia looked at this scene, her mouth couldn't help showing a smile. This good-for-nothing little greedy cat. Chen Mo squeezed another drop of blood into Selina's mouth. This time, little Selina was frowns and closed her mouth quickly. If it weren't for the 10 candy that Chen Mo promised, I already vomited the blood out of my mouth. Chen Mo asked with a smile looking at her frowning little brows. What's the smell? Little Selina heard this and said with a look of disgust. Salty, and smelly, not good. She also had some doubts after saying that the first drop of blood she had just drank was still fragrant. Why? Has it become awful this time? Hearing Selena's answer, Chen Mo was finally relieved. It is obvious that she has now restored a normal sense of blood and got rid of her dependence on blood. His perfect blood is really worked. With this proof, coupled with the change of little Selena's skin color, Chen Mo is not too worried about the next experiment of exposure to sunlight. Chen Mo took the little Selena to the window, still lightly opened a little curtain, let a small beam of sunlight shine in. Seeing this golden sun, little Selena is very happy. She hasn't seen the sun for a long time. Normally, the adults don't let her go out, and the castle never sees the sun. She almost forgot the feeling of the sun shining on her body. Selena couldn't help but move towards the bright sunlight, took 2 steps closer, carefully watching her obliquely shining on the floor. Amelia of Chen Mo, who met Chen Mo, didn't stop. Little Selena lightly stretched out her little hand and put it under the sun. Without the violent pain like the flame burning that the adults told her before, the sun shone on her little white hands, and some were only warm and bright. Chen Mo, standing behind him, finally felt relieved. It seemed that his perfect blood was no different from Alexander Kovinus's. His feeling was not at all wrong. His body has been completely transformed by the blood of perfection, becoming an immortal body, and what his body has produced is the purest perfect blood. Sir Lord, you lie. The sun simply doesn't hurt. Little Selena shook her little hand under the sun, looking up at Chen Mo, said angrily. Chen Mo, hearing this, slightly smiled, reached out and opened the curtains, letting the sun shine through the window completely. The originally dark and cold study room was instantly filled with sunlight, becoming clear and bright, and with a touch of warmth. Suddenly brighter light made little Selena feel a little uncomfortable, and quickly covered her eyes with her little hand. After a while to adapt, she put it down and squinted her eyes. Look out the window on tiptoe. It's just that she is too short. No matter how hard she stands on tiptoes, her head is always shorter than the windowsill, and she can't see outside. Looking at her anxious little face flushing, Chen Mo slightly smiled, stepping forward and holding her up. Little Selena sits on Chen Mo's bent arm, with one arm around Chen Mo's neck. She stretched her neck excitedly and looked out the window. Chen Mo's study is above the main building of Blackstone City Fort. Through the windows, you can see the strong castle outside, the tall city wall, and the vast plains in the distance. The green grass and trees, the incomparably wide blue sky and the floating white clouds made Selena look happy. When she was less than 10 years old, she spent several years in the castle without seeing the sun. She had already forgotten what the world outside was like. At this time, she saw it just like the first time she saw it. Excited and happy. The sun did burn you before, but never again. You can play under the sun anymore, and you don't need to drink blood anymore. You can eat what you want like before. Selena, hearing this, happily clapped her hands, twisting to let Chen Mo put her down, and happily rushed out of the study, toward running up the stairs. It seemed that the impatient wanted to go outside and have fun. Amelia was a little worried and gave a salute to Chen Mo and quickly followed along. Chen Mo has a smile on the corner of his mouth, and sits down after returning to the desk. The bottle of perfect blood left on the table shines with scarlet rays of light in the sun. Alexander Kovinus' body recovered very quickly. Chen Mo carefully controlled the amount of blood taken when he took blood. Losing that blood would only make he was temporarily weak for a period of time, and there would be no mortal danger. With his strong physical fitness, he would soon recover. The large amount of blood drawn from him before has been left after the evolution of Chen Mo himself. Chen Mo used them to carry out all the rest of the knights and the craftsmen in the workshop, strengthen, completely eliminate the original flaws of the vampire. After drinking a drop of blood bestowed by Chen Mo, the knights cheered and took off their helmets, enjoying the warm sunshine and chanting Chen Mo's name silently in their hearts. The craftsmen and family members of the workshop also happily walked out of the cave, moved towards the castle and bowed down in prayer, thanking Chen Mo for giving them strength and immortality, and helping them find the lost light. I have to say that Alexander Kovinus has good luck. If the blood drawn before is not enough to support Chen Mo's evolution, Chen Mo will definitely continue to draw perfect blood from him until the evolution is finally completed. Today, Chen Mo has successfully evolved, and all the vampires under his command have got rid of the fear of sunlight and dependence on blood. He has finally ended his fate of being drawn blood and no longer needs to be a blood cow. Having obtained the blood of perfection and successfully evolved into an immortal body, the ultimate goal of coming to this world has been overfulfilled, but Chen Mo did not rush to leave. Now Chen Mo has a truly eternal life. Time has no meaning to him. 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years are just a number for him, so why bother for a while? Besides, he still has many things to do. At this time, the entire European continent is completely under Chen Mo's rule, from the Atlantic coast in the west to the Ural Mountains in the east. The vast land in between has all become Chen Mo's territory. All the civilians on this land have also become his people. It would be inappropriate to call him a lord at this time. 3 months later, the ruler of the European continent, Chen Mo, officially ascended to the throne and proclaimed himself emperor in Blackstone City Fort, and established a strong great empire across Europe. Andrew, Amelia, Victor, and Marcus were awarded the highest-level Golden Knight title of the Temple Knight Regiment, and they were made dukes, each giving a vast land as their fiefdom. Of course, this is only their identity on the surface. In the vampire empire created by Chen Mo, unknown to the ordinary person, the 4 of them will serve as the 4 great elders of the vampire family. Named Chen Mo manage the entire family of vampires. Because of the transformation of perfect blood, vampires no longer need to become a corpse and enter a dormant state to improve their strength, as in the movie. Like Alexander Corvinus, with the accumulation of years, their strength will naturally continue to grow. Of course, the speed of this improvement is very slow. Alexander Corvinus, the earliest undead, has lived for hundreds of years, and his strength has only reached 6 times that of an ordinary person, which is twice as powerful as an ordinary vampire with 3 times the physical fitness. Of course, this was enough for him to crush ordinary vampires. Actually, after the transformation of the perfect blood, they got rid of the dependence on blood. They can no longer be called vampires, but they still retain the echolocation ability like a bat, so Chen Mo I think it's more appropriate to call them Batman. My Steel Suit 122. My Steel Suit 122. For Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire, Chen Mo not at all wants to kill him. Although he has the ambition to rule mankind, in fact, his goal has been achieved by Chen Mo, and now the whole of Europe is under the rule of Chen Mo and his vampires. Of course, the people of Chen Mo don't know about the existence of vampires. In their eyes, Chen Mo is their king. The gods they believe in, and the extremely powerful Night Lords are all gods. Servant, God has given them great power. The stronger the power displayed by these temples, the more pious they believe in Chen Missouri. In the past few years, Marcus has also done a lot of things under Chen Mo, and has achieved a lot of achievements. In addition to helping Chen Mo transform his core men, the knights and workshops into powerful vampires with infinite lives, Marcus also relied on his strength in the foreign campaign. His strength led the knights under his command to lay a large territory for Chen Mo. Especially after Chen Mo found the trail of Alexander Corvinus in Western Europe, Chen Mo brought Andrew, Amelia and Victor to his side to help him find the ancient undead who is extremely good at hiding. For quite a long time, Chen Mo put his experience in Western Europe, leading a large number of people to hide and seek with Alexander Corvinus. The remaining territories in Eastern Europe are basically Marcus belts. People conquered. These achievements are perfectly clear, so Chen Mo not at all completely obliterated his achievements because of his villain identity and cold performance in the movie. As long as he did not betray Chen Mo, he would always the Duke of the Empire, one of the 4 great elders in charge of the vampire family. He deserves all of this, and he earned it with his actions. And Chen Mo also believes that he dare not betray himself. The 4 great dukes of the empire who were newly promoted quickly took off their uniforms and invested in the construction of the empire. After hundreds of years of war and the slaughter of werewolves, The livelihoods of the entire European people were dying. Rest and rejuvenate. The Knights of the Temple Knight Regiment were also awarded knight titles and noble titles at the same level based on their merits, and obtained corresponding territories. The war has ended, and the Knight Regiment no longer needs to fight around. Their mission has become to guard Blackstone City Fort and Imperial Capital, destroy bandits, and maintain stability within the Empire. Of course, these are only temporary. With the establishment of the new City Guard, they will go to various places to defend the stability of the Empire and maintain local public order. The Knight Regiment will be stationed at Blackstone City Fort as the highest battle strength, and will not be dispatched easily. The Knights will also have time to return to their territory in turn for construction and management. Of course, the new nobles and lords of the Empire no longer have the right to form an army. In addition to the right to form guards ranging from a dozen to hundreds of people depending on the title, their fiefdom like the territories directly under the Empire, the garrison troops are dispatched by the Empire and managed by the Empire's military headquarters. In addition to the management and taxation rights of the territory, the noble lords completely lost their military power and cut off the possibility of supporting their own soldiers in the future. Although the Knights of the Knight Group are extremely loyal to Chen Mo, there is no such possibility, but the new aristocracy in the future is hard to say. Chen Mo should take precautions and improve the aristocratic fiefdom system as much as possible. While Andrew and Marcus and the others were troubled by the complexities of empire building, Chen Mo and Alexander Corvinus appeared in the dungeon where the ancestor of the werewolf, William, was held. Through the dark and long corridor, a tall and heavy human-shaped steel cage embedded in the wall appeared in front of them. Insert the torch in his hand into the shelf on the wall, in front of Corvinus. Chen Mo took out two exquisite disc keys, one big and one small, from the space and put them in the depression in the center of the cage. The two keys just fit into the groove and are connected to the entire steel cage. As Chen Mo twists the disc, accompanied by a burst of gears turning and the metal friction sound of dragging the chain, the complicated mechanism lock on the cage was lifted one after another, and the entire steel ball cage opened slowly. Under the gazes of Chen Mo and Alexander Corvinus, a huge white-haired werewolf roared and strode out of the cage, his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, rushed towards the roar of the two. Faced with this ferocious wild beast, Chen Mo did not panic. They glanced at Alexander Corvinus. Chen Mo quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed William's wrists. Twisting outwards, locked his two arms, unable to move casually. Then Chen Mo lifted his right foot and swept forward, tripping William to the ground, kneeling on both knees, and at the same time, pressing his hands firmly on the ground, unable to get up. The powerful werewolf ancestor William was easily controlled by Chen Mo, unable to move even a little bit. He could only kneel in place and roar in pain and anger. Chen Mo looked towards Alexander Corvinus, who was holding William's arm with both hands. "Let's start." Alexander Corvinus' frowns looked at William, who was crazy like a wild beast in front of him, walked forward with a solemn face and pulled out his waist. The dagger cut through the wrist and reached over William's wide-open wolf kiss. Bright red blood flowed from his wrist and fell into William's mouth. Under the gaze of the two, the furious William gradually calmed down. Corvinus retracted his arm and pulled out a bandage, was hastily wrapped up, and concentrated attention completely looked towards William, who was kneeling on the ground. Seeing that William was no longer struggling, Chen Mo released his hands and looked at William with a serious look. The perfect blood that fell into William's mouth is enough, and then it's up to his good fortune. If he still can't recover his sanity, Chen Mo won't keep him alive. Death may be for him. It is a better destination, and staying is always a hidden danger. Alexander Corvinus knows this too. He is not at all dissatisfied with this. William has made too many killings for so many years. Even if Chen Mo kills him directly, that is what he should the punishment received. Now Chen Mo has given him a chance. Regardless of success or failure, he must be grateful for Chen Mo's kindness. Under the gaze of the two, William on the ground finally changed. His tall body began to shrink slowly, and the protruding wolf kiss also slowly retracted back. With a long body, the white hair gradually became thinner, and soon a tall white young man who looked very similar to Marcus appeared in front of them. Alexander Corvinus, calm and composed, finally showed excitement on his face. William changed from a werewolf back to a human form, which shows that he has probably restored human consciousness. Chen Mo was also very interested in watching William recovering his human form. He was very curious about what William transformed by the perfect blood would look like, whether he was completely free from Lucian in the movie. The crazy instinct of wild beast can freely change the form of werewolves and always maintain human consciousness. Finally, William, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up slowly and looked up towards the two people in front of him. At this time, there was no longer a trace of madness and animalism in his eyes, and some were just blank and pure, like a newborn baby. Two syllables with no meaning came out of his mouth. From his eyes, Chen Mo saw only ignorance and ignorance. Turning his head and looking towards Corvinus, he was also shocked and disappointed at this time, but he quickly became relieved. Obviously, although the blood of perfection eliminated William's animality and restored him to human consciousness, the side effects of the previous transformation into a werewolf obviously wiped out his consciousness, plus hundreds of years of wild beast. In ordinary life, the memory of him as a human has been completely forgotten. Although he has regained consciousness now, his brain is blank like a newborn baby. I am afraid that he has forgotten all his memories as a werewolf. However, compared with the worst result, this has satisfied Alexander Corvinus. In any case, his son has finally become a man and can continue to live. I don't have any memory, even if I say goodbye to the past and usher in a new life. Chen Mo didn't have much to say about it, and asked Alexander Corvinus to take William back. Since then, little Selina has a younger brother who, although much taller than her, needs her care and instruction. As the only daughter in the family, Selina is very happy about this. She is inseparable from William every day. She takes him wherever she goes, teaches him to talk, and plays with him, really like an elder sister taking care of the younger brother. Generally speaking, Chen Mo is so funny to see. William also likes to stay with Selina very much. This one big and one small two figures has become a special scenery in the castle. After the empire was formally established, Chen Mo began to implement a recuperation policy to develop people's livelihood. Many civilian technologies in the workshop began to spread across the country under the impetus of the Imperial Family Chamber of Commerce. The promotion of new farming tools, water wheels and new farming methods has greatly developed the country's agriculture. Under the protection of Chen Mo's tax reduction and exemption policy, people's living standards have been greatly improved. When it comes to ample food and clothing, there is no war, no hunger, no threat of terrifying werewolves. The whole society becomes very harmonious and stable. The people live and work in peace and contentment, and the economy begins to prosper. The Imperial Family Chamber of Commerce has opened a large number of various factories throughout the country. Textile factories, garment factories, soap factories, cement factories, brick and tile factories, iron and steel factories, glass factories, sugar factories, salt works, etc., etc. A wide variety of factories are springing up all over the country. Built in various cities, many surplus laborers such as women and the elderly enter the factories, and a large number of livelihood products are continuously manufactured from these factories, put into the market, and enter the lives of thousands of households. People's quality of life changes people's lifestyles. The whole society has ushered in a huge change. My Steel Suit 123. My Steel Suit 123. With the development of agriculture and production, the lives of the people of the empire improved day by day. More and more people put on exquisite, beautiful and inexpensive clothes, live in solid and warm brick and concrete houses, mirrors, sugar, soap, glassware, etc. They once thought luxury goods that they dare not think about have become affordable daily necessities. Everyone feels that they are dreaming. The changes in their lives are too big and fast, making it difficult for them to adapt. But they know very well in their hearts who brought them this life like heaven, which can only be dreamed of in dreams. It is their emperor, their god, who rescued them from hell and brought the heaven of their dreams to the world. While people are marveling and enjoying the changes in their lives, they also become more and more devout in their belief in Chen Missouri. What is it that is not God's vestige? Chen Mo's work on people's livelihood is much more than that. In addition to the construction and development of a large number of civilian production industries, in order to facilitate the circulation of economic materials and improve transportation, Chen Mo built large-scale roads across the country, and at the same time built water conservancy projects to ensure agricultural irrigation and develop water transportation. In order to improve the cultural level of the whole people and cultivate talents in various industries, Chen Mo has built a large number of schools nationwide, popularized education, and gradually promoted the 9-year compulsory education system. Now that the problem of food and clothing has long been resolved, young children no longer need to help herding sheep at home, farming, and can go to school to learn knowledge. However, the number of teachers is a big problem. In this era, only nobles have the opportunity to recognize and learn. Ordinary commoners can't even fill their stomachs. How can they have the mind and ability to learn? Fortunately, when Chen Mo conquered the European continent, he was not at all wantonly slaughtered to the nobles. As long as he voluntarily returned, Chen Mo guaranteed their personal and property safety. It's just that there is no income from the territory, and a large number of noble families have begun to sit and eat. Although many capable nobles have been reused by Chen Mo and assigned to different positions to help him govern the territory and handle government affairs. But there are still many nobles who are beginning to have financial problems. At this time, Chen Mo pointed out a way for them to enter school and become a teacher, teaching children knowledge to earn wages. At this time, they have already lost their original noble titles, and they are completely asking for trouble if they continue to present themselves as nobles. Many former aristocrats, lord, lady and young lady entered the classroom and picked up with the pointer, embarked on the road of teaching and educating people. Agriculture, industry, economy, transportation, water conservancy, and education have ushered in great development, and various construction and production are in full swing throughout the country. Beside Chen Mo, a few kilometers away from Blackstone City Fort, a huge city is being built little by little. The first group of residents of Chen Mo has moved in and became the first group of residents of Imperial Capital. In the middle of this huge city, a tall and magnificent Gothic church built of reinforced concrete and bricks and stone stands tall. This is the Imperial Temple, the home of all the people of the empire. Where the faith lies. On the spacious and clean streets, people wear beautiful and neat clothes, and their faces are filled with happiness and contentment. On the side of the road, a large and square-long carriage slowly stopped under the wooden bus stop sign, and people arriving at the station filed out from the doors behind the carriage toward their respective destinations. Walking, the people in the car lined up and boarded the carriage from the front door. This is obviously Chen Mo's idea. Public carriages like this can be seen everywhere in every street in this city, which greatly facilitates people's travel. In a huge square, many people strolled in it, old people sitting on benches basking in the sun, and children running in the square laughing and playing. Who would have thought, a few years ago, they were still hungry, worrying about food, unclothed, precarious, and might die at the mouth of a werewolf at any time. Since enthroned, Chen Mo spent 3 years building this originally chaotic and dark Europe into a stable and prosperous civilized society. The long and dark Middle Ages ended early and Europe entered a new era of rapid development. Bringing his own territory and country to the right track, fulfilling his responsibilities as a lord and king to his own people, Chen Mo, who has experienced a good state of construction, is ready to leave. But before leaving, Chen Mo still has many things to arrange. On this day, in the study, Chen Mo called the 4 Andrews in front of him. I am about to leave here. Looking at the 4 people standing upright in front of them, Chen Mo slowly spoke. Master, are you going back to Divine Kingdom? Andrew hearing this quickly asked. Chen Mo gently nodded, said solemnly. After I leave, The Empire needs a new emperor. Speaking of which, Chen Mo looked towards Andrew, who is now the first. Andrew, you have been with me for the longest time, and you will take over the throne. Andrew was hearing this without the slightest heartbeat, but went straight to his knees, said excitedly, "No, Master. The Empire will always be your empire, and I will always be your most loyal knight." Andrew is a pure warrior, a loyal knight. Let him replace the position of his loyal master, which makes him really hard to accept. And Andrew is not at all interested in the position of the emperor. He was originally Chen Mo's first confidant. In the empire, he can be said to be under one person above 10,000 people. He knows what it means to be in power. But he is not obsessed with it. Rather than being caught in the complicated government affairs every day, he is more willing to fight with his knight brothers, or take off his armor, and pass the days with his beloved. These are better than the throne. It is more attractive to him. Has eternal life and everything about yearn for something even in dreams. What else is he not satisfied with? Seeing Andrew's resolute attitude, Chen Mo gently shook the head, then turned his head and looked towards Victor next to him. Victor knelt down without waiting for Chen Mo to speak. "Master, no one can replace your throne." Although Victor was once a lord, he is not at all ambitious, and his position is right now. For him, it is high enough to reach the heights it is today, and to be a duke of a country. This is something he has never thought of before. As for the emperor, in his mind, only Chen Mo is the supreme existence. As for himself, he is not at all this qualification. Chen Mo had no choice but to turn his attention to Amelia again. "Master." Amelia fell to her knees. Although she did not directly refuse, Chen Mo already knew the answer from her face. In her eyes, the throne might not be more attractive than her Marquis castle. Finally, Chen Mo looked towards Marcus with a deep look. Under Chen Mo's inexplicable gaze, Marcus's heart tightened, and he knelt down quickly, bowing his head deeply. Dare to say a word. In the past, he might have longed for the supreme position, but now he has no such thoughts. Even if the throne representing the supreme power of the empire is placed in front of him, he dare not touch it at all, because it belongs to Chen Mo's throne. When he first joined Chen Mo, he still had some other thoughts. He wanted to use Chen Mo's power to seek higher rights and status. Now, he has realized his ambitions. The alien who had been hiding everywhere had become the ruling class of the entire European continent, one of the few who stood at the highest point. But his ambition ends here. He is already satisfied with his current position. It belongs to the highest position of Chen Mo. He dare not move any thoughts. The longer he stays under Chen Mo, he felt Chen Mo's deep and unmeasurable more and more. At first he suspected that Chen Mo was just a powerful human being, but as he learned more about Chen Mo, he found that Chen Mo was full of countless mysteries and all kinds of magic in him. It cannot be explained by common sense at all. He seems to know everything, omnipotent, not only has incomparable strength, but also holds countless advanced technologies and knowledge and ideas beyond this era. These things make Marcus more powerful than his in-law, because power may be obtained through imitation like him, but knowledge cannot. Then there is only one possibility that can be explained. Chen Mo is really a god who came to the world from heaven. I confirmed Chen Mo's identity in his heart, and Marcus' fear and admiration for Chen Mo has deepened. He only dared to worship the throne Chen Mo gave up, but he did not dare to walk up the throne of God. How can mortals be allowed to get involved? In just a short moment, he had already figured it out clearly. He did not dare to sit in that position. Instead of pursuing the rights that were not his own, he should be obediently and honestly as his empire duke, blood patriarch old. Marcus' mind can't escape Chen Mo's keen perception. Marcus, who is bowing his head and kneeling on the ground, doesn't know that he just walked past the gates of hell. If not his wise corrected his position and put aside his coveting for the imperial throne. Now he should have been killed by Chen Mo. Chen Mo still has a grudge against the cold and ambitious ancestor of the vampire in this movie. The hunt for Alexander Corvinus never allowed him to join, but went to the eastern battlefield to conquer the territory of Eastern Europe for him. The knights under him are all loyal to Chen Mo. Unlike Andrew, Victor and Amelia, Each has its own core subordinates. Knight who follows him is only fighting. She accepted his command, and once the battle was over, he returned to a state of loneliness, unable to mobilize any knight at will. So, Marcus can be said to be the least powerful of the four major vampires elder. After all, although he is loyal to Chen Mo, he is more in awe. In terms of piety, he is more powerful than others. Knight was a lot worse, not to mention the three of Andrews who had the strongest beliefs. He didn't even know that his father Alexander Corvinus was in the castle. My Steel Suit 124. My Steel Suit 124. Of all the vampires, only Andrew, Amelia and Victor received enough perfect blood to strengthen their strength. In addition to Chen Mo and Alexander Corvinus, the four of them are already the strongest in the world, and they are also above Marcus, who is the ancestor of vampires and has lived for hundreds of years. Marcus, like all other knights, only got a drop of perfect blood to remove the vampire's defects, and he didn't know the origin of this drop of blood, and always thought it was a gift from Chen Mo. Before, Chen Mo didn't mind Marcus' ambition, because as long as he was there, Marcus would always be impossible to betray. Many people have ambitions, as long as they are not rebellious. Chen Mo allows their ambitions and wants to rule mankind. Yes, he has achieved it now. As one of the four dukes of the empire, Marcus has stood at the top of the pyramid of power. It's just that Chen Mo is about to leave now. He will not leave any hidden dangers to the empire he built. If Marcus shows a bit of coveting for the throne, Chen Mo will not let him walk out alive. This room. Fortunately, Marcus is not blinded by the desire for power, knowing that the throne of God is not something he can get in touch with. Since this is the case, Chen Mo doesn't mind letting him continue to be his empire duke, blood patriarch. After all, Chen Mo's Vampire Knight group was formed with his help. Now the establishment of the Great Empire, Marcus is indeed a great contribution. As for whether Chen Mo will think again after Chen Mo leaves, Chen Mo is not worried. First of all, he does not dare to arrogate now. What he fears is Chen Mo's identity as a god. Even if Chen Mo leaves, he is still the god of the empire. His deterrent effect will not be reduced at all, but instead becoming a high-hanging sword, always reminding him that a true god is watching his every move in the sky. And even if he really had any thoughts, with Andrew, Amelia and Victor, he would definitely not be able to make any waves. In the movie, Victor has always steadily suppressed Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire, and firmly holds the power of the vampire empire. Because the vast majority of vampires are once the lords Victor and Amelia's subordinates, Marcus has the name of the ancestor of vampires, but he is lonely, and he can't command at all. How many vampires? Now, Andrew and Victor are steadily suppressing Marcus in terms of strength and influence. Chen Mo believes that they will take him well. Retracting his gaze from Marcus, Chen Mo was a little embarrassed for a while. Originally, he wanted Andrew to take over the empire. He followed Chen Mo for the longest time, the oldest, and the strongest. He formed and trained the original knight group of 100 people. In addition to the 4 dukes, the 8 highest-ranked marquis also lived with him until the end in the werewolf slaughter village. Under his leadership, they insisted on holding the stone house against the werewolves, and finally the 8 people who were rescued by Chen Mo were also the 8 captains of the original knight group of 100 people, and now they are the Silver Knight. Although their status is not as good as that of noble lords, they are good at commanding, and at the same time they are Victor and Amelia of the Vampire 3 Great Elders in the movie, but they are only under them. Talking about being in the temple, the prestige and appeal of the Knight Regiment, the 8 of them are still above Marcus. As Andrew's first companions and subordinates, they have the same siblings with him, and they have very deep feelings. They are brothers who can surrender each other's lives. To Andrew, they absolutely support and obey. With their 8 assistants, plus Amelia, Andrew won't have any problems in taking over the empire, and can be said to be the best candidate at the moment. Of course, the most important thing is Andrew's absolute loyalty to Chen Mo. In the entire Temple Knight group, although all knights are very loyal to Chen Mo, including Marcus, their degree of loyalty is still different. Even if you are a believer of God, there are different levels of faith in God. and the degree of piety is not the same. Marcus belongs to the kind of belief in awe of spiritual God, but he still considers his own gains and losses instead of devoting himself to God wholeheartedly. He will not betray God, but he will not give up all of his own, even his life, for God's sake, and follow him without hesitation. But Andrew's club, Amelia and Victor Club, the 8 Marquis and the original knight group of 100 people, and even the remaining knights who are selected after strict selection before joining will also firmly follow Chen Mo. As long as Chen Mo gives an order, even if it is going to a strange place, full of difficulties, dangers and challenges, the enemy is stronger than them, starting from the beginning and continuing to fight, they will still without the slightest hesitation give up the current title, territory, rights and wealth, and followed him without hesitation. Because their loyalty and belief in Chen Mo have surpassed their lives, and Andrew is undoubtedly the most loyal and faithful among them, even after hundreds of thousands of years. Chen Mo, when he comes back again, he will return the throne without the slightest hesitation. Status, power, wealth, beauty, nothing can erode Andrew's firm loyalty to Chen Mo Steel. So, Andrew is currently the best candidate to take over the throne. It's just that Chen Mo miscalculated this time. He absolutely didn't expect. Andrew was too pious for his beliefs, and he refused to accept the position of the emperor before him. But this is understandable. For a devout believer in spiritual God, even if the spiritual God in the temple has left his throne, he is absolutely impossible to sit on it. For him, this is a blasphemy against spiritual God. He is impossible to allow himself to do blasphemy. The expected best candidate, but because he was too loyal, he resolutely refused to accept it, which made Chen Mo somewhat unexpected. Just as Chen Mo had a headache for this, a silver bell-like laugh suddenly came from his ears. Chen Mo couldn't help showing a smile when he heard the sound and paced to the window. Through the glass window, Chen Mo looked down, and saw little Selina chasing and playing with William on a clearing not far below. The tall and strong William was chased by the little Selina, who only reached his waist, wearing a snow-white princess dress, and the petite and lovely Selina was chasing him with baring fangs and brandishing claws behind him, giggled happily. After being tempted by Chen Mo with a big bag of candies, she pinched her nose and drank a test tube of perfect blood from Chen Mo. Little Selina's body was strengthened. Don't looking at her petite body. Her strength and speed are amazing. Because the body is not fully developed, her power is not particularly terrifying, and it is slightly stronger than ordinary vampires, about 3 times that of ordinary people. But in terms of speed, the little Selina is comparable to William, the ancestor of the werewolf, and even the petite Selina is more flexible than the tall William. No matter how hard he ran, he still couldn't get rid of Selina, who was behind his ass. In the end, William was careless and couldn't escape. Selina grabbed the clothes, stopped in frustration and fled. Selina's proud move towards William stretched out a little hand, and William slowly took out a piece of candy from his pocket with downcast head, and handed it to the happy little Selina with a full face. Selina grabbed the candy from William's hand, carefully stuffed it into her pocket, and smiled happily, her big eyes bent into crescents. Chen Mo stood in front of the window, looking at the little Selina who was giggling happily because he won a piece of candy. A smile slowly conjured up the corner of his mouth. Located in the center of the imperial capital, there is a vast, magnificent and towering Gothic complex, or a palace, more suitable. It is composed of many tall and majestic buildings, surrounded by many churches, bell towers, palaces, and towers. The most central one is taller than all the surrounding buildings and is extremely majestic. This is the spiritual god that belongs to all the people of the empire, the Thunder God Palace of their Emperor Chen Mo. Except for the reinforced concrete beam and column framework, the main body of the temple is all made of black and hard black stone like Blackstone City Fort. 2 rows of dozens of large black stone pillars with a height of 100 meters support the entire hall. The space inside the temple is extremely wide and tall, allowing people to be in it and feel their own small. On the tall walls all around, huge reliefs are carved, recording the entire process of Chen Mo leading the Night Regiment to kill werewolves and conquer Europe. The whole temple is deep and heavy, solemn, surrounded by this, it is in awe, and its expression becomes solemn and solemn. Although the temple is dominated by black as a whole, the inside of the temple does not appear too dark. Above the dome of the main hall, and all around the tall walls, there are dozens of large glass windows. Through these windows, the sunlight from outside spilled from above the high temple into the whole hall. Above the main hall, dozens of large black stone stairs are connected to a wide platform. A tall and majestic black throne is located in the middle of the platform. That is the throne of gods belonging to Chen Mo. Since the day it was built, the gate of the temple has been closed, and no one can enter the temple, but today is very different. At this time, in this magnificent hall, hundreds of people wearing heavy silver armor and engraved with the dragon mark chapter of the nine-headed evil dragon mark on their chests stood neatly on the right side of the throne. On the other side, there are hundreds of gorgeously dressed and elegant nobles standing respectfully with their heads down. They are the empire's major city lords, governors, and major administrative officials in various departments of the empire. They are the outstanding people selected by Chen Mo from the many nobles who have taken refuge in, and they manage for him this vast territory of the empire. Handles various government affairs. The noon sun shines in from the huge glass window above, and dozens of golden huge beams of light are projected into this vast and towering hall. One after another bright golden beam of light gives this the black hall adds a bit of sacredness and magnificence. Chen Mo sat on the high platform with his back to the throne, quietly looking down at the thousands of courtiers below. My steel suit 125. My steel suit 125. In the magnificent temple in the middle of the imperial capital, hundreds of knights in heavy armor, and almost the same number of nobles in luxurious robes, stood neatly under the high platform. The two sides add up to a huge array of thousands of people. In this incomparable gigantic, magnificent temple, it only occupies a small area, up to 100 meters high. A few people hold a huge stone pillar together, covering the entire wall. Even if you lift the head hard, you can't see the full picture of the giant relief sculpture. There are also black stones in front of them, several meters high, nearly 100 meters wide, and the huge stone platform connected by dozens of wide steps, made thousands of people deeply feel their own insignificance. In front of Chen Mo, who is above the divine throne, they feel like themselves trivial and humble and small. After all, what sits on the divine throne is the real spiritual God, and they are just a bunch of mortals. Chen Mo summoned his courtiers in this temple that has never been visited since it was built. Naturally, there is a major event to announce. Looking at the people standing down below, Chen Mo on the divine throne has a solemn face, and slowly speaks with recollection in secret. I have been in this world for 8 years. The majestic voice of Chen Mo sounded in the temple, and the thousands of people standing neatly in front of the eldest prince could understand. He heard every word he said. The werewolves are now gone, the mainland is unified, and the lives of my people are safe. I should go back. Listen to everyone below. After what Chen Mo said, his face was still full of remembrance and reverence. When he finally heard it, Chen Mo said that he was leaving. It was all startled. Master, Your Majesty. Chen Mo is their faith. Their loyal master always leads them forward and guides them direction. Now, he suddenly said that he was leaving, which made the people below at a loss for a while and fell into incomparable panic and confusion. Chen Mo saw that he browsed slightly wrinkle, raised his right hand and pressed it lightly. The chaotic crowd below instantly calmed down, looking towards Chen Mo above the divine throne. Their god, their emperor, is leaving them? But some people also slowly reacted. Their emperor is not an ordinary person, but a true god from heaven realm, impossible to stay in the world. Now the entire European continent has been unified. The werewolves have been wiped out, wars, hunger, and poverty have all passed away, and the hardships and precarious days are gone forever. God has rescued his people from despair and brought them a stable and prosperous life. Naturally, they should return to the kingdom of heaven. After all, that is the kingdom of God. Ignoring the people below, Chen Mo lifts the head and casts his gaze to the gate opposite the hall. Selena. Chen Mo's voice is majestic and grand. As Chen Mo's voice fell, the door of the main hall suddenly opened, and dazzling light came in from the outside. The whole door was like a golden light door, dazzling, and extremely holy. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the hall, a petite silhouette slowly walked out of the holy light. Selena is wearing a holy and elegant white dress, with her long soft golden hair draped behind her head, walking lightly towards everyone. The 2 rows of huge stone pillars in the middle of the hall formed a wide passage. The small silhouette of Selena crossed the rows of stone pillars, passed between Knight and the officials, and came under the stone platform. Everyone on both sides looked towards Selena with a face of confusion, not understanding what Chen Mo did to summon her in. Only standing under the high platform, the 4 Andrews at the front of the crowd calmly looked at the little Selene, who had a small face, walked past them and was climbing towards the high platform. Now, there is no unexpected expression on her face. Selena, holding her skirt in her hand, stepped onto the platform step by step, and came to Chen Mo. Looking at the petite and beautiful little Selena in front of him, Chen Mo's majestic face showed a touch of kind expression. He slowly stood up from the divine throne and stroked her right hand on Selena's on the little head. In the doubtful eyes of everyone below, Chen Mo's low and solemn voice slowly sounded. In my name, today, I canonize Selena as the temple saintess, dominate the temple, and be my apostle in the world. I heard Chen Mo's canonization, just below from the shock that Chen Mo was about to leave. Everyone who came back to his senses was not at all too surprised. Previously, Chen Mo was not very concerned about the temple and beliefs. This temple was built under the auspices of Andrew and the others. Now Chen Mo is about to leave, choosing a devout believer conferred as saintess and spreading his faith for him is also reasonable. Only next, what Chen Mo said was to make them turn pale with fright. The imperial throne, held by saintess, is now crowned Selena as the imperial empress. As the majestic voice echoed in the hall, Chen Mo raised his hands, in the sky took out a gorgeous crown inlaid with diamonds and lightly put it on Selena's head. A group of city lords below, the officials looked at the little Selena who was crowned by Chen Mo, and many people's eyes flashed with elusive rays of light. Originally, Chen Mo was in power. They were still very afraid of the emperor who was as strong as spiritual god who defeated them and conquered them, and they did not dare to have any thoughts that they should have. The noble titles that Chen Mo later canonized based on their merits were not high, and they did not have the right to conscript, so they were obediently and honestly relieved to serve Chen Mo. It's just that now Chen Mo claimed to be leaving and passed the throne to a teenage girl. This has made many people who are just afraid of Chen Mo's power have strange thoughts in their hearts. Acknowledge allegiance to Chen Mo, they are willing, although many people do not believe in the identity of Chen Mo spiritual god, but it does not affect their fear and obedience to Chen Mo. But a teenage girl who wants to be their queen, can't make them obey willingly, showing their loyalty like Chen Mo. Just when many people's eyes flashed, Andrew, Victor, Amelia and Marcus at the front of the queue, but when Chen Mo tone barely fell, Chi Wan Niels fell to the ground, shouting loudly, "Long live the Queen, Your Majesty." Behind them, hundreds of temple knights naturally have no doubts about Chen Mo's decision. Now Selena is conferred as a temple by Chen Mo saintess, the empress of the empire. Then she is the one they need to protect and obey. Wow! Following Andrew and the others, hundreds of knights, wearing heavy armor and imposing manner, knelt to the ground neatly, shouting, "Long live your majesty saintess! Long live your majesty!" The deafening voice echoed in the whole hall, shocked to stand aside. The hearts of a group of noble officials could not help but throb, and it seemed that breathing became a little difficult. Many nobles who have developed a different kind of mind look at these tall, powerful, imposing temple knights, and wisely erase the thoughts that have just emerged from their minds. These are extremely loyal to Chen Mo, for him to lay down the entire European continent. The invincible Horror Temple Knight, plus the 4 major powers that hold most of the empire. The Duke's assistant, no one can shake this little girl who did not know where she came from as the queen. Since this is the case, why bother to strike a stone with an egg and kill yourself? They are actually very satisfied with the current life. More rights are not something they can control. So, after a Pantheia night, these city lords and officials who were in charge of administrative affairs across the empire also knelt to the ground, shouting, "Long live the Queen, Your Majesty!" The performance of everyone below Chen Mo is all in my eyes. For those city lords and officials, Chen Mo not at all taking seriously, neither the slightest worry. No matter how powerful they were before, they were Earl, Marquis or Duke. But now they are just some ordinary administrative officials who can manage places and handle government affairs for Chen Mo. That's it. The highest title among them is just a Viscount, and more of them don't even have a title. This is completely rewarded by Chen Mo based on their achievements and performance. People with excellent ability and loyalty enough, Chen Mo doesn't mind granting them higher titles, or even turning them into vampires. Unfortunately, except Victor, none of them are so good or be loyal enough. I just need them to help manage this huge empire, and Chen Mo doesn't care about their loyalty. After all, even if they want to rebel, they need to have enough strength, but obviously, they do not have the strength to threaten the empire. They have no access to military power, and administrative power is also subject to mutual checks and balances, and is subject to supervision. It is actually very difficult to use the power at hand to cause any trouble, so their only choice is to do their job well, accumulate merits, in order to obtain higher rewards, money, title, fiefdom. These are what they can seek. It is true things. At the same time, Chen Mo has already made other arrangements for this. The war has ended, and the loyal knights of the Temple Knight Regiment no longer need to go to battle to kill the enemy. In the past 3 years, in addition to being responsible for training the new army, they have been conducting cultural knowledge learning and administrative capacity training under Chen Mo's arrangement. After all, most of them did not at all experience in managing localities and handling government affairs. Even many people don't even know the words. But for vampires, the most indispensable thing is time. They have enough time to learn slowly, and eventually they will grow up to bear the burden of lord of the entire city. When the time comes, they will replace these officials and control the entire empire. These officials will receive corresponding rewards based on their performance, return to their manor and enjoy their retirement life, or become a new vampire and truly join the ranks of the rulers of the empire. To die forever on the gorgeous bed, or to obtain eternal life holding the scepter, it all depends on their own choice. My Steel Suit 126. My Steel Suit 126. Wearing the crown, Chen Mo turned and hugged Selena on the throne. Looking at the little Selena, who is wearing a bright crown, more noble and beautiful, Chen Mo squeezed her little face, turned around in Selena's angered eyes, and faced him. Thousands of courtiers below. Chen Mo, wearing a black robe, stands proudly on the high platform, and his deep and majestic gaze crosses everyone's faces one after another: Andrew, Victor, Amelia, Marcus. Although there are several dozen meters away, under Chen Mo's deep gaze, everyone feels that they have been thoroughly seen through. Standing on the tall black stone platform, Chen Mo looked towards, slowly raising his gaze below, stepping across the crowd, and throwing forward along the channel surrounded by giant stone pillars. Through the open temple door, Chen Mo looked at the magnificent and prosperous city in the distance, with a trace of satisfaction on his face. It's time to leave. Withdraw his gaze, Chen Mo said slowly with a solemn face. After 1,000 years, I will return again. Chen Mo's majestic voice still echoes in the hall, but his silhouette is under the gaze of thousands of people below, accompanied by a white light disappeared on the high platform. Master, Your Majesty. My God. Witnessing Chen Mo disappearing in the white light, no one doubts the fact that Chen Mo is a spiritual god anymore. Although he has left, everyone's belief in him has become more religious. The spiritual god in the divine kingdom is more awe-inspiring than the emperor sitting on the throne. It is invisible and intangible, but he clearly knows that his existence is on the kingdom of the day, overlooking all beings! After Chen Mo disappeared, Only the small silhouette of Selena was sitting on the throne on the wide platform made of black stone. That touch of holy white became the only light in the darkness. God has gone, and she will replace God and lead them to move on. At this moment, no one doubts Chen Mo's decision anymore. No one cares about her young age. Everyone bowed to the ground and shouted religiously, "The Queen, Your Majesty." The little Selena sitting on the divine throne looked at the people who bowed down below, with a majestic face on the floor with a small face on the top of her head. The crown and the white long skirt on the body are extremely noble and sacred and majestic. Coupled with the shock and infection of the god's vestige just shown by Chen Mo, a deep awe cannot help but be born in the hearts of the people who kneel down below. The empress who was personally crowned by the god emperor was even more deeply respected and recognized. It's just that no one noticed that on the high platform, Empress Selena, who was sitting on the throne with a majestic face, was in the hands of Queen Selena, not knowing when a small linen bag was added. Since no one noticed from below, Selena squeezed the cloth bag quietly with her little hand, and an excitement flashed in her eyes. A lot of sugar. Yes, little Selena turned out to be bought by Chen Mo with a bag of candies, then she put on a long skirt and came here to play this canonization game. Who would have thought that little Selena was originally just to get a bag of candies, but became confused as the queen in charge of a great empire. Chen Mo said that Saintess, the queen, left and so on. Selena simply didn't take seriously, and simply didn't understand. At this time, only the bag full of candies was in her eyes. Chen Mo's sudden disappearance was also regarded by Selena as playing hide-and-seek with her. She also sighed in her heart that Sir Lord was so powerful that he could disappear suddenly. He must have been hiding somewhere. I want to see if little Selena can find him. He knows Selena likes to play hide-and-seek the most. Until she searched the entire palace and castle, but found that Chen Mo was nowhere to be found. Selena realized that Chen Mo was really gone. Amelia and they saw the innocent and optimistic little Selena cry so sad for the first time, and even the bag of her favorite candy Chen Mo gave her was thrown on the ground by her. Woo woo woo. Sir Lord is a lie. Why did you say a good gameplay suddenly disappeared? Liar. I will never eat candy anymore. Wow. The innocent young Selena will Chen Mo. The disappearance of is attributed to his gluttony of candy. In her opinion, if she doesn't want candy and doesn't play this game, Sir Lord will not be gone. She doesn't know why Chen Mo wants to leave. Chen Mo is their lord, king. How could he leave his people and leave by himself? In her young heart, there is simply no concept of parting. In the past, Chen Mo would come back every time he left on an expedition, but this time, he seemed to be away for a long time. Amelia aunt said that it would take 1,000 years. Selena was only 10 years old, and it would take a long time for 100 Selena. Selena grabbed her little finger and couldn't count how long it took. In short, it was a long time. Chen Mo has a special place in Selena's heart. As long as she can remember, she has lived in the workshop with her parents, grandfather. From the mouths of her family and people around, she knows that they have a great Sir Lord like a god. He possesses an incomparably powerful power. He can kill dozens of terrifying and brutal werewolves alone, making him the most powerful knight in the world. It is with his protection and blessing that they can live so happily and stably, and she can play every day without worrying about being eaten by terrifying werewolves, so that she can have enough clothes and food, do not need to be frozen or hungry. At the same time, their Sir Lord is extremely wise. His knowledge is as profound as the sea, and his thoughts are as high as the sky. All kinds of unheard of, amazing things are constantly in his hands. Emerges, showing them one miracle after another. In their mouths, their Sir Lord is tall, handsome, brave, and mighty. He is wearing armor, holding a sharp sword, riding a tall black horse, and leading the powerful knight regiment under his command to destroy the werewolves. Fighting everywhere, no lord can stop his progress. He is invincible. One by one, powerful lords are defeated by him, and vast territories are conquered by him. In the eyes of little Selena, Chen Mo is the greatest hero in the world and the idol she has worshipped since she was a child. Later, This idol really stood in front of her. When I learned that the majestic knight who was talking with his grandfather was their legendary Sir Lord, little Selina's heart throbbed with excitement. She wanted to rush forward but didn't dare. Can stand on one side and stare at it quietly. Sir Lord is so tall and really strong. He rode a horse so tall and big. He almost stepped on little Selina just now. It was a bad horse. I was lucky to see Sir Lord once. Who would have thought that later Sir Lord would bring her to the castle and teach her sword technique and knowledge. Although Amelia is teaching her most of the time, as long as Chen Mo has the time, she will still teach her personally, especially her math classes, which are mostly taught by Chen Mo. Yes, although she is a headache for the bunch of numbers, this is still her happiest moment, and she will be especially attentive every time. Chen Mo's compliment can make her happy all day. Slowly, as the time in contact with Chen Mo got longer, Selina also slowly let go of her awe of Chen Mo. She found that Chen Mo is not as aloof and remote as she thought. She could feel Chen Mo's love for her, and she gradually regarded Chen Mo as her big brother. She would behave like a baby to Chen Mo and sometimes make trouble when she is unhappy, and Chen Mo is like her father and big brother. He usually spoils her and teaches her harshly. When she is good, she will praise her and reward her. She would criticize her when she made mistakes. If the mistakes were too great, Chen Mo would spank her fiercely. Although she would cry very sad every time and be angry with Chen Mo, afterwards Chen Mo would hold her in his arms every time, rub her head and help her dry tears, then took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Lying in Chen Mo's arms, feeling Chen Mo's generous and warm hands gently rubbing her hair, caressing her little face, eating sweet candy in her mouth, listening to her ears while Chen Mo spoke softly, she always swallowed and arched into Chen Mo's arms, looking for a comfortable posture and falling asleep with tears in Chen Mo's arms. When she woke up, she would never be able to give birth to Chen Mo again. Mad. Now Chen Mo, the family who has been by her side and has become a part of her life, suddenly left. It was difficult for Selina to accept it for a while. Fortunately, he is not gone forever, he said. In 1,000 years, he will return. Just when the time comes, little Selina has grown up, big and big, becoming as tall as Amelia aunt. Can't she sleep in his arms anymore? Selina don't want to grow up. In short, Chen Mo has left after all. Selina's position as queen is very stable under the support of Andrew, Victor and other Pantheon knights. Although Selina will start to learn to manage the empire, but under Chen Mo's instructions, he still reserved enough time to play. Chen Mo doesn't want her childhood to be filled with tedious political affairs. She is still young and the days to come will be long. With Andrew and the others assisting, let her play and spend happily. Live his childhood. After all, compared with the long life of vampires, their childhood is too short and precious. So although she became the queen of the empire, Selina still has a lot of time to go crazy with William every day, and she is also obsessed with riding horses. The horse that Chen Mo left has been strengthened by serum and is tall. The vigorous and powerful black horse became her mount, and she also gave this horse a name, Thunderbolt. Every day, she rides it for a while, as if on horseback. She can find the shadow of Chen Mo. The bag of candies Chen Mo left to her last was carefully put away by her. But since then, she has never eaten one again. Alexander Corvinus, who was almost taken as an adult by Chen Mo, was appointed by Chen Mo and took over the intelligence section of the empire, completely hiding in the dark. Only Andrew and Amelia and Victor know his existence. In the future, he will be directly responsible to the queen. Of course, before Selina reaches adulthood, all things will be managed by the three of Andrews. Under the interference of Chen Mo, the Dark Knight world is developing in a completely new direction. What will it look like after 1,000 years? My Steel Suit 127. My Steel Suit 127. 8 years after coming to the world of Underworld, Chen Mo left. Leave a strong great empire that dominates the entire Europe, and is not afraid of the sun, does not rely on blood, Eternal Undying's new blood race. Actually, this world still has a very powerful ability, that is, vampires can get their memory by drawing blood from others, but Chen Mo has given up this powerful ability. Because this ability is exclusive to vampires and is related to their ability to suck blood, Chen Mo can only transform himself into a vampire if he wants to obtain this ability to acquire memory from the blood. With perfect blood, there are no repercussions, but Chen Mo is unwilling to turn himself into a vampire. According to the experiment on Andrew and the others, even after the transformation of perfect blood, the hidden dangers of vampires fearing the sun and relying on blood are eliminated, but many of the characteristics of vampires in them are not at all disappeared. Blue eyes, long sharp canine teeth, and the ability of echolocation. Chen Mo didn't want to change his race and appearance for the sake of such a memory-reading ability. While perfect blood relieves the vampire's dependence on blood, the not-at-all ability to absorb memory from the blood is also eliminated. According to Chen Mo's experiments and speculation, this ability relies on the vampire's blood with a special absorption method. Their bodies can extract the memory information hidden in the blood and reproduce it in their minds. The role of perfect blood is evolution. Although it eliminated their dependence on blood, and changed their sense of smell and taste, returning them to the normal human state, it did not at all change them. Absorption capacity of blood. This is also the reason why Andrew and the others, after drinking a drop of perfect blood to eliminate hidden dangers, although they no longer like the taste of blood, they can continue to be strengthened by drinking perfect blood. They do not. It needs to be strengthened by directly injecting perfect blood into blood vessels like Chen Mo. Apart from this, this ability to read memory from the blood also has great limitations. It must be very fresh blood to be able to extract information from it. Once it leaves the body or the subject dies, the information will dissipate quickly. This time is very short, only a few seconds. So basically it can only be used by directly sucking blood on a living person. In other ways, as long as there is a slight delay, the information in the blood will be quickly lost, and the acquired memory will become very scattered and incomplete, or even disappear completely. Chen Mo doesn't want to lie on others like a monster drink blood on the body. And this ability is not very temptation for Chen Mo. Many things can be inferred instantly from the opponent's heartbeat, expression, subtle movements and the rich psychological knowledge he has mastered through keen perception. Even if it is some complicated information, Chen Mo can be easily obtained through interrogation. Even without torture to extract a confession, Chen Mo can distinguish the true and false of his answer very accurately. Ask several times, and with the exclusion method, there is nothing to hide from him. Although it is more troublesome, it is very useful. So this seems to be powerful and attractive, but it needs to pay a certain price, and for Chen Mo, it is some tasteless ability. Chen Mo gave up without the slightest hesitation. It's also worth mentioning that our new imperial queen, Selina's kid, after walking out of the sadness of Chen Mo's departure, completely entered the faint king mode, thinking that there was no one after Chen Mo left in charge of her. She led her imperial family guard, William, to go wild all day long, and left the affairs of managing the empire completely to the four Andrews, even the few cultural classes that Chen Mo arranged for her. Andrew and Amelia have been very fond of Selina before, except for Chen Mo, who is willing to beat her, let alone now. She is also the Empress of the Empire. Amelia and the others, there is even more nothing to do with this little uncle. Seeing that the situation is getting more and more serious, little Selina is riding a horse and practicing swords all day long, dancing swords and clubs all day long, as if there is a tendency to develop into a violent queen, but they can't control their queen at all. Your Majesty. Fortunately, Chen Mo knows the little girl's temperament best. He had anticipated this a long time ago. After opening the guide to the Empress left by Chen Mo, they finally found a solution. When Andrew returned with Bert from the Imperial Family Academy, it didn't take long for a long-lost crackling and crisp-loud cry to resound throughout Blackstone City Fort. After that day, Selina finally stopped acting arbitrarily, and after playing, she also began to learn to become a qualified queen. But she misses Chen Mo deeper. Sir Lord will not be so fierce. If she hits little Selina so hard, she will comfort her gently after the fight, and will not leave her alone. People threw them there and wept, so I miss the warm embrace of Sir Lord. Poor little Selina, who was beaten by his father who was a blacksmith, had a swollen butt and couldn't ride a horse for several days. After Chen Mo unified Europe and established the country as emperor, Selena's father Bet and grandfather Kane are still in charge of the management of the workshop. Of course, it now has a new name, Imperial Family Branch Academy. Old Kane has grown from an ordinary craftsman to the institute head of the Imperial Family Branch of the Empire and a member of the Blood Race Council. The old body has become strong and full of vitality, and has a long and eternal life. What he could not believe the most was that his 10-year-old granddaughter became the Empress of the Empire. From the daughter of an ordinary craftsman, she became the most noble ruler of the great empire, the Queen. And all this is a gift from Chen Mo. In addition to with infinite gratitude and respect, all he can do is to work hard to do his job well and lead the Imperial Family Academy to develop continuously. The long life has given him enough time to learn. Chen Mo left behind the knowledge and technology, and based on this, continued to develop innovation. When it was heard that Selena was only playing and violating the instructions left by Chen Mo, the angry old Kane immediately sent the Queen's father to the castle, deeply feeling that Selena had failed Chen Mo. The trust and expectation of the old Kane only one sentence to his son, "Give me fiercely." The beating of the Queen's further put Xiaoyunji and Selena back on track. The great empire Pang created by Chen Mo will continue to develop under Selena's leadership. And the future world will what? Maybe you won't know until Chen Mo returns next time. On the other side, Chen Mo returned to the deserted island after years of absence in a burst of white light. Looking at the familiar trees around, I heard waves washing the beach and the sound of hua-hua hitting the rocks. What I can smell at the tip of my nose is the smell of mud and grass, and the touch of sea breeze. Fishy. Chen Mo slowly closed his eyes, slowly converging in his imposing manner like spiritual gods' imposing manner. In the world of Underworld, he is the Lord, the King, the Emperor who rules the entire European continent, and the God that all his people believe in. But in the real world, he is a survivor who murdered and fled and lived on a deserted island. Fortunately, he has powerful power and the ability to travel through time and space. Chen Mo will not arrogantly think that he can act willfully without any scruples in the real world just because he conquered everything in the movie world and ascended to the throne. He clearly knows that his power lies in the real world. Even his Knight Regiment, a powerful temple that conquered the entire Europe, is not an opponent of human mechanized forces in the real world. Even if ordinary bullets can't kill them, but sniper rifles, artillery, tanks, explosives, missiles, flamethrowers, humans have countless ways to turn this medieval invincible Knight Regiment into ashes. So Chen Mo will not be stunned by the achievements in the movie world. He really regards himself as a god, thinking that he can contend with the entire world. Here is his hometown, where he was born, grew up, and lives. There are no enemies or rare beasts, but his family and compatriots are here, and here is his route. Those who he crossed over the past movie world are just places where he improves his strength. No matter how many years he stayed there, he still has to return to the real world. This is his home. In the world of the movie, he can play as much as he wants, act willfully, because even if it messes up, he can leave at any time, but the real world is not. You cannot directly cross over from one movie world to the next movie world. If you leave the movie world, you can only return to the real world. Only after 1 month has passed in the real world can you continue crossing over. If you mess up the real world and have to hide in the movie world, you can no longer continue crossing over. So his development of the real world has always been cautiously. If he fails in the movie world, he can go away, but the real world cannot, unless he gives up the ability to travel through countless spaces and hides in the next movie space forever. But the real world has his parents and relatives. He is impossible to leave them behind and hide in the other world forever. However, although the real world is extremely important, it is not at all too dangerous. The country's military power is strong enough to threaten Chen Mo, but this is not the movie world of danger lurks on every side. As long as Chen Mo doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble and hides his special features, no one will take the initiative to provoke him. This world is fairly safe on the whole. There are no large-scale wars, no werewolves, no vampires, and no strong enemies for him. Although the previous murder and absconding have left some hidden dangers, Chen Mo's body and temperament have changed drastically. As long as he does not show his face in front of people he knows, no one will connect him with the former Chen Mo. Together, even if he appeared in front of the police investigating and arresting him now, they would only think that the two were a bit alike, and would never think that they were the same person. As long as you leave the deserted island, everything can start again. My Steel Suit 128. My Steel Suit 128. Today's Chen Mo has undergone a serum enhancement and 2-world experience, and his appearance and temperament have undergone tremendous changes. Even if he appears in front of the police arresting him, no one will believe that he is Chen Mo. After all, there are a lot of similar-looking people in this world. It's no surprise to encounter a person with similar facial features, but it should be said that a person's height, size, temperament, and power will be great at the same time within a few months. But it's hard to convince people living in the real world. Even plastic surgery and heightening are impossible to do in such a short time. So, as long as he leaves this island, Chen Mo can show his true colors without any scruples, because when the time comes, he will be another person, and has nothing to do with Chen Mo who has murdered and escaped. But not on this island. After all, the passengers on the plane have records. Chen Mo does not show his face. No one will associate the tall and strong him with the former Chen Mo. No matter how the police suspect in the future, he will only think of him as other similar survivors or even passing pirates. Once someone else sees his appearance and compares it with the passengers on the plane, it is easy to suspect him, and such abnormal changes in a short period of time will inevitably cause attention of the country. When the time comes, he will really be in trouble, and even his secrets are likely to be discovered. Actually, Chen Mo was able to appear in front of the survivors as long as he returned from Captain World in the United States, but he needs to wear a helmet to cover his face. Before, Chen Mo was hiding in the woods alone because he didn't want to cover his face all day, and he did not appear in front of others. He can wear beach pants and short-sleeved t-shirts at will, and enjoy the sun and sandy island vacation trip, so why bother to make yourself so tired? Chen Mo, who just returned from the underworld world, stood quietly with his eyes closed, his imposing manner slowly converging, and after a while, he finally opened his eyes again. In the bright and dark eyes, the sharp rays of light flashed away. Compared with the time when Chen Mo just returned, Chen Mo has become more restrained and gentler. The original sharp eyes have also become deep and quiet, like a peerless, sharp and unparalleled handle. Divine sword was inserted back into the scabbard, and the sharpness was reduced, but it still gave people a deep and unmeasurable, mysterious feeling. In his deep eyes like a black hole, there seemed to be the entire world. This time in the world of Dark Knight legend, Chen Mo can be said to be plentiful harvest. Although the increase in physical strength is not large, it has only increased from 6 times the physical fitness of ordinary people to 7 times, but his fighting skills, especially sword technique, have been greatly improved. After all, a peerless powerhouse that has the same strength as him, fights with powerful werewolves all day long, and has continued for hundreds of years. Its fighting skills and experience are extremely powerful, and Chen Mo relied on his strong memory, analysis and learning ability to completely absorb the accumulation of this peerless powerhouse over hundreds of years and put it into his own use, which brought him a great improvement in battle strength. Huge. At the same time, Chen Mo's spirit strength has been increasing slowly. In years of continuous campaigns and battles with countless werewolves, it has also been slowly increasing, especially the battle with Alexander Corvinus. In addition to greatly improving his fighting skills, it also allowed his spirit strength to rise rapidly under tremendous pressure. Now, the space in his mind has expanded from the original size of 3 meters and 27 cubic meters to a huge cube with a side length of 5 meters. The internal space is 125 cubic meters, which can not only accommodate there are several times more things than before, and many things that were originally limited in size and could not be carried can now be stored in the space. In terms of transportation, the previous space can only accommodate a few motorcycles at most. A 4-5-meter-long car can't fit at all, let alone his 7-meter-long 6-wheeled bulletproof armored off-road sports cars. And now, although they still can't fit that rare beast, ordinary off-road vehicles can fit several. With the continuous shuttle and training of Chen Mo, his spirit strength continues to grow, and the growth rate of the space is much faster than the improvement of Chen Mo's physical fitness and fighting skills. This is the first to appear. The spatial ability that was originally tasteless has slowly begun to emerge, and it will surely play an increasingly important role in the future. In addition to these, Chen Mo's greatest gain in the Legend of the Night World should be considered the perfect blood. It allowed Chen Mo's body to evolve into an immortal body, giving him an immortal life, completely solved the problem of accelerated consumption of lifespan faced by Chen Mo in the movie world. With unlimited life, there is plenty of time. This allows Chen Mo to be completely invincible. There is no need to rush to gain strength and leave as soon as possible. He only needs to develop step by step. If he wants to, he can even stay in the world of the Legend of the Night, waiting for his strength to slowly increase over the long years. But since then, the time required will be calculated in 100 years. It's too slow. In reality, there are still many things waiting for Chen Mo. He doesn't have the patience to wait for hundreds of years. In addition, the perfect blood also gives Chen Mo's body unlimited potential, completely breaking the bottleneck of strength, allowing Chen Mo to continue to grow stronger, and the future has unlimited possibilities. Because the technology of Underworld world is too backward, many things have not been studied in depth, but Chen Mo can be sure that his immortal body and the perfect blood flowing in blood vessels must be there are more potentials and secrets waiting for him to discover. I adjusted my mentality and summed up the gains of the Dark Knight Legend world. Chen Mo returned to his large tent very satisfied. Take off the gorgeous black robe, Chen Mo put on loose beach pants and short-sleeved t-shirt, and walked out relaxedly. When he came to the hammock tied between the two trees next to the tent, Chen Mo lay down comfortably and entered the island vacation mode again. It's already in the afternoon, and it's not long before the sun will set. There is already a hint of orange-red sunset on the horizon. Chen Mo is lying quietly on the hammock, looking at the horizon. The sunset clouds spread a little bit and gradually occupied the entire sky. The salty and wet sea breeze also began to bring a hint of chill. Chen Mo lying in the sunset quietly enjoying the tranquility and peace of this moment. On the other side of the island, the survivors are taking advantage of the last days before the sun sets, trying to catch and collect more food. On the same day, 3 foreigners sneaked into the camp late at night and took away the 2 flight attendants Jiang Lan and Xu Shan, but Chen Mo, who arrived in time outside the camp, beheaded them all on the spot. Now, a week has passed since that incident, and the survivors' lives are still as usual. They are busy with food for their stomachs during the day, and at night they drag themselves tired and enter their dreams early. For the rescue, they seem to have gradually lost hope, no longer looking at the distant sea level all day long, looking forward to the emergence of rescue ships. The captain Zhao Jianmin, who knows the most about this aspect, is even more clear in his heart that their hope of being rescued is very slim. After the engine malfunctioned, their course began to drift. Now, it is unknown how far they were from the original course. The underwater pulse signal emitted by the black box has a range of only a few kilometers. It is almost exhausted at this time. In the vast sea, trying to find them who deviate from the course and live on an isolated island can be said to be like to find a needle in a haystack, and the country is impossible to search endlessly, and the search will definitely be drawn range. If they deviate too much beyond this range, then maybe they can only live on this desert island in the second half of their lives. Other survivors are also aware of these conditions. Therefore, after living on the desert island for a month, they no longer catch crabs. When collecting shellfish, they suddenly looked up towards the sea, looking forward to a rescue boat flying. A red flag will suddenly appear. Now they just look down to find more food, and they seldom stare at the distant sea level in a daze. Of course, a group of old and weak women and children, even if they are constantly busy throughout the day, how much food can they find on this small desert island? Although Wang Jianqian, the old man's bodyguard, can harvest something in the sea every day, the fish and conch can't even fill his stomach. If it weren't for Chen Mo's regular airdrop every day, this group of survivors would not know how many starved to death. Let go of the painful anticipation of rescue. The lives of the survivors are quite fulfilling. The busy life every day allows them not much time to think about the future. In short, let's live first. Since Chen Mo returned from the world of Underworld, nothing seems to have changed. He is still busy day by day in a calm and busy manner, until, 2 weeks later. At this time, a month and a half have passed since the plane crashed. Rescue is basically impossible. Now they should have been declared dead. Together with the plane, they were buried in the sea. This island may be where they spend the rest of their lives. Place 2. Some people are confused, some are sad, and some are crying silently, but when someone is lost, they secretly joy. Now there are 8 survivors on the island. Except for the old man, the bodyguard and the captain who has just recovered from the serious injury, all are women, and all them are young and beautiful beauties. As the only young and strong man on the island, Wang Jianqian began to have some special thoughts in his heart. Since I will spend the rest of my life on this desert island in the future, there is no need to suppress some things. In the future, this deserted island will be his territory. He will decide everything on the island, and these beautiful women will be let him enjoy. The first one starts with Suwon, the secretary of the chairman who has been coveted for many years. My steel suit 129. My steel suit 129. This morning, after Wang Jianqian went into the water, he did not swim in the deep water as usual for fishing, but kept quietly watching the movements of the old man's secretary Suwon. Since 3 foreigners sneaked into the camp late at night to abduct people and were killed by Chen Mo, the survivors who had no threats were separated along the beach in order to get more food, and each was responsible for a section of the area. Instead of a few people acting together, that efficiency is too low. Now that the division of labor, everyone finds a lot more food than before, but at the same time, it also brings great convenience to Wang Jianqian's actions. He swam in the sea, followed Suwon quietly, and came to a shoal scattered with a lot of rubble. When he found that her position was completely out of sight of others, Wang Jianqian, there was an expression of excitement that the prey was about to be found on his face, and he moved towards the shore in a hurry. When he stood up in the shallow water, Suwon, who was not far away, still didn't notice his arrival. She still squatted intently in the knee-length seawater, looking for someone who could eat her belly under the rock. Food. After living on the desert island for more than a month, Suwon's image at this time is no longer as glamorous as before. The original image of elegant and fashionable women in the workplace has disappeared. The knee-length one-step skirt is very inconvenient to move. At this time, Suwon still cares about the image. In order to facilitate the movement, the hem has been torn apart, and the daily activities of looking for food will be damaged. It keeps expanding, and now the slit of the skirt has reached the base of the thigh. At this time, she squatted halfway in the sea, her whole round and slender legs were almost completely exposed, and the torn skirt fell in the sea, swinging back and forth with the waves, revealing more skirts from time to time. Under the scenery, although after more than a month of wildlife, Suwon's complexion is no longer as fair as before, but has turned into a healthy wheat color under long-term sunlight, but it is still unbearable. Leave the imagination together. The white shirt on Suwon's body was also wetted by the waves, splashed by the waves while she was leaning intently and busy. The wet place is tightly attached to Suwon's body, which perfectly outlines her beautiful figure. The beautiful face is more charming and slender with the focus on the face. The long hair hanging down by the neck is also blown by the sea breeze, floating like waves with the waves, just like the daughter of the sea walking out of the sea, romantic and elegant, yet beautiful and charming, which makes people cannot bear to look away. Suwon, who devoted herself to collecting food, didn't know her attractive appearance at this time, nor did she know that Wang Jianqian, who was supposed to hunt in the sea, had quietly arrived not far behind her. Looking at Suwon's beautiful lithe and graceful posture ahead, Wang Jianqiang's desire in his heart burned like flames. His eyes became red, and he could no longer hide himself. Stepping on the sea, impatiently the move towards Suwon strode away. Not far away, Suwon heard the sudden sound of water behind her, turned her head in doubt, and finally found Wang Jianqiang, who was approaching fast behind her. The expression of doubt flashed on Suwon's face, and she quickly discovered something was wrong. Let's not say that Wang Jianqiang should be fishing in the sea at this time. He shouldn't be here. Even if he caught prey, he should return to the camp. He should never come to his side. Reminiscent of Wang Jianqiang's strange expression that he often inadvertently showed when he looked towards her recently, and the undisguised greed on his face at this time made Suwon's heart feel uncomfortable. Good premonition. Seeing that Wang Jianqiang kept moving towards her, striding forward, Suwon no longer cared about the crab that she had finally caught in her hand, got up quickly, and quietly picked up a piece in the sea hidden behind the stone. He looked towards Wang Jianqiang with a guard. "Why did you come here?" Suwon asked nonchalantly. Wang Jianqiang didn't seem to notice Suwon's small movements, and while continuing to step on the sea to walk towards her, he grinned triumphantly, did not hide his purpose at all, said in a frivolous tone, "Come to you." Wang Jianqiang's answer made Suwon's heart sink. Seeing his posture, it is impossible to just talk to her as simple as possible. At this time, there are only them two people. If he really has any bad intentions, no one can stop him. But she will never let him succeed. Thinking of this, Suwon tightened the stone hidden in her back, her eyes full of determination towards Wang Jianqiang. "Don't come here," Suwon sternly warned. Wang Jianqiang, hearing this, coldly smiled, but he didn't stop at all. "Stop struggling, obediently and honestly follow me, and you can suffer less. You are not a secretary to the chairman anymore. Here, then old guy can't protect you anymore. If you don't want to suffer from hunger every day in the future, just show me obediently," Wang Jianqiang said. His voice became severe, his face, the expression on Shang also gradually became savage. When he was in the company before, he was fascinated by Suwon, who was so temperamental and gentle, and he tried to please him, but Suwon until now was a no-brainer for him. Although people are with the old man, the communication is poor. It seems that Suwon has never put him as a bodyguard in his eyes, which makes Wang Jianqiang always worry about it. It's just that Suwon has always been highly valued by the chairman. Even if his own son molested Suwon, he was taught fiercely by old guy, not to mention him as a bodyguard, so before he can only covetously look at Suwon's tall back, and he has no chance to kiss Fangs. Now, on this deserted island where there is no law and power determines everything, no matter how arrogant and cold you were before, now you have to let me play with it. Seeing that Wang Jianqiang completely tore through the disguise and approached her with a ferocious face, Suwon bit her silver teeth secretly. Originally, it was just a guess, and I still hope that Wang Jianqiang is not what she thought it is. Unfortunately, Wang Jianqiang's words completely shattered her last fluke. She knows very well that even if she turns to escape now, she will definitely not be able to escape Wang Jianqiang, who has excellent physical fitness. He will only catch him from behind and fall to the ground easily. Instead of doing this, she might as well die with a fight. Even if she died, she would not give in. Although it was a bit hard to walk in the sea, Wang Jianqiang quickly approached Suwon. Just as he stretched out his hand to grab Suwon with a lewd smile, Suwon's right hand hiding behind him suddenly moved. Suwon gritted her teeth hard and tried her best to smash the stone in her hand towards Wang Jianqiang's head. She knew very well what would happen if she fell into Wang Jianqiang's hands. Obviously, under the hope of rescue, he has completely abandoned all morals and laws, and he has no scruples in his actions. Wang Jianqiang's coveting of him has been discovered very early, but she didn't care about it before. But now, without the constraints of laws and rules, she can only deal with it in the most primordial and direct way. Violation from Wang Jianqiang. The original weak body burst out with the greatest strength under the threat. Under Suwon's full swing of the palm-sized stones, They moved towards Wang Jianqiang's head and saw the distance of the stones. His head got closer and closer. Suddenly, a sturdy big hand grabbed Su Wan's slender wrist. The stone in her hand was already less than a foot away from Wang Jianqiang's head, but she could no longer use any force. Close to the minute, Wang Jianqiang grabbed Su Wan's wrist, smiled triumphantly, turned his head slightly and glanced at the stone she was holding in disdain, then looked at Su Wan with his aggressive eyes. With some beautiful eyes in panic and a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, he said slowly, "You want to use this to deal with me?" Su Wan quickly came back to his senses from the initial panic, staring at Wang Jianqiang without flinching. Except for her eyes there is a trace of determination and determination. The right hand was caught by Wang Jianqiang and couldn't break free. Su Wan didn't give up at all, but suddenly raised her right leg, moved towards Wang Jianqiang's crotch and kicked it fiercely, whereas the man's greatest vital point. When being kicked, a man who was so strong had to kneel and wailing, completely losing his battle strength. If you change someone else and stop Su Wan's long-planned blow, you will catch her in your hand. If you forget about it, you will probably be hit by Su Wan's unexpected fatal attack. Lie down. Unfortunately, after all, Wang Jianqiang is a top-level bodyguard, an expert who is proficient in unarmed combat, and has rich combat experience. As soon as Su Wan took some action, he discovered the intention. At this time, he was holding Su Wan's right hand, holding a rock in his left hand, and held it in front of him. The empty right hand quickly leaned down, and Su Wan took a step before she kicked him. Before the crotch was critical, he grabbed Su Wan's ankle. Su Wan is really a little desperate now. The two sudden attacks with her best effort were all easily resisted by Wang Jianqiang, and she was still under the control of the other party. With her power simply can't resist the other party's restraint. Do you really want to be destroyed in his hands today? You are asking for trouble. Wang Jianqiang's complexion became ugly, his eyes also became ugly. Holding Su Wan's hands and feet with both hands, she pushed back hard and threw Su Wan directly into the sea. The waves completely wet Su Wan's clothes all over her body, and her hair was attached to her delicate cheeks, making her whole person battered and exhausted. Su Wan, who fell into the seawater, did not care about this. She took advantage of temporarily breaking away from Wang Jianqiang's restraint, and hurriedly turned her hands and feet and fled forward by stepping on the seawater. Wang Jianqiang, with a playful smile on his face, looked at Su Wan, who was trying to escape embarrassedly, and strode after him. The speed of the two people in the sea can't get up fast. Each step has to overcome the resistance brought by the sea. Su Wan gritted her teeth and ran forward with all her strength, but felt that Wang Jianqiang behind the chasing sound of hua-hua pedaling in the sea is getting closer. Without running far, Su Wan felt a sharp pain in her scalp, and she violently pulled her head backwards, but Wang Jianqiang grabbed her hair and pulled fiercely. Live. Do not raise again. Just when Wang Jianqiang was pulling Su Wan's hair and trying to pull it ashore, a cold voice full of murderous aura suddenly sounded behind him. Let go. Wang Jianqiang, hearing this, did not have the slightest unexpected expression. Instead he showed a sneer smile like a conspiracy. With one hand holding Su Wan's hair, Wang Jianqiang turned around and looked towards the woods on the shore not far behind him with a smile. In Wang Jianqiang's eyes full of scrutiny and Su Wan's expectation, a tall silhouette dressed in black cloth walked out of the wood slowly. My steel suit 130. My steel suit 130. Chen Mo's tall silhouette walked slowly out of the woods on the shore. Seeing Chen Mo, who suddenly appeared, Wang Jianqiang did not have the slightest surprised look, but instead looked at him with a serious look. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's not easy to get you out. It turns out that what Wang Jianqiang did before, turned out to be all to elicit Chen Mo. Since it is known that there is still a mysterious person on the island, how could Wang Jianqiang be unprepared? Being a personal bodyguard for the chairman of a large company is not only a good skill, but a keen mind is also essential. He must be able to analyze possible or known threats in advance, properly handle and respond. Although since the plane crashed and settled on the deserted island, his energy has been focused on hunting and survival, and he has become less and less concerned about the protection of the boss. He even relaxed his guard against the 3 foreigners and was killed by the 3. Infiltrated the camp and took 2 flight attendants without knowing it. But it can only be said that he has not enough grasp of people's hearts. He didn't expect them to be so bold and their mentality changed so quickly, but they also reminded him that the situation is different now. On this desert island, there is no rescue, no law, everything is back to the most primordial state. Power determines everything, and he has the strongest power among all survivors. As long as Chen Mo is the only threat, he will act willfully on this isolated desert island. It's just that he also rummaged across the island looking for Chen Mo, but he didn't even find his shadow. Recalling what happened after being trapped on the island, Wang Jianqian carefully analyzed Chen Mo's behavior and psychology. From the fact that he has been quietly providing them with precious food, it can be seen that he's kind-hearted, and last time he killed the 3 foreigners who had been abducted late at night on the spot, but they looked very vicious and merciless. Wang Jianqian can't see through Chen Mo and can't understand the mentality of this mysterious person hiding on the island, but one thing is certain. He has been observing them in secret, and if someone is like the last 3, if a foreigner acts to harm others, this mysterious person will definitely reappear. When the time comes, he can take the opportunity to get rid of this only threat and establish his rule on the island in one fell swoop. So even though he coveted Suwon, after the actual hands-on, his mind was all in the woods beside him, where Chen Mo was most likely to hide. Unsurprisingly, Chen Mo appeared at the critical moment as he thought. Although Chen Mo killed 3 foreigners by the strength of oneself before, according to Zhang Lan's description, Wang Jianqian speculated that the 3 successfully kidnapped the 2 women and withdrew from their camp. I must have relaxed in my heart. Most of my attention should be on the 2 women who were abducted by them. There is no defense at all. Chen Mo hides under a sudden sneak attack in the dark, and the 3 people carrying 2 women have no way to fight back immediately. If it is him, they can easily kill their 3 people. In addition, Chen Mo has been hiding in the dark sneakily and refused to show up. Wang Jianqian guessed that he should only be good at sneak attack assassination, and he might be a killer. As a top bodyguard, Wang Jianqian has a certain understanding of killers. Their own fighting abilities are often not very strong. They rely more on unexpected sneak attacks and long-range snipers. To fight face-to-face with him, Wang Jianqian has the confidence to defeat any killer, and Chen Mo is no exception. Because Chen Mo was in the dark when Chen Mo beheaded 3 foreigners, Zhang Lan and Zhang Lan were carried again and couldn't see the specific situation at the time. In addition, the bodies of the 3 were dragged away by Chen Mo. After dealing with it, Wang Jianqian has no way of knowing how Chen Mo killed the 3. According to the strictness of aviation security, it is basically impossible to bring weapons on the plane. Even if he escaped the security check by special means, he hid the weapons in his luggage and got into the plane, but the crash happened very suddenly. He has no time to bring the weapon to him. So Wang Jianqian guessed that the weapon Chen Mo used to kill the 3 foreigners was probably a simple weapon such as stone and lance. Looking at Chen Mo in a black combat uniform with a special face mask on his head, walking towards him, Wang Jianqian showed such an expression. Because he found that Chen Mo was not carrying any weapons, this obviously confirmed his guess. Although Chen Mo's physique is much taller than he thought, he can only be said to be stronger. Not at all. He is so burly, muscular, strong and powerful. Judging from his body alone, Chen Mo's power is not at all his strength. In terms of strength, coupled with his proud fighting ability, Wang Jianqian is confident to kill this nosy-looking killer. He is not the 3 unsuspecting stupid foreigners. On his own, he is confident that he will not lose to anyone. Seeing Chen Mo walking step by step, Wang Jianqian's eyes became sharp, and he pushed Suwon into the sea. Wang Jianqian moved towards Chen Mo and greeted him. When the distance between the 2 was less than 5 meters away, Wang Jianqian, who seemed to rush forward and start directly with Chen Mo, suddenly stretched his hand behind his back and drew out a lance at a very fast speed. Without stopping, Wang Jianqian stepped forward with his right foot, and his body twisted with force. The lance in his hand was then thrown out by him forcefully, moving towards approaching with the sound of breaking through the air. Chen Mo shot him swiftly. Although the wooden lance used for spearing fish is simple, it is still very sharp. Wang Jianqiang used it to hunt for many days and was very skillful in using it. Lance moved straight towards Chen Mo's chest and shot, so the close distance is unexpected, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to resist. This is a long-planned blow by Wang Jianqiang. Since Chen Mo appeared, he has been waiting for the opportunity. The other party would never think that he would suddenly project a lance at him. There is a high probability of being shot by him. Even if he escaped by chance, he would be extremely embarrassed, and it was difficult to resist his next attack. Since he had been planning for a long time, he didn't just bring a lance. After shooting lance at Chen Mo, Wang Jianqiang didn't care at all. Even at such a close distance, it would be difficult for him to escape the blow, but he cautiously stretched his hand back, ready to take down the other lance, just in case Chen Mo avoids it, so that he can continue to attack when he is unstable. But in the next scene, his pupils shrank in an instant, and he couldn't help but pause with the hand extending to his back. He unexpectedly shot lance with all his strength. Chen Mo stuck his right hand out of his chest and grabbed it easily. Lance's spear was less than a foot away from Chen Mo's chest, but he couldn't pose any threat to him. Wang Jianqiang suddenly had a bad feeling. He seemed to underestimate this mysterious killer. At such a close distance, he could easily grab his full-strength lance with his hands. Such agile reaction, strong speed and strength, really exceeded his expectations. Wang Jianqiang stared at Chen Mo with dignity and grasped Lance's hand, quickly withdrew another lance behind him, held it with both hands, looked towards Chen Mo with full guard, guarding him counterattack. Chen Mo lowered his head and glanced at the lance pointing to his chest. A trace of killing intent emerged uncontrollably. Wang Jianqiang's thoughts, he has actually been aware of it, but in the real world he is not willing to kill easily, especially when the other party just has some bad ideas. If rescue comes in time, his thoughts will only be ideas without putting them into action. Although Chen Mo said killing firmness in the movie world, in the real world, he consciously suppressed his own murderousness. He will not hesitate to kill the person, but his heart is a bit bad. The idea was to kill people directly, but it was a bit too much. Of course, if this kind of thought threatens him or his family, Chen Mo will not let this hidden danger exist, and will obliterate him without the slightest hesitation. It's just that Wang Jianqiang is obviously not a threat to him or even the other survivors on the island, because his every move is under Chen Mo's control, and whenever he does anything unusual, Chen Mo can be very find out quickly and stop in time. If he keeps that kind of thought in the heart, no matter whether it is ye or fantasy, as long as it is not implemented, Chen Mo will let him continue to live safely. Unfortunately, desire blinded his eyes, and he chose a dead end for himself. This deserted island is not big. Chen Mo's keen sense of hearing can cover the entire island. Although there is interference from the waves, Chen Mo can still clearly distinguish the location of everyone from it and hear them clearly. Every word spoken, every sound made. Chen Mo was lying in a hammock and eating breakfast comfortably. Although the world of the Legend of the Night does not have canned food and compressed biscuits, vegetables, fruits and barbecue are more delicious than these military rations. With the existence of not at all oxygen in the space, there is no need to worry about food spoiling for a long time, so Chen Mo contains several cubes of various fruits. The remaining military biscuits and cans are all left to the survivors. These foods have higher energy and are more suitable for survivors who desperately need to fill their stomachs. As for the fruit, he can enjoy it alone. Just as Chen Mo peeled off a banana and took a bite, he sighed that the fruits of the Middle Ages are better than modern ones, but the sound in his ears made him notice the abnormality, and he should have swam to the deep sea. Wang Jianqiang, who was hunting, followed Su Wan to a shallow bay in the sea. Chen Mo quickly guessed Wang Jianqiang's plan, and quickly put on his clothes and rushed over. However, what made him didn't expect was that Wang Jianqiang's real goal was him. Chen Mo held the lance he held in his hand and watched him stop. Holding lance in both hands, Wang Jianqiang, whose face was dignified but still shows the ominous light, could not help flashing a killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect that Wang Jianqiang, who was on the brain, did not completely lose his mind. He also knew that he would play the game first to bring out himself, the only threat to him. Unfortunately, his plot against is destined to fail, and he has to take his own life. Looking at Wang Jianqiang with a grim face coldly, Chen Mo suddenly lifted the lance in his hand and threw it towards the front. In Wang Jianqiang's horrified gaze, this handle was originally used to attack Chen Mo's lance, but moved towards him at a faster speed, shooting towards him, carrying huge kinetic energy into him fiercely. Under Chen Mo's tremendous force throw, lance penetrated his body directly, piercing most of it from his back. Looking at the half of the lance exposed on his chest, Wang Jianqiang's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes quickly dimmed, and his lifeless body fell straight backwards. The entire knee length in the sea, only half of the lance remained straight out above the sea. My Steel Suit 131. My Steel Suit 131. After killing Wang Jianqiang, who wanted to yin himself, Chen Mo looked up and looked towards Su Wan, who was aside. As early as Chen Mo appeared, Wang Jianqiang pushed Su Wan away. Su Wan, who fell into the water, quickly moved away from Wang Jianqiang. After retreating for a certain distance, Su Wan did not continue to escape, but standing in the distance, looked at the two people who were approaching with a look of uncertainty. The mysterious black-clothed person who walked out of the woods, although she knew his existence for a long time, was the first time she saw him. Like Zhang Lan's vague descriptions, they are very tall, with mysterious everywhere, and the dark and cold metal mask on their heads makes it impossible to see his age and appearance. Her feeling is mysterious and powerful. Having witnessed Chen Mo easily catching Wang Jianqiang's lance thrown by Wang Jianqiang with his bare hands, and immediately using this lance to insert him to death without the slightest hesitation, Su Wan was not in her heart at all the slightest fear, but the excitement and ease of avoided a catastrophe. Wang Jianqiang's words just now made her understand that all of this was set up by Wang Jianqiang today, in order to lead Chen Mo, and once Chen Mo is really killed by him, she will never escape his murderous hand. Furthermore, when the time comes, it was not only her, but everyone else on the island would be enslaved by Wang Jianqiang under his military force. She couldn't imagine the situation. Fortunately, Wang Jianqiang dug a hole by himself and killed himself. Although Chen Mo has been hiding in the dark and never showed up, it can be seen from his until now behavior that he is a person with a sense of justice. If he has bad thoughts like three foreigners or Wang Jianqiang, there is no need to provide them with food quietly. When they are hungry, everything is not allowed to act willfully. But he did not stand by and watch them go hungry. Instead, he quietly gave them precious food and showed up in time when the three foreigners abducted Zhang Lan and Xu Shan and saved them. Like Wang Jianqiang, Su Wan has carefully analyzed Chen Mo and came to the same conclusion as him. She also thinks that Chen Mo is likely to be a killer. The difference is that Wang Jianqiang can't see Chen Mo's psychology at all, but she has more guesses. Chen Mo reminded her of a movie she had seen before. The killer Ang in this killer is not so cold, they all look the same, very ruthless, killing without blinking an eye, but it also chose to protect the weak. At this time, Chen Mo, who had just killed someone, looked cold and cruel, and terrifying. But facing Chen Mo looked towards her, Su Wan felt a touch of care from it, like a strand the warm sunshine completely melted the shadow in her heart. At this time, Su Wan confirmed her previous guess. Under Chen Mo's cold and mysterious appearance, she was a just and kind heart. Although I don't know what Chen Mo has experienced before and why he became a killer, Su Wan no longer has any fear of him, but has a strong sense of security. Perhaps, he is like a knight in ancient times, beheading, rape and killing evil, acting chivalrously and righteously, killing all those who deserve to be killed, just like the 4 people he killed on this island. Facing Chen Mo's gaze, Su Wan stared at him without evasive. "Thank you." Su Wan's voice is calm and sincere. She fell into the sea water twice. Her whole body was already drenched. Her long wet hair stuck to her body, The seawater dripped continuously down the hair tip, and the soaked white shirt became almost transparent. She clung to her body tightly, revealing her lithe and graceful figure. The white skin under the shirt is faintly discernible, and the slightly conservative white underwear is even more visible. The exquisite and beautiful face exposed under the damp hair, coupled with the slightly embarrassed lithe and graceful posture, is really heart-pounding. No wonder Wang Jianqiang impatiently wants to kill Chen Mo. I believe that if he succeeds in killing Chen Mo, the first thing to do is to attack Su Wan. Chen Mo's gaze swept across Su Wan, and then he turned and walked towards the woods. When Su Wan saw this, she thought Chen Mo was leaving, hiding herself again, and quickly wanted to call Chen Mo. "Come with me." Chen Mo's voice is low and flat. It seems that what happened just now can't cause a slight disturbance to his mind, and if Su Wan has the same sharp hearing as Chen Mo, you will find that Chen Mo's heartbeat has been slow and powerful. There was no change in the previous shooting of Wang Jianqiang, but it suddenly appeared in the moment. Accelerate. Who would have imagined that, in medieval Europe, a strong great empire was established across the entire European continent? Chen Mo, a godly emperor, turned out to be a pure virgin. To tell you the truth, the impact that the scene looked towards Su Wan just now brought him is no different than fighting with Alexander Corvinus, but it's a pity that his spirit strength is not at all because of this upgrade, otherwise he has to consider whether to keep watching. Su Wan was also taken aback when she heard Chen Mo's voice for the first time. After reacting to what Chen Mo had said, her face was overjoyed and she quickly followed along. As for whether it's dangerous to go with him, don't say Chen Mo just saved her, and what until now did give her the feeling is extremely reliable. Even if Chen Mo is really bad for her with the power he showed just now, she couldn't resist no matter where she was, and it was no different from not going with him, so Su Wan without the slightest hesitation followed along. Of course, the most important thing is that Su Wan believes in him. With her woman's instinct, Chen Mo can't feel any malice. If someone told her before that she would trust a strange man who met for the first time so easily and enter the woods with him alone, she would definitely feel crazy, but at this time, she just believed, Chen Mo will never hurt her. Chen Mo took Su Wan through the woods and returned to his camp in a few minutes. Since he has completely appeared in front of the survivors, it is meaningless to hide, so Chen Mo has decided to end his single vacation trip and switch to group mode. Su Wan followed Chen Mo curiously, not knowing where Chen Mo was going to take her, until Chen Mo stopped in front of her. Su Wan realized that they had come to a clearing in the woods. A large military tent immediately appeared in her sight, and then she looked aside, the hammock tied to the tree, and the various fruits placed on the simple folding table, so that she could not help but stared wide-eyed. Compared with their camps like refugee camps, this place is simply heaven. If they are living in the wild, then Chen Mo is simply camping on a picnic just on this deserted island. How did he do it? Thinking of this, Su Wan looked towards Chen Mo and her gaze was full of doubts and incomprehension. Chen Mo's silhouette shrouded in a black-clothed mask became more unfathomable. Chen Mo ignored Su Wan's inquisitive gaze, and each minding their own business walked into the tent. This military tent brought from Captain World in the United States is 34 meters long and 2.51 high. 6 meters, there are doors and windows, you can move freely inside. You don't need to bend down and bow your head. Chen Mo took out his spare black combat uniform from the space after entering the tent, put 2 towels on the airbed, and then turned back and walked out of the tent. Go in and change your clothes. Chen Mo's voice is still cold. Su Wan, hearing this, looked down at her body, and suddenly realized that she was in this picture at this time. Embarrassed. After experiencing the ups and downs just now, although she has been freed from the danger, Su Wan's spirit is still somewhat trance, and she has never noticed her embarrassment. Thinking of Chen Mo almost seeing it all, Su Wan couldn't help showing a blush on her face, but she couldn't help but smile when she thought of Chen Mo's performance. All the haze that Wang Jianqiang brought to her just now seemed to follow dissipated. "Thank you," said Chen Mo softly. Su Wan walked towards the tent with her arms in her arms, passing by Chen Mo. At that time, Su-won couldn't help turning her head to look at Chen Mo. His tall body was standing there motionless, with her back facing her. His shoulders were wide, and his back was strong and straight. She stood there like that let her feel extremely at ease. Su-won once again showed a touching smile on her face, gently opened the curtain with one hand and walked into the tent. Feeling the clear and shy gaze behind him completely moved away from him, and the raised door curtain was lowered again, Chen Mo felt more at ease. In the past, Chen Mo only thought about being Loki and hiding himself in the real world. Most of his energy was on his ability to improve slowly, so there were basically no friends. The most contacted woman was Peggy Carter and Amelia. It's just that they both have a heart for a long time, and they naturally feel different when they look at him. Su-won entered the tent and looked around. The space inside this tent is very spacious, simple and clean. A large double-air bed only takes up about 1/3 of the space. At this time, a set of black clothes and 2 clean towels were placed on the mattress. Apart from this, there was nothing in the tent, nothing else. For Chen Mo, who has space, most things are taken directly from the space when needed, and there is no need to put them outside. Su-won didn't change clothes directly, but walked softly to the window and looked towards Chen Mo, who was standing outside. He was still standing where he was just now. It seemed that he hadn't moved. "I want to take a peek." There was a smile on the corner of Su-won's mouth, and she slowly raised her hand to unbutton her shirt. A few minutes later, Su-won wore a somewhat large black combat uniform, opened the curtain and walked out of the tent. The original tall and slender figure, wearing Chen Mo's clothes which are obviously several sizes larger, does not appear bloated at all. On the contrary, it is a little more heroic, and it feels brighter and more charming. Chen Mo looked deeply Su-won. "I have to admit that she is really a rare beauty, with red lips and teeth, picturesque brows, lovely apricot eyes, and some moist hair hanging on her cheeks. The already extremely beautiful face looks even more delicate and moving." My Steel Suit 132. My Steel Suit 132. After experiencing the shock just now, although Su-won has always been strong, Chen Mo can still feel the fatigue on her face. In a short period of time, the violent fluctuations in the spirit of stimulation can make people feel tired easily. Let Su-won rest in the tent for a while. Chen Mo alone returned to the shallows where Wang Jianqiang was killed. The lance standing upright in the sea clearly marked the location of Wang Jianqiang's body. After concentrating on feeling the surroundings and confirming that no one else was in the vicinity, Chen Mo took off his combat uniform and the alloy armor inside, and stepped into the sea wearing only a pair of shorts. Walking to the lance standing in the water, Chen Mo reached out to hold the spear, lifted it up slightly, and pulled it out. With Chen Mo's precision and knowledge of the human body, Lance accurately avoided the skeleton when shooting through Wang Jianqiang's body, so the spear tip not at all was damaged and still very sharp. Chen Mo bends down to collect Wang Jianqiang's body into the space, and then Lance moved towards Haley walked in. In Chen Mo's camp, in a spacious military tent, Su-won was lying on a large and comfortable air-cushion bed, smelling the faint breath left by Chen Mo on the bed. "Go to sleep peacefully." 2 hours later, the survivors' camp. It was approaching noon, and the survivors who had been busy all morning returned to the camp with the food they harvested. After and the others basically came back, everyone found that Wang Jianqiang and Su-won had never come back. It is normal for Su-won to come back late, but Wang Jianqiang usually returns to the camp early to rest, and rarely does he come back at this time. Captain Zhao Jianmin looked towards the elderly Li Zongying, who was unwell and stayed in the camp. "Old Li, did the two of them come back before?" The old man's face was a little pale, and his spirit didn't look very good. Hearing this, just gently shook the head, not at all speak. Learning that neither of them had returned to the camp, Zhao Jianmin was inexplicably uneasy, thinking of Wang Jianqiang's strange gaze when he ran into Su-won. Zhao Jianmin secretly said in one's heart was not good. Success, Su-won may be in danger. After experiencing the incident with 3 foreigners last time, Zhao Jianmin is very sensitive to this kind of thing, and he does not want similar things to happen again. but based on the current abnormal situation, his guess is likely to come true. "Who of you noticed where Suwon went in the morning?" Zhao Jianmin asked anxiously. Suwon elder sister said she was going to catch crabs on the west side of the shallows. Jiang Xin, whose face was flushed by the sea breeze on the island, also felt that something was wrong. Remembering what Suwon said to them in the morning, she quickly stood up and said, "On one side." Xu King slowed his mind for a while, waited until she finished speaking, and then reacted, and quickly followed nodded. "Yes, yes, yes." "Suwon elder sister told us this morning." Zhao Jianmin hearing this nodded, looked towards everyone and said solemnly, "Everyone, take Lance, let's find her." He still remembers that the last time 3 foreigners snatched 2 little girls' cans, he was injured and unable to stop him. When Jiang Lan and Xu Shan were taken away, he didn't even notice it, which made him feel very self-blaming all the time. As the captain, he is obliged to take care of all the survivors after an air crash to protect their safety, but his head injury was not light before, and his whole person was groggy and very weak. If not, they took care of him and shared his little food with him, and he would never live now. So now, no matter what, he has to bring Suwon back safely. "I just hope that everything is not too late." After Zhao Jianmin finished speaking, he turned around and drew a lance from the camp tent. This was specially made by them to guard against 3 foreigners, and each of them had one. Jiang Lan and Xu Shan followed Zhao Jianmin and picked up their lances without the slightest hesitation. As crew members, they are also responsible for taking care of all the survivors. For their 3 people, although the plane crashed, the deserted island at this time is their plane. They will do their best to make every passenger go home safely. Jiang Xin and Xu King looked at each other, and quickly ran back to their simple tent, took out their respective lances, and stood beside Jiang Lan. "If that bastard dares to bully Suwon's elder sister, we will fight with him." Zhao Jianmin took lance and looked at the 2 little girls with firm faces. He hesitated for a moment and was still nodded and did not stop them. Wang Jianqiang is a professional bodyguard after all, and he has no bottom in his heart. He has just a conviction in his heart. 2 more people can always provide more protection. If it is really as he guessed, once they fail in the future, these 2 little girls will not escape the clutches of Wang Jianqiang, and they will try their best at this time. Turning to Li Zongying, the last remaining old man in the camp, Zhao Jianmin looked at his pale face and said with concern, "Old Li, you are waiting at the camp. We will be back soon." Li Zongying knows what Jiang Jianmin is worried about, and he actually has some guesses in his heart. Wang Jianqiang's attitude towards him has been getting worse and worse recently, and he is completely no longer respectful and obedient. He can understand that survival is already so difficult. Who can care about what chairman you are? But he did not expect that Wang Jianqiang would be so bold. He wanted to go with them too, but his physical condition didn't allow him at all, so he could only helplessly nodded and said softly as he watched several people, "Careful. The time is urgent. There is no time to talk nonsense." Zhao Jianmin nodded to the old man, tightened lance in his hands, and prepared to rush to the west of the island with the 4 girls behind him shoals. This is because the guy has no bottom in his heart. If it is really the worst case, all he can do is to do his best. Even if he is perish together with Wang Jianqiang, he must ensure that others' safety. They just walked out of the camp, and they found 2 figures walking towards them on the opposite side. Zhao Jianmin couldn't help but stop and look towards the 2 people who came slowly in the distance. Is it because he was too worried? They just happened to be late. The 4 women following him are also a face of doubt at this time. As the 2 slowly approached, the expressions on the faces of several people could not help but change. One of them walking towards them was Suwon, but at this time she was not wearing the original clothes, but a much larger black military uniform. Wang Jianqiang is not the tall silhouette who walks side by side with her, who is 1 head taller than her already tall figure. This person carries a lance similar to theirs on his shoulders, and he wears the same black combat uniform as Suwon, but his tall and sturdy figure fully supports the suit. Unlike Suwon's slackness, the contours of the muscles faintly appear under the clothes, full of oppressive power. On his head, He is also wearing a peculiar dark steel mask, which gives people a cold and mysterious feeling. From the physical figure, this person is impossible to be Wang Jianqiang. Although Wang Jianqiang is also very strong, even stronger than the person in front of him. He is definitely not that tall. Zhao Jianmin couldn't help but raised lance and pointed to the tall silhouette who slowly approached. He didn't know whether this mysterious person who appeared suddenly was an enemy or a friend. Where did Wang Jianqiang go? Why did Su Wan change her clothes? Who is this mysterious person? All kinds of questions lingered in Zhao Jianmin's mind. After experiencing all the previous ones, facing the mysterious person who suddenly appeared at this time, he couldn't help but be careless. As the two get closer and closer, they seem more and more real, and the pressure in Zhao Jianmin's heart also increases. This mysterious stranger looks very good from the outside, not to be trifled with. If Wang Jianqiang didn't show up because of him, wouldn't it be said that he was better than Wang Jianqiang, and it would be difficult to deal with him with the five of them? If he wants to be against them, he can only fight if he can't say it. Just when Zhao Jianmin secretly made up his mind, Jiang Xin behind him suddenly spoke. Blackman. Jiang Xin's tone is a bit uncertain, but it is more of an unconcealed excitement. Uncle? Xu King looked at the two people getting closer. Su Wan's tall silhouette next to her gradually overlapped with the vague shadow in her mind, which made her excited. His eyes lit up. It's him? When Jiang Lan and Xu Shan heard the two women's exclamation, they immediately reacted, although they were shocked that night, plus the weather, it's also very dark, and it doesn't look real, but the silhouette in front of them at this time is very consistent with their vague memories. On this small island, it shouldn't be someone else. He saved them from 3 foreigners that night. Zhao Jianming finally knew the identity of the visitor at this time, and the precautions in his heart were reduced a little, but he still did not let go of the lance in his hand. Without confirmation, he was still worried. He could not take everyone's safety as joking. Finally, Su Wan and the two came to the crowd and saw them holding a lance ready to go out. After thinking about it for a while, they guessed the reason and their plan. Su Wan couldn't help but warm up. Chen Mo looked towards Zhao Jianmin, who was holding lance towards him. Didn't bother. Su Wan hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Captain, put down lance. She only has a general guess about Chen Mo's character, but she doesn't really understand it at all, so she kills before Chen Mo Fa's decisive performance. She didn't know whether Chen Mo would be angry because of it, so she hurriedly stepped forward to stop it and said the whole sequence of events exactly. When they learned that Wang Jianqiang really wanted to attack Su Wan, everyone couldn't help being angry. When they heard that he was killed by Chen Mo, they sighed in relief and looked towards Chen Mo. His eyes are also mixed with gratitude and awe. It's not that they are afraid of Chen Mo. On the contrary, they are grateful to Chen Mo. Whether it is providing food to help them, or appearing in times of crisis to rescue them, Chen Mo can be regarded as a true life-saving benefactor of all of them. Chen Mo, who was just strong to mysterious and looked very cold, killed 4 bad guys on the island alone. They instinctively felt awe, that's all. Chen Mo keenly sensed the complex gazes that everyone looked towards him, and the meaning contained therein. He could understand this. In his view, this is human beings' awe of life instinct. Respect those who give life, and fear those who deprive them of life. However, there are 2 people who are not in the slightest fear. At this moment, they are opening 2 pairs of big black eyes, staring at Chen Mo intently. It is the 2 little girls who were rescued by Chen Mo from the plane. After Su Wan's explanation, everyone knew Chen Mo's identity and what he did for them, and they couldn't help but thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Mo nodded, not at all to speak, but put down the lance on his shoulders, and everyone discovered that a huge marine fish was inserted on the spearhead carried by Chen Mo behind him. My steel suit 133. My steel suit 133. On Chen Mo's lance, there is a huge marine fish nearly 1 meter long. It's just that it was completely blocked by Chen Mo's tall body before, until Chen Mo put it in front of him, and everyone saw it. Since Chen Mo does not intend to hide, there is no need to hide it. The airdrop can also be declared over. Considering that everyone hasn't had a good meal for a long time, Chen Mo just go to the sea to catch a big fish to improve their lives. The rite should be a meeting ceremony. With his physical fitness, he can stay underwater for 10 minutes without stress, and his swimming speed in the sea is not much slower than ordinary fish. While Chen Mo roams the seabed and admires the seabed scenery, while looking for large enough prey, most of the time is spent wandering. This sea fish is more than 1 meter long and weighs more than 20 kilograms, which is enough for everyone to have a full meal. Half an hour later, the fish was cut into pieces, dressed with wooden sticks, and placed on the fire. Under the scorching flame, the surface of the fish makes a slight crackle from time to time. With the constant turning, it gradually becomes golden and attractive. The gap between the fish flesh is continuously hot, and a burst of richness, the fragrance of wafted away. 2 little girls squatted by the fire, staring at the fish above the flames without blinking, smelling the scent, and swallowing from time to time. At noon that day, the survivors who have never eaten a full meal since the plane crash finally felt the long-lost feeling of fullness again, and the ensuing richness, rich happiness and satisfaction. In this difficult environment, being able to eat a full meal really makes people feel very happy. To Chen Mo, who brought them all this, everyone does not need much gratitude. It's just that Chen Mo didn't at all eat with them. Although the alloy armor suit on him was exquisitely designed and comfortable to wear, he couldn't wear it directly to eat, and he couldn't show his face in front of everyone. He can only eat after returning to his own camp. However, he was not idle when everyone was busy grilling fish for dinner. After throwing the fish to them, Chen Mo went into the woods alone. Leaving everyone's sight and coming to a dense tree, Chen Mo took out the king's sword from the space and prepared to start logging mode. Just took out the sword and held it in his hand. Chen Mo took the sword back after a pause. The sword of the king cuts iron like mud, and it is easy to cut trees, but Chen Mo doesn't think it's useless to cut trees, but out of caution. After all, I don't know if rescue will come. It's best to leave as few weak spots as possible on this island. The cut made by the king's sword is extremely smooth, which is obviously different from other ordinary swords. It is easy to cause suspicion and increase trouble. And even if there is no king's sword, breaking these small trees is with no difficulty for Chen Mo. Put away the sword of the king, Chen Mo chose a tree with a straight trunk and a thin arm. He walked to the front, stretched his left hand forward to grasp the trunk, right hand straight palm into a knife, moved towards the trunk, the position below, directly waved his palm. Without even exerting much strength, the trunk was easily cut off by his right hand covered with armor. Then Chen Mo put the tree down and broke the extra branches directly, leaving only one straight trunk. These may take a lot of effort for others, but Chen Mo did it easily and casually. A tree was put down by Chen Mo's palm, and then he started to work with both hands. All the branches were torn off. When Chen Mo felt like he almost stopped, there were already a pile of slender and straight tree trunks next to him. After cutting the wood, Chen Mo did not rush back to the survivor camp, but returned to his camp first. Take out the barbecue and fruits brought by the Dark Knight Legend world from the space, and enjoy a hearty lunch leisurely. Chen Mo lay on the spacious and comfortable airbed and rested before getting up and returning to the survivor camp. A group of survivors had just finished the sea fish meal. At this time, they were standing or sitting around the fire, their faces full of contentment. Seeing Chen Mo's return, everyone quickly got up and looked towards Chen Mo with enthusiasm. Seeing that everyone is full, Chen Mo is slightly nodded. No nonsense. Come with me. Bringing everyone except the old man, Chen Mo once again returned to the place where he cut the tree before. Looking at a large number of straight and slender tree trunks neatly placed in front of them, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what Chen Mo means. Bring all these tree trunks back to the camp. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Chen Mo slowly said, "In the afternoon, we will build a house." With full curiosity and anticipation, everyone began to move wood. 3 or 4 meter-long tree trunks with thin arms are not really heavy. 2 little girls, Jiang Xin and Xu Qing, can lift 2 of them at a time with a little effort. The captain Zhao Jianmin, who is basically recovered, is almost the same. Even more, he can carry 2 or 3. Everyone is not lazy at all. They are carrying them back and forth, which is a busy scene in a frenzy. The two little girls are finally able to help. They both work very hard. They are not willing to be parasites. Elder sister and uncle have never known them, but they have helped them a lot. They also you have to help as much as possible. So even though they were a little tired later and couldn't move them, the two of them gritted their teeth and carried 2 trunks to the camp, and were unwilling to put one down and relax. In the end, everyone else was very tired, but no one complained or was lazy, even if it was out of his sight. Since living on the desert island, Chen Mo has watched everyone's performance. He knew that he did not help the wrong person, and he was fortunate that he did not stand by because of too many concerns. At least, they are all people who are worthy of his help, even if their abilities are limited, but everyone will do their best to help others and give their own little food to more needs at the same time. They will try to do their best for what they are responsible for. This is under Chen Mo's interference and screening and eliminating according to his rules, so that they can live safely to the end. Without him, now these honest people will end up it's definitely not very good. To be precise, it will be miserable. Through this incident, Chen Mo deeply feels that justice needs to be upheld. Let the survival of the fittest by nature, so many good people will not die well, and how many evil people will bring disaster to the side. He would like to see more people like them live in peace, hoping that all those who do evil will get their due punishment. Justice needs to be upheld, and evil needs to be punished. Chen Mo believes that he can do much more than that. Everything starts on this island. A little bit of time passed, and with the cooperation of everyone, dozens of hundreds of tree trunks finally moved back to the camp for more than 10 rounds. Chen Mo, who returned first, has already selected the location and marked it. Although it is said to be building a house, the conditions are limited after all. In fact, it is to build a shelter that can shelter from wind and rain. But compared with the simple shelters that they could not even count as shacks, what Chen Mo intends to build can be said to be a mansion. Chen Mo chose a slightly higher open space on the east side of the camp, where the ground is flat and dry, and there is no need to do much treatment. Choose a good place. Chen Mo did not start work immediately, but took advantage of no one's attention, took out an Edmund alloy flying knife from the space, 25 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, 5 millimeters thick. His flying knife is also very easy to use as a dagger in his hand. After taking a tree trunk, Chen Mo used a flying knife to sharpen one end of the tree trunk, then put it on the fire and roasted it black, doing a simple carbonization process. When the two little girls, brow beaded with sweat, came back with the last 2 trunks, Chen Mo had already processed enough trunks and officially started the construction of the shelter. Standing in a position that has already been calibrated in advance, Chen Mo held a sharpened tree trunk in both hands, raised high, and then thrust into the ground forcefully. Under Chen Mo's tremendous strength, the trunk of the tree penetrated deeply into the ground, nearly half a meter long. The people who watched this scene were a little dumbfounded. The strength is so much. Although the ground is not very hard, it is already very scary to insert nearly half a meter. In fact, this is Chen Mo's reservations. After all, it is not too shocking. His current performance is also a top-level strongman. Although everyone is surprised, he can still accept it. He does not think Chen Mo non-human. Next, Chen Mo is like a humanoid pile driver, inserting the sharpened tree trunks deeply into the soil. Soon, the main pillars of the shelter were erected. Afterwards, Chen Mo commanded the people who had returned to tie the other tree trunks together with vines in suitable positions, connecting them and fixing them together. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, everyone worked together to build the framework of the shelter in no time. Chen Mo did not choose to build a small and simple triangular or conical shelter, so the internal space is too small. Anyway, this is not troublesome for Chen Mo, nor is it on this island know how long to stay. Just build a bigger one. It can be seen from the completed frame that this is a large wood house with length and width 5 meters multiplied by 5 meters. The middle roof is 2.5 meters high and 1.8 meters low on both sides. It is large enough to accommodate 10 people. Rest without being too crowded. After the frame is set up, The wood house is already very stable, but it is still in a state of ventilation. But the major project has been completed, and the rest is much simpler. Under the command of Chen Mo, everyone collected a large number of branches with leaves, neatly covered them on the frame and tied them, trying to block every gap, especially on the roof. Covered with a thick layer of branches and leaves, 7 people spent an afternoon and finally completed the construction of the shelter before the sun went down. Looking at this green simple wood house, everyone was very happy, and the 2 little girls clapped their hands happily, and finally they didn't have to squeeze in the small and airy tent. Although this wood house is a bit rudimentary, it is very spacious. The thick leaves completely block the wind from the outside, so there is no need to worry about freezing at night. Standing in front of the beautiful and spacious wood house, everyone could not see that they were living on a deserted island. Instead, they seemed to be camping. The first day Chen Mo officially joined, their living standards have been greatly improved. The following days make them feel even more in a dream. Every day all has plenty of food, and everyone is never hungry again. The night in the newly built wood house is very warm. Each of them has a simple bed, and finally they can sleep well at night. Not all of their food is provided by Chen Mo. It is also impossible to go fishing for them every day. Fortunately, he has already prepared. When he appeared in front of everyone with several fishing rods, everyone's expressions all seemed to be a ghost. Aren't they a plane crash? Didn't all the wrecks burn out? How come there are fishing rods, and there are still several? There is also the dagger that Chen Mo used before. It is basically impossible to bring on the plane. Where did it come from? Fortunately, Suwon didn't tell them about the large military tent where Chen Mo lived, the comfortable air cushion bed, and all kinds of fruits randomly placed. Otherwise they didn't know what they would be surprised. Suwon is also puzzled about this, but it is difficult to ask Chen Mo directly, and she has always been entangled. In the end, Chen Mo's words dispelled all their doubts. My ship sank in the vicinity. Chen Mo didn't explain too much, but everyone helped him complete it. He is a powerful killer. After completing a certain task, he wants to relax, so he drives a yacht to go to sea for vacation, equipped with a full range of wild survival supplies and various foods. The previous relief of their compressed biscuits, cans, tents, daggers, and various fruits are all explained. After the accidental sinking of the ship in the vicinity, he took part of the supplies and fell on the island, and happened to encounter them who had crashed in an air crash. As for the probability of such a coincidence, there is nothing impossible for people who survived the plane crash. With the fishing rod provided by Chen Mo, the survivors finally got enough food, and later, as everyone's fishing skills improved, they didn't even need to be dispatched. Only half of them were sent every day. Can basically guarantee adequate food access. No one thinks Chen Mo can easily catch big fish, but what's wrong with making them hard fishing under the sun every day? After experiencing the previous hardships, they know how precious the help of others is. No one thinks that everything is for granted. No one should. Chen Mo helped them. All they have is deep gratitude. Now life is countless times better than before. This is something they couldn't even think of before. It is not easy to survive. But there is still a bad thing that happened. In fact, everyone had already expected it. The old man's heart disease is very serious and he needs to take medicine every day to maintain it. Fortunately, Suwon carried some with her, but even if she kept eating, she still ate it in less than a month. After that, she can only carry it hard. Even if I have been very careful, I will still have attacks from time to time, and my heart will suffer from colic, but I still can't make it to the end. Within less than a week before the 1-month expiration, Chen Mo can cross over the next world. The old man walked away quietly in his sleep. My steel suit 134. My steel suit 134. When Chen Mo wakes up in the morning, he feels one less heartbeat in the survivors' camp. After he arrived, he realized that the old man had passed away. The look on his face was not painful. He seemed to have left unconsciously in his sleep. After Chen Mo's arrival, the survivors woke up one after another, and learned that everyone was heartbroken after the old man passed away. Together they survived the air crash and struggled to survive on this deserted island. It was only recently with the help of Chen Mo that their lives improved. Even if rescue could not come, now they can live on the deserted island. Seeing that there is hope in life, the old man failed to hold on to the end. Looking at the old man's corpse, everyone couldn't help but redden their eyes, and the two little girls were crying even more sadly. Although the elderly seldom act with them because of their poor health, and they don't have much contact with the elderly. He is after all their mutual dependent companions for life and death. Parting, too young little the girl is not mentally prepared yet and doesn't know how to face it. It is Su-won who is the secretary of the elderly. Although she shed tears in sadness, her apricot eyes are red. But she seems not at all. The sudden loss of close people is unacceptable. This is for Chen Mo. It feels fairly calm. It turns out that the physical condition of the elderly is already very poor. Even if they insist on taking medicine, according to the doctor, they are likely to get sick at any time and pass away. The doctor's original suggestion was to stay in hospital for a longer period of time, but the old man did not want to spend the last days of his life in a hospital bed. So, after handing over all the company's affairs to his son, the old man took Su-won and the bodyguard to start the last journey of his life. What they didn't expect was that God made a joke with them, and the original Hawaiian Island vacation trip became an exciting desert island survival. The old man is also very open about this, thinking that this is God's arrangement. At the end of his life, he can experience a dead escape in an air crash. Fortunately, he survived and experienced a real experience. The difficult survival on the dangerous desert island is not in vain. At least more interesting than the island vacation he originally planned. At the end of life, everything has been seen, and there is nothing left to let go, so the old man walked peacefully. Although Su-won was sad, she was already ready to send the old man away this time when she came out. Although the old man left suddenly, she was not at all unacceptable. Only next, Su-won was a little confused. Since graduation, she has been in the elderly's company. She has been working diligently for several years. The elderly also value her and have been working hard to cultivate her. In mind, the old man is not only her boss, but also her close elders. Now that the old man passed away, she didn't know what she should do in the future. But then she remembered that her current situation is not necessarily whether she can go back or not. What is the point of thinking about this? Anyway, this elder who has been guiding her and leading her to grow has left, and she has to go the rest of the way. Initially holding the plan to finish the last journey of life, the old man naturally explained his affairs to Su-won. According to the old man's previous decision, everyone cremated his body and scattered the ashes. So far, only 7 of the air crash survivors on the deserted island, including Chen Mo, remain. After grief, life still has to go on. Life on the island has returned to its previous calm. The survivors fish and gather every day. They are busy and fulfilling. When the harvest is good, they can stay in the camp for a leisurely rest in the afternoon. With the threat of hunger and cold, life on the island is not so difficult anymore. Another week has passed, and Chen Mo's space has finally changed again. Today, the survivors who had a good harvest returned to the camp early. While a group of survivors were handling food in the camp and preparing the evening dinner in advance, in another camp, Chen Mo was fully armed and standing on the open space in front of the tent, slowing down his consciousness. Slowly plunge into the space. The side length has grown to the cubic space of 5 meters. And the original void boundary gradually becomes transparent. Through the space boundary, the familiar starry sky reappears in front of Chen Mo. Same as last time, what appeared out of the space this time is still 2 bright light balls. They represent 2 spaces that can be shuttled. Chen Mo familiar slowly bet his consciousness on the first ball of light. In Underworld world, Chen Mo's spirit strength has improved a lot. At this time, the picture received in his mind is much clearer than last time, but it is still very fragmented and chaotic. To some short scenes that flashed by. But this is enough, because in this large number of fragmented pictures, the most appearing are groups of ragged, staggered silhouettes. The much clearer picture than before made Chen Mo recognize at a glance lost them, the living dead, or rather, zombie cities, Suburbs, roads, houses, almost all places can see their silhouettes. It seems that the entire world has been completely occupied by them. With immortal body and perfect blood, Chen Mo is not afraid of zombie virus, but he does not know the level of technological development of this world and the time he has crossed over. Zombie film Chen Mo has watched a lot. If it is the Resident Evil series, then the technology of T-Virus and the Umbrella Company has some value, and if it is like I Am Legendary, crossing over the past after that, he will be greeted by a world completely occupied by zombie, so this crossing over will be meaningless. Others like Zombie World War and Travel to Busan are not worth the slightest crossing over. Every crossing over is precious to Chen Mo. According to the received pictures, Chen Mo can't judge which movie world this is for the time being, but obviously, it is not as a last resort. Chen Mo would not choose here. Withdrawing consciousness, Chen Mo bet it on the remaining ball of light. As soon as his consciousness touched the ball of light, Chen Mo felt a strange feeling of strangeness coming from the ball of light. As the picture came into his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, because he saw a cool silhouette of gold and red flying above the sky. Iron Man. That special set of steel battle clothes directly exposed everything to Chen Mo. Obviously, what this ball of light is connected to is the world of Iron Man. As for the specific one, Chen Mo is unclear for the time being. But there is no doubt that that set of steel battle clothes is very useful for Chen Mo now. With it, Chen Mo has the ability to leave the deserted island at any time. After all, it is impossible to stay on this deserted island. Even if rescue comes, he can only hide. Impossible to follow them and leave, because that will inevitably reveal his identity, and other means of transportation that can help him leave the deserted island to land are not his current space can accommodate. Waiting for his space to expand to a sufficient size, or to get other more advanced means of transportation, I don't know how long it will take. With this set of steel battle clothes, it's different. For the time being, let's not talk about the battle strength and defensive power of battle clothes. Its flying ability alone is no less inferior to the powerful F-22 Raptor fighter. The speed exceeds Mach 2. Wearing it, Chen Mo can go wherever he wants. Chen Mo is not only happy to be able to get powerful and advanced steel battle clothes, but more importantly, the familiar feeling that occurred the moment he touched the light ball just now. Although he didn't get more information from the pictures he received in his mind, Chen Mo felt that this world was probably the first world he went to. The world of Captain America. The continuation is an Iron Man world that has changed after its own intervention, not the original movie world. Otherwise, the strange, familiar and unfamiliar feeling cannot be explained. Of course, these are only Chen Mo's speculations, and he has to enter this world to verify it personally. But since it is Iron Man's world, Chen Mo's current dress is a little inappropriate. Consciousness exited the space. Chen Mo took off the armor mask on his head, removed the holster with the pistol on his thigh, and put it into the space together with the Sword of the King and the vibranium shield. In this way, Chen Mo looks just like a tall young man in a black combat uniform. Even if he appears in the city, it will not cause unnecessary trouble. Although the previous two crossing overs appeared in places where no one was present, Chen Mo can't guarantee that this will be an exception. There is always nothing wrong with being careful. After finishing, Chen Mo put his consciousness into the space again, and the impatient chose crossing over. A white light flashed by, and Chen Mo's silhouette disappeared in the clearing in front of the tent. Wait for Chen Mo's silhouette to appear again, but in a huge office. Looking at this familiar place, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth turned up. Here is the place where he left the world of Captain, the commander's office of Hydra's top secret base in Norway. Everything here has not changed much from when he left, including the placement of things on the table. The position has basically not changed. It's just from the subtle traces that many things in the room have been replaced with new ones. Around the large table, Chen Mo sat down on the same chair as before. It's not the previous one, but it's more comfortable. Chen Mo sat in a chair and looked at this familiar office carefully, and he couldn't help feeling like a world away. Opening a drawer, Chen Mo took out the top document. Although the paper has turned yellow, The writing on it is still clear. After a glance, Chen Mo put it back again. He can already be sure that this is his previous office. This document was placed in the drawer after he read it. He still remembers the contents of the document, which is absolutely correct. Judging from the degree of yellowing of the paper, a long time has passed. It seems that his guess is correct. This world with Iron Man developed from the American Captain world at the time. It is no longer the original Iron Man movie world, but I don't know how it compares to movies. How big the change will be. Release the doubts in his mind for the time being. Chen Mo looked up and looked towards the desk. On the left side of the desk, a call-intercom device was installed. Each button on it corresponds to the chief of different departments of Hydra in charge. Now the indicator light on the pager is on, indicating that it can be used normally. Without much hesitation, Chen Mo directly reached out and pressed the call button on the far left. A name is printed on the label below the button. Eddie. My Steel Suit 135. My Steel Suit 135. As Chen Mo pressed the button of the pager, in another office not far away, the old pager that had been silent for many years on the desk suddenly rang. The person sitting at the desk is a tall and straight blonde middle-aged person. He has a calm and elegant temperament, imposing manner out of the ordinary, and a pair of deep blue eyes full of clearly understood world affairs. Calmly, it feels more like a wise old man who has experienced vicissitudes of life. Just as the beeper on the desk sounded, his eyes that had been ancient well without triples suddenly fluctuated violently, and the whole person became very excited, no longer calm and collected before. Suddenly stood up from the chair. The middle-aged person couldn't help but a trace of recollection appeared on his face. It's been 70 years, are you finally back? It didn't take long for Chen Mo to press the pager, but he was familiar with it. But it appeared a little. The rapid footsteps rang from not far away. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Chen Mo could feel the rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing of the person outside. 2 seconds later, the office door was slowly pushed open, and the previous middle-aged person walked in anxiously. Seeing the familiar silhouette of the middle-aged person, a smile could not help but surface on Chen Mo's face. Eddie, long time no see. Looking at Chen Mo sitting behind his desk, Albert's original nervousness and excitement suddenly calmed down. Lord, you are back. Albert moved towards Chen Mo, leaned slightly, with a gentle and kind face. Do you need me to make you a cup of coffee? Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the familiar coffee aroma. A mellow scent seems to linger on the tip of his nose. Of course. Chen Mo gladly nodded. Since I have returned, I am not in a hurry. At this moment, the old Eddie has not drunk the coffee for many years, so I really miss it. Soon, Albert returned to Chen Mo's desk with the brewed coffee. Chen Mo noticed that the tray was exactly the exquisite set he had been using before. Embossed sterling silver coffee pot and matching coffee cup and saucer. I looked up at the old Eddie who was pouring coffee into the cup seriously. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. This set of coffee pots is exactly the one they used when they were in Liverpool. After Chen Mo left, Albert still kept it attentively. Later, whether he went to dojo in New York or the Hydra base in Norway, Albert always took them with him. It is guaranteed that Chen Mo can drink the fragrant coffee made by himself at any time. The dark brown coffee poured out from the slender spout, and fell into the exquisite sterling silver coffee cup with the billowing heat, and a rich coffee aroma drifted away. Chen Mo picked up the coffee cup, leaned back comfortably on the back of the chair, raised the cup to his mouth, took a pleasant sip, and the familiar taste bloomed on Chen Mo's tongue again. Chen Mo was drinking coffee while learning about the current situation of this world from Albert. At this time, it has been 70 years since Chen Mo left last time. Since Chen Mo left, the entire Hydra has been in charge of Albert, with Zola Court academician and Colonel John assisting. Hydra's absolute loyalty and pious belief in Chen Mo made the process of Albert's power in power extremely smooth, and no one jumped out and wanted to seize power. All the hidden dangers and unstable elements have long been cleared by Chen Mo. What he left to Albert is an extremely powerful and loyal and united huge organization. Following Chen Mo's orders, they have been deeply hidden in the dark. No one knows their existence, but their power is all over the entire world. Norway, where the top secret base is located, is completely controlled by Hydra in secret, and the whole of Norway can be said to be their base camp. Apart from this, Hydra's tentacles have also reached the top of various countries. Almost every country's politicians have their personnel, especially in European countries. Except for Norway, which is completely controlled from top to bottom, Hydra has penetrated many countries to the extent that it can influence the political situation of the country. Who would have thought that Hydra, hidden in the dark, has the terrifying ability to affect the situation on the entire Earth? In addition to their powerful technological power, if Hydra is still in the hands of ambitious like Red Skull Schmidt, it will be a huge disaster for the entire world, because with Hydra it's not difficult to rule the entire world. Fortunately, Hydra has been under Chen Mo's control, and his ideal is world peace. In fact, in the past 70 years, Hydra's technological development has not been fast. Zolakort Academician's research seems to have encountered bottleneck. In addition to energy weapons, the overall technological strength of Hydra and the gap between countries are not they have been enlarged, but have been continuously shortened in these 70 years. Despite this, they still maintain a technological lead that exceeds 20 years in other countries. The specific situation in this regard needs to be introduced by Zolakort Academician himself, but he is not here at this time. Before leaving, Chen Mo injected Albert with an improved super soldier serum. With the enhancement of the serum, Albert, who was in his 60s, not only recovered his appearance to his 40s and gained 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person, and his lifespan has also been greatly increased. But this is not immortality after all. His body will still age slowly, but it is several times slower than an ordinary person. Now, 70 years have passed, but his appearance has not changed much, and he still looks less than 50 years old. It turned out that in addition to Albert, Zolakort Academician and Colonel John also received serum fortification later. Chen Mo left him super soldier serum while also telling him about the strengthening effect, which can be past freezing suspends lifespan consumption, so the 3 Alberts take turns to freeze, leaving only one person to take charge of Hydra at a time, and rotate every 20 years. 20 years is not too long for them who have greatly increased their lifespan after serum fortification. Albert remembers that Chen Mo once said that he would come back in 70 years, so he chose the first one to stay outside, so that next time it was his turn. It happened to be Chen Mo's talking about the return time. He will personally welcome Chen Mo's return. He has been waiting for this day since he was Thor 10 years ago. Until today, he finally waited. Chen Mo not only gave Albert a few fortified serums, but also gave him the formula for the improved serum. The original Hydra members were extremely loyal to Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not intend to let them grow old in the passing of time. According to the instructions left by Chen Mo, after Hydra's development stabilized, Albert gradually strengthened them with serum and frozen them. Now, this powerful super soldier legion is just below the top secret base, sleeping in the freezer, waiting for their leader to wake them up. By then, they will once again take up arms and fight for the gods they believe in. Chen Mo gave them a new name, Winter Soldier. However, Chen Mo's plan to wake them up this time is not at all. The reason why they are strengthened and frozen is that apart from not wanting these loyal subordinates to die in vain, Chen Mo is also to prepare in advance to deal with formidable alien forces such as the Chiritus, who may invade the Earth in the future. Not only the first batch of Hydra members, although Chen Mo has left, he has always been the spiritual symbol and belief of Hydra. Later, the recruited Hydra soldiers only need to pass the test and inspection to treat Chen Mo, and Hydra are loyal enough to be strengthened and frozen at the right time to become a member of the Winter Soldier. Hydra has its own set of perfect selection, training and testing mechanism, which is enough to ensure the loyalty of every Hydra member, while the selection of Winter Soldiers is stricter, and there is no problem with their loyalty. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the development of Hydra. As for the development of science and technology, Chen Mo has long expected it. If it is so simple and only takes time to research to get powerful technology, then everything is too simple. He can stay in the world of Underworld for hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, he has unlimited life, but it is estimated that he will only get some advanced ordinary technology in the end. The powerful technology in those movies is not it can be researched so simple. Many technologies are unique to the movie world, such as super soldier serum, space teleportation door, deformed Vajra, Gundam, and other black technologies that can never be researched out of time. This is also Shenmue. The meaning of constantly traveling through the worlds is to obtain the top technology and treasures of each world to strengthen themselves and enhance their strength. The primary goal of his crossing over this time is steel battle clothes. How is S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Shenmue continued to ask after taking a sip of coffee. Their name on the surface is the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is supervised by the International Security Council and is responsible for handling various strange events that occur internationally. The current director is Nick Fury. Hydra's penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond everyone's imagination, and Albert knows S.H.I.E.L.D. well. The S.H.I.E.L.D. in the dark is controlled by Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, Steve, Howard and Erskine Court, academician intern. They have suspended their lives for several decades after you left, and disappeared into the dark. Most of them now in cryo-hibernation. Howard is in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. outside. Shenmue hearing this couldn't help but smile. It's hard to imagine Howard, an unreliable guy, manages S.H.I.E.L.D. What is Howard's son doing now? Shenmue asked his most concern. Tony_Stark, a weapon genius, playboy. Howard suspended his death after he became an adult. He inherited Stark Industries and continues to grow and develop. He is now Albert paused, took out a smartphone from his trouser pocket, and after a quick operation, he looked up towards Shenmue. Pick up girls. My steel suit 136. My steel suit 136. The godson of my own has become a playboy just like in the movie. How about Huang Quan and Wang Kun? Shenmue still cares about his men. Huang Quan, Han King, Luo Zhen, and Bucky Barnes are now the core members of S.H.I.E.L.D. They have also received serum enhancement, frozen with the 5 Steves, and awakened in turn. Acting as deputy and special team, the commander assists the director in managing S.H.I.E.L.D. Now Huang Quan is partnering with Howard. Shenmue is lightly nodded. With Howard's unreliable character, it's really hard to be reassuring. He has a steady yellow. With Quain's assistance and supervision, the insurance would be much more insurance. No need to ask. This must be Colonel Phillips' arrangement. The Seven Rings gang under Wang Kun's leadership has developed very rapidly. Now its power spreads all over the United States, and some neighboring countries have radiation. As the base camp, New York is even more solidly managed by him, but he has never freezing. The old one is a bit faster. Now it looks like me. Shenmue hearing this couldn't help but laugh. When he was in dojo, the old Albert was in his 60s, hair gray-white. Wang Kun is a young man in his 30s. If the two stand together, they look obviously a generation behind. Now 70 years have passed. Old Albert has become younger, but Wang Kun has become older. The two have become peers instead. Now his great-grandson is in his 20s. I later sent him some strengthening serums according to your original instructions. His family members have been strengthened. Now the 7 commandments, the help is taken care of by his son, so he stays in dojo every day to he and teaches his great-grandson to practice martial arts. Shenmue hearing this couldn't help but be happy. This guy really thinks of himself as a centenarian, and he will start to retire and take care of his life. Albert couldn't help but show a smile on his face, then went on said. In addition, when Steve and Carter were in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. 16 years ago, they had a daughter, Sharon Rogers, a very beautiful little girl. Shenmue hearing this couldn't help but feel very happy. Under his interference, the two of them finally changed their original fate and came together. Now they even have a daughter, which made him feel very relieved. Hearing this, Shenmue lifts the head seriously looking towards Albert, wanting to hear her specific situation. Albert clearly felt what Shenmue meant and continued to be introduced. 10 years ago, Steve and Carter went into freezing again, and Sharon was too young to inject super soldier serum, so she was handed over to someone to raise her. Now she is in high school. Chen Mo frowned at hearing this. Why didn't the two of them stay outside and raise her by themselves? Albert, hearing this, continued to explain. 50 years ago, after the shield term of the two of them ended, they suspended themselves together during a strategic homeland defense attack and a mission of the Logistics Security Bureau, so they could no longer appear in front of the ordinary person. They can't give Sharon a normal life. They hope that Sharon can grow up in an ordinary person, and plan to wait for her to be an adult before telling her the truth. At this point, Albert's tone changed and he said seriously, "The children of S.H.I.E.L.D. need to be tempered." "This must be the idiot," Steve said. Albert, hearing this, smiled. There was no refutation, but it seemed to have thought of something again. Looking at Chen Mo, he stopped talking. Chen Mo looked towards Albert, quietly waiting for his next words. Albert's expression seemed a bit tangled, and after lightly sighed, he said slowly, "They seem to have made a mistake when choosing a new guardian for Sharon." Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but be curious about the guardian chosen by Steve. Endlessly, to be selected by the stodgy Steve, it stands to reason that he should be a very reliable person. "Who is it?" Chen Mo curiously asked. Albert looked into Chen Mo's eyes, his face full of regret and entanglement, and slowly said a name. Tony_Stark. Chen Mo, hearing this, couldn't help covering his forehead. "This fool!" Chen Mo couldn't help cursing, and then looked towards Albert with a skeptical look. "Steve's brain is broken. Carter will not be confused too, right?" Facing Chen Mo's incomprehension, Albert gave him a helpless look. Some sighed. At that time, Tony was still a good guy. Chen Mo shook the head helplessly. He couldn't imagine how Tony, who was in his 20s, took care of the 6-year-old Shlunz. "It seems that I have time to visit her, and for Tony, he is really not a tease." The two poor children who were also cheated by their own fathers became orphans in such an unfathomable mystery, relying on each other. Chen Mo is very curious about what they will look like when they see their parents again. "Tony expects to beat Howard alive, right? You lied to me by feigning death, and in the end you threw a 6-year-old little Luoli to me. I don't know how to look at children. I still have to pick up girls, okay? It's just that if there is no steel battle clothes, Tony doesn't seem to be Howard's opponent. It seems necessary to help Tony do some serum enhancement first. Howard is beaten by his son Fat. Chen Mo is very much looking forward to it. At the same time, on the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York. Howard, who was busy in the laboratory, suddenly sneezed. With a shake of his hand, a puff of white smoke followed. It went wrong, and a piece of material on the experimental platform was directly scrapped. Seeing the hours of busyness vanish, Howard couldn't help but cursed. "Damn, have to start again." Norway, Hydra top secret base. In the office, Chen Mo put down his coffee cup and fell into deep thought. Through what he learned from Albert, Chen Mo discovered that although the current world of this world has changed a lot through his own influence, it is still not too close to the background of the movie Iron Man. Big discrepancies. Tony_Stark is still a weapon genius. He lost his father since childhood. After taking over Stark Industries, the company's veteran Obadiah Stane is still assisting him in managing and operating the company. His assistant Paper Potts, driver Hogan, and friend Colonel James Roddy are no different from the movie. It seems that everything has been corrected under an invisible force. Chen Mo guessed that this is probably due to the particularity of the movie space. For films like Captain and Iron Man, even if the previous plot is changed, the latter will still follow the original, of course. This kind of correction is limited, and it will not completely return to the way it was before the change. It just tries to correct the deviated trajectory. If the deviation exceeds the limit that the world can correct, then will not change. Just like the changes in the trajectory of Steve and the others' destiny, the development of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Seven Rings has exceeded the limit that the world can correct, so not at all changes. The birth of Tony, the appearance of Obadiah, Pepper, and James are still developing in accordance with the original trajectory, not at all affected by the butterfly effect. After all, this is not an ordinary other-dimensional world. but a movie world. The plot can be changed, but other things that have not been changed or have not happened will still follow the plot as far as possible. In fact, this is a good thing for Chen Mo, so that his biggest advantage in the movie world, the prophecy brought by the familiar plot, will not completely disappear because of the previous changes. Of course, like the underworld world, the future development of the world that was completely overthrown by Chen Mo from the original plot is unpredictable. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly looked towards Albert and curiously asked, "How did Steve and Howard feign death?" Albert was a little surprised how Chen Mo would think of asking this, but he still replied it directly. "Howard caused a car accident and was killed with his wife." Speaking of which, Albert paused, and after a look at Chen Mo, he continued a little funny said, "And Steve, in order to commemorate you, he chose to fly a plane into the sea." Chen Mo hearing this only feels deeply speechless. What is there to remember? Seeing that he really couldn't think of a better way to die. This smelly brat, even pretend to die from me. But the tricks of this group of SHIELD bosses must be very interesting, but it's a pity that Chen Mo couldn't see it with his own eyes. As for Colonel Phillips, Chen Mo doesn't need to guess. This old-fashioned old guy must have chosen to die. Who will let him be the oldest? After more than 20 years, he will go to bed and sleep. If you are too lazy, you can declare death. You don't need to be as troublesome as Steve and the others. You have to think of a suitable way to die and carefully create an accident. After the coffee is over, Chen Mo has a basic understanding of the current situation. Like the previous two crossing overs, the plot of Iron Man has not yet begun, and Chen Mo has enough time to prepare. The beginning of the Iron Man movie plot is also an important turning point in Tony's life. It was from the time he went to Afghanistan to display the newly developed new Jericho missiles for the US Army in Afghanistan, and was captured by the terrorist organization Ten Rings. The kidnapping started. And now, according to the intelligence obtained by Hydra, although Jericho missiles have been developed, Tony temporarily not at all the itinerary of going to Afghanistan for weapons demonstrations, and the military has not received such information. So, at least for a short time, Tony will not go to Afghanistan. Chen Mo's preparation time is very sufficient. Seems to think of something again, Albert added. "The list that you gave me before you left, all the people on it have been found and recruited into Hydra. After rigorous training, there is no problem with their loyalty. As you said, they are indeed rarely seen talents." Chen Mo finished listening, nodded. "Very good. The people on that list were not so easy to find, let alone recruited into Hydra. Albert must be no less for this. Bother. Do I need to wake up Zola Cortica Domitian and Colonel John?" Every aspect of the situation has been basically introduced. Albert looked towards Chen Mo and asked. Chen Mo gently nodded. "Go ahead." My Steel Suit 137. My Steel Suit 137. After Zola Cortica Domitian and Colonel John wake up, they learn that Chen Mo has finally returned. Regardless of being released from the frozen state just now and still very weak, the two immediately came to Chen Mo's commander's office to meet Chen Mo. Seeing the stalwart and familiar silhouette sitting at the back of the desk, both of them were very excited. After 70 years, their god has finally returned. The two people who were still a little weak seemed to have recovered all their strength in an instant. They stood up straight, clenched their fists with both hands and raised high straight forward, shouting the slogan that had not been chanted for a long time. "Long live Hydra!" In their mind, Chen Mo is Hydra, God. Listening to this familiar slogan, Chen Mo's cold and majestic face couldn't help but show a slight smile. Chen Mo stayed at Hydra base for 2 days. During this period, apart from getting a more detailed understanding of the current situation of this world and the specific status of Hydra, he also heard Zola Cortica Domitian's report. Although Hydra's technology has developed somewhat slowly in the past 70 years, it has surpassed all countries for at least 20 years. Aircraft, automobiles, tanks, ships, missiles, mechanical equipment, electronic technology and other aspects, Hydra's technology is much more advanced. Norway, under the control of Hydra, with their secret support, The scientific and military strength is not weaker than that of other major countries, and in some respects it even exceeds that, especially the shipbuilding and industry. However, Norway has always adhered to the principle of neutrality and acted low-key, but not at all is regarded as a threat by all countries. In addition to these basic technologies, the most powerful force that Hydra can master is energy weapons. According to the list left by Chen Mo before he left, Albert found and recruited Anton Vank from the former Soviet Union. He is a very good top scientist with both energy and mechanical capabilities. Strong, not worse than Howard. With his help, great progress has been made in the optimization and improvement of energy weapons. Energy rifles and pistols have been reduced to the size of ordinary firearms, and the formidable power has not decreased, but has increased a lot. The charging time between launches has also been shortened a lot, and the problem of the largest rate of fire before has finally been resolved. At the same time, the storage device used to store the energy converted by Tesseract has been greatly optimized. After the energy is compressed, the storage unit of the same size now has more than a dozen of the original energy stored times. Before, an energy magazine could supply energy pistols for hundreds of times, but now a new type of energy pistol with a larger formidable power can fire thousands of times, which is enough to deal with any battle, and basically won't happen. There are no bullets in the shot and need to be replaced. In fact, this new energy storage device does not play a big role in energy weapons. After all, the original energy storage of several hundred rounds is enough, but it is used in aircraft, tanks, ships, etc. The role of heavy weapons is even greater. It solves their energy supply problem and greatly strengthens the endurance and firepower continuity of these weapons and equipment. Let them be like nuclear-powered aircraft carriers that can carry out long-term, high-intensity operations. They don't need to be like ordinary airplanes and tanks. After arriving in the combat area, they have not been fighting for long. Only fuel and ammunition. Exhausted, there is no continuous fierce battle. This is good news for Chen Mo. Energy is the foundation of weapons and equipment. A powerful weapon is absolutely inseparable from sufficient energy supply. Tony's steel battle clothes were developed on the basis of the small arc reactor he built. Without the arc reactor, steel battle clothes are just a pile of scrap iron. After listening to Zola Kortakudamishin's report, Chen Mo, accompanied by him and Colonel John, went to a weapon testing field that occupies a very large area deep in the top-secret base. In this vast area, there are all kinds of advanced tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, artillery and other heavy weapons and equipment parked, but Chen Mo has no time to understand them one after another. They came directly to the energy weapon test area. Here, Chen Mo saw the latest energy weapons. The new type of NS-7 energy pistol does not look much different from ordinary pistols in appearance. Some are similar to the Desert Eagle, but the shape is cooler. The dark gun body has sharp edges and corners, and the lines are hard and tough. A sense of science and technology. Chen Mo picked up two energy pistols. The slightly heavy hand feels very comfortable for Chen Mo. Zola Kortakudamishin, standing behind Chen Mo, began to introduce him in detail. The NS-7 energy pistol, based on the NS-2, has been upgraded and improved many times, and its performance is now very powerful, Zola said with some pride. The charging process in the bullet launch room has been greatly optimized, the time is greatly shortened, the rate of fire can reach 600 rounds per minute, and the effective range is 300 meters. The energy of the new storage device is highly compressed. An energy magazine can continuously fire 5,000 energy bullets, and the formidable power of the attack has also been improved. After listening to the introduction of Kortakudamishin Zola, Chen Mo picked up the two pitch black on the table. The handsome energy pistol came to the test target on the side. Zola Kortakudamishin swiftly operated on the operation panel next to it, and many targets quickly rose in the empty target area opposite, extending from 5 beyond 10 meters to 300 meters away. In addition to the special human-shaped target that is basically the same strength as the human body, several off-road vehicles and armored vehicles have risen from the ground, and even a thick concrete layer has been raised at 200 meters. The wall basically restores the actual battlefield environment. Chen Mo raised his double guns, pulled the trigger quickly with both hands, and the energy bullet of one after another blue quickly moved towards the opposite target and shot. A personal-shaped target was hit by an energy bullet, and it immediately turned into a fly ash, and dozens of human-shaped targets in the field were quickly wiped out by Chen Mo. Chen Mo could not help but secretly nodded. The fire rate of the new energy pistol has indeed increased a lot. Although due to the short charging time, it is still not as fast as the ordinary pistol, but it is basically able to satisfy Chen Mo. Need it. The last time I encountered hundreds of werewolves attacked in the world of Underworld, if there were these two energy pistols, those werewolves would not be able to get close to the Night Regiment at all. They were already caught by Chen Mo before they rushed halfway, all killed. After the humanoid target was wiped out, Chen Mo did not pause at all, and continued to aim the muzzle at the remaining targets. An energy bullet hit an off-road vehicle, and the blue energy burst out, instantly turning the off-road vehicle into a flaming fireball, and then two more bullets hit, directly burning the off-road vehicle. Completely exploded into a pile of debris. The heavy armored car did not last for too long. One after another blue energy beam poured out like raindrops, continuous and dense, and the solid armor quickly deformed under the energy bullet's strikes. It even turned red, melted, and soon lost the defensive power. It was penetrated by the energy bullet and shot into the armored vehicle. The two armored vehicles began to burn violently in the explosion. However, Chen Mo not at all stopped here, although it has been breached. The main body of the armored vehicle is still intact. Chen Mo kept his hands, and the dense energy bullets continued to pour onto the armored vehicle. The tires were blown up, and the door after being torn apart. The defensive power's heavy armor was completely destroyed under this fierce attack. In the end, like an off-road vehicle, it became a pile of scattered steel wreckage. Melted steel and shredded armor covered the surrounding ground, which looked extremely tragic under the blazing flames. The remaining concrete walls became Chen Mo's next target. Pieces of hard concrete stones continued to collapse from the wall under the strikes of the energy beam, leaving the size of a wash basin. Pits, like rain washing the soil. The thick concrete wall was quickly broken up, and it was quickly completely leveled, leaving only one place with concrete fragments and billowing smoke flying in the air. The space that was full just now, only a piece of wreckage remained. In just a few tens of seconds, Chen Mo pulled the trigger thousands of times and fired more than 1,000 energy bullets without pause, smoothing out all the targets in front of him. Through this shooting just now, Chen Mo also has a comprehensive understanding of the performance and formidable power of this new type of energy pistol. This new type of pistol can basically meet Chen Mo's combat needs. Even if it encounters a large-scale mechanized army, it has the power of a battle, and there is no need to evade it. However, judging from its attack on armored vehicles just now, this kind of energy pistol still lacks formidable power when facing heavy armor. Most of the time and firepower just now were spent on armored vehicles. Although it did not take too long to break through the armored vehicle's defenses and destroy the interior, Chen Mo's subsequent attacks on the armored vehicle found that some parts with thicker armor were difficult to break and cost for a long time. It can be seen that the energy pistol is a bit difficult to deal with heavy armor. But overall, this NS7 energy pistol is still very good. This is a pistol after all. The main target is a large number of non-armored targets, except for heavy armor such as tanks. Other armored vehicles, buildings and individual units can be easily destroyed. To put two pistols directly into the space, Chen Mo took a few more energy magazines from the table and kept them as spares. Afterwards, Chen Mo looked towards another weapon on the table. This is a rifle with a total length of more than 70 centimeters. The appearance is also pitch black. The appearance is heavier than ordinary rifles. The same tough and technological lines make the whole gun look more masculine and domineering, full of power. This is the NB7 energy rifle. Its rate of fire and firepower are similar to a pistol. The main difference is in formidable power, range and accuracy. Chen Mo looked towards rifle, Zolocorticodemetian was introduced immediately. With it, you can make up for the lack of energy pistols. My Steel Suit 138. My Steel Suit 138. The formidable power of the NB7 energy rifle is very huge. Zolocorticodemetian's eyes were hot and excited. The energy contained in each of its attacks is about 5 times that of the NS7 energy pistol, and it is more concentrated, and has a strong destructive power for heavy armor. In terms of range, its effective attack distance exceeds 1,000 meters. Beyond 1,000 meters, although the formidable power will decrease, it still has strong lethality. Moreover, its shooting accuracy is very good, not weaker than any sniper rifle, and it is not affected by the external environment such as wind. Zolocorticodemetian finished speaking, clicked on the control panel, and was 200 in the distance of meters. A huge steel rare beast slowly rises under the ground. This is a heavy tank with a length of 10 meters and a height of nearly 3 meters with a long and thick barrel. This is an old tank that we eliminated. Its armor defensive can be stronger than the latest US main battle tank. Zolocorticodemetian introduced. Chen Mo nodded. No nonsense. Directly raised the energy rifle, aimed at the target and quickly pulled the trigger. A more dazzling blue beam was fired from the muzzle, much thicker than the NS7 pistol, and it instantly crossed a distance of 200 meters. The strikes were on the large and strong steel tracks of the heavy tank. A blue light exploded on the track. The heavy track was directly broken, and the lower half fell heavily to the ground under the action of gravity, making a huge sound. Crash, bang, boom. The second beam directly hit the tank's heaviest frontal armor. Huge energy exploded on the armor, and instantly a pit more than 20 centimeters deep and the size of a human head was exploded on the hard special alloy armor. Although he could not directly break the tank armor, Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the effect. After all, this is a gun, not an artillery, nor an anti-tank missile. It has limited penetration and can be used in hard special alloys. With such a deep pothole, the formidable power is no weaker than a small caliber artillery. The third beam accurately hit the same position as before, further expanding the damage on the armor. The fourth beam came afterwards, and finally penetrated the armor on the basis of the first two. The inside of the tank burned with a dull explosion, and the gap began to roll outwards. Thick smoke. Chen Mo turned the muzzle again and aimed at the armor on the side of the tank. This time, the dazzling blue beam directly penetrated the armor, tearing a hole with a big mouth in it. It can be seen that as long as it is not the strongest frontal armor, whether it is attacking tracks or weak defenses, it can be paralyzed in one blow, and even internal personnel can be eliminated directly. Chen Mo did not continue to attack, but was satisfied with nodded, directly put the rifle into the space, and also charged some more energy magazines as reserve. Afterwards, Chen Mo looked towards Zolocorticodemetian again. Are there any conventional weapons? Zolocorticodemetian, hearing this, didn't respond for a while, but Colonel John, who was standing by the side straight, spoke. Sir, here we have the Kongsberg K1 military pistol produced by the Norwegian military factory. As John said, he turned and walked towards the weapon rack next to him. A black pistol was removed from it. This pistol was actually designed by our weapons department and secretly provided to the Norwegian military. Its performance is the strongest among all current pistols. Hydra is equipped with directly equipped energy weapons. Conventional firearms are not used at all. However, field personnel performing tasks outside, including intelligence personnel, agents, spies, etc., need a common weapon that does not attract attention. So, this pistol came into being, and was produced by the Norwegian military, and equipped with the Norwegian army. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, this gun is also sold externally, and with its excellent performance, it is favored and sought after by special forces and military hobbyists in various countries. It's just that its price is really outrageous. Even the wealthy United States is only equipped with a few high-end special forces, including the Secret Service, which is responsible for protecting the president's security. Pistol. Many wealthy people who like guns and military hobbyists are vying to collect them. It is the dream of every gunner to own a Norwegian Kongsberg K1 pistol, but it's a pity for its high price it discourages most people. In spite of this, it still cannot stop people from chasing after it. After all, its performance is so excellent that it cannot be matched by any other pistol. It is a well-deserved pistol king of. Chen Mo took the pistol from John. Its shape looks a bit similar to the Beretta 92F pistol, tough and powerful. This gun uses 9mm ballet boom ammunition, has a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, a total length of 217mm, an empty gun weighs 0.96 kilograms. A muzzle velocity of 420 meters per second, and an effective range of 100 meters. John was introduced by Chen Mo. Its shooting accuracy is very high, and its failure rate is extremely low. It has strong adaptability in various extreme environments and complex climatic conditions such as polar regions, deserts, and jungles. It can still be used normally under severe combat conditions such as mud and water, ensuring all-weather combat. Chen Mo tried it out again, and it was indeed much stronger than the M1911 pistol he originally used, and its handling very good, feels very good. It is indeed produced by Hydra, the king of pistols in regular combat. Although the formidable power of the energy pistol is greater and the performance is powerful, it cannot easily be shown in front of people. Moreover, if it is only against ordinary enemies, the conventional weapon is not much different from the energy pistol. Take Chen Mo's spear art is also one shot. As for the magazine capacity, it has no effect on Chen Mo who has space and can change the magazine instantly. So energy weapons are still used as trump cards and are not easy to use. Conventional firearms are the main weapons he usually uses. The performance of this pistol made Chen Mo very satisfied. So he put it into the space and turned to instructed John. Prepare 3 more pistols and 10 boxes of full magazines and send them to my office. After the space expansion, Chen Mo has enough confidence to carry a large amount of ammunition, 125 cubic meters in the space of meters. These things can't take up much space at all. Yes, sir. Colonel John responded. Nodded. Chen Mo left the weapon test site straight away. Due to limited time, Chen Mo did not spend too much time to learn more about Hydra's current new equipment and the specific conditions of various technologies. In the future, there will be time. Now, Chen Mo has more important things to do. Northwest Norway, Scandinavian mountain range, endless mountains undulating. The tops of the mountains are all covered by thick ice and snow. Primordial, vast, but barren. A dozen kilometers from the west coast, at the end of a long and deep fjord, are huge and steep. Almost the entire mountain is covered with snow. Standing quietly among the mountains, with the biting cold wind blows across the mountain and rolls up crystal snowflakes in the sky. Suddenly, a piece of snow fell on the side of an exposed rock on the mountain. Then, the huge rock that seemed to fuse with the mountain began to move slowly. Soon, as the rock was fully opened, a hidden airstrip was exposed. A black fighter with a sci-fi appearance that is completely different from any current aircraft in various countries. It galloped out of the hole and flew towards the west of the sea at a very fast speed. The open rock on the mountain slowly closed, and soon returned to its previous state. Except for a small piece of snow falling next to it, there was no difference from the previous one, and no abnormality was seen at all. After staying at the Norwegian base for just 2 days, Chen Mo was accompanied by Colonel John and left the base in a fighter jet. This latest Hydra fighter uses Tesseract energy as its energy source. It has a flying speed of more than Mach 5. It is a supersonic fighter. It only took half an hour to cross a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. Arrived at Chen Mo's destination, looking out through the cockpit glass of the fighter plane, I saw a vast expanse of ice field on the lower right side, which meets the vast blue sea here. It is located in the southernmost part of Greenland, where the land and the sea meet. Due to the cold climate, The sea is covered with thick ice for many years. Under this hard ice is Chenmo, the Valkyrie goddess that sank into the sea by himself. The sci-fi Black Hydra fighter jet started to slow down slowly, and the propeller of the tail section slowly rotated downward, switching to the vertical takeoff and landing mode. In the blizzard blowing from the propellers, the Hydra fighter slowly landed on the ice sheet near the sea. Puff! The sealed cabin slowly opened. Chenmo stood up in the cabin, jumped directly from the plane, and landed on the snow. Captain, the guard, Colonel John followed closely behind Chenmo, jumped off the plane and walked to Chenmo's side. Take out a palm-sized tablet from your jacket pocket, and after a few operations, a clear satellite map is displayed on the screen. A green light spot on the map is constantly flashing, which represents their current location, and in the depths of the ice field at a distance or several hundred meters from them, it is clearly outlined with red lines. The outline of a huge triangular airplane appeared. Handing the tablet computer in Chenmo's hands, John said respectfully, "Sir, according to satellite scans, the Valkyrie goddess is on the seabed more than 300 meters north of us, but it is completely covered by ice." Chenmo took the tablet and looked at the familiar outline of the plane on it, and couldn't help but sigh. 70 years ago, he ends here, now he will start again here. My steel suit 139. My steel suit 139. Chenmo took a look at the data displayed on the tablet in his hand. The thickness of the ice layer, the depth of the aircraft sinking, and the damage to the aircraft body are clearly displayed on it. After grasping the situation of the Valkyrie goddess, Chenmo directly put the tablet into the space, turned and moved towards the ice cliff at the junction of the ice sheet and sea water. "You go back first, everything goes according to plan," Chenmo said as he walked forward. "Yes, sir." John, hearing this, immediately replied. Under his gaze, Chenmo strode to the ice cliff, glanced at the sea surface with a large amount of floating ice scattered below, and then jumped forward directly from the ice more than 20 meters high. Jumped off the cliff. Pupas! Chenmo's falling body accurately avoided the scattered ice floes and fell into the cold water, splashing a high wave. I witnessed Chenmo jumping off the ice cliff, but John's dark color did not change. He directly followed Chenmo's order and went back to board the fighter plane. The opened cockpit, the shield slowly closed. The engine of the Hydra fighter jet sprayed out a light blue flame again, and the snow on the ground was blown up by the strong air current, flying all over the sky. The Hydra fighter slowly left the ground and began to accelerate into the air. It quickly rose to the height of several dozen meters, and turned the nose to face the direction it came. Then, the vertical downward thruster of the fighter's tail section slowly rotated backwards, and at the same time it ejected a more intense flame, pushing the fighter to accelerate and fly forward. Quickly flying into the sky, disappeared. At this time, Chenmo, who fell into the sea, was continuing to dive down along the ice cliff. Under the sea, the huge blue glacier is like a majestic huge city wall, extending infinitely to both sides, blocking the sea from the ice wall. Under the ice wall, the move towards seabed extends deep. Chenmo dived along the ice layer for nearly 20 meters before finally reaching the bottom of the ice layer. Stop diving. Chenmo reversed direction, moved towards the ice sheet downstream. Under the ice sheet, like being in an upside-down world, the rugged ice surface is like a rugged land, occupying Chenmo's entire field of vision. Can't be seen at a glance. Chenmo's body is like a swimming fish, walking through the sea, swimming towards the depths of the ice sheet at a very fast speed. Actually, for an ordinary person, Chenmo's actions at this time are very dangerous. The ice sheet above his head is as thick as several dozen meters, and it is impossible to directly float out of the sea. If you want to breathe out of the water, you can only go back the same way. So the deeper the ice sheet, the danger becomes bigger. It is not only the increase in distance. The world under the ice is monotonous and vast. There is no reference to indicate the direction. It is easy to get lost underwater. When you want to withdraw, you find that you can't find the direction to go back. Swim farther and farther, until the oxygen runs out, suffocation underwater and die. Even if you are not disoriented, you must return in time when there is sufficient oxygen. Once you get too deep into the ice sheet and wait until you find that the oxygen is insufficient, you may not be able to persist until you swim out of the ice sheet, and you will suffocate on the way back. Died. However, Chen Mo has been prepared for this. Not to mention his own strong physical fitness, it is enough to support his long-term underwater activities. There are also enough oxygen cylinders specially prepared in the space. In case of emergency, it is enough to ensure that he has sufficient oxygen supply. Swimming forward several hundred meters under the ice sheet, the cookie cutter scene finally changed. A large black metal body appeared in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Valkyrie Goddess. At the beginning, Chen Mo drove the Valkyrie Goddess down near a glacier and sank into the sea, where it was frozen in the ice. It's just that it's not at all completely covered by ice, as Chen Mo can see at this moment, an incomparable gigantic, a full 30-meter-long wing that slants from the ice cap above and here, diagonally inserted in the sea below. This is part of the huge wing of the huge Valkyrie Goddess. After discovering the target, Chen Mo directly moved towards the wing and swam over. Swimming around the huge wing of the same high-rise building a few times, Chen Mo quickly found a broken hole under the wing. Take out a waterproof glare flashlight from the space. Chen Mo turned on the switch, and a bright and dazzling light beam shot out from the flashlight, instantly turning the slightly dim space brighter. Immediately, without any hesitation, Chen Mo swam directly to the hole and got in from here. The dark interior of the aircraft was illuminated by the beam of a bright flashlight, and Chen Mo could clearly see the scene ahead. The inside of the wing has been filled with seawater, one after another huge steel skeleton crisscrossed, supporting the wing. Chen Mo passed through the strong steel frame, entered the interior of the aircraft, and swam along the passage towards the upper cabin. Soon, Chen Mo was blocked by an ice wall, and above the ice wall was the cabin of the Valkyrie Goddess. The road was blocked. Chen Mo had to stop temporarily. At this time, it has been several minutes since Chen Mo jumped into the sea. Although he did not feel hypoxia, he could continue to hold on for a period of time. Chen Mo took out the oxygen cylinder from the space and supplemented it with the oxygen of the body. Putting away the oxygen cylinder, Chen Mo raised his head again and looked towards the ice layer above. At the same time, the right hand stretched forward, and the sword of the king appeared in his hand instantly. Next, Chen Mo began to shovel ice. Under the sharp sword of the king, the hard ice was cut down like tofu in large chunks, and then Chen Mo was paid. In the space, a channel with a diameter of 1 meter was soon dug, and it continued to deepen above the ice layer. The thickness of the ice layer inside the Valkyrie Goddess is very deep. Chen Mo digged up and approached 10 meters before finally reaching the end. With Chen Mo's last sword cut a large piece of ice, the passage finally penetrated. But above this thick ice layer, there is not at all sea water. When the Valkyrie Goddess sank into the sea, the overall airtightness was not at all damaged too much. Seawater poured into the aircraft from the damaged parts such as the wings, but not at all filled the aircraft. Instead, an air chamber is formed in the upper cabin. Later, after the airplane was frozen in the ice, the seawater below the air chamber froze, forming the ice wall that Chen Mo encountered just now, completely blocking the cabin. Seeing the passage opened up, Chen Mo put away the sword of the king, climbed up from the entrance of the hole, and entered the cabin. The light of the strong flashlight illuminates the cabin interior. Chen Mo carefully looked all around and after confirming his position, he stepped on the smooth ice surface under his feet, moved towards one direction. Coming to the edge of the ice, there is a slope close to 30 degrees in front of Chen Mo. This is the original ground of the cabin, but the aircraft body tilted after sinking into the sea. The wing cocked and the other side sank, so the ground inside the cabin also formed a slope of about 30 degrees. I have been frozen in the sea for 70 years, and a thick layer of ice has formed on the bulkhead and the ground. In addition to the slope caused by the tilt of the aircraft, it is not easy to walk, but it is agile for Chen Mo. There is no difficulty. But instead of walking straight forward, he stopped at the slope. Take off the drenched combat uniform, and earn space. Chen Mo put on Edmund alloy armor and a black combat uniform with traces of combat, and combined the original M1911 pistol, vibranium. The shields and other equipment were all put on, completely restored to the state they had when they left. After confirming that there was nothing missing, Chen Mo stepped onto the slope and walked along the passage to the aircraft control room of the Valkyrie goddess. The icy sloping ground still affected Chen Mo's traveling speed. It took a few minutes for Chen Mo to finally reach the control room. It's not much different from the situation when I came all the way just now. The entire aircraft control room is also completely covered in frost. The trap that struck Barrett set to trap him is still there, just the original steel. The cage had now become an ice cage, and the sections of steel pillars he had cut off were frozen on the ground. Considering this familiar and unfamiliar environment, Chen Mo cautiously came to the console. There is also a thick layer of frost on the wide driving seat. Chen Mo cleared all the frost on the seat into the space, and then sat on it. After that, Chen Mo took out a black box the size of a backpack from the space and threw it into the air, throwing in the air and leaving Chen Mo for a meter away. A blue spot of light suddenly lit up on the top of the box. Then, its four corners quickly stretched out and four sticks out. At the same time as it stretched out, a light blue flame began to be emitted from the ends of the four arms, pushing it to float smoothly in the air. It turns out that this is a small foldable aircraft. After throwing out the aircraft, Chen Mo took out another tablet computer from the space and started to operate it. The aircraft suspended in the air turned around under the control of Chen Mo, flew back along the way it came, and soon returned to the top of the ice cave dug by Chen Mo. As Chen Mo gave the order, a scanning device was slowly extended below the aircraft, and a red light net was sent from it to sweep the ground below. After that, a folded robotic arm stretched out in front of the aircraft. After unfolding, the robotic arm extended to the ice cave below. Chen Mo left for just a few minutes, and the seawater in the ice cave began to freeze again. At this time, a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface, but it was slightly lower than the original ice surface. The slender manipulator arm of the aircraft stretches to the point where the thin ice meets the ice surface, and the front end immediately begins to spray a white cold air. After contacting the thin ice, it quickly condenses on its surface, making it thicker, gradually increase, and quickly become level with the ice next to it. Then, the robotic arm moved continuously on the ice cave, and soon the entire ice cave was repaired and leveled completely with the surrounding ice surface. But it didn't stop there. Then, the cold air sprayed from the front of the robotic arm changed, and it condensed into frost directly in the air, and it fell on the new ice surface. When the aircraft finished repairing and flew over Chen Mo's footprints and started scanning, the ice hole just now disappeared completely, and there was no trace on the surface. My Steel Suit 140. My Steel Suit 140. The surface of the ice cave cut by Chen Mo has been completely restored, and nothing is unusual. The seawater below the ice cave will soon freeze again, fuse together with the surrounding ice layer. When the time comes is no different from before. After dozens of minutes, the aircraft removed all the traces left by Chen Mo and flew back to Chen Mo, in front of the driver's seat, quietly suspended in the air. After Chen Mo clicked on the screen and issued the last command, he put the tablet into the space. Then Chen Mo adjusted his sitting posture, leaning back completely on the back of the chair, putting on a coma. The aircraft hovering in front of Chen Mo first stretched out the scanning device, sent out a red light net to scan Chen Mo and the seat, and then stretched out the slender mechanical arm and started spraying on Chen Mo. Chill. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo and the seat were wrapped in a thick layer of ice, fused together with the surrounding environment. It seemed that it had been frozen in there 70 years. The aircraft that completed the camouflage task retracted its robotic arm and slowly landed on Chen Mo's arm. As soon as it touched, the aircraft flashed away and disappeared into the air instantly. The entire control room was restored to its original appearance again, but there was an ice-covered silhouette on the driver's seat that was originally empty. Chen Mo lies quietly in the ice, motionless, as if he has lost his life. but his consciousness is still clear. When the aircraft began to camouflage him, Chen Mo secretly controlled his body to make adjustments while creating an ice layer on his body. The muscles of the whole body began to relax, slowly and completely relaxed, and the activity of various organs and tissues also began to slowly weaken. His breathing is getting slower and slower, getting weaker and weaker, becoming a little bit like nothing, and the speed of his heartbeat also begins to slow down. From the original 1 minute dozens of beats, it slows down to only a few times. The speed of blood flow also slowed down. The body's functions have dropped to the lowest level under Chen Mo's control. The cell metabolism is extremely slow, just maintaining the most basic cell consumption, and the whole body's cells have become extremely inactive. After Chen Mo's metabolism decreased, the amount of heat produced by his body decreased drastically. The environment he was in was a glacier with a temperature of tens of degrees Celsius below zero. Under normal circumstances, Chen Mo's strong physical fitness and vigorous metabolism are sufficient to maintain sufficient calories and are not affected by the low-temperature environment at all. At this time, he actively controlled his body to reduce his activity, and the cold outside began to invade from the skin to the body within the body. Chen Mo is not at all to stop it, but let it develop. Under the intrusion of cold air, Chen Mo's already extremely inactive cells have completely entered a dormant state, and all cell activities and all energy consumption stopped. This process starts from the surface of the body and gradually develops into the body within the body. Slowly, Chen Mo's body, except for the brain, enters a dormant state, and brain activity is also reduced to a minimum. At this time, from the outside world, Chen Mo has completely lost his life form sign. Breathing and heartbeat cell activities have all stopped, and only slight fluctuations can be seen on the egg. Chen Mo's current state is actually the same as that of Steve and Albert, who freeze their bodies and enter a dormant state. The only difference is that Chen Mo's brain still maintains a weak consciousness and is aware of the surrounding environment. There is a certain perception. This is also a dormancy method that can only be used by people who have been injected with super soldier serum and have strengthened their bodies. The cell strength and activity of an ordinary person is insufficient. Once frozen like Chen Mo, the body's cells will freeze quickly, and the cell membrane of the frozen cell will be broken, and the cell will follow. Therefore, if the ordinary person freezes the body, there will only be death. After Chen Mo is strengthened, the improvement of physical fitness is not only the enhancement of muscle strength, endurance, neural response, immunity, brain power and other aspects will be improved. The most fundamental reason is the gain of cells. Enhancement. So when they are frozen at low temperature, their body cells just stop all activities and consumption and enter a dormant state, instead of being frozen through the cell membrane like an ordinary person, causing large-scale death of body cells. When they are thawed, their cells will reactivate again and return to the state before freezing. Only according to physical fitness, that is, the difference in cell strength and activity, the recovery speed after thawing is also very different. Like Zola Cortica, Domitian and Colonel John, they received the enhancement of the improved serum, and their physical fitness was only 3 times that of an ordinary person. So Chen Mo returned to the Hydra base that day, and they were awakened by Albert Thor after that. They were in a weak state for 10 minutes. As for Steve, who was injected with the enhanced serum, his cell strength and activity are 5 times that of ordinary people. He can quickly restore his body to the best condition within 1 or 2 minutes after thawing, and he can quickly invest in battle. As for Chen Mo, his physical fitness has now reached 7 times that of an ordinary person. The cell strength and activity, as well as the ability to control the body, are far superior to other people. This is also why he can go to sleep on his own state and keep the brain active. If necessary, Chen Mo can free itself from the dormant state. It only takes a few seconds to wake up the cells. The body can be active, and it can be completely restored to the state before freezing in 10 seconds. Fight. It is precisely because of this that Chen Mo chose to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. in this way. He does not have to worry about someone threatening his safety while he is sleeping. His brain is still running, and the surrounding environment is in his perception. If there is any abnormality, Chen Mo can quickly recover from the freezing and respond in time, even if someone is there. Before he lifted his dormancy, he attacked him, and the Edman alloy armor on him could also ensure his safety, and he persisted smoothly until he fully recovered. More than that, Chen Mo, who attaches great importance to his own life, also prepared the ultimate plan. Even if someone detonates a huge might bomb while he is freezing, he can instantly release him from space. A heavy armored fortress that can withstand the impact of nuclear bombs, which is a big iron box, protects him. The structure of this fortress is very simple. It is a 3-meter-high sealed cabin. The bulkhead is made of a special alloy 50 centimeters thick. It can be directly taken out of the space to cover it. The cabin below the cover can be closed automatically and quickly, completely protecting Chen Mo. So, Chen Mo's dormancy is really foolproof. However, because of his special dormancy method, his dormancy cannot last as long as Steve and the others. Normal frozen dormancy, all activities of the body are completely stopped and can be frozen forever, and Chen Mo still needs to consume energy because he retains the activity of the brain. Although he reduces the activity of the brain, but it still cannot last too long, at most 1 month. He must be released from the frozen state, otherwise once the energy is completely exhausted, the brain cells will begin to die. As for being completely dormant like Steve and others, Chen Mo's heart is not that big. Although he knows the plot, it does not mean that accidents will not happen. Marvel's world is not that simple. There are many people who can threaten Chen Mo. Although not it all appears now, it does not mean that he is absolutely safe. Chen Mo is impossible to enter a completely dormant state without worry. However, he does not need to wait too long. 3 days later, a glacier expedition team was investigating a glacier in Greenland and accidentally discovered that a huge monster was frozen in the glacier. They will report this situation immediately. According to their preliminary detection results, the huge steel object buried in the glacier is in the shape of a regular triangle, with a length of more than 100 meters, which does not conform to any currently known mechanical device. This special situation was eventually treated as a strange event and handed over to the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support. The 2 agents were quickly dispatched to the scene. When they descended from the opening of the device to the cabin, they couldn't help but stare at the sight. The iconic black buckler and the huge 2-handed rider head sword clearly told them the identity of the man on the seat covered in black armor and frozen in ice. The predecessor of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau was the Strategic Science Reserve. Chen Mo, as the veteran of the Strategic Science Reserve, the founder and the first commander of the Special Forces, was almost by the strength of oneself shattered the legendary characters of the powerful Hydra organization, and they all regarded him as an idol by the agents who had access to secrets and had a good understanding of the things of the year. Now, the hero, who had been missing for 70 years and should have died long ago, actually appeared in front of them. Oh my God! The 2 looked at Chen Mo's frozen and majestic silhouette, crying out in surprise involuntarily. Headquarters, help me pick up the colonel. An agent took the lead and came back to his senses when he started to contact the headquarters. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir. The headquarter liaison at the other end of the call reminded him that he didn't understand what had to be done to wake up their boss at this time. I don't care what time it is, the agent said firmly. He has waited long enough. Washington, D.C., the headquarters building of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. In a room in the 40 years style of the 20th century, Chen Mo lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up from the bed, Chen Mo looked at the environment all around. The white walls, the light green wall skirts, the old-fashioned table lamp at the bedside and the slowly rotating ceiling fan all revealed something. Strong taste of the last century. Seriously, Chen Mo really missed the time back then, and it's time to meet his old partners. My Steel Suit 141. My Steel Suit 141. Two agents of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau found the frozen Chen Mo on the Valkyrie Goddess and confirmed his identity. They immediately contacted the headquarters. The plane was quickly arranged to transport Chen Mo back to Washington. Since Chen Mo is in ice, for safety reasons, they put Chen Mo in the freezer to maintain the original frozen state and prevent accidents from melting during transportation. However, compared to the low temperature of several tens of degrees below zero in the ice layer, the temperature of a few degrees below zero in the freezer is already considered warm. Leaving the cold and low temperature environment, Chen Mo began to control his body's slow recovery. When he arrived in Washington, Chen Mo's body had weak signs of life. As a result, Chen Mo's weak brain waves it will not lead to doubt. As for the slow recovery in the freezing warehouse of a few degrees below zero, this only shows that Chen Mo's physical fitness and soul activity are very strong. As expected by Chen Mo, when the medical staff of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau checked, it was found that Chen Mo had begun to recover, and even the brain had weak brainwave activity, and no one had any suspicious, but shocked by the strength of Chen Mo's physical fitness. Not long after Chen Mo sat up on the bed, the door was gently opened from the outside, and a beautiful female soldier dressed in American military uniforms, shirts and skirts from World War II opened the door and walked in. "Good morning," the female soldier kindly said with a smile towards Chen Mo. "Where am I?" Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards the female soldier, solemnly asked. "This is a post-operative recovery room in New York." The female soldier replied uncomfortably under Chen Mo's eyes. Although he has just been released from freezing, Chen Mo is not weak at all. He is still imposing manner, and his sharp eyes make people scared. Chen Mo glanced at the windows next to him. White gauze curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Through the windows, you can see the neatly arranged windows of another building not far away. Outside the window, there were bursts of people and cars whistling, and the sound of braking came faintly, as if there was a busy street under the window. But what Chen Mo perceives is not what he sees. "Where am I?" Chen Mo stared at the female soldier and asked again, and his voice became a little harsher. The female soldier heard this for a moment, and then tried to force her composure under Chen Mo's gaze, moved towards Chen Mo with a somewhat unnaturally smile, and gently shook the head in confusion. I don't quite understand what you mean." The sound outside the window is from the ground. The building opposite is simply a painting hanging a few meters away. Even this room. Chen Mo got up from the bed and strode to a wall. In the flustered eyes of the female soldier, lightly simple ordinary punch penetrated the wall. It turned out to be just a layer of gypsum board. Turning around, Chen Mo walked towards the female soldier slowly and solemnly asked, "Let me ask you again. Where is this place?" Chen Mo stopped in front of the female soldier, staring at her with deep and sharp eyes. Looking up at Chen Mo, who was tall and tough in front of him, the imposing man was intimidated by his imposing manner. The female soldier couldn't help but panicked and quietly pressed the alarm in her hand. "Commander Chen Mo." The female soldier tone barely fell. The door behind her was opened, and two soldiers in black combat uniforms quickly walked in. Chen Mo's sharp gaze then turned to the two of them, making the two of them sluggish. The two soldiers who rushed in after receiving the alert stood at the door looking at Chen Mo, but they did not take any action. They all knew who the tall, cold-faced man in front of him was. The records has also been heard. His strength is said to be much stronger than Captain Steve Rogers of the United States. Although he does not have any weapons at this time, don't forget, he is still Captain's Master of the United States, and Steve's fighting skills are all his. Professor, and his own fighting skills are extremely powerful. With strong physical quality and superb fighting skills, they don't think they can defeat the powerful man in front of them. The most important thing is that Commander Chen Mo is the idol of all of them. Who has never imagined wearing a cool black armored combat suit when he was a child, holding a sword and shield, by the strength of oneself? destroying the mighty the evil Hydra Legion has become a hero respected by everyone. Let them work with the hero of World War II, the veteran of the Strategic Science Reserve, the strongest warrior of mankind, and the idol in everyone's hearts. The pressure on them can be imagined. Just now, this female agent dressed as a female soldier of World War II was completely shocked by Chen Mo's powerful, imposing manner. She simply didn't think much. She almost instinctively pressed the alarm in her hand. At this time, seeing the soldiers deadlocked there, they realized that the man in front of them was not their enemy. However, the arrival of a few soldiers finally freed her from the oppression of Chen Mo's powerful, imposing manner. After calming down, the female agent looked towards Chen Mo sincerely. "Your Excellency Commander, we have no malice." Seeing that Chen Mo did not take any further action, everyone secretly sighed in relief. They were really afraid that Chen Mo would directly go crazy. Do it at them. With the mighty power of Chen Mo, when the time comes, they will inevitably break their muscles and fractures, and they may not be able to save their lives. After all, standing in front of them is the strongest warrior of mankind who kills people like scything flax. If he were treated as an enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. They are also secretly glad that Chen Mo's weapon is not around. Otherwise, they used to smash tanks and kill Hydra soldiers like Chen Mo who chop melons and vegetables. Maybe they had just entered the door. With a sword in his hand, he cut them all in two. This is the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support. Our predecessor is the Strategic Science Reserve. Under Chen Mo's close watch, the female agent hurriedly reported her home. Pull the relationship up first, lest Chen Mo really does it. After the female agent finished speaking, Chen Mo's eyes softened slightly before she continued. "I am deeply sorry for the performance just now. We just think you should slowly accept this." Chen Mo did not speak, still looking at her expressionlessly. Waiting, she continued. "Now this situation is obviously no longer concealed." After hesitating, the female agent still tells the truth directly. "You have been asleep, Commander." The female agent slowly said. "I slept for about 70 years." The Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attacks and Logistics Support, Director's Office. A bald black man wearing a black coat and one eye covered by a blindfold sat opposite Chen Mo, telling him what happened during the 70 years he was sleeping. In his last battle, Hydra was completely wiped out. Then, without Hydra's control, the Allied forces began to attack in a big way. They fell into a multi-line battle and eventually lost. Hitler committed suicide. World War II then it ends. The Scientific Strategic Reserve was reorganized after the war and became today's National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It is supervised by the International Security Council and is specifically responsible for handling various strange events, such as buried huge aircraft in the ice. The bald black man sitting opposite Chen Mo, the current director of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, one-eyed person Nick Fury, gave Chen Mo a general overview of the main history and today. After the situation, he looked towards Chen Mo and said, "Commander Chen Mo, what do you plan to do next?" Chen Mo pretended to ponder for a while and asked, "How are Steve and Howard now?" Nick_Fury heard this, and said slowly after a pause, "They are already not in." After hearing this, a trace of sadness appeared on Chen Mo's face, and he continued to ask without giving up, "Where are the others?" Agent Carter, Bucky, Huang Quan, Han King, Luo Zhen. Nick Fury gently shook the head. "Sorry." After a while, seeing Chen Mo feel a little lost, Nick Fury said, "You can stay here." In the face of Nick Fury's retention, Chen Mo shook the head. "No, thank you." Chen Mo stood up from the chair and walked out. "Where are you going?" Nick_Fury asked afterwards. "New York." A flight from Washington stopped slowly at the end of the runway at New York Airport. A few minutes later, the cabin door opened and the passengers on the plane walked out one by one. Wearing a black suit and a cold face, Chen Mo also walked off the plane. The conversation with Nick Fury that day let Chen Mo know that he didn't know the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone that Steve and the others were actually suspended for death. Not at all. Obviously this national strategy. The current director of the Defense Attack and Logistics Department is not a member of SHIELD. According to Chen Mo's knowledge, the director of the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support is appointed by the International Security Council, and the International Security Council is composed of representatives from the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. SHIELD cannot directly intervene in the appointment of the director, and there is no guarantee that the director of each term is SHIELD. In spite of this, SHIELD is in fact firmly in control of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, because in addition to the inability to directly appoint the director, most of the core personnel of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau are actually SHIELD people. They control the vast majority of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Partial rights. If the Secretary General appointed by the Security Council is not competent, then his orders will not be executed at all, and all power will be emptied. It took a lot of effort. After the official return, Chen Mo did not stay longer in Washington. He took his belongings and new identification documents and arrived in New York by plane. After arriving in Brooklyn by taxi, Chen Mo got off a street in advance and walked towards the destination. My Steel Suit 142. My Steel Suit 142. Just now sitting in the car all the way, Chen Mo can clearly see that New York at this time compared to 70 years ago. The changes can be described as heaven and earth turning upside down. But walking on this familiar street, Chen Mo found that the environment here was not at all different from when he left. The red brick buildings on both sides of the street are still the same as before, but they have more time than before. Under the baptism, the vicissitudes of history, the slightly narrow streets are more than before clean and tidy. The black ancient road lamppost is old and mottled, but it still stands upright beside the street. The dim light coats this era-filled street with a golden layer representing the years. The street seemed quiet and serene. At this time, it was evening, and the lights came on, and the windows of the houses on both sides were already lit up. In front of a single 3-story building, Chen Mo stopped and stood on the side of the street. Looking at the familiar dojo in front of him, Chen Mo couldn't help showing a look of nostalgia. Bright lights came through the dojo window, and a fierce fighting sound faintly came from the door. Chen Mo couldn't help but smiled slightly, stepped to the door, raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door of dojo. Back then, Chen Mo handed the 7 Rings gang to Wang Kun. Now 70 years have passed, and Wang Kun, who is over 100 years old, has no longer paid attention to Gang Song. I left the 7 Rings gang to his son and grandson to take care of the affairs, and he took care of the elderly in dojo. By the way, he watched his grandson practice martial arts. Wang Kun's great-grandson, Wang Jin, grew up listening to the story of Chen Mo. His greatest ideal is not to take over the 7 Rings and become the underground emperor of New York and even the entire United States, but like Chen Mo, a powerful superhero, destroying evil forces and maintaining world peace. Wang Kun's family has been lineage single pass for so many years. His son and grandson spend most of their energy on managing and developing the 7 Rings gang. After 70 years of development, this was originally just in charge. The organization of the underground forces in Brooklyn, New York has now developed into a huge monster, controlling most of the underground forces in the United States. However, they not at all violated the family precepts established by Chen Mo. Except for smuggling, casinos, nightclubs and other gray industries, acts such as drugs, robbery, human trafficking, and forced prostitution have been strictly prohibited. Once it is discovered that severe punishment is bound to be unacceptable, it is precisely because of the existence of the 7 Commandments that the security of the entire United States is far more stable than in reality. Although they no longer touch many criminal acts, under Chen Mo's guidance, they have made great progress in many legal industries. In the construction, transportation, food, medicine, clothing, animal husbandry, hotel, real estate and other industries, The Seven Rings Gang firmly occupy a place. Many well-known large enterprises and groups. Actually, it is the industry of the Seven Rings Gang. In terms of total assets, it is a huge astronomical figure that no company can compare. As the future successor of Pang Great Influence, Wang Jin is not at all interested in gang affairs. After graduating from college, he not at all enters the gang to help with the gang affairs according to his father's request. Instead, he moved directly into dojo and practiced martial arts with Wang Kun, who was retired every day. There is an improved super soldier serum provided by Albert. Their lifespans are very long. Wang Kun, who is more than 100 years old, looks like he is in his 50s. He is very strong and he is not in a hurry. Asking Wang Jin to take over the Seven Rings Gang, and Wang Kun's nodded permission, they let him stay in dojo to practice martial arts. Wang Jin's favorite place to stay since he was a child is not the luxurious and huge family manor on Green Street, but this simple dojo, because there are many magical stories here. When he was young, he listened to what Wang Kun said as stories. When he grew up, his unfathomable mystery was injected with super soldier serum, and his physical fitness soared to 3 times the original in a short period of time. He knew that all the magical things that he had always heard as stories were actually true. One person with 2 guns, in a flash, killed more than a dozen mafia who came to the door, sneaked into the dock alone, in the siege of dozens of gunmen, rescued his grandma and grandfather, and all the enemies were wiped out. The 7 rushed to the 2 mafia headquarters at night and destroyed 2 great families overnight. With bare hands, they left 7 fist marks on the heavy tower shield to frighten all underground forces and formed the Seven Rings Gang. In the European battlefield, swords smashed tanks and shredded armored vehicles, leaning on a long sword, destroy the mighty Hydra Legion alone, destroy the base, by the strength of oneself. Destroy the huge Hydra organization, revise the outcome of the war. Wang Jin once again listened to Wang Kun's narration, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. To this legendary sect founder who founded this dojo and formed the Seven Rings Gang, he is no longer just like right. The simple worship of the powerful protagonist in the story is the true reverence and yearning from the heart. How much he hopes to see this legendary hero with his own eyes. Unfortunately, he has been missing for 70 years. It is said that he was driving the Hydra in the final battle to destroy Hydra in order to avoid the bombing of human cities. Wang Jin's super plane crashed into the sea. This evening, Wang Kun and Wang Jin were practicing in dojo again. Although Wang Kun is over 100 years old, he looks only in his early 50s. His physical fitness is not worse than that of the young Wang Jin, and even stronger. Plus so many years of hard work. Kung Fu is far above Wang Jin. If he hadn't deliberately kept his hands, Wang Jin would not have been able to support a few moves under his hands. However, Wang Jin's fighting talent is not bad, and he also laid a very solid foundation when he was a child. Since graduating from university and returning to dojo, his strength has also improved a lot under the guidance of Wang Kun. Kun can't make a few moves, but from the outside, he is already a famous fighting expert. When the 2 were fighting fiercely, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, interrupting their fight. After being strengthened by super soldier serum, the 5 senses of the 2 are very sharp. Although they are fighting fiercely, they still clearly hear the knock on the door. The 2 stopped fighting when they heard the sound. There are very few people in dojo. Wang Kun's family will also give an advance notice when they come. They did not expect who would knock on the door at this time. Wang Jin looked up towards Wang Kun. Go and open the door. Wang Kun instructed. When he wants to come, maybe it is a passerby who does not understand the situation. The guards hidden around dojo are only used to guard against a large number of threatening enemies. Ordinary persons who do not carry weapons will not be blocked. They have encountered them before. Someone wanted to come to learn martial arts, so Wang Kun didn't think at all, telling him that this is a private dojo, that is, no disciples are accepted. When Wang Jin heard Wang Kun's order, he turned helplessly and walked to open the door. Just now he felt that his condition was very good. He wanted to see if he could hold on to Wang Kun for a while. Didn't he expect was interrupted. But he wouldn't be angry with people outside the door because of this. After all, They are not brutal gangsters. They are still very gentle towards ordinary persons. He is just a little curious. Who knocked on the door? Walking to the door, Wang Jin slowly opened the door, and the person standing outside the door appeared in his eyes. This is a tall young man who looks about his age. His angular face is a bit cold, and his eyes are deep and sharp, which seems to be straightforward. He is wearing a black suit that fits. Yang is handsome, yet noble and elegant. His imposing manner is very out of the ordinary. Wang Jin's instinctive feeling is definitely not an ordinary person. Although the person in front of him looks a bit cruel, Wang Jin, who feels keenly, did not feel a trace of hostility from him. On the contrary, from Chen Mo looked towards his eyes, he could feel a kind of harmony. When Wang Kun looked towards him, he felt very similar, as if an elder was looking at his junior. This feeling is very strange. The person standing in front of him is obviously a young man just like him. Although he was puzzled, he asked politely, "Who are you looking for?" Chen Mo looked at the handsome young man in front of him. From his face that resembles Wang Kun has several points of, Chen Mo can easily guess in his status. Wang Kun's great-grandson. Wang Kun was almost the same age when he first arrived at dojo, but now, his great-grandsons are already grown up. Slightly sighed in my heart, Chen Mo slowly said, "I'm looking for Wang Kun." Wang Kun? Wang Jin is a little confused. As the patriarch of the family, there is almost no people dared to call Wang Kunxing by name, so Wang Jin didn't react for a while. Chen Mo was talking about his great-grandfather, but someone reacted. After Wang Kun asked Wang Jin to open the door, he turned around and walked to the sofa aside, intending to have a coffee break, and then continue to practice his great-grandson. As for the person outside the door, it's just an ordinary person who has gone to the wrong place. Just let Wang Jin take it away by himself. It's just that he just picked up the teacup, and the familiar voice calling his name at the door made his hand shake, and the tea in the teacup was spilled. The ability to call out his name does not surprise him too much. Although no one has mentioned it for many years, even those who know his existence, many of them do not know his name, but someone still knows. But this familiar voice made him unable to maintain his composure. With a loud sound, Wang Kun put down his teacup, and Wang Kun stood up abruptly, and moved towards the door with excitement. Still some distance away, Wang Kun saw the very familiar silhouette outside the door through the open door. Compared with 70 years ago, there is almost no change, but the imposing manner seems to have become more powerful. Wang Kun has been in charge of the 7 rings for so many years, holding power in his hand, and his mood has become extremely calm. But at this moment, his face is flushed with excitement, and his lips whispered and whispered. Tall Master, you are finally back. My steel suit 143. My steel suit 143. Looking at Chen Mo sitting on the sofa, holding a teacup and leisurely earth-grade tea, Wang Jin only felt his brain was in confusion. This young man about his own age is the legendary Hall Master in the mouth of great-grandfather, is an idol until now, a legendary hero 70 years ago. Mankind's strongest warrior. Looking at Chen Mo in front of him, he always has an unreal feeling. This is too illusory. He has been missing for 70 years. He who was thought to have been buried in the sea has returned, and seems to be there was no change 70 years ago, and there was no sign of aging at all, which was obviously beyond his understanding. Smelly brat, don't hurry up and kneel down and see Ancestral Master. Just took a sip of the tea that Wang Kun poured for him, and heard his words. Chen Mo almost squirted the tea out of his mouth, and seeing Wang Jin really stepping forward to kowtow, Chen Mo couldn't help putting down his teacup with a wry smile. Okay, Akon, what age are you doing now? Tall Master, you are their elder, and you are the sect founder of dojo. There you should kneel. I will call all my sons and grandchildren in a moment and let them kowtow to you. Chen Mo is a little speechless about Wang Kun's persistence. Their martial cultivator values rules and etiquette. Chen Mo came back again after 70 years. It is indeed right to call the juniors to meet sect founder at this time. But Chen Mo didn't really spend 70 years after all, nor was it a traditional martial cultivator like Wang Kun. In ancient times, it's all. As a lord and king, Chen Mo did not feel what, and in modern times, Chen Mo is still a little awkward to let a few 60-70 years old people kneel and kowtow to him. No, I will stay quiet for a few days with you. I will leave after a while, so I don't need to notify them. Chen Mo waved his hand and rejected Wang Kun's plan. Seeing that Chen Mo has decided, Wang Kun had to nodded. That night, Chen Mo stayed in dojo. His room has been preserved, basically maintaining the original state. Every place in dojo still retains its original appearance, even the furnishings. Nothing has changed. Of course, many things have been replaced with new ones. After all, 70 years have passed, and many things cannot withstand the erosion of the years. But the old-fashioned Wang Kun still replaced them with exactly the same ones as the original ones. Even if they have been discontinued and not sold, Wang Kun will customize them specially and always keep the dojo as it is. In his opinion, this dojo will always belong to Chen Mo. He is only taking care of it. He also firmly believes that Chen Mo will return sooner or later. And now, he finally waited. In the next few days, Chen Mo leisurely drank tea, practiced swords, and discussed with Wang Kun in the dojo. Years of fighting and killing in Underworld world has greatly enhanced Chen Mo's combat skills, especially the improvement in the sword technique that Alexander Corvinus brought to him, which is the same as when he left the US Captain World. In comparison, Chen Mo's sword technique is completely incomparable. Wang Kun's strength is also much stronger than before. Chen Mo's improvement is mainly in the sword technique, while Wang Kun is mainly in unarmed combat. In the first few years when he took over the Seven Rings Gang, Wang Kun didn't miss the battle personally, and it was considered a battle-tested battle. With 70 years of hard work, his kung fu had already reached a very high level. It's not an exaggeration to be called Grandmaster. The two exchanged ideas and learned a lot from each other, and their fighting skills have been greatly improved. Wang Jin also benefited a lot from being around. He was even more shocked by Chen Mo's powerful sword technique. It made him feel like he saw a new world. It turned out that the sword can still be used in this way. Chen Mo didn't rush to see Tony Stark. He didn't know if he intervened prematurely in the plot, it would affect the birth of Iron Man. Not only the steel battle clothes, but also the transformation of Tony's mind. The core energy of steel battle clothes, the mini-arc reactor, was created after he was kidnapped by terrorists. At the same time, the prototype steel battle clothes, Mark I, was born. At that time, he was on the way back to the airport after the demonstration of the Jericho missile. The convoy was attacked by a terrorist organization. A missile exploded beside him, with a large number of shrapnel embedded in the body. Although Ethan Kortakadamishan performed surgery to remove most of the shrapnel for him, there are still a few pieces of shrapnel close to the heart that cannot be taken out. They may follow the blood into the heart at any time and put him to death. An electromagnet inserted within the body attracts them and prevents them from entering the heart with the blood. The original battery used to power the electromagnet was a car battery. The terrorists forced Tony to make Jericho missiles for them. Tony knew that even if he did make missiles for them, these brutal terrorists would not let him go. Under this desperate situation, Tony_Stark's potential completely exploded. In the cave where the terrorists imprisoned him, he used simple tools to design and manufacture the miniature arc reactor and the Mark I steel battle clothes and successfully defeated the terrorists and escaped. Before that, the miniaturization of the arc reactor has not been realized. The arc reactor in Stark Industries has a diameter of more than 20 meters, which is very large, and it is fist-sized, finally produced by Tony Stark. Compared with the micro-arc reactor, the technological gap is obviously extremely huge, and such a huge technological breakthrough is obviously not something that can be achieved in a short time under normal conditions. The design of steel battle clothes is a flash of light. Many of the internally applied technologies are brand new. If it is normal, even if he proposes an idea for him to design, it is estimated that it will be difficult to complete in a short time. Various technologies and designs of bottleneck will seriously hinder development, absolutely impossible like in a movie, in a supernatural state with a burst of talent and inspiration, full of creativity. and various new technologies can easily get breakthroughs. The entire design and manufacturing the process did not encounter any bottleneck and difficulties. It was completely in one go. Tony_Stark was facing the threat of death and the huge pressure of survival. It was under the combined effect of his environment, situation, mentality, thought, will, inspiration and other complex conditions that he finally gave birth to with this epoch-making product, changing time, location, and relaxed environment. Steel battle clothes may never be born, and Tony_Stark will always be just a proud playboy. The most powerful and unique technology in a movie world. Obviously impossible is easily created. They are either profound black technologies accumulated over a long period of time, or they are due to incomparable coincidences and various special circumstances. Next, due to chance and accident. Just like the American captain's primordial Edmund alloy shield, the perfect blood of the Legend of the Night, and the Iron Man's steel battle clothes, their birth process simply cannot be replicated again. So Chen Mo will not change the plot easily. All he has to do is to watch the changes, wait for the birth of the steel armor, and a Tony who has grown up through transformation and can bravely take on his own responsibilities. Chen Mo was not allowed to wait too long. Soon, he received information from Hydra that Tony_Stark will take a private jet to Afghanistan in 3 days to show the US military in Afghanistan his latest update, the Jericho missile developed. At this time, Tony_Stark only regarded weapons as toys. With his amazing talent in weapons, he continued to develop and manufacture more advanced weapons with greater formidable power. He doesn't even know who his company, Stark Industries, manufactures weapons are sold to, what kind of people are using them, and what disasters have caused many people in this world. But soon, he will know. Chen Mo did not rush to leave. It is not the time yet, and he is waiting for something. 3 days later, Chinese dojo. After lunch, Chen Mo is sitting on the sofa and chatting with Wang Kun. The meals he eats these days are made by Wang Kun's wife. Although he is in charge of the huge Seven Rings gang, which can be said to be a wealthy country, Wang Kun's life has always been very simple. In dojo, apart from Wang Jin who moved in after graduation, there are only Wang Kun and his wife. Originally, some apprentices in dojo were practicing martial arts. Later, in dojo, only Wang Kun himself was left, and he was still busy helping out. After several apprentices finished apprenticeship, Wang Kun would they arranged to help take care of the gang in the help, and never accepted any disciples after that. There is no nanny and maid in dojo. The two people take care of their daily life. Chen Mo's room is always cleaned by them. When Wang Kun was practicing martial arts, his wife was reading a book. During the break, the two of them sat together watching TV and chatting, living a simple, plain and fulfilling life. Wang Kun's wife was also injected with an improved serum. Although she did not practice martial arts, her physical fitness was much stronger than that of the general martial cultivator. She looked even younger than Wang Kun. In her 40s, some housework is naturally nothing difficult. After 70 years, let's say nothing else, the culinary skills are much better than those of imperial chefs and Michelin chefs. Knives can make everyone blushed with shame, and the dishes made by Chen Mo, the king who had eaten the May of the Middle Ages for several years, praised him greatly. Chen Mo couldn't help but ask her to make more. Take it in the space, save the next time you enter the world similar to the Legend of the Night, and eat those monotonous bread, barbecue and sausage. Chen Mo and Wang Kun were chatting, and Wang Kun's wife came out carrying a plate of pastries. Knowing that Chen Mo likes her dishes, she is also very happy in her heart. She is a traditional woman and is unwilling to intervene in helping things. In this long time, apart from reading, the biggest hobby is studying cooking, Chinese food, Western food, Japanese food, desserts. She is all very good at it. Being able to get praise from Chen Mo is the greatest recognition for her. For them, Chen Mo not at all hides too much. They have known that Chen Mo has storage capacity. Since Chen Mo like it, after cooking every day, she will make something specially for Chen Mo and bring it. It's not today. After lunch, she made some Chinese pastries and brought them to the coffee table. Hall Master, taste the crystal sweet scented osmanthus cake I just made. Chen Mo looked towards the plate, and could not help but eyes shinned. Each baby fist-sized, crystal clear and the near-transparent crystal sweet-scented osmanthus cake is neatly placed on the plate, and the surface is dotted with yellow rice-sized dried sweet-scented osmanthus. A long fragrance of sweet-scented osmanthus diffuses, which makes people shocked. Chen Mo squeezed a piece and took a bite. The soft and waxy taste is refreshing but not sweet. The rich fragrance spreads out in the mouth, mellow and sweet, which is permeated between the teeth for a long time. Throwing the remaining half of the crystal osmanthus cake into his mouth, Chen Mo waved his hand too much, and directly collected the whole plate of osmanthus cake on the coffee table into the space, so that the opposite Wang Kun just stretched over his hand can only be held up in the air stupidly. If you want to eat and let your wife make it for you, I should go. Wang Kun reluctantly retracted his hand and compared Chen Mo's hand speed. He couldn't win. But when he heard the following words, he looked up and looked towards Chen Mo with some confusion. At this moment, the door of dojo was knocked from outside. My steel suit 144. My steel suit 144. After knocking on the door, Wang Kun couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo. Open the door. It is for me. Wang Kun hearing this nodded, ordered Wang Jin to open the door. All those present here are his great-grandfathers, and the matter of opening the door naturally fell on his junior. Wang Jin walked to the door while thinking in the heart. Dojo usually rarely comes to people. Ancestral master has just returned a few days ago, and then someone has come back. I don't know if it's coming again. Who? With curiosity, Wang Jin opened the door and saw standing outside the door was a capable man in his 40s who was wearing a straight suit. It doesn't look like anything special. Wang Jin looked at the man, a little disappointed. Without saying anything, the man from Wang Jin dynasty stretched out his hand and invited him into the house. Looking at Chen Mo sitting on a sofa in the room, a trace of excitement flashed in the man's eyes, and he looked straight and said solemnly, "Your Excellency Commander, I am Phil Coulson, from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." See, Chen Mo nodded, and Phil Coulson continued, "I have two things to announce to you this time." Chen Mo did not speak, and raised his hand in a pleased gesture. "First of all, in view of your outstanding contribution to the Allies in World War II, you were nominated by the President, approved by the Selection Committee and the Senate, and decided to grant you the rank of Major General. The original Scientific Strategic Reserve Team has now been reorganized into the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. With a resolution of the Security Council, you are appointed as the commander of the Special Forces of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau." Chen Mo knows that the news of his waking up will inevitably be notified to all countries. There is no problem with his strength and position. The magnificent achievements in World War II are the best proof. Now Steve and the others have suspended their deaths one after another. They urgently need a new high-end battle strength to deal with various threats. At this time, Chen Mo is naturally the best candidate. Strategic and scientific preparations. The veteran of the team, the commander of the special force, the destroyer of Hydra, the strongest warrior of mankind. They have no reason to let Chen Mo be buried. Although Chen Mo did not pay attention to Nick Fury's retention after he woke up and left the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, they did not give up. They came to recruit first and second, in the name of the country and allies. He was directly appointed as the commander of the Special Forces. After all, the National Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support Bureau was reorganized from the Scientific Strategic Reserve Team where Chen Mo was originally located. The appointment of Chen Mo as the commander of the Special Forces again has the purpose of playing an emotional card. According to Chen Mo's speculation, all of this is Nick Fury's handwriting. Because Chen Mo joined the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, he has benefited the most. Of course, it is not that he is selfish, and his purpose is also to enhance the strength of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, to better respond to various unexpected threats and to protect the safety of all mankind. So even though he was plotted against, Chen Mo was not at all disgusted. Although Nick Fury is the director of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, it is still difficult to complete such a major rank and position appointment in such a short period of time, even if Chen Mo really qualified and worthy of them. In fact, behind this is the secret power of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. These two huge organizations that have been hidden in the dark for more than 70 years. The power they control is extremely amazing. With their secret promotion, Nick_Fury's plan can be passed smoothly in such a short time. Although he had some strange things that went too smoothly, he couldn't think of other possibilities. It was understood that the military and politicians were in unison with his ideas, and they all liked Chen Mo's powerful strength and the great role of the future. So the whole plan will be so smooth. Chen Mo came back to New York not just to see Wang Kun and Dojo. The most important reason is that S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters is in New York. The night after returning to New York, Chen Mo avoided the secretly monitoring agents and quietly left Dojo. With his keen perception and agile skills, he avoided all kinds of surveillance and went all the way in the dark on the roof. Walking through the alley, finally came to an abandoned factory in the suburbs of New York. This factory occupies a huge area. The abandoned workshops, office buildings, thick pipes and towering large equipment are all mottled marks. All the steel surfaces have been covered by thick rust. The vines grow arbitrarily everywhere, covered with brick walls and pipes. The whole factory looks decadent and desolate, and there is a sense of ghastly in the night. 70 years have passed. This place is much more dilapidated than Chen Mo's memory. Who would have thought that behind the scenes, it controls the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and the extremely powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. is hidden here in a dilapidated abandoned factory. Of course, all of this is just appearance. Beneath this dilapidated appearance, there are many hurdles of defense. Chen Mo walked to the tall, heavy, rusty steel gate and stood there, and a light invisible to naked eye swept across Chen Mo slowly. Click. As the light was scanned, a small door on the side of the steel door slowly opened. Chen Mo walked through the small door into the abandoned factory. The small door opened slowly closed behind Chen Mo. After entering the factory, Chen Mo didn't continue walking forward, but turned a corner to the right and walked into an abandoned large factory building on the side of the gate. The factory building at night was silent and dark. Moonlight shone in from the windows on the ceiling, making it possible to vaguely see the situation inside. In addition to a huge space in the factory building, there are several rooms connected together near the wall, such as offices and storage rooms. Chen Mo kept walking and walked directly into one of them. Although the light at night is very weak, it does not have much impact on Chen Mo. It looks like a dressing room, except for a door, not at all windows, which are located against the wall inside. Attached to the wall are a row of old and heavy metal cabinets. After Chen Mo entered the room, he closed the door again, and the whole room was plunged into darkness instantly. Chen Mo was not affected in any way, took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the iron cabinet. A naked eye invisible light similar to the previous gate appeared again, passing through Chen Mo, and the hidden cameras in the surrounding corners also activated, clearing Chen Mo's dark image. The shooting came out. Soon, the iron cabinet in front of Chen Mo was silently cut open on both sides. A soft light came from the cracked railroad track, and a smooth and flat silver metal door was revealed. The metal door opened slowly. Behind the door is a narrow square space like an elevator. The white light shines from the top, illuminating the entire space extremely brightly. Chen Mo walked through the passage formed by the cracked iron cabinet and walked into the elevator. The elevator door closed automatically and slowly. There were no buttons inside the elevator. After the door was closed, the elevator moved down automatically. After 10 seconds, the elevator stopped smoothly. The elevator door opened, and a bright, wide, science fiction hall appeared in front of Chen Mo. with a long sword printed in the middle. The shield sign hangs high on the wall above the hall. A man in his 30s with a short beard was standing in the hall when Chen Mo appeared and strode towards him. "Hi, boss. We are long time no see." The person here is Howard_Stark, who is now in charge of SHIELD. Although his words are still so cynical, but his tone is full of excitement. Chen Mo couldn't help showing a smile on his cold face, walked forward and gave Howard a big hug, then pushed him away. "I don't even show you boss for a good tour." It's been 70 years. The changes are really big. In the beginning, it was just a suspended Abraham Erskine court academician who used to study super, a small secret base for soldier serum, where Myron Markle, court academician, who later joined, successfully developed Edmund Alloy. Compared with 70 years ago, the changes here are really great. If it used to be just a crude underground bunker, now it is an advanced large-scale base full of technology. Over the past 70 years, SHIELD has been in secret control of the situation. From the initial Scientific Strategic Reserve Team to the current National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, the entire situation has been under their control. Most of the core personnel holding power in the two organizations are SHIELD people. Since the directors have been directly appointed by the International Security Council, there have been selfish, ambitious, and incompetent directors in the past 70 years, but they can't make any waves, and some who have been completely overhead. They could no longer intervene in organizing things, and some were executed secretly and died accidentally. It can be said that SHIELD guarantees the purity and stability of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau behind the scenes, and secretly assists them in completing many arduous tasks and dealing with a large number of threats to international security. Chen Mo not at all stayed a lot in SHIELD base, visited the base roughly, explained the current situation of SHIELD, and finally Chen Mo informed Howard of his plan and left. Howard originally planned to wake up Colonel Phillips and Steve and the others, but Chen Mo stopped him. He still has important things to do. It is obviously not the time to relive the old days. Under the joint promotion of Hydra and SHIELD, Nick_Fury's plan to recruit Chen Mo is progressing smoothly. When Phil Coulson put the rank, epaulets and uniform of the Major General on the table, he was nervous in his heart, for fear that Chen Mo would refuse. However, he was obviously too worried. Chen Mo, how could it be possible to refuse? Looking at the Major General's uniform on the table, Chen Mo's expression did not change. In Phil Coulson's worried eyes, Chen Mo stood up and looked at Telson's eyes and said slowly, "Phil Coulson, you have been recruited. Congratulations on joining the Special Forces." My Steel Suit 145. My Steel Suit 145. Phil Coulson looked at Chen Mo in a daze. Should he refuse with disdain, and then use the righteousness of maintaining world peace and protecting all mankind to convince him? He would think that he had agreed so simply that all the rhetoric he had prepared for a long time were of no use. But what did his last words mean? "I was recruited." For Chen Mo, the dictator of Hydra and the core leader of SHIELD, the Major General of the U.S. military and the commander of the Special Forces of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service are not at all attractive, but for his next action will be much more convenient to have such an on-the-surface identity. After all, although Hydra and SHIELD are powerful, they are hidden behind the scenes and should not be seen in the public. It is not very convenient to use them. Chen Mo originally joined the U.S. military with Steve more than 70 years ago, and then joined the Strategic Science Reserve jointly established by the Allies. Now he accepts the rank of Major General in the U.S. military, and the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service. The post of Commander of the Special Forces is only to restore the identity that's all that year. Furthermore, although he took these two appointments, Chen Mo did not intend to accept their leadership and command. "I got the rights, obligations." Lao Tzu is already maintaining world peace. If anyone dares to point fingers and beep, Chen Mo will let him know what inviting humiliation to oneself is. Of course the military, government, the International Security Council and Nick Fury and the others would not naively think that Chen Mo can be commanded at will. Opening Chen Mo's dust-covered archives, you can find that Chen Mo until now's acting style, swift and decisive, acting decisively, arrogant and cold, and unruly. He is an absolute pragmatist, safeguarding world peace and fighting evil forces. Chen Mo is definitely going all out, but he has his own principles and way of doing things, and he has no respect for the powerful and powerful. It is simply unrealistic to command him like an ordinary soldier. This is also the reason why Nick Fury felt that the appointment of Chen Mo went too smoothly. Chen Mo was so awkward. He thought that his plan would be some resistance. Now it seems that these politicians and the military Fang hasn't been so stupid yet. He sees Chen Mo's value clearly. They don't expect Chen Mo to obey the arrangement absolutely. He exists more as a strategic force. In general, they can handle it by themselves. Once a major event occurs, Chen Mo will come in handy. When it comes to the critical moment of human interests, he will naturally go all out. Chen Mo destroyed the powerful Hydra at the beginning and changed the situation of World War II at the last moment, in order to avoid the bombing of the city, causing a large number of casualties. He had no hesitation in driving a Hydra superbomber into the sea. His thoughts: there is no problem with character, which is why they dared to hand over rights to Chen Mo. Chen Mo is a trump card for them. Normally, he will give him a good tribute, and he will show his great value at the critical moment. They only need proper supervision. Phil Coulson is a good candidate. He is prudent, seasoned, and has strong organizational and action abilities. He can assist Chen Mo very well, assist him in his work, and play a good supervisory role. So Nick Fury, after learning that Chen Mo had recruited Phil Coulson and transferred to the special team, not at all opposed. Although Chen Mo only intends to enjoy his rights after accepting the appointment, not at all, he intends to accept command, but Chen Mo is already responsible enough. 70 years ago he started the Frost Fighter project and was prepared to deal with the future alien invasion. Because in Chen Mo's view, the entire world belongs to him. It is his responsibility as the Lord of the Earth to maintain the security of his own territory. As for now, it is like a private visit by the king to himself. The name of an imperial envoy was installed for convenience. In the afternoon, Chen Mo and Phil Coulson returned to Washington by helicopter. When the helicopter landed on the apron on the roof of the headquarters building of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, on the other side, Tony Stark was also walking off his private jet. This is the U.S. Air Force base in Baghlan, Afghanistan. A dozen senior U.S. and Afghan military officers are standing next to the aircraft gangway, preparing to welcome the arrival of Tony Stark. "Hello, General." Tony Stark, dressed in a straight suit and sunglasses, walked down the gangway briskly, with an unruly smile on his face. Standing towards you, a senior U.S. military officer at the front stretched out his hand. The base commander smiled and shook hands with Tony. "Hello, Mr. Stark, we are looking forward to your weapon display." A few tens of kilometers away from Baghlan Air Force Base, desolate and no man's land, on a high ground, there are several military Hummers parked. Dozens of fully armed American Army soldiers are on guard all around. On the side of the high ground, there are a dozen high-ranking military officers from both countries, attentively listening to Tony Stark's speech. Is it scary, or is it respectable? I think, is it possible to do both? Next, I want to introduce you to the best of Stark's Freedom Weapon series. It is the first missile system equipped with our exclusive propeller technology. Someone say, the best weapon is a weapon that never needs to be used. I have reservations. I prefer weapons that only need to be used once. This is the experience of my father and the experience of the military. This experience has been proven by history. Find a chance, after trying this weapon, I can assure you that those bad guys never want to get out of the hole again. Tony finished speaking. The operator on the move towards side waved his hand, and immediately, a missile vehicle not far away from the crowd moved. Accompanied by the sound of a motor running, the missile on the weapon rack lifted up and began to adjust its direction, aiming at a mountain range several kilometers away from the crowd. After that, one of the three missiles was activated, and the tail section ejected a violent stream of white flames, pushing the missiles away from the weapon rack, and flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. The powerful propeller gave the missile extremely high speed, and it quickly crossed most of the distance, flew over the target mountain range, and began to lower its altitude to fall. A burst of fire suddenly lit up, and the shell of the missile body was thrown away, exposing dozens of small missiles neatly arranged inside. These small missiles were ejected immediately, and the tail section's thrusters were activated at the same time, pushing these missiles to the mountain range below. Under the guidance of the positioning system, the number 10 small missiles were evenly distributed, covering the entire mountain. I solemnly recommend to everyone, Jericho missile. Tony Stark slowly raised his hands and stretched them on both sides of his body. Behind him, dozens of missiles fell from the air with tail flames, hitting the mountain range, and caused a violent explosion. The mud of the mountain was lifted by the explosion and rushed into the air. At 100 meters high, the powerful shock wave generated by the explosion rushed towards the surroundings at high speed. The powerful air wave produced by the shock wave engulfed a large amount of dust on the ground from behind Tony Stark. Violently rushed up, turning over the people who were unable to react, and the hats on their heads did not know where they were blown. It's that Tony Stark had been mentally prepared for a long time, but just took a few steps forward with the impulse of the shock wave, then neatly sorted out his clothes, and walked to the few printed on the side with Stark. Big metal box with sign. Opening the lid of the box, a burst of air conditioning came out, and the bottom of the box rose automatically. The wine glasses, ice cubes and several bottles of fine wine were raised to the top of the box, neatly arranged in a slot. Tony Stark picked up a glass of whiskey with ice and said as he walked, "Buy more than $500 million at a time, and get free wine for peace." The weapon display was very successful. The huge formidable power of the Jericho missile excited all the soldiers present. Tony was confident in his subsequent call with the campaign's veteran Obadiah Stane that he would make another big profit this time. However, on their way back to the base in their car, they encountered a violent attack by terrorists. The soldiers who personally protected Tony were all killed, and he himself was launched by the terrorists by Stark Industries. The manufactured missile was seriously injured. When he woke up, he found that he was locked in a within cave, and an electromagnet was embedded in his chest, and a car battery was connected to it with a wire. It turned out that after the missile exploded, his within the body was shot with a lot of shrapnel. Ethan Kortekadamishan, who was detained by terrorists with him, operated on him and removed most of the shrapnel. But still there are a few shrapnel close to the heart that cannot be taken out, and once they enter the heart and beat, they will slowly tear Tony Stark's heart, breaking his heart and die. This electromagnet can absorb these shrapnels, prevent them from entering the heart, and save his life. The terrorists who came later asked Tony Stark to make for them the huge Jericho missiles he demonstrated before. The formidable power, its bad state, and the terrorists were found to be equipped with all Stark Industries. Tony had no fighting spirit for the weapons he made, and he planned to wait and die. Fortunately, with the encouragement of Ethan Kortekadamishan, Tony finally cheered up. He knew in his heart that even if a missile was made for them, they would not let him go, so he agreed on the surface, but in fact was planning to escape. Under the desperate situation, Tony's mind was very clear. A brilliant idea quickly formed in his mind, and all the designs were quickly completed. With the help of Ethan Kortekadamishan, using tools and materials provided by terrorists, Tony quickly built a miniaturized arc reactor, which replaced the heavy car battery and installed it directly on his chest. 10 days later, the Mark I was finally completed, and it was time to act. But when the two began to assemble the Mark I on Tony, they avoided the surveillance cameras and aroused the suspicion of the terrorists who had been monitoring outside. They immediately dispatched several gunmen. The terrorists visited the inside cave where the two Tony were imprisoned. Several people shouted outside the cell door, but no one came over. Upon seeing this, Several terrorists opened the cell door directly. The bomb that Tony had placed on the door immediately exploded, killing them all. But the sound of the explosion will soon attract more enemies, and the program of the Mark I steel battle clothes has not been transmitted yet, and their situation is very dangerous. Seeing the critical situation, in order to buy Tony time, Ethan Kortekadamishan picked up a terrorist's rifle and rushed out of the cell, intending to buy time for Tony with his life. Although I have never fought before, all the bullets hit the top of the cave, but with the frenzied and fierce shooting without saving ammunition and a press-forward imposing manner, Ethan Kortekadamishan still several terrorists who had rushed into the within cave were driven out again. Just when he roared and drove several terrorists who were afraid of death to the entrance of the cave, he found that dozens of terrorists were standing there, and the guns of a dozen black holes were all pointed at him. Ethan put down the rifle in his hand a little sullenly. He should have bought enough time for Tony. His family is dead, and I should go with them. At this moment, a fierce gunfire suddenly came from outside the cave. My steel suit 146. My steel suit 146. The sudden sound of gunfire outside the cave caused the terrorists surrounding Ethan Kortekadamishan to stop their actions. You guys go out and have a look. The bald leader headed by the terrorists had a dark face and moved towards the few people around him instructed. The few chosen by him immediately turned around and rushed out of the cave with guns. The rest of the people continued to point their rifles at Ethan. The hope that had just surfaced on his face could not help turning into despair again. Just when they were about to pull the trigger, they just charged several terrorists ahead ran back at a faster speed than before. At the same time, a short burst of bullets shot in behind them, shooting all of them to the ground from behind, and there was no sound. The remaining terrorists in the cave couldn't care about Ethan anymore, and quickly turned around and aimed their guns out of the cave. Unfortunately, their speed was still slower in Ethan's sight, as several terrorists who had returned suddenly were knocked down. Two quick silhouettes suddenly appeared outside the cave. One of them is wearing a neat black suit, holding a pistol in his hand, using the rock on the side of the cave as a cover, leaning out half of his body, holding guns in both hands, moved towards the horror inside the cave. The molecules kept shooting. The other person is a black combat uniform. He is very tall and strong, but has agility that is not commensurate with his size. After killing several terrorists who had fled back, his figure quickly passed by the entrance of the cave and hid on the other side of the cave. Before the remaining terrorists in the cave could react, an automatic rifle that he had been holding steadily in his hand quickly opened fire and attacked them first. Under the rapid and precise firepower of the two, most of the 10 or so terrorists remaining in the cave were killed by bullets shot from behind before they could turn around. The quick bald leader only had time to turn around and raise his gun. Before aiming at the enemy, he was hit by a bullet shot from his chest and fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen terrorists in the cave were wiped out. This time, Ethan was really saved. With a long breath, Ethan looked towards the two men who were armed with guns and guarded entering the cave with excitement. "Where is Tony Stark?" the calm man in a suit asked Ethan aloud, while the tall man on the side pointed his gun at Ethan. After all, they also had a rifle in their hands. If they hadn't been observant and saw that he and the terrorists didn't seem to be together, maybe he would have been killed together with the terrorists lying on the ground. However, the necessary precautions are still necessary, and all targets that may pose a threat should not be taken lightly. "He's inside, he will come out soon. Are you here to save him?" Ethan threw the rifle in his hand to the ground as he spoke, and raised his hands on the ground. "Before you." Looking at the dressing of the two and their powerful strength, it is obvious that they are different from these mob terrorists. They are elites who have received formal training, and the fierce gunfire is still constantly ringing outside. It also shows that they have come to many people this time. It is very likely that they are here to save Tony. Phil Coulson faces Ethan nodded. "Yes, take us to find him. We have to get out of here as soon as possible." When they rushed all the way, on both sides of the valley, they found a large number of Stark Industries made ammunition and advanced missiles. At this time, The firefight outside was fierce and the bullets flew randomly. Once these ammunition were hit and detonated, a series of smashed explosions would inevitably occur. With the number of these weapons, the exploded formidable power must be very huge. When the time comes, they will inevitably be injured in the explosion, and there will even be mortal danger. So they must find Tony Stark as soon as possible, rescue him, and evacuate quickly. On the same day, not long after Phil Coulson and Chen Mo returned to their Washington headquarters, they received news of Tony Stark being attacked and missing in Afghanistan. Immediately upon learning of the situation, Chen Mo ordered to go to Afghanistan for rescue. Nick_Fury did not stop this. Whether it was Tony Stark's powerful weapon research and development ability, or the identity of the son of Howard, one of the founders of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Chen Mo's rescue operation did not have any problems. Once Tony Stark falls into the control of terrorists and is used by them, with his powerful weapon-making talents, these terrorists will obtain a large amount of formidable power and powerful weapons and equipment. By then, they are bound to bring greater harm to this world. And this is the job of their National Land Strategy Defense, Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, to eliminate evil forces that threaten the security of the Earth and to maintain world peace. So, on the day of Tony Stark's disappearance, Chen Mo successfully arrived at the U.S. Army Air Force Base in Baghlan, Afghanistan, and took over the command of Tony Stark's rescue operations. Reconnaissance planes, satellites, and ground search forces also focused on the attacked area and launched a carpet search to all around, but this group of terrorists was clearly prepared, and somebody directed them to evacuate along the way without leaving any traces. They completely disappeared from the military's sight, and their hiding place was never found. A large number of search forces were mobilized, and the search range continued to expand. It was not until more than 10 days later that they finally discovered through detailed satellite reconnaissance, hidden among the mountains, located in a valley, terrorist base. In order to prevent the large team from beating the grass to scare the snake and putting Tony Stark in danger, Chen Mo not at all dispatched a large team. Ethan Cortaca was about to take Phil Coulson and the others back to the cave to find Tony Stark, when a heavy mechanical movement suddenly came out from the cave, and they got closer and closer. Phil Coulson and the two quickly raised their weapons and pointed them at the depths of the cave where the sound came from. Their faces were guarded, but Ethan Cortaca on the side looked happy and saw both. The human movement quickly explained. "Don't be nervous, it's Tony." Ethan's explanation not at all relaxes the two of them. Regarding the unknown, they will not be easy because of a word from one person: laziness, relaxation of vigilance. 100% caution must be played on the battlefield. The dull impact of Hong Long Long and the sound of mechanical running are getting closer and closer. Finally, a tall and heavy silhouette with a round white light on the chest came out from the depths of the cave. His true face was revealed in front of several people. This is a set of steel armor whose surface is welded by thick steel plates, which completely wraps and protects the people inside. A large number of hydraulic mechanisms and crawler transmissions are exposed in the joints of the arms and legs. Obviously, this is not only a set of steel armor for defense, but also has its own power, which looks more like a sturdy and powerful robot. The rough welded seam and uneven appearance of the steel armor indicate that it was manufactured under extremely crude environments and conditions, but no one would think that it is not threatening. Immediately when this steel armor appeared, Phil Coulson and the two pointed their guns at him. Tony Stark in the steel armor on the opposite side saw that Ethan was okay and sighed in relief. At the same time, he also found that he had thrown away the hands of the rifle in front of him, and the two opposite people pointed at him. Immediately, Tony kept walking, amid the heavy armored sound of boom, boom. He moved towards the two people straight forward, apparently preparing to shoot at them. When Phil Coulson saw this, they also aimed their guns at Tony, ready to fire at any time. Just as the battle was about to start, Ethan, who was standing next to him, rushed to the middle of the two sides and separated them. "Tony, don't be impulsive, they are here to save you." After that, Ethan turned around and said to Phil Coulson, "2, this is what you are looking for." Tony_Stark. Under Ethan's explanation, Tony finally stopped Phil Coulson and the two at the same time. He put down the gun in his hand, but not at all, let his guard down completely. "Are you who?" Tony_Stark's voice came from under the steel mask. Hearing his voice, Phil Coulson's defense was slightly relaxed some. Indeed, Tony_Stark's voice is correct. "Phil Coulson, an agent of the State Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, is ordered to come and rescue you." "Then you are late. I am not. There is no need to rescue," Tony said teasingly, raising his arm with a flamethrower. He is confident that the Mark I steel battle clothes on his body will allow him to escape the terrorist base smoothly. He is not at all grateful for their rescue. Slowly. "Then you, man, you don't look like an agent." Tony Stark turned his head to the side of the tall silhouette in black combat uniform. I glanced at the cold metal mask on Tony_Stark's face. The tall silhouette in combat uniform slowly said, "Brock Rumlow, National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Special Force Captain." This man and Phil Coulson broke into the cave. The powerful fighter who rescued Tony Stark is the original National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, the Rapid Response Special Forces Captain, Brock Rumlow. He also has an unknown name, Crossbones. After Chen Mo took over the Rapid Response Special Forces and was reorganized into the Special Forces, he and Phil Coulson, who had just been drafted into the Special Forces, became Chen Mo's direct subordinates. The real identity he hid was the spy that Hydra planted in the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. Of course, he still doesn't know Chen Mo's real identity. In other words, apart from a few people in the top secret base in Norway, no one outside knows the identity of Chen Mo. Hydra controller. My Steel Suit 147. My Steel Suit 147. Crossbones. Brock Rumlow is under Chen Mo's hands, but he doesn't know that Chen Mo is the highest leader of their Hydra, the god all Hydra members believe in. Tony_Stark couldn't help but pause when he heard the special team. After looking at Brock Rumlow again, he shook the head lightly, then stepped forward, and the machine turned around. With the sound of clang chick, he passed through the three people, moved towards and walked outside the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Tony_Stark found that the terrorists outside had been basically wiped out, except for sporadic gunfire in the distance. Obviously, these terrorists were not here to rescue his troops. The opponent will be wiped out immediately. Although I don't know how many armed forces there are in this terrorist base, Tony Stark alone has seen nearly 100 people before, and so many are fully armed and equipped with advanced equipment produced by Stark Industries. The terrorists with weapons were wiped out so quickly by rescue forces. "It seems that you have sent a large force to save me, but unfortunately, you are late. Please take Ethan Court-Academician out. I'll go one step ahead." The terrorists were all killed by the troops who came to rescue him, and the steel battle clothes he worked so hard to make were useless, which made Tony Stark a little bit worried. But in view of the fact that they saved Ethan Court-Academician, Tony still feels a little grateful in his heart. Of course, with his arrogant personality impossible, he can easily thank these two people who just pointed the gun at him, especially since he has made steel battle clothes. There is no need for rescue with self-protection ability. Tony_Stark finished speaking and activated an external switch on his arm. The position of the steel battle clothes immediately sprayed out two strong light flames, pushing the heavy steel battle clothes into the air and flew towards the distance. Oh roar! Wearing steel battle clothes and flying through the air at high speed, Tony_Stark couldn't help but shouted excitedly. This kind of high-speed flight feels more prickly than driving a sports car. Although he failed to enter the battle, he exerted the powerful battle strength of steel battle clothes, and he felt lost in the air with a hit with all his strength. But this kind of flexible and high-speed flying ability also made Tony_Stark was so excited that he felt that his invention was still very difficult to deal with. In front of the cave, Phil Coulson and Brock Rumlow looked at each other helplessly, and they were speechless for Tony Stark's non-routine style. Ethan on the side saw that the two of them looked a little unsightly, and asked quickly, "There are more than 100 terrorists in this base. How many have you dispatched this time?" Phil Coulson, hearing this, looked towards Ethan Kortakodamishan. Three. Ethan Kortakodamishan wondered if he had heard it wrong, first glanced at Phil Coulson, then turned to Brock Rumlow. "There are 2 here, 3 minus 2 equals 1, that is, there is only 1 person outside?" Seeing that the two were nodded at the same time, obviously he didn't hear him wrong. Ethan Kortakodamishan couldn't help but get a little confused. The fierce gunfire outside just now turned out to be 1 person fighting hundreds of terrorists? And he won? Ethan Kortakodamishan said that his imagination is limited, and he can't imagine what kind of scene it is. Even the steel battle clothes made by Tony cannot kill hundreds of people alone. A fully armed terrorist. In the movie, Tony Stark was also suppressed by a machine gun, and the driving track of his leg was interrupted. It was still relying on the flight function to successfully escape the terrorist base. As for those terrorists, most of them were killed by the explosion of ammunition, and many people survived. Not at all. Just when Ethan was stunned, a tall, great cultivator-long silhouette walked in from outside the cave. He was wearing the same black combat uniform as Brock Rumlow, but his exposed head, neck and hands were covered by a layer of pitch-black steel armor. Only a pair of sharp eyes were exposed. And Ethan noticed that a section of the silver hilt was exposed behind his shoulder, and a holster was equipped on both sides of his thigh, and 2 black pistols were inserted in the holster. "Commander." Phil Coulson saw Chen Mo walk in. Both were somewhat guilty. Tony_Stark has just left by himself. After the 3 arrived near the valley, Chen Mo made a combat deployment in advance, and he himself contained many terrorists outside. The 2 of them quickly broke into the within cave where Tony Stark was being held and rescued him. Now, Chen Mo has successfully solved the terrorists outside, but they failed to complete their mission, but saved Ethan Kortakodamishan, who was also detained by the terrorists. As for Tony_Stark, he flew away in the steel armor he made. "I saw it." Chen Mo's deep voice came from under the steel mask. "What shall we do next?" Brock Rumlow looked towards Chen Mo and asked aloud. "Their rescue target, Tony_Stark, has left by himself wearing his steel battle clothes, and their rescue seems to be meaningless. From the flight speed of the steel battle clothes that I saw just now, it is estimated that it will not take long to reach the base, and it should return before them. Call 2 helicopters over." Chen Mo turned his head and ordered to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson quickly contacted the base. A few minutes later, 2 helicopters landed on an open field in the valley. "You 2 will send him back to the base first, and I will pick Tony_Stark." After Chen Mo finished speaking, moved towards a plane. The idiot flew in the wrong direction. Tony_Stark flying freely in the sky wearing Mark I steel battle clothes. He didn't realize that he was flying in the wrong direction. He was completely immersed in the excitement of flying and couldn't extricate himself, until the thruster under the battle clothes suddenly turned off after a few muffled noises, and the steel battle clothes that lost power began to fall quickly to the ground. Tony_Stark's original excitement instantly changed into horrified. After all, the Mark I was pieced together with simple equipment and raw materials, and its performance is not stable. If the flight time is a little longer, the propeller is directly scrapped. The steel battle clothes that were flying forward at high speed instantly lost their power, like a stone thrown out by someone, and planted diagonally toward the desert below. In the sound of Tony_Stark mournful scream, the steel battle clothes quickly fell from the air and plunged into the desert. The huge impact caused the steel battle clothes that were not very strong to disintegrate instantly. The steel plate fluttered around, and Tony Stark plunged half of his body into the sand. Fortunately, when the propellers were turned off, the altitude of his flight was not high, and the desert below happened to buffer a great impact. With the protection of steel battle clothes, Tony_Stark looked very embarrassed, but miraculously did not suffer any harm, and survived the thrilling crash accident unharmed. After a lot of work, Tony Stark crawled out of the sand that completely buried his lower body. Looking up, as far as he can see, everything is endless desert. The rolling yellow sand dunes completely surrounds him. A deep confusion and helplessness rise in the mind. He does not for a moment know what to do. After taking off just now, his mind was completely immersed in the pleasure of flying, and he didn't pay attention to the flight direction at all. He didn't know where it was, or where the Baghlan Air Force Base was. Even he didn't know the direction to return to the terrorist base, and the vast desert made him wonder where to go. But waiting here is obviously not an option. In the end, he can only choose a random direction and start his escape from the desert with his head dull. The daytime temperature in the desert is very high. After a long time, Tony_Stark's clothes were soaked with sweat, and wisps of sweat continued to flow down his cheeks and neck, and a lot of sweat caused water loss. It made him feel extremely thirsty, and his lips became pale and chapped. The sun above the head sprinkled strong heat energy. The sand under the feet was scalded by the strong dazzling sun. The air around the body was also hot and dry. The poisonous sun was shining on his body. Tony_Stark felt his skin, it was about to be burned, and the brain was even more groggy, as if it was about to be cooked. Even if he took off his shirt and wrapped his head and neck, it could not bring any relief at all, but the desire to survive made him continue to move forward. Just escaped from the terrorists, but lost in the boundless desert. Here is more dangerous than the previous terrorist base. There is no food and fresh water. In this extremely hot and harsh environment he can't hold on for long. Seeing that he was going to die because of his belief oneself infallible, Tony_Stark regretted it in his heart. If he knew it, he would be obediently and honestly leaving with the troops that came to rescue him. In the groggy, I don't know how long he walked, Tony_Stark only felt his body became weaker and weaker. At the same time, he was very hungry and thirsty. A strong hunger came from his stomach and throat. It seems that there is going to be a fire. The continuous trek made his body exhausted. Each step seemed to exhaust his strength, and the whole person was exhausted, and he was about to reach the limit of his body. Just as he was about to be unable to hold on, a faint rumbling sound came from in the sky behind him, and soon he saw a helicopter roaring from a distance, flying over his head. Tony_Stark moved towards the helicopter, waving his arms sharply. His energy relaxed, and he couldn't hold on anymore. His knees knelt down in the yellow sand. Finally saved. The helicopter landed not far in front of Tony_Stark. A tall, stern-faced young man in a black combat uniform walked down from the helicopter and moved towards the kneeling man. Tony Stark walked, looking up at the young man standing in front of him and extending the hand towards him. Tony_Stark extended the hand and grabbed his slender and strong palm, and then a strong force came and took him from pulled up on the ground. "Who are you?" Tony_Stark asked weakly. Chen Mo looked at Tony Stark, who looked like Howard has several points of in front of him, and said with a gratitude face, "I am your father." My Steel Suit 148. My Steel Suit 148. At an Air Force base near New York, a military transport plane taxied on the runway of the airport for a while and then came to a halt. Beside the plane, besides Tony Stark's assistant Pepper and driver and bodyguard Hogan, there was a beautiful teenage blonde girl waiting to be picked up. The hatch of the tail section of the transport plane slowly opened, moved towards the ground and lowered, and Tony Stark stepped down the slope with the help of Ethan Kortekadamishan. Chen Mo and Phil Coulson followed them. When the two met that day, Chen Mo almost made the exhausted Tony Stark rush up to him in his first sentence. "Although you saved me, you can't take advantage of me." Just when Tony Stark stared at Chen Mo's face angrily, he suddenly realized that Chen Mo's appearance is exactly the same as the person in the photo at home, and that person's identity is him, the godfather of the Special Forces Commander Chen Mo. Unlike Steve, who used to perform as a big star in publicity and made movies. Chen Mo did not leave many images. Although he was not less famous than Captain Steve in the United States, he stayed. The impression given to the world is more of a mysterious image wrapped in black steel armor with a sword and shield. The photo at Tony_Stark's house is one of the few photos left by Chen Mo that shows his face. Because of the relatively long time, coupled with the near collapse of the body and the dizziness of the brain, Tony_Stark could not immediately recognize Chen Mo when he saw him. But that photo was taken 70 years ago, and Chen Mo looks almost unchanged from the photo now. Compared to accepting that the person in front of him is Chen Mo who disappeared 70 years ago, Tony_Stark even more would like to believe that this is a person who looks exactly the same. However, the matter of Chen Mo being his godfather was privately decided by the two of them back then. Simply few people knew. He didn't think that the man who saved him claimed to be him just to take advantage of him. Father. This complicated situation made Tony_Stark's groggy head become a mess, and the feeling of dizziness also intensified, and he couldn't think of a reason at all. Come. Tony put aside the doubts in his heart for the time being, and hobbled into the helicopter with the help of the young man who claimed to be his father. After returning to Baghlan Air Force Base, Tony_Stark finally recovered after some rest and treatment. From Ethan's mouth, he learned that there were only 3 people who went to the terrorist base to rescue him that day. The special forces that he thought had wiped out all terrorists were actually Chen Mo alone. Those terrorists are equipped with the most advanced weapons of their Stark Industries. Although the quality of their personnel is a little bit worse, they have the advantage of an absolute number of hundreds of people, plus advanced equipment and powerful firepower. Can't imagine how they can be wiped out by one person. This kind of inhuman battle strength. He has only heard of his father Howard. Even the fighting style is so similar. When he was young, Howard often told him the legendary story of his godfather, the commander of the Special Forces. I rushed into the Hydra base alone, under the siege of hundreds of enemies, as if I had entered the land of no one, by the strength of oneself, wiped out the well-equipped, battle-strength Hydra Legion. Human battle strength is also above the entire special team. With such an astonishingly powerful strength, as far as he knows, there is no one other than Chen Mo. Even Captain Steve Rogers of the United States is also inferior. This made Tony Stark start to believe that this young man who looked exactly like the photo was his godfather. And what Phil Coulson told him later completely solved his doubts and allowed him to fully accept the identity of Chen Mo. It turned out that Chen Mo didn't die at all after he crashed into the sea when he drove a plane, but was frozen in ice. Not long ago, the Hydra superbomber was discovered by an expedition team. They then found the frozen Chen Mo inside and dug him out. The first place Chen Mo went after waking up was the Chinese dojo in Brooklyn, New York. Tony Stark knew that when he was young, his father Howard had taken him there, and told him that they fought side by side and destroyed the 2 mafia families overnight. Until now, when he's fine, he would go to sit in dojo, feel the place where his godfather and father used to be, practice martial arts with his Wang Kun uncle, and tease his little boy by the way. Disciple, the generation of Chinese is really interesting. He likes it very much. It's just that now Wang Jin is studying hard and practicing hard in dojo every day, and his kung fu has improved a lot. He is no longer an opponent. In order to maintain the dignity of his elders, he has gone less recently. He knew that the dojo was founded by Chen Mo. Captain Steve Rogers of the United States also studied with Chen Mo in it. It can be said that it is his home in this world, so he will wake up just rushed there. Hearing this, Tony_Stark has basically confirmed Chen Mo's identity. And when Chen Mo came to rescue him immediately when he learned of the accident, he was even more moved. Is his godfather in the end. It feels like a daddy. So good, Tony_Stark thought in his heart. Tony has no resistance to Chen Mo, the godfather. Let's not say that he already knew he had a great godfather, and he admired him so much. He always wanted to see him with his own eyes. Chen Mo just rushed when he learned of his accident. Come to rescue him, and show up in time when he is about to collapse. Tony Stark agrees with Chen Mo. The Godfather. Stepping off the transport plane, Tony Stark and Pepper, who was smiling at him with red eyes, looked at each other affectionately. The beautiful girl on one side saw that Tony was a little embarrassed, but there was nothing secretly relieved afterwards. She was curious at first. I took a look at Chen Mo, and then looked at the flirting and cursing two people who had no choice but to roll the eyes. Since you're okay, then I have to go to class and have a snack in the future. Don't worry Pepper anymore. The little girl has finished preaching, each minding their own. The business turned to a small beetle and left. Tony touched his nose uncomfortably and said to Chen Mo, "This is Sharon, the orphan of my father's comrade in arms, who entrusted me to take care of her. She was very good when she was a child, but she has grown up more and more rebellious." Chen Mo slightly smiled, did not speak. This should be Stephen Carter's daughter, Sharon Rogers. Of course, Tony didn't know her true identity. After all, Steve had already suspended animation several decades ago. Although she behaved a bit rebellious, Chen Mo could see that she still cared about Tony_Stark, but she was not very good at expressing, and acted simply and directly, which was very similar to Carter. "Pepper, this is my godfather. I told you that he rescued me." Tony introduced Chen Mo to Pepper. Of course Pepper knows who Tony's godfather is, and she is one of the few people who knows this secret. But hasn't this legendary commander been missing for several decades? Looking at the young Chen Mo in front of him, Pepper opened his mouth in surprise. After leaving the airport, they went directly to the press conference site. Just like in the movie, Tony Stark announced the closure of the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing department at the conference. It caused an uproar, and Chen Mo blocked it not at all. Afterwards, Chen Mo and Ethan followed Tony back to his beach house, and Phil Coulson returned alone to the New York branch of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service. Brock Rumlow not at all came back with them. He was left in Afghanistan by Chen Mo to wipe out the remaining terrorists. At the same time, Chen Mo gave him another item through Hydra. Secret instruction: secretly collect the wreckage of the Mark I that crashed and scattered in the desert, and the design drawings of the Mark I that Tony Stark left behind in the cave. As a Hydra spy, Crossbones Brock Rumlow is not alone in the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Many of his special forces are members of Hydra. He only needs to divide his troops in two ways and let others eliminate the remaining terrorists, while he leads the Hydra members on secret missions. The design drawing is within the cave, and Chen Mo directly asked them to return to the base with Ethan caught a Academician that day, so not at all people have moved, and easily got their hands, and scattered in the desert. It took a lot of effort for the Mark I steel battle clothes to be collected. Due to the rush of equipment, the connection between the components is not strong enough. In the process of losing power during the fall, due to vibration, the steel battle clothes have a tendency to disintegrate, and many parts fall and spread during this process. Within the range of several hundred meters, under the leadership of Brock Rumlow, it took nearly a day to finally collect Mark I. Afterwards, in accordance with Hydra's orders, Brock Rumlow secretly contacted Obadiah Stane. For this cancer in Stark Industries, Tony has always trusted a partner. Chen Mo does not intend to kill it directly. He is also an important part of Tony_Stark's growth. After his betrayal, Tony_Stark has truly matured. He still has some value to Chen Mo, which is a good grinding blade stone. But what happened after these all are returned to the villa? Tony_Stark quickly began to build Mark II, for his godfather and life-saving benefactor. Tony_Stark did not have any precautions, gave Chen Mo and Ethan Court Academician have access to the laboratory. For the manufacture of steel battle clothes, Tony not at all concealed the two of them. Chen Mo was able to witness the birth of steel battle clothes with his own eyes and joined them personally. My Steel Suit 149. My Steel Suit 149. Tony_Stark started manufacturing Mark II steel battle clothes in the underground laboratory. While he was revising and perfecting the drawing of Mark I, Chen Mo kept watching and put forward some comments by the way. Tony Stark just remembered that his father Howard once said that Chen Mo is not only a powerful warrior, but also a super genius. He is very strong in scientific research and development and biological sciences. Strong, even above Howard. It's just that he doesn't usually like to stay in the laboratory to do research. Instead, he spends more energy and time in combat. But his scientific talent and strength are still unremarkable. Undoubtedly, many of the top technologies that Stark Industries now mastered were attended by Chen Mo back then. Thinking of this, Tony_Stark looked towards Chen Mo, couldn't help but heat up. It is definitely a blessing for a genius who is obsessed with technology research and development, but who is notorious and widowed, to have a person of comparable strength to study and discuss with each other. Tony_Stark immediately showed all his designs and ideas about steel battle clothes to Chen Mo. For Chen Mo, he doesn't need any defense. Apart from his parents, Chen Mo is his closest person. It is also his only remaining relative in this world. After fully understanding Tony_Stark's conception and design, Chen Mo also had to admire his talent. This is really a very genius design, far surpasses this era. But now these are just preliminary designs after all, and there are still many shortcomings. According to his own vision and the plot in the movie, Chen Mo easily pointed out many of the shortcomings and improvement directions, allowing Tony_Stark's eyes glowed when he heard it, and he couldn't stay nodded. When Chen Mo was with Howard, he mastered a strong R&D ability in science and technology, but 70 years later, many things he mastered are outdated. But fortunately, behind him is Hydra's powerful R&D team. In those days in Dojo, Chen Mo was not idle, receiving a lot of Hydra's scientific and technological materials through his tablet. Although time is limited and the amount of information is too large, even with his terrifying learning ability, he can't master all of them. But it's related to steel battle clothes or the various technologies that may be used, has been completely absorbed by him. So at this time, working with Tony Stark, a scientific genius, to develop steel battle clothes, Chen Mo not at all is too pressured. After all, what he has to do is not to start from scratch and develop his own set. Steel battle clothes. The main technology and overall structure of the entire battle clothes Tony_Stark has been completed. All he has to do is to modify and fill this rough skeleton to make it more plump, perfect and powerful. Considering the harsh air pressure and temperature conditions of high-altitude flight, the tightness of battle clothes, internal pressure regulation ability and high-altitude anti-icing ability have been deliberately strengthened. The shell is made of gold titanium alloy used by Seraphim military satellites, with excellent gold attribute performance and density, which can not only ensure the performance of steel battle clothes, but also maintain the power-to-weight ratio. The power of the leg thrusters and flight stabilizers have been optimized and improved, and the propulsion efficiency has been much improved. In addition, under Chen Mo's suggestion, battle clothes also added air filter anti-poison chi function, and underwater oxygen supply device, so that battle clothes can adapt to more complex and harsh environments. Although Tony_Stark has completed the main design of the steel battle clothes, many of the details inside need to be improved gradually, and even many problems need to be slowly discovered in use, and then further modified. However, Chen Mo's guidance saved him a lot of detours, saved a lot of time, and avoided many accidents. In my mind, following Chen Mo's suggestion, to improve the manufactured steel battle clothes, Tony_Stark looked towards Chen Mo, couldn't help being full of admiration. As expected of my godfather, it's nice to have a father. Ethan Kortekudamishan, who was originally an outstanding scientist, was completely reduced to an assistant, or rather, an intern, in front of Chen Mo and Tony_Stark. There is still a huge gap between Chen Mo and Stark, and he doesn't understand much of what Chen Mo discussed. However, Ethan did not feel any frustration about this, but was very happy. He felt that this was a good learning opportunity. While assisting the two in research and development, he eagerly learned various profound theories from them and knowledge, constantly improving oneself. On this day, the three of them were testing the newly improved flight stabilizer in the underground laboratory. Pepper, holding 3 cups of coffee, opened the password door and walked in. "Tony, Obdia is here, waiting for you on it." Looking at the busy 3 people, Pepper put down his coffee a little helplessly, moved towards Tony, said, "Okay, I'll go up right away." Tony promised as he lowered his head and kept busy. Chen Mo on the side, hearing this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but a smile, and the weasel came to pay a New Year greeting. After testing the effect of the flight stabilizer, Tony greeted the 2 and went upstairs. After a while, he came down again with a box of pizza. Looking at Tony's face, "I know that the conversation just now was not pleasant." The above movement can't escape Chen Mo's ears at all. Just like in the movie, Tony was signed by the board of directors on the grounds of suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, stopping his work and no longer letting him manage the company. Subsequently, Obdia persuaded Tony to hand over the mini-arc reactor to him and bring it back to the company, so that the engineers could conduct research and put it into mass production. With the huge benefits it brought, the board of directors changed its decision. Tony resolutely refused. Of course, all of these are self-directed and acted plays by Obdia. The purpose is to kick Tony out of the game, control Stark Industries by himself, and obtain the latest technology that Tony has mastered. Tony_Stark is a bit angry, but it is obvious that the development of steel battle clothes is of much greater importance in his mind. The company's affairs were left aside by him, and he devoted himself to steel battle again. The manufacturing of clothes. Soon, with the joint efforts of 2 geniuses and an outstanding scientist, the first official version of the steel battle clothes, Mark II, was finally born, and Tony_Stark impatient was on the ground platform. "Start dressing." A robotic arm stretched out from the platform all around, splicing the steel battle clothes components to Tony's body, connecting them and fixing them together. Pieces of silver steel parts gradually wrapped Tony, and finally became a steel warrior with sharp edges and corners, full of science fiction beauty and mechanical power. Jarvis. Tony called the battle clothes Auxiliary Operation System, transplanted from the Villa Intelligent Management System. "For you, sir." The artificial intelligence Jarvis voice rang in Tony's ears. "Start the head display device." Received. "Import all selected programs." "Yes, sir." With Tony's instructions, a Downvoid pseudo-light screen appeared in his line of sight. Without affecting the line of sight, various external maps, altitude, etc., information and battle clothes performance, energy value and other status one after another projection are in front of him. And he will automatically analyze the targets he has focused on, and list relevant data, which can play a great supporting role in a battle. "Uploading is complete, sir. We are ready." "Very well, let's start the simulation operation." Reset priority, correct the working conditions. Check all control surfaces. Looking at the battle clothes status displayed on the virtual screen, Tony ordered, "Yes, sir." Next, the armor of the whole set of steel battle clothes began to move one by one, and the pieces of silver steel armor moved in turn like a deformed Vajra, unfolded, and finally returned to the original state. The test is complete, ready to turn off the power and start data analysis. A few minutes later, after all the tests are completed, Tony_Stark impatient activated the propeller under his feet and the steel battle clothes slowly ascending into the air. The flight stabilizers on the palms of both hands also emitted white flames, helping him adjust his posture and maintain his balance. After some attempts, Tony stood steady in the air and hovered steadily 1 meter above the ground. "I want to go out and fly a good time to test the flight performance." The high-altitude icing problem has been solved in advance. Chen Mo is not worried about his safety problem, so he did not stop it. "Battle clothes don't have the ability to fly and survive in outer space yet. You give me some relaxation." Chen Mo is really afraid that he will fly high, although he is not afraid of Knots Ice. But the vacuum and radiation problems have not been solved yet. This is not diving, not simply sealing. "Got it, Daddy." Tony_Stark replied excitedly to complied, He fell forward, and the thrusters under his feet and the palm flight stabilizers were increased at the same time. The output power accelerates and flies out along the arc-shaped passage leading to the outside of the garage. Chen Mo and Ethan Kortakadamishan went back to the computer to check the real-time images and various data returned by battle clothes. Different from the last short flight in Afghanistan, the brand new Mark II is much stronger than Mark I in terms of power, handling, endurance, and comfort. Freely, Tony yelled in excitement while flying freely in the air. Awesome! It's like a dream. Through the computer screen, Chen Mo can see, as Tony's eyes move, the helmet automatically magnifies the image on a Ferris wheel in the distance that he is looking at, and can clearly see the people in the pod, and the auxiliary function is extremely powerful. Well, let's see the capabilities of this set of steel battle clothes, Tony said excitedly, then turned around and moved towards the sky and flew straight up. What is the record of SR-71? The altitude record of the SR-71 Blackbird high-altitude high-speed strategic reconnaissance aircraft is 85,000 feet. Sir, records are used to break. Come on. My steel suit 150. My steel suit 150. Under Tony's control, Mark II's leg thrusters were fully powered and moved towards high altitude and rushed quickly. Soon, Tony reached an altitude of 85,000 feet, which is the highest flight altitude record set by the SR-71 Blackbird high-altitude high-speed strategic reconnaissance aircraft. But Tony did not stop there, instead continued to fly to a higher altitude. When Mark II reached an altitude of 150,000 feet, seeing that Tony still didn't mean to stop, Chen Mo couldn't help rolling the eyes and shouted sternly in the communicator. Tony _Stark, who was immersed in the incomparable excitement beyond the limit, came back to Chen Mo's stern voice when he heard Chen Mo's voice. His senses, and at the same time remembered Chen Mo's instructions before departure. Okay, got it, Daddy. Tony reluctantly agreed. Looking at the sky above where there is no cloud and dust, in the darkness and purity, dotted with the bright starlight sky, Tony stopped reluctantly and continued to climb, waiting for the battle clothes to slow down under the action of gravity. Slowly slowed down, and finally started to fall downwards, only then started the propeller again, turning the direction and dived downward. The test flight of the Mark II was perfect. Its performance greatly exceeded Tony _Stark's expectations. It can be said that it is fully mature and does not need to be done modification, and what he originally envisioned was to carry out multiple transformations, tests, and possibly even heavy cultivator changes, and to manufacture several sets of battle clothes in order to finally meet the actual combat requirements. But now, it was easy to get it done once, and he was satisfied that he couldn't find a problem. He knew that all of this was Chen Mo's credit. His joining and guidance not only saved him a lot, detours save a lot of time and energy, and the performance of battle clothes has been greatly improved in all aspects with the enhancement of many high-end technologies provided by him. If he is himself, it may take enough time to solve the loopholes, but the technology provided by Chen Mo cannot be researched in a short time, especially for battle clothes. It is very important to say that the propellers that power the flight, the energy engine designed by Chen Mo, whether it is energy conversion efficiency or thrust-to-weight ratio, is much stronger than the engine he originally designed. The most direct benefit brought by the Mark II is that the maximum flying speed of the Mark II is as high as Mach 2, and each hour is more than 2,400 kilometers. The Mark III, which was put into actual combat in the movie, was just able to break through sound speed. Tony _Stark is very satisfied with this set of battle clothes, but Chen Mo is not satisfied. With the forward-looking suggestions provided by Chen Mo and the enhancement of Hydra technology, the new Mark II is much more powerful than the improved Mark III in the movie, but there are still two larger problems. One is that the steel battle clothes are too cumbersome to equip. A special equipment platform must be used. Multiple automatic robotic arms are assembled at the same time, which still takes a long time, which makes it cope with emergencies. Ability is greatly reduced. If the enemy hits your door, you can't expect them to stop and wait for you to put on your battle clothes before attacking, right? In the Avengers, the Mark No. 7 automatically flies in. The laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system is directly carried out from behind, or the disassemble of the Iron Man 3 Mark No. 42 split automatic assembly. The deployment method is much faster and more convenient, no longer needs to be restricted by the bulky assembly platform, and can be quickly dressed anywhere. In addition, although the performance of the Mark II has been improved a lot with the help of Chen Mo, it is actually far from reaching the limit. It is limited by the insufficient output power of the second-generation arc reactor. The performance of flight speed and attack power are not at all fully utilized. Although he is quite satisfied with the current Mark II, under the temptation of the more powerful battle clothes described by Chen Mo, Tony chose to continue to strengthen the battle without the slightest hesitation. Next, the two began to study the third-generation arc reactor with more powerful output, and to improve the way of dressing battle clothes. The second-generation arc reactor is the same as the first-generation palladium metal embedded. It needs to be discarded when used up and replaced with a new reactor. The third generation in the movie uses palladium metal plates, which can be replaced directly after use. The palladium metal plate is more convenient to use, with higher energy output efficiency and longer battery life. While they continued to improve the steel battle clothes, Chen Mo received a message from Hydra that Obadiah Stane has successfully obtained the Mark I prototype and its design drawings. However, there was an episode in the middle. As Chen Mo had expected, Obadiah did not intend to trade obediently and honestly, but instead intends to eat the dark. But unfortunately the wrong object was selected. Brock Rumlow is not the original Bald leader, and his subordinates are not those mob terrorists. They quietly took out a nerve paralysis device and approached Brock Rumlow in Obadiah. When he wanted to plot against him, he was easily subdued by Bullock, who was always vigilant. In normal times, he would definitely kill Obadiah directly, but the task assigned by Hydra must be completed, so Obadiah was lucky to survive, but as a punishment, Brock Rumlow cut off his left hand holding the nerve paralysis device. Obadiah saved his life only after paying double the price and a left hand, and got what he wanted. He walked out of the tent with a grimace and prepared to summon his men to avenge him. At the time, it was discovered that those elite bodyguards who were left outside by him and should have been in control of the situation were all lying on the ground at this time. The curtain of the tent was opened again, and upon seeing Brock Rumlow, who came out behind him, a sarcasm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that you have to transport them back yourself, underscore?" When Chen Mo and Tony Stark successfully improved the arc reactor, when he created the third-generation arc reactor that uses palladium metal plates, which can be easily and directly replaced, and at the same time has stronger energy output and endurance, Obadiah also took the Mark I with his other staff. Returned to New York from Afghanistan. As early as Tony_Stark had just returned and announced at a press conference to disband the arms manufacturing division of Stark Industries, Obadiah, the CEO of Stark Industries, took advantage of the opportunity of a sharp drop in stock price, said that the board of directors restricted Tony Stark's rights, making him hit the sky with one hand in Stark Industries. "This time I paid a huge price to get the prototype of the steel battle clothes." After Obadiah returned to Stark Industries, before he had time to go to the hospital to deal with his severed hand, the impatient ordered the convening scientific research personnel conduct research on drawings and prototypes. There are ready-made drawings and the Mark I prototype. The research on the steel battle clothes went well. The steel battle clothes codenamed Ironmonger was quickly completed and started to be manufactured. But it was used to drive the steel battle. The energy problem of China has never been resolved. His scientific research team has already begun to study the large arc reactor in Stark Industries, and wants to build a miniaturized arc reactor like Tony_Stark did. Many days have passed now, but there has been no progress. Obadiah couldn't help but cast his eyes on Tony Stark again. Since the three Shenmue killed all the terrorists who kidnapped Tony, they left the Crossbones Brock Rumlow to lead the special forces to wipe out the remaining terrorists nearby. So Ethan, later in the movie, the plot of the hometown being attacked by terrorists not at all happened. Tony has always been obsessed with the development of new steel battle clothes, and has no thoughts about the company's affairs. So Tony didn't know anything about Obadiah's series of actions in Stark Industries. However, Shenmue knew Obadiah Stein's actions well, and it was time for Tony to know his true colors. That night, Phil Coulson came to Tony Stark's beach house and brought photos of Stark Industries selling a large number of weapons to terrorists and rebels, including the latest Jericho missile. When was this taken? After reading the photos, Tony_Stark asked with a serious face. Yesterday. Phil Coulson replied calmly. I did not approve any transaction. Tony_Stark shook the head, said with some uncertainty. But your company approved. Coulson looked at Tony, said slowly. Tony_Stark was hearing this. He couldn't help but think of his restriction of rights by the board of directors and the suspension of his work, and he said angrily, my company and I are two different things. Phil Coulson glanced at Tony Stark, did not speak any more, left the information and turned and left. Tony Stark was lost in thought as he watched his back. Apart from him, there was only one person in Stark Industries who could do all this. Obadiah's face could not help but surface in his mind. Now that the company is completely under his control, this matter must have something to do with him. Thinking of this, Tony Stark dialed Obadiah's phone with a calm face. The conversation was not pleasant. Seeing that Tony discovered his behind-the-scenes transaction and questioned him, Obadiah, who was dealt with a severed hand in the hospital, was upset and simply admitted that he had applied to the board of directors and stopped Tony's work. Now Tony_Stark has been emptied by him and completely lost his rights in Stark Industries. It is no longer a threat to him. Now he has got a powerful weapon like steel battle clothes. Pretending to be a kind elder in front of Tony again. Hang up the phone. Tony_Stark looked in a trance. He had always treated Obadiah as a family member, but he didn't expect in the end he resigned himself and took away his work in the company. That power, this feeling of being betrayed by someone close to him, makes him extremely uncomfortable.